Kong Xiuru became emotional again, and the two had a lot of fun. Ling Yin didn't want to waste any more time, and began to help Kong Xiuru button up one by one. The beauty is in her arms, and you can pick it up. If you continue to toss like this, Ling Yin will probably be burned by this flame. Teacher. You still call me a teacher? It's called getting used to. Then if you bully others in the future, you will also be called a teacher? I'm a teacher from the beginning, and I feel more like a teacher when I bully you. Thinking of his always serious and cold head teacher, now turned into a hot flame, allowing himself to be bullied, Ling Yin really has a sense of accomplishment. It's up to you. Kong Xiuru smiled, stretched out her beautiful index finger and poked Ling Yin's forehead. She said with love and love, bastard. Ling Yin silently recited the secret art for a dozen times, forcibly suppressing the desires in his heart, and then he started talking to Kong Xiuru about serious matters. Teacher, after Chao Shanshan returns to the capital, we can't contact her anymore. Do you have any news about her? When Kong Xiuru heard that Ling Yin finally asked Chao Shanshan, she felt as if she had knocked over a bottle of Bai Wei. Ling Yin is his own student, and Chao Shanshan is also his own student. There is a lot of rumors on campus that they are already a couple. Moreover, before the Qingming festival holiday, Chao Shanshan offered to change positions to sit with Ling Yin. Kong Xiuru naturally knew very well Chao Shanshan's feelings for Ling Yin. Now, Chao Shanshan has left Qingshui City, but she and Ling Yin have become this kind of relationship. Not only is the teacher-student relationship real, but it is also equivalent to stealing her student Chao Shanshan's boyfriend. After being silent for a while with a blushing face, Kong Xiuru lowered her head and asked, Ling Yin, what is your relationship with Chao Shanshan now? How far has it developed? Ling Yin said bluntly, she is my girlfriend, so she's developed. Hee, she's about the same as the two of us. You bastard. Kong Xiuru was embarrassed, she patted Ling Yin's shoulder lightly. Jiao said angrily, you can't save some face for the teacher and talk around the corner. Ling Yin smiled and said, Teacher, there is no way, I don't want to lie to you. Facts are facts. Honestly explain, is there any outside? Kong Xiuru's beautiful eyes stared. He stared into Ling Yin's eyes and asked. Ling Yinxin said last night that he almost killed 2 birds with 1 stone. Do you think there are any outside? He smiled and said, Teacher, do you really want me to tell the truth? Kong Xiuru actually thought about it seriously, then lowered her head and said quietly, forget it, not to mention that the teacher knows that you have it, and there must be quite a few. The teacher doesn't care about others, as long as you focus on being your woman, you will be satisfied. You don't have to tell me. Ling Yinxin said that it would not be too late to introduce you to each other when you meet in the future. So he asked again, Teacher, do you have any news about Chao Shanshan? Seeing that Ling Yin was very anxious, Kong Xiuru sighed secretly in her heart, but said with a smile on her pretty face, yes. But it's not the news that Chao Shanshan gave me, but the news that their family gave me, saying that Chao Shanshan is going to take the college entrance examination in Beijing. So let's leave it alone at Qingshui know of. Ling Yan's heart sank, and he quickly asked, is there any more? Kong Xiuru shook her head and said, no, Chao Shanshan herself, after returning to the capital, it was like a stone sinking into the sea, and no one could contact her. She was talking. There was also a hint of worry in her eyes. Ling Yinxin said that it seems that Chao Shanshan must be completely restricted from freedom, unless she goes directly to the Chao family in the capital to find her, otherwise, no one will think about contacting her. So, is this the intention of the Chao family or the intention of the Chen family? If this is what the Chao family means, then this matter will not be serious. There is still more than a month before the college entrance examination. After the college entrance examination is over, I sneak into Chao's house and find Chao Shanshan. But if there is the meaning of the Chen family here, then there are too many things here, and Chao Shanshan might even be in danger. Ling Yun's thoughts changed, and he decided that he should still find someone to help him find out about Chao Shanshan's news, otherwise, he would not feel at ease. Ling Yun, according to the current situation, Chao Shanshan will definitely not come back before the end of the college entrance examination, but she has told me many times that she will definitely be admitted to Yenqing University in the capital. As long as you can be admitted to Yenqing University, you will definitely see her. Seeing Ling Yun's solemn expression, Kong Xiuru couldn't help but feel distressed for a while, and comforted him gently. Ling Yun nodded, flew out of bed, and said to Kong Xiuru, "Teacher, school is about to be dismissed. I have something to do at noon, so I'll leave first." Kong Xiuru hurriedly got up and got out of bed, and said softly to Ling Yun, "Okay, then the teacher will go get you clothes. It's been so long, the clothes should be dry." Of course, the clothes were already dry. Kong Xiuru served Ling Yun to get dressed, helped him pull the corners of his clothes, looked at Ling Yun's handsome posture and handsome face, and couldn't help but praised, "I didn't expect you to lose weight." After that, he turned out to be such a handsome person. At the same time, he sighed helplessly in his heart. If he didn't do anything else, he would just rush to Ling Yun's face, which is a deadly charming face. What woman could really refuse him? "Are you still coming to class this afternoon?" "Of course I will come, otherwise, how can I go to the principal to ask you for justice?" Kong Xiuru giggled, she raised her finger to herself, and said shyly, "Teacher is like you now, and she is already a woman who is desperate to be you. Since it's a fake, where's the need for justice? Ling Yun, you have opened up the teacher's heart. As for those positions and honors, the teacher doesn't care at all." Ling Yun said proudly, "It's our business that we made the fake into the real thing. It's not up to others to make irresponsible remarks about this matter. Don't worry, after today, I promise to make everything return to normal for the teacher. You stayed at my house for 3 classes this time, and others don't know what to say about us." Ling Yun smiled and said, "Teacher, you don't understand this. The longer I stay here and the more times I come here, the more people will think we're fine. Think about it." Kong Xiuru is so smart, she thought about it, and suddenly said with a shy face, "Bastard, you are so bad for you. Now I finally know why that police chief Luo Zheng was bullied like that by you." Ling Yun smiled disdainfully and said, "Luo Zheng? What is Luo Zheng? I'm too lazy to bully him. I really want to bully him. I promise that he won't even cry." Kong Xiuru smiled coquettishly, it was a real flower trembling. She reluctantly sent Ling Yun to the door. After watching Ling Yun enter the elevator and go downstairs, he was stunned for a while. Then he closed the door softly. Bad man, he has completely fallen for the family at one time. After he leaves, he will secretly laugh at me. It's true to me, it's too unsatisfactory to be succeeded by him so easily. Will he come again tonight? The room was filled with the scent of Ling Yun. Kong Xiuru took a deep breath in intoxication, and felt that the sunlight outside the window was brighter than ever before. Ling Yun left Kong Xiuru's dormitory. It was still 10 minutes before school was over, and there were almost no students on the campus road. Ling Yun was thinking about Lin Menghan. He walked fast, and soon walked out of the school gate, got into the Land Rover, and then found a luxurious restaurant and ordered 7 or 8 delicious dishes that were extremely nutritious. Put them all in the trunk and drive straight to Fuhua Manor, Hot Spring Villa. Ling Yun is now familiar with the road, and soon came to the outside of Lin Menghan's villa, opened the door with the key, and drove the Land Rover inside. Ling Yun carried the food into the living room and put down the lunchbox. Then fly upstairs. "Baby, I'm back, I'm ready for dinner." Ling Yun shouted loudly, before rushing into Lin Menghan's bedroom. "Husband." Lin Menghan heard Ling Yun's return, her beautiful face was filled with joy, and she got off the bed with the swelling and pain between her legs. After Ling Yun left in the morning, Lin Menghan finally realized what is called 3 autumns in one day. What is Acacia disaster? She stayed at home alone, couldn't watch TV, and didn't have the time to play with the computer. All she thought about was Ling Yun, and she wished that Ling Yun would appear in front of her immediately. Ling Yunfei entered the room and saw that Lin Menghan actually got off the bed. He hugged Lin Menghan in a hurry, raised his hand and scratched her nose, pretending to be angry and scolding. Didn't I come back? What did you do when you got out of bed? It doesn't hurt anymore? Lin Menghan hugged Ling Yun's shoulder tightly, and said softly, Husband, I want to see you earlier. Ling Yun laughed, his big hand proficiently penetrated into Lin Menghan's suspender nightgown, and he touched it twice, feeling the amazing elasticity and said, How is it? Is it better now? Lin Menghan had just completed the transformation from a girl to a woman. Her moving face exuded a charming brilliance. She said shyly, It's much better than in the morning, but it's still a little swollen. Ling Yun smiled and said, This kind of pain will heal in less than a day. Let's go. I bought you a lot of delicious food. Let's go down to eat. Lin Menghan's eyebrows twitched. Suddenly, she wrinkled her pretty nose and sniffed at Ling Yun's body, and then raised her eyes. Her eyes were full of suspicion. Husband, why do you smell like other women? Lin Menghan asked very seriously with wide eyes. Lin Menghan is not Kong Xiaoru. Ling Yun Xian said that she forgot to take a shower when she came out, but he said calmly, My husband's tablemate is a woman. I've been sitting at the table with her all morning, of course. It will taste. Lin Menghan's heart skipped a beat, stared at Ling Yun's eyes, and observed it carefully for a long time. She didn't see any problems, and could only say suspiciously, Really, how did your class arrange for you to be at the same table with a girl? Ling Yun said casually, It wasn't arranged by the class. Do you remember that Chao Shanshan? You had dinner with her on the day of Long Shui, and she offered to sit with me. What can I do? But she returned to the capital last Tuesday, but after she left, another girl came, namely Qinglong, the daughter of the boss of Qinglong, and now she is my roommate. Qinglong? Haven't Qinglong's people been beaten by Ling Yun? How could the daughter of the eldest Qinglong become Ling Yun's roommate now? As for Chao Shanshan, of course Lin Menghan knew, and she could tell that Chao Shanshan was very interested in Ling Yun. The speaker was unintentional, and the listener was intentional. Lin Menghan felt uncomfortable when he heard it. In any case, she really gave her body to Ling Yun now. The two had just had a love affair last night, but Ling Yun only went out for one morning and came back full of femininity. She was still in pain and didn't dare to go into the ground. Lin Menghan felt at ease. However, it is not uncomfortable. With Ling Yun's character, he can remember her and buy her lunch at noon. Lin Menghan is already very satisfied. As long as she can see Ling Yun, she doesn't want to say anything more now, so she doesn't to investigate further. Let Ling Yun carry her downstairs. Lin Menghan snuggled into Ling Yun's arms. The two of you fed me and I fed you, and had a beautiful meal. Husband, do you want to go to class again this afternoon? After the brief separation in the morning, Lin Menghan felt like a year, and she was really reluctant to let Ling Yun go. But even though Ling Yun didn't have to go to class in the afternoon, he had to go, because not only Lin Menghan, but Yao Ro was still waiting for him in Shangri-La Hotel. Looking down at the peerless beauty in his arms, and seeing the resentment in her eyes, Ling Yun hardened his heart and said, Wife, class is a must, but I can come back a little earlier in the afternoon, and I will accompany you more after I come back, okay? It is good. Lin Menghan was even more shocked when she heard the meaning of Ling Yun's words. She hurriedly asked, Husband, are you not staying with me here at night? Ling Yun said embarrassedly, My aunt asked me to go home and live in these days. As soon as Lin Menghan heard this, her tears came out in a hurry. She said in a panic, Then, do you have the heart to let people live here by themselves? Seeing Lin Menghan crying anxiously, Ling Yun's head is now as big as a fight, because he suddenly discovered a problem. Too many women, it's a hassle, a big trouble. How can this be done? To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome, Chi-Dian. Your support is my greatest motivation. To be continued. Originally from Reading Net. Lin Menghan was born with rain and dew, and just enjoyed the wonderful happiness of being a woman last night. Now she can't wait to stay with Ling Yun every second. If she hadn't known that Ling Yun was a high school student and was about to take the college entrance examination, she couldn't bear Ling Yun. Go to school. Ling Yun embraced Lin Menghan's fiery and moving body, and looked at her pitiful, heartbroken expression with tears in her beautiful eyes. He really couldn't bear it. Ling Yun didn't want Lin Menghan to keep the empty room alone. He scratched his head, hugged Lin Menghan's sexy body tightly, and said with a slight smile, "Okay, don't cry, I'll find a way to let my aunt be accommodating and try to spend a few more nights with you, okay?" Lin Menghan endured the pain, his delicate body twisted like a snake, and he said with a charming little mouth, "It's not a fight, it's a must, or else. How can you let people sleep?" As he spoke, his face became ashamed first. It was red and radiant. Ling Yun scratched Lin Menghan's pretty nose and giggled, "Okay, if you say it is necessary, but I have to go now, and I have to finish the day's affairs, so we can be tender and sweet at night." Lin Menghan finally showed a smile, but sighed softly, "People really reluctant to let you go, you don't know, after you left this morning, people's hearts, not to mention how uncomfortable it was, just like they were empty and couldn't do anything." Down. Ling Yun said in his heart that after a few days, "I will teach you the formulas suitable for your cultivation, and you will not be so bored." He got up with Lin Menghan in his arms, walked slowly towards the bedroom on the second floor, and asked with a smile, "What do you want to eat tonight?" "I'll buy it for you." Lin Menghan said shyly, "As long as I can see you, it doesn't matter what I eat." Back in the bedroom, the two enjoyed a lot of love and affection. Ling Yun left Lin Menghan's villa and drove straight to Shangri-La Hotel. 20 minutes later, Ling Yun came to the 27th floor of Shangri-La Hotel and knocked on the door of the presidential suite. Yao Ro opened the door and saw Ling Yun standing at the door, with a face full of shyness and joy, and plunged into Ling Yun's arms. Ling Yun picked up Yao Ro. Dodging and entering the suite, he casually kicked and closed the door of the presidential suite. "Have you eaten lunch?" Sitting on the sofa, Ling Yun looked at the neatly dressed Yao Ro. With a face full of apology and a little remorse in his heart, he said in a gentle voice, "Eat. There are dedicated service staff in this room, and the service is very attentive." Yao Ro said shyly. "Ruer. Last night." Ling Yun felt the need to explain to Yao Ro. Yao Ro raised her hand, stretched out her spring-like index finger, pressed it on Ling Yun's lips, and said softly, "Ling Yun, you don't need to explain to me, I know you have to deal with a lot of things every day, I understand you." Such Yao Ro really made Ling Yun have nothing to say except distressed. He took pity on the beauty in his arms. Then he leaned into her ear and said softly, "Roer, last night, I was in a hurry. I forgot that you were just badly injured. Can you give me a few days?" Yao Ro was shy when she heard this, her pretty face was full of rosy clouds, she panted slightly and said, "The body of others will only be given to you, when you want it. Everyone can serve you." Ling Yun listened to Zhang Yan and said with a smile, "Roer is so good, then you don't need to think about anything these few days, don't worry about anything, just ask the hotel for anything you need, and take care of your body first, okay?" Yao Ro was overjoyed by Ling Yun's few words, she just felt overwhelmed with happiness. There's no time to think about anything else. Living here for a week would cost 188,000 yuan. Before knowing Ling Yun, this was something Yao Ro could never imagine in her dreams. Now that she has Ling Yun's company, she speaks softly and considers her intimately. Ro was already fascinated. "Roer, I've thought about it, and I don't think you can stay in the clinic all the time. I'm still in the city, and I'll buy you a house. If you're bored these days, just go out and choose one. Set what you like, let's buy it. Yao Ro was stunned when she heard it, an indescribable happiness flashed in her eyes, but she shook her head decisively. Ling Yun, our ordinary clinic is already big enough, anyway, the second floor is idle, and I live there to watch the house. It's just right, there's no need to spend extra money. With Ling Yun's words, Yao Ro is already satisfied. Ling Yun smiled softly and said, a clinic is a clinic. As for the decoration of the second floor as a home, it is so that you can rest on the second floor when you are tired. If I am tired from work, I would like a place to rest. However, buying a house is buying a house. The two are not the same thing. You still listen to me, go out and see for yourself, and tell me when you have chosen, and I will buy it immediately. But, a house in the city costs at least 1 million yuan. Yao Ro was a little reluctant. Ling Yunqin said that she took Qin Dongxue and Ning Lingyu to go shopping yesterday, and spent more than 2 million in one breath. What is it to buy a house? He smiled and said, you don't have to worry about money. Remember, no matter how you choose, we don't want a house under 5 million. You can just buy a good one. Ling Yun knocked on a villa from Tian Buetao, a large house in Qingshui City, and 9 million in cash. He had already told Tang Meng that he should sell the two houses as soon as possible, even if they were sold at a discount. These two houses can be sold for at least 10 million yuan, so the total is 20 million yuan, and he is really not short of money. Ah? Don't want anything under 5 million? Well, that's enough to buy a small villa. Yao Ro was shocked and opened her mouth wide. Ling Yun smiled and said, I want you to buy a villa. It must be a single-family house. In that case, it would be convenient for me and Roer to be together. Others will come to disturb you. The last sentence was the most useful. When Yao Ro heard this, her heart was immediately filled with sweet expectations, and she could no longer refuse Ling Yun. Ling Yun, you are so kind to me. Yao Ro was even more tender. She leaned her head lightly on Ling Yun's shoulder, and hugged him tightly. Ling Yun continued, Tang Meng is quite familiar with this area. When choosing a villa, if you feel that you are not sure, you can call him directly and let him choose it for you. Kindness. Ling Yun raised his hand, took out the 7 bundles of 100 yuan bills left from yesterday's shopping, and threw it on the coffee table, saying, I still have a little change here. If you like something, buy it if you want, tell me if you don't have enough money, and I'll transfer some more to your card. Yao Ro saw that Ling Yun was so thoughtful about her, she was so moved that tears welled up in her eyes. She said in a trembling voice, what are you doing with the money you gave me last time? It didn't cost much. Ling Yun wondered, I didn't spend much? Didn't I tell you that I asked you to keep tens of thousands for your own use, and send the rest of the money home? Didn't you call it? Yao Ro's body trembled, and she said with a twist, that's your money, people don't want to give it up, and my family can't use so much, so I will only call 30,000 yuan to go back, and the rest will be paid, still haven't moved. Ling Yun was speechless for a while. He patted his forehead helplessly, thinking that Roer was too cute. He kissed Yao Ro's bright and clean cheek in distress, then shook his head and smiled, Roer is not obedient, and next time you will be spanked. Ling Yun thought for a while and said, it seems that I gave you too little money, 300,000 yuan, you are only willing to pay 30,000 yuan back, so let's go. Today I will let Tang Meng transfer you 3 million, I am willing to transfer back 300,000 yuan. Yao Ro was stunned. She was about to stop her, but Ling Yun blocked her mouth with her mouth. Yao Ro was already so emotional, and the two kissed passionately. After a while, Ling Yun ignored Yao Ro's obstruction and called Tang Meng directly, asking him to transfer 3 million to Yao Ro's card in the afternoon, and urged Tang Meng to realize Tian Buetao's 2 properties as soon as possible. At the same time, Ling Yun simply told Tang Meng directly and asked him to help Yao Ro to choose a better villa, one that could be lived in directly after buying it. After making the call, Ling Yun said to Yao Ro with a smile, "Look, Ruer, is there no problem in this way? Why are you being so kind to me? I'm not worth what you pay for me," Yao Ro said in a trembling voice. Ling Yun's expression softened, and he said to Yao Ro, "Fool, you can even risk your life for our clinic. What I'm giving you now is just a little money for a house, which is more important." Yao Rozhong's poison was something that even Shini Shui couldn't cure. If Ling Yun hadn't come back in time, she would have died. For Ling Yun, what Yao Ro has done for him is already the limit that Yao Ro can achieve. If she didn't want to give Yao Ro a big surprise when she entered the bridal chamber with Yao Ro, Ling Yun would take out Yi Mingzhu and give it to her now. Time was almost up. Ling Yun put the beauty in his arms gently on the sofa beside him, and said to Yao Ro, "Rower, I have to go to school in the afternoon, so I can't accompany you first. You don't blame me?" Ling Yun's voice was deep, magnetic, and extremely gentle. Yao Ro's heart trembled when she heard it. She gently shook her head and said, "People will never blame you." Ling Yun smiled and put a sip on Yao Ro's tender cheeks. He raised his hand and grabbed 20,000 yuan from the table and put it back into the space ring. He said with a smile, "Then I'll lend you 20,000 yuan first. When I got excited just now, I took out all the money, and I have no pocket money." Yao Ro was amused by him to make a Poochie smile, but she was even more moved in her heart. "Then I'm leaving, and I'll see you tomorrow." Ling Yun stood up and said to Yao Ro solemnly, "Remember, before the clinic is renovated, you will never go to the clinic again. Just listen to me, okay?" To be continued? To be continued. Originally from Reading Net. Yao Ro kept sending Ling Yun to the door of Shangri-La Hotel, and then stopped her footsteps and watched Ling Yun drive away reluctantly. She only felt that the happiness of a woman, she got everything. A female college student from a medical university, who has not graduated yet, can have a villa, more than 3 million bank deposits, and a clinic worth more than 10 million. This is almost something that any ordinary woman dreams of. This is only because she met Ling Yun, and now the relationship between the two is only the last step, and that step seems to be able to achieve her wish in a few days. Yao Ro got all the things that countless people have worked so hard to have all their lives, in just half a month. She was very happy and loved that boy to death. It wasn't until Ling Yun's Land Rover turned a corner and disappeared completely, Yao Ro's brows and eyes were filled with a trace of happy resentment, and she murmured, "Bad man, he smells like another woman, and finally knows I'm sorry." Yet there is jealousy, happiness, and resentment. Kong Shiru is like this, Lin Menghan is like this, Yao Ro is like this. Women are really not stupid. Ling Yun hurried, and finally rushed back to the classroom before class in the afternoon, squeezed in from behind Long Wu again, and sat down in his seat. Long Wu seems to be a fashion magazine owner, and most of them are English magazines. Although people are in the classroom, their performance is quite satisfactory and generous, but they just don't study. "Hey, I said that you are quite bold. In front of thousands of students, you dare to take your head teacher back to her dormitory?" After Ling Yun sat down, Long Wu closed the magazine and said lightly to him. Ling Yun stared at Long Wu with interest, and said with a red mouth and white teeth, "I've always been bold, do you want to try?" Long Wu blushed inexplicably, spat softly, and stopped talking. Ling Yun didn't let her go, but immediately said, "My lady lawyer. Can you do me a favor?" Long Wu was amused by his name, biting his thick lips and saying, "What are you busy with? Talk about it." Ling Yun immediately thought of accepting Qingyun Film and Television Company, Limited. Talk to Long Wu roughly and ask her if she has a better solution. After hearing this, Long Wu shook his head very decisively. This kind of thing is impossible through normal channels. Besides, even if you win the lawsuit, you can just pay you money directly. You can't get their company. Besides, if you want to open a film and television company, why bother? just spend a little money to register one. In the words of the Dragon Dance, it is very clear. Lingyun smiled and said, of course I know this, but my purpose is neither money nor company. I want to make Qingyun Film and Television Company close down. This time, Long Wu's answer was simpler. This is easy to handle, just smash him directly, open it once and smash it once, and never let it open. Wouldn't it close by itself? Lingyun stopped talking, and after being stunned for a while, he could only give Long Wu a thumbs up. You are ruthless. Long Wu smiled sweetly. Then Lingyun's performance also made Long Wu a little dumbfounded. He directly picked up the phone and called Tai Xiaohu, the person with Daoyong. Now go and smash Qingyun Film and Television Company for me. The worse the smash, the better. Lingyun finished the phone call, and then looked at Long Wu with a proud face. Long Wu's pretty face turned red. Not knowing what he was thinking, he suddenly raised his slender thumb at Lingyun. You are too ruthless. Each other. Lingyun laughed happily, then said to Long Wu, I have to do some errands at school this afternoon. After finishing the errands, how about you take me to your house? I want to talk to Uncle Long. Thank you in person. Long Wu smiled lightly and said, lead the toll. Finished speaking. She stretched out her palm gently in front of Lingyun. Lingyun unceremoniously patted Long Wu's palm off, and said with a look of contempt, besides, my brother asked you to lead the way because you look down on you. Do you think that without you, I can't find Qinglong? Don't forget that there are still others by my side. Iron Tiger. Long Wu giggled, okay, I'll change the terms. Lingyun said in his heart that this is not the same. I will take you home. It's not bad if you don't charge you for an escort, and I dare to beat you. I just heard Long Wu say, I heard that your memory is against the sky, and you can't forget it, right? Lingyun nodded and said, it's just SOSO, not worth mentioning. Long Wu raised her hand lightly, brought the Oxford English Dictionary on Chao Shanshan's desk to Lingyun, and smiled lightly. How long will it take you to memorize it all? Ling Yunxin said it right. Chao Shanshan's unfinished business was brought to the stage by Long Wu again. Are you guys going to hold a relay race? I don't have that spare time. Ling Yun said contemptuously. Long Wu suddenly smiled and looked very serious, and said seriously, Ling Yun, your stage is not Qingshui City, not Huaxia, but the whole world, the whole earth. I know, for the memory you show, the knowledge in high school will not be difficult for you at all, but in the future, if you want to go abroad, you don't want to have a translator by your side forever, right? So, you have memorized the Oxford English Dictionary, and I teach you the most authentic American English, only good for you, absolutely no harm. Ling Yin said in his heart that he was so rude and powerful. Long Wu's words made him unable to refuse at all. He suddenly understood why Long Wu kept acting so grand, because her eyes were different. Long Wu went to the United States since she was a child, and got the green card of the United States early. Her knowledge and understanding of American culture is even far better than that of Huaxia. Long Wu was less than 18 years old, and was already an outstanding graduate of Harvard University's law major. Naturally, he was disdainful to join the group of high school students in front of him to squeeze the single plank bridge of the college entrance examination, let alone the ivory tower in China. It's not a foreigner, but which university in China can compare to Harvard University in the United States? What moved Ling Yun the most was actually the first sentence Long Wu said. Ling Yun's stage is not Qingshui City, not a China, but the whole world, the whole earth. Long Wu really understood this matter, and she was also the first woman to say this in front of Ling Yun, which immediately made Ling Yun really admire her. She talked about Ling Yun's heart. Ling Yun took a deep look at Long Wu. He picked up the thick Oxford English Dictionary and weighed it in his hand. Then he smiled and said, okay, I'll learn, give me a week. Long Wu wondered, don't you remember it? It took so long? Ling Yun curled his lips and said, if you just read this dictionary, you can read it all in 2 or 3 days at most, but the problem is, I still have a lot of other things to do, and a week is the fastest time. Cultivation with Ling Yun. Compared with the improvement of strength, everything else has to take second place. Because he doesn't have the strength, he can't go anywhere. Longwu smiled and pondered for a while, then she could only nod her head, and then stopped talking. Ling Yun made inferences and asked Longwu where he should go if he wanted to learn languages from other countries. Longwu smiled and told him to go to a foreign language college, and it was best to find a foreign teacher directly. Ling Yun made an okay gesture, and then began to recite the Oxford English Dictionary seriously. Ling Yun didn't just recite words. He relied on his sky-defying memory to memorize every page he had read into his mind without falling out a word. For 2 full classes in the afternoon, Ling Yun didn't listen to what the teacher said in class. When the second class ended, Ling Yun had just turned to page 50. Ling Yun is indeed unforgettable. You only need to read it once to memorize it. It takes an average of 2 minutes to recite 1 page. As you memorize more and more words, you will naturally read faster and faster. After you memorize 50 pages of words, you can move on. Ling Yun was sure that a page of memory would only last for 1 minute at most. However, the Oxford English Dictionary is really too thick, and it is impossible to finish it without dozens of hours. Ling Yun has no spiritual sense now, and his yin-yang eyes have just started to practice, and they are not very useful, so he can only use the stupidest way to remember. The get-out-of-class bell rang. Ling Yun put the Oxford English Dictionary into the space ring, and then got up. Longwu saw that Ling Yun was really seriously flipping through the Oxford English Dictionary for the 2 classes, and her beautiful eyes were always shining brightly. Longwu could see clearly. Ling Yun had recited 50 pages. She knew that Ling Yun must have remembered everything he had read. Such a terrifying memory made Longwu, who thought he had a strong memory, also resigned. Isn't the speed slow? Longwu suppressed the shock and surprise in his heart, pretending to praise Ling Yun flatly. Let's be SOSO. Ling Yun smiled indifferently and stood up. What are you going to do? Longwu also stood up. Ling Yun smiled, suddenly raised his anger, and shouted to the whole class, students, our head teacher has suffered a grievance for me, and now I will go to the principal to seek justice. If you want to follow, come with me. Awesome, Ling Yun is really awesome. In the morning, under the gaze of thousands of people, he took Kong Shuru leisurely to her single dormitory. Almost no one knew when he left, and many people were talking about it. But after he returned to the class in the afternoon, he honestly stayed in the class for 2 classes, and he didn't move. It wasn't until the big class break after the second class that Ling Yun suddenly made such a voice, which immediately caused applause from the classroom, like thunder. Ling Yun, everyone is waiting for you, we will go with you. Go. Let's all go. Our head teacher is so kind to us, and we haven't had any scandals for so many years. Why should we be wronged before we graduate? That's right, it's obvious that someone wants to smear our class. We've had a fight a long time ago, and now you're here. Let's go, brother Ling, we all listen to you. Whether it is a boy or a girl, they are all 17 or 18 years old. It is a good time when youth is flying, and everyone has their own persistence and dreams. 3 years of teacher-student friendship, Kong Shuru's 3 years of dedication, at this moment, has been enthusiastically rewarded by her students. Ling Yun's current appeal is undoubtedly huge, his voice almost made the whole class burst out, and the real response was overwhelming. Except for one person, the head of Ling Yun's dormitory, Wei Tianqian. Under the excited gazes of all the classmates, Ling Yun strode to the door of the classroom with his head held high, and he stopped for a while. Zhang Ling smiled and stood beside him, Zhang Dong, Chai Hanlin, Gu Yuanlong, Sha Guoxing. Even Miao Xiaomiao smiled sweetly, a pair of eyes full of aura, like a crescent moon on the horizon. She also stood up. There is no doubt that Longwu will also follow. Ling Yan's sharp gaze, like a pair of cold arrows, was directed at Wei Tiangan, who was almost lying on the table, with his head lowered, and the corners of his mouth sneered coldly. Let's go. Seek justice for our head teacher. With a big wave of his hand, Ling Yan walked out of the classroom with his head held high, and with more than 50 students in the classroom, he rushed down the stairs with a mighty force, like a turbulent torrent, rushing towards the principal's office. My God, Ling Yun. Ling Yun is out. Damn, he brought so many people, what is he going to do? Halo, this is going to be a big thing, the entire 3rd grade and 6th class are out. Let's go, and have a look, there are some now. Ling Yun deliberately chose this big class break, and also mobilized the whole class, just to maximize the momentum and let the whole school see it. Everyone is shouting with me for justice. Ling Yun secretly used the divine dragon roar. He is now in the early stage of the 6th floor body training. With all his strength, although his voice is not high, he can clearly send it into the ears of everyone in the school. The students in the 3rd and 6th grades of high school shouted in unison as they followed Ling Yun forward, Justice! Justice! Loud! Ling Yun laughed, turned his head and asked Zhang Ling, who was beside him, for the direction of the principal's office, and immediately killed him. Damn it, so Ling Yun is going to seek justice for his head teacher. Look, I just said, Ling Yun took his head teacher back to the dormitory in the morning, just to show the whole school, he is going to seek justice for his head teacher now. I guess Principal Zheng will be completely dumbfounded now, right? Let's go, what are you doing stupidly, go and see. There were more and more classmates watching the excitement, and they joined the team of the 3rd and 6th grades one by one. There were countless Ling Yun fans. The students in the class shouted justice. As a result, in the entire Qingshui No. 1 middle school, the most terrifying and spectacular scene since the establishment of the school for decades. Ling Yan took 7 or 8 main members of the 3rd and 6th classes of high school, followed by nearly 1,000 students, and came to the door of the principal's office mightily. Bang! A kick! Ling Yun kicked open the door of the principal's office. To be continued. To be continued. Originally from Reading Net. Principal Zhang was sitting in his office, with 4 vice principals in a meeting to study how to deal with Kong Shuru's style. Hashtag. The 4 vice principals were divided into 2 camps, 2 of them each. 2 of them firmly did not believe that Kong Shuru was messing around with men and women, while the other 2 insisted that there must be something wrong with Kong Shuru's style. The 2 vice principals who thought there was something wrong with Kong Shuru were Wang Weiqing and Qiu Fenghua. Among them, Qiu Fenghua was a woman. The research discussed was Kong Shuru's issue. The grade director of the 3rd grade, Director Liu, was naturally also in the principal's office, but he also believed that Kong Shuru and Ling Yun had an affair. Principal Zhang called these 5 people, and he just said a word, and the 5 people quarreled into a pot of porridge. The views were clear, and they did not agree with each other. The scene was so intense that it surpassed the debate competition. In fact, Principal Zhang didn't really believe that Kong Shuru would do such a thing. He watched the scene in the office where the quarrel turned into a pot of porridge. He knew in his heart that Vice Principal Wang Weiqing and Xie Zhenyan were related, and Vice Principal Qiu Fenghua was Lu Qingtian's sister-in-law and the sister-in-law of the current director of the Education Bureau. Neither of them were easy to mess with. And Director Liu, who is under his command, has close contacts with Golian City and takes good care of Go Junfa. He is also one of Kong Shuru's crazy suitors. What is Director Liu's calculus in mind? Principal Zhang is like Ming Jinger. Since Director Liu wanted to pursue Kong Shuru through normal means and couldn't get it, of course he now took this opportunity to bring down Kong Shuru and ruin her reputation, so that he could easily start and get a bargain. The two sides have been arguing fiercely for almost a class, and now instead of showing signs of stopping, it has intensified, each with blushing and thick necks, spittle flying, and no one will let anyone else. At this time, Ling Yun brought more than 50 students from the 3rd and 6th grades of high school to the door of the principal's office. He kicked the door of the office and walked in aggressively. Including Principal Zheng, the 6 senior school officials in the principal's office were all stunned. Principal Zheng was furious. He is the principal of Shimizu No. 1 Middle School, and this is his office. Someone dared to kick it away and swagger in? Who dares to be so bold? Principal Zheng stood up and was about to slap the table, but his hand stopped in midair before it could fall on the table, and could not fall any longer. Because he recognized. The visitor is none other than the most popular student in Qingshui No. 1, Ling Yun, from class 3 and 6. The former fat man Ling Yun, Principal Zheng, was such a busy person. He was in a hurry, and he had only heard of Ling Yun's uselessness, but he had no idea who Ling Yun was, so he couldn't match his name at all. But as Ling Yun became more and more popular in the school, Principal Zheng also began to pay attention to his student, especially the day before yesterday, after Ling Yun made a scene in Linjiang Garden. Principal Zheng received the wind and almost scared him to death. If he didn't know who Ling Yun was now, he wouldn't be the principal anymore. Principal Zheng no longer patted the table, his right hand lifted up and dropped lightly, and the action changed to wiping the dust on the table. Gently, as if wiping away a lover's tears. Director Liu glanced at him and saw Zhang Ling, Miao Xiaomiao, Long Wu, and a few well-studied students from the 3rd and 6th grades walk in one by one. He didn't know that Kong Shiru's students were making trouble again, so he stood up angrily. He got up and scolded, "Get out. This is the principal's office, we are having a meeting, not a place where you can be wild." Ling Yun was walking towards Principal Zheng's desk. Hearing these words, he immediately stopped and turned around and walked towards Director Liu. "Who are you?" Ling Yun came to Director Liu and asked with a harmless smile on his face. "You don't even know who I am, I'm your grade director, Ling." "Ling Yun?" Director Liu was suddenly dumbfounded, and his whole body shivered suddenly, almost jumping up. When Ling Yun kicked the door, Director Liu had his back to the door. After Ling Yun came in, he turned around and walked towards Principal Zheng. When Director Liu turned around, he only noticed the person walking in right behind Ling Yun, but he didn't. I don't know that the first person who came in was Ling Yun. When Ling Yun heard that it was the grade director, he still asked with a smile, "The grade director? Which grade director?" Principal Zheng watched as more and more students came in behind Ling Yun. He was secretive in his heart, knowing that today's matter must be no small matter, so he quickly said with a smile, "Ling Yun, this is your grade director, Director Liu." The voice just fell. Crack. Without warning, Ling Yun raised his hand and swung it round. He slapped Director Liu's face directly. He slapped Director Liu with gold stars in his eyes, turned around several times, and covered his face with his throat. "Can't speak. This. No one would have thought that Ling Yun would beat someone when he said he would hit someone, and the one who hit was the grade director of the 3rd year of high school. The 4 vice principals were all dumbfounded. Not to mention the 4 vice principals, even Principal Zheng stayed for a long time, thinking that he was lucky to have responded quickly just now. If his palm really fell on the table, I guess it would be me who got the slap, right? The students in class 3 and 6 of senior high school didn't expect Ling Yun to be so fierce and domineering. He just came to the principal's office and slapped the grade director in the face before he said anything, and even in front of the principal. This is simply lawless. Although Long Wu was daring and had seen Ling Yun's domineering look, he couldn't help covering his face, remembering the pain from the last time he was beaten, and stomping his feet secretly, thinking that he would seek revenge from Lingyun sooner or later. Only Miao Xiaomiao looked at this scene lightly, with the expression on her face that seemed to be wandering in the bright spring garden, smiling like a flower. Lingyun had worked with her to kill someone, let alone slap someone else. It was nothing at all. After a slap, there was silence in the principal's office. After a long while, the vice principal Qiu Fenghua pointed at Lingyun and said, You dare to hit your grade director? Deal with. Lingyun smiled, his tall figure took a step in front of her, and said aggressively, I hit him, not you, so it's not your turn to intervene. What kind of onion are you? I'll stay there. These people in the room, including the principal of Qingshui No. 1 Middle School, didn't pay attention to Lingyun at all. He was here to oppress people today. Qiu Fenghua was shocked, horrified, her whole body was trembling with anger, and her lips trembled as she said, What kind of onion am I? I'm your vice principal, Qiu Fenghua. Lingyun nodded indifferently, thinking that the principal hasn't spoken yet. What's your vice principal doing here? Oh, it turns out to be the vice principal. I want to ask, did you have any ideas for expelling me from school last week? Qiu Fenghua was repeatedly questioned by Lingyun. She was completely at a disadvantage. When had she been treated like this? He gritted his teeth angrily and said, You should be Lingyun, right? The expulsion of you from school last week was unanimously approved, not someone's decision. Don't think that you are so talented that you dare to beat someone in the principal's office. You are now seriously violating the school spirit and discipline. You are. Shut up for me. Lingyun was impatient when she saw that she was babbling on, and he uttered a divine dragon roar directly to her, which shocked Qiu Fenghua to the core. His eyes were full of gold stars, and his head was completely stunned. Lingyun glanced at Director Liu, who was squatting on the ground with his cheeks covered and humming, and said, You can stop here for a while, and when I'm done with my business, I'll come back and settle the bill with you. Lingyun's slap was not light. Director Liu lost 3 teeth due to this slap, but now Lingyun is in full swing. He didn't dare to say a word other than smashing his teeth. Teachers, directors, etc., are often people who can speak well, but Lingyun is not unreasonable when he comes, and he hits people when he shoots. Apart from calling the police, there is really no good way. But Principal Zheng is standing there now. He doesn't say to call the police. Director Liu just wants to call the police, and no one dares to report it for him. Lingyun regarded the other 4 vice principals as nothing, and went straight to Principal Zheng's desk, and said in a deep voice, Principal Zheng, what's the matter with my dismissal from the school? Principal Zheng's breath stagnated. Only when Lingyun came to him did he feel Lingyun's domineering aura, which was really intimidating. Principal Zheng subconsciously raised his hand to wipe his cold sweat and said, Lingyun, this is something the school did not do right. It's purely a misunderstanding. You may not know it. Yesterday I had the loudspeaker broadcast. Teachers and students in the whole school know that you have not been expelled from school. You are still a student of our school. Lingyun questioned himself about being expelled from the school. It was purely a matter of fact, and he didn't care much about those who were not enrolled in school. He felt that it was not difficult for Principal Zheng to speak, so he smiled and said, Principal, what do you think about the fact that others framed me and Teacher Kong? Principal Zheng was now asked by Lingyun on his face. He had the intention not to answer, but looking at Lingyun's bright eyes, he knew that it was not enough if he didn't answer. Lingyun, you have also seen that today, I and these vice principals are here to study and discuss Teacher Kong's affairs. Lingyun nodded and continued to ask, how about such a little thing, still need to use research to discuss it. Is there any result from the discussion? Let's talk about it. The cold sweat on Principal Zheng's head brushed off. We are still researching, and there is no result yet. To be continued. Lingyun frowned when he heard it. Oh? It's being studied? That's fine, then you continue to study, I'll listen here. Gah. The 5 principals were all dumbfounded. Now, the principal's office has become like this, and they are still doing research. At this time, outside the principal's office, there were already a huge crowd of people watching the excitement, and the window glass was crowded with people, and the windows were almost smashed. There were so many people following that there was no order at all. The inside and outside of the office were occupied by the students from the 3rd and 6th grades who arrived first. Movement in the office. This was the most chaotic and craziest time in the history of Qingshui No. 1 Middle School. Lingyun, look like this, we can't do any research at all. Principal Zheng glanced at the door and window, embarrassed and helpless, wondering where the police and security guards in the school have gone. No one is here now? He knew that even if these people came, it would be of no use to Lingyun, but they could at least control the order outside. Lingyun sneered and said, I can't study it? Why, you big men have to squat in the office to study things, drinking tea and patting their thighs. You can't study if there are too many people? Principal Zhang was even more embarrassed. This. Lingyun's face sank, and he said coldly, you're still doing research. It's such a simple thing. You have to listen and believe, and complicate things abruptly. I'll tell you. On April 2nd, which is Wednesday night, our head teacher, Mr. Kong, knew that I was not good at English and said that she would help me with my homework, but it was obviously not possible in the classroom. She wanted to go to the office of the English group, but she was afraid of disturbing others. The English teacher has no choice but to take me back to her single dormitory. Teacher Kong can do this for her own students. You bullshit principals, you hear the wind and the rain. Rumors say that Teacher Kong has some kind of relationship between men and women. Is this your role model? In just a few short sentences, Lingyun said clearly and succinctly, so that no one could pick out any faults. And it's true. When Lingyun said these words, of course he used his Shenlong Shao. The deep and powerful voice, with a slightly magnetic voice, instantly spread throughout the campus and into the ears of every teacher and student. They couldn't help nodding when they heard it, but they seemed to have forgotten that Lingyun's voice came from. Where did it come from? Shenlongxiao is louder than the school's radio. Much better. After Lingyun finished speaking, he said disdainfully, I understand and tell you. The reason why you did this was not because Teacher Kong gave me a makeup lesson, but simply because of your own hearts. Your hearts are very dirty. Your hearts are dirty. I will think dirty when I see anything. Can we have one? After Lingyun finished speaking, he looked down on the audience and let out a heavy breath from his nostrils. Throughout the history of Qingshui No. 1 Middle School, a student dared to point at all the high-level figures in the school in the principal's office and yell at them. This is definitely a precedent for Qingshui No. 1 Middle School, and it is unprecedented. After shocking everyone, Lingyun still used the dragon howl, and said slowly, word by word. Go Junfa's father, Go Lianqing. He donated a lot of money to the school, right? Director Liu shivered when he heard it. Xie Zhenyan's father is the deputy mayor, can't you offend him? Vice Principal Wang Weiqing fought a cold war all over his body, sweating profusely. Lu Qingtian's father is the education director of Qingshui City. You must be obedient, right? After Qiu Fenghua heard this, her face turned blue and then red. She didn't dare to look at Lingyun again, she turned her head away in fright. Lingyun glanced at the 3 of them, sneered disdainfully, and continued, because these 3 scoundrels want to punish me to death while I am not in school, you will expel me from my school, and my head teacher refused to accept it. Your theory, you used a rumor about messing with men and women to make our head teacher look like this, and now you have the face to say what research to me? What are you studying? I think you are studying how not to offend these rich officials, your immediate bosses. Lingyun's words were sonorous and powerful, pierced through gold and cracked stone, and word by word spread into the ears of all teachers and students in the school, almost breaking the eardrums of thousands of people. Outside the principal's office, after all the students heard it, they were already full of voices, and there was a lot of discussion, and they immediately exploded. I mean, it turned out to be such a thing, no wonder Ling Yun was so angry. Ling Yun did this beautifully. Idol, I really didn't come to support him in vain. This face is really cool, 5 principals, 1 grade director, and now I don't even dare to let a fart. Ling Yun is so handsome, I'm going to love him to death. In the future, whoever says he has a relationship with their head teacher, see if I don't blow his head off. Humph. Ling Yun is too strong. Who would dare to say such a thing to others? Even if others are clear in their hearts, they would not dare to say so directly in the principal's office. The 5 principals, plus Director Liu, who covered his face and groaned, were all stupid. Principal Zheng looked embarrassed. He glanced at the 2 vice principals who supported and trusted Kong Xiuru, and gave them a wink. Ling Yun must not be allowed to go on talking. If they go on, their principal position will probably be lost. Ahem, Ling Yun, in fact, before you came in, we have roughly researched the results. You see, Vice Principal Li and I, and our Principal Zhang, just firmly don't believe that Teacher Kong will do it. Someone who does that kind of thing. Vice Principal Zhou understood what Principal Zhang meant, forced a bright smile on his face, and came out to smooth things out. Ling Yun glanced at Vice Principal Zhou, and seeing that his face was kind and his eyes were straight, he did not embarrass him, but said in a deep voice, "Oh? The results of the research have been found? Then tell me what the results are." Vice Principal Zhou glanced at Principal Zhang, and seeing Principal Zhang's heavy nod, he said with certainty, "We also think that Teacher Kong was hurt by rumors. The decision last week was very hasty and blind, and we will definitely make things right as soon as possible, immediately restore Teacher Kong's reputation. As for Teacher Kong's position, and all the honors that we have obtained, our school will return all of them now. Do you think this will work?" Ling Yunqin said that this was not the same, but his purpose was not limited to that, so he said in a deep voice, "So, what about the rumormonger? What are you going to do about it?" Vice Principal Zhou turned stern, and he said solemnly, "This rumormonger has seriously damaged the reputation of teachers and classmates, because of his random rumors. We will definitely investigate to the end. As long as we find this person, we will immediately expel him. Severely punished." Vice Principal Zhou's voice was very high. As soon as he finished speaking, the students around the principal's office heard them. Whether they were students in the 3rd and 6th grades of senior high school, they immediately began to cheer and applauded one by one. But there are some really stupid ones. An untraceable voice whispered there, as soon as Ling Yun said it, "You believed it, in case it wasn't a rumor." Amid the applause and cheers of many students, the voice was so low that no one else could hear it, but how powerful was Ling Yun's ear? He heard it clearly. Ling Yun's cold eyes swept away, and he immediately found the person who was speaking. It was one of the 4 vice principals, Wang Weiqing. Ling Yun smiled coldly, and rushed to Wang Weiqing's side in a single step, grabbed his collar, and asked sensibly, "What did you just say? Tell me again?" Wang Weiqing never imagined that Ling Yun's ears would be so good. He was so frightened that he was covered in chaff. How could he still speak? Ling Yun exerted a little force on his hand and said angrily, "Speak." Wang Weiqing was in pain, and he couldn't care about anything for a moment. He said quickly, "I said what if it wasn't a rumor?" Hearing this, Principal Zhang stomped his feet in anger, and could not wait to pick up the ashtray on the desk and smash Wang Weiqing's head. Ling Yun laughed out loud. He was about to kill the chickens to warn the monkeys, and one of them came to the door automatically. Ling Yun said lightly, "I tell you, after the first class this morning, I went back to her single dormitory with my head teacher in my arms, where I continued to study English homework, and didn't leave until after school. You heard it again? Any rumors?" Ling Yun deliberately said it was hugging, not hugging, and he said that I meant hugging, so what can you guys do with me? This kind of strong and domineering statement and practice can only be said and done by the only person who respects me, and simply ignores anyone's eyes and opinions. Who knows English? Ling Yun saw that Wang Weiqing was afraid to answer, so he asked the other principals. As soon as Principal Zheng heard it, he didn't know what medicine Ling Yun Gourd was selling. He came from teaching English and said subconsciously, "I understand." Ling Yun shouted towards the door of the principal's office, "Who brought the English textbook? Lend me to use it. I have it here, for you." The next class of a senior in high school happened to be an English class, and he happened to be holding an English textbook in his hand. The English textbook quickly arrived in Ling Yun's hands, and he threw the English textbook to Principal Zheng without looking at it. "Let's just flip through and say the number of pages." Ling Yun grabbed Wang Weiqing's collar and smiled at Principal Zheng. Principal Zheng was puzzled. He picked up the English textbook, flipped a page casually, and told Ling Yun. So, Ling Yun started to memorize the contents of that page of the English textbook in full in front of everyone. Everyone was stunned. Even the dragon dance was completely shocked. Ling Yun finished the memorization skillfully in only 3 minutes, then smiled and said to Principal Zheng, "Continue to read." Principal Zheng probably understands what Ling Yun wants to do. He has been shocked. Memory so bad? How can that be? Is it a copy? Principal Zheng casually flipped another page, found a page with a lot of content, and told Ling Yun the number of pages again. Ling Yun calmly recited the entire contents of that page again. Then, inside and outside the principal's office, there was no sound, and the needle drop could be heard. To be continued. To be continued. Originally from Reading Net. My God. Ling Yun has memorized all the English textbooks. I'll wipe it, it's an English textbook that I just picked up. He just glanced at the cover. It's amazing. This is because he was so dumbfounded that his mind was not enough. Copy address access. Idiot, he must have memorized it a long time ago. Just look at the cover to make sure it's the book number. Headmaster Zheng casually flips a page, and he can memorize it as it is. His pronunciation is still so standard, and it is more fluent than reading by reading. Thinking about his previous grades, how is this possible? One girl was shocked. Needless to ask, Ling Yun's memory is already against the sky, but there must be some credit to his head teacher. Now the rumors are completely self-defeating. Ling Yun made such a move, and the rumors were naturally self-destructed. He stared at the shocked Principal Zheng, who was in a mess, and smiled lightly until he came back to his senses, and then asked, "Master Principal, do you want to turn it over? At the end of the textbook, let me recite a page of words for you." Principal Zheng was already stunned and moved, and at the same time he was admired and shocked. It really doesn't need to be mentioned, there are such geniuses in his school. What kind of memory does this have to be in order to be able to do this? Principal Zheng taught English for more than 20 years. His teaching performance has always been the first in the whole of Qingshui City. Although he is a smooth person, he is not bad at heart. Therefore, he has been gradually promoted and eventually promoted. Became the principal of Qingshui No. 1 Middle School and was worshipped by everyone. But Principal Zheng has taught English for so many years, and he has never seen a student with such a bad memory. Ling Yun really gave him a lot of insight. He was shocked and excited at the same time. Like crazy. No, I believe you have mastered your English very well. Your head teacher has contributed greatly. Principal Zheng was very serious and nodded to Ling Yun. Ling Yun smiled indifferently. Now, there are people who think that the head teacher brought me back to her single dormitory to have a relationship between men and women. Crap, who dares to spread rumors like this again? I'll kill him first. Yes, we will never agree to anyone who spreads rumors again, in such a short period of time. Teacher Kong taught Ling Yun's English so well, but he just wanted to have a relationship between men and women, but he didn't have time. That's right, Ling Yun's English used to be the last one. Now he's so good all of a sudden, how can he have a relationship between men and women? Ling Yun heard this sentence. My head is full of black lines, and my heart says, buddy, are you hurting me or supporting me? Principal Zheng was very solemn, nodded very seriously and said, Ling Yun, you don't need to say anything. I will definitely use the most satisfactory way to restore your reputation for Teacher Kong and you, and severely investigate and punish those who spread rumors. Anyone who spreads rumors will be fired immediately. Principal Zheng has always been with the mud, and he occasionally gets some benefits, but he usually handles matters of principle fairly and won't let himself cross the line. Ling Yun's performance has reached this stage, and Principal Zheng not only fully understands it. He really wronged Kong Xiuru, and he really meant to love Ling Yun. Such a student can't find one in a million. To appear in his own school is definitely an honor for him as the principal. Okay. Ling Yun smiled, and suddenly the conversation changed. Continuing to speak to Principal Zheng, she used Shenlong Xiao again and said, however, our beloved head teacher has already been hurt by this incident. She has hardly thought about tea and rice these days, and she still cares for the students in our class every day. In class. Correcting the test papers, both mind and body have been severely hit at the same time. She is already walking today, and her body is shaking at any time. At any time, she is about to fall. Do you think the school should make some compensation for Teacher Kong? How could it be so easy for Ling Yun to let go of these principles and restore his position and reputation? That was only the first step, the most important thing was the benefits. Naturally, Ling Yun would not spend so much effort doing something that was not beneficial. When the students inside and outside the principal's office heard this, they suddenly realized one by one. They thought that it was no wonder Ling Yun dared to hug Kong Xiuru's shoulders in front of the public and the eyes of thousands of teachers and students. It turned out that Kong Xiuru was too tired to stand. Ah! The students in class 3 and 6 of senior high school listened, and couldn't help looking at each other, thinking that our head teacher doesn't seem to be that vulnerable, right? In the first class, the head teacher's face was just a little haggard. Didn't he look like he couldn't stand? After hearing this, Longwu laughed and gave Ling Yun a coquettish glance, thinking that you are really bad enough to have dug such a big hole in front of everyone's eyes, and you have to fill it here. Zhang Ling also rolled her eyes shyly. She was lying on the railing, but she could see clearly. The head teacher couldn't stand up. It was Ling Yun who walked up and hugged the head teacher's shoulder. However, his lover was able to be so far-sighted, and he played such a trick in a high-profile manner, and suddenly blocked everyone's mouths, so that Zhang Ling's love in his heart, let alone. When Principal Zhang heard it, Ling Yun even had to pay compensation. He was also a little dumbfounded, thinking that he could still be compensated for this kind of thing. How can I pay for it? Principal Zhang asked with some helplessness and some humor, thinking that Ling Yun, this kid, must not be provoked in the future. He really can't be provoked. Ling Yun smiled and said, compensation is good to discuss. Youth loss, mental damage, reputation damage, lost work, bodily injury. Zhang Ling. Ling Yun couldn't think of any more at once, so he turned his head and asked Zhang Ling. Zhang Ling was speechless for a while, and you said everything you could say in your heart. If you dare to knock the headmaster's bamboo stick, I won't accompany you to go crazy. Without waiting for Zhang Ling's answer, Longwu said with a smile, okay, these costs add up to a lot. The opposite is our principal, so we can't make Principal Zhang too embarrassed. Ling Yun thought about it too. He was very generous and didn't add any other expenses. He smiled at Principal Zhang with a red mouth and white teeth. These expenses add up, and there is no need to compensate too much. Just give 1.8 million yuan, what do you think? As soon as the words came out, everyone was shocked, and their eyeballs fell to the ground. My God, Ling Yun really dared to speak up and knock his headmaster 1,800,000 for just a few fees? Principal Zheng was angry and helpless. Seeing that Ling Yun's anger was almost gone, he thought that he would not do anything more excessive, so he smiled and said, "This compensation, it is natural in the school. We need to compensate Teacher Kong, but look at Ling Yun. Should we discuss with you Teacher Kong, and then determine the exact amount?" Ling Yun knew what Principal Zheng had in mind. According to Kong Xiuru's character, as long as Principal Zheng said hello to Kong Xiuru, how could Kong Xiuru ask for money from the school? Ling Yun smiled and said, "Our head teacher is not feeling well. I will represent this matter fully, you just say yes or not." After Ling Yun finished speaking, there was still a smile on his face, but a sharp look flashed in his eyes, and he suddenly raised his hand. "Papa Papa." More than a dozen mouths in a row slapped Wang Weiqing's face from side to side, and instantly turned into a big pig's head. Gah! This. No one thought that Ling Yun would turn his face again, and his face turned even faster. He was talking with the principal about compensation, and the slap had already landed on the vice principal's face. "Headmaster, open your eyes, and show me whether that rumor is true, say." After Ling Yun slapped Wang Weiqing more than a dozen times in a row, he shouted violently at Wang Weiqing, whose face was swollen with blood on the corner of his mouth, and he couldn't open his eyes. A dozen of Wang Weiqing's teeth had already been ripped out by Ling Yun, and only a few posterior molars remained in his mouth and were shaky. Apart from the severe pain, his eyes were shining like stars. How could he say a word? When Ling Yun saw Qiu Feng was secretly taking out his phone, he said with a faint smile, "Call the police. Even if you call the police, it's better to invite Luo Zhong, the police chief of Qingshui City, as I happen to have an account with him." Calculate. Pfft. Many people almost spit out a mouthful of blood when they heard it. Ling Yun's face was too strong. The phone in Qiu Fenghua's hand fell to the ground with a clatter. Her face was extremely pale, her whole body trembled like a sieve, and she thought that I was confused. Ling Yun had just scolded the chief of Qingshui City's public security, and I actually still thinking of calling the police? Qiu Fenghua didn't know. Ling Yun just saw her as a woman, otherwise, Ling Yun would have drawn her long ago, probably even more ruthless than Fan Wang Weiqing. Ling Yun turned his head again, still with a harmless smile on his face, stared at the depressed Principal Zheng calmly, gestured to him with his chin, and continued to discuss the issue of compensation. Principal Zheng couldn't pretend to be stupid anymore. He thought about it, and thought that if the matter was so big, it would become a laughing stock when it was spread out that Qingshui no look. Ling Yun didn't say anything. Although he offered 1 million yuan, it was a bit nasty, but Principal Zheng's counteroffer was too low, and Ling Yun couldn't see it at all. 200,000, Ling Yun, the class is about to begin, look. Principal Zheng pretended to scratch his head and winked at Ling Yun, which meant that it was almost done. He had to save face for my principal. Bar? Ling Yun smiled and said to Principal Zheng using voice transmission, "Principal Zheng, I'll give you the bottom line, 360,000, it can't be any lower than this number, don't worry, I promise you are the only one. When people hear it, you will answer after thinking about it." Principal Zheng was shocked. He looked left and right at the people standing in the office, and found that they really didn't hear Ling Yun's voice, and their heads were suddenly not enough. What's the matter? How much ability does Ling Yun have? This. Principal Zheng's thoughts turned around. He thought about it for a while, and suddenly spoke very seriously and said aloud, "In view of this matter, the school has caused indelible damage to you and Teacher Kong. I am the principal. Yes, I feel very sorry. I should give you compensation, and at the same time, it is also the best reward for Teacher Kong, so let's pay Teacher Kong 500,000 yuan and compensate you 500,000 yuan, a total of 1 million. Gah. I'm grass, really give 1 million. To be continued. To be continued. Originally from Reading Net. Halfway through the words of Principal Zheng, Lingyan knew why the Principal Zheng in front of him was able to achieve this position. Yuan. He uses the dragon's roar, which can reach everyone's ears. This is not strange to those who hear it, because everyone does not know whether others have heard it or not. In the same way, he used sound transmission to enter the secret, which can only be transmitted to the ears of specific people, but Lingyan didn't say it, and the people who heard it didn't know that only he heard it. Lingyan's use of the two divine arts, Shenlongxiao and the sound transmission into secrets, has actually reached the point of being in a state of perfection. When he needs the support and follow of others, he uses Shenlongxiao, and when he needs to defeat each one, he uses sound transmission to enter the secret. But Principal Zheng is very smart. Lingyan only reminded him, after observing and confirming, he knew that Lingyan was an extraordinary person. Although he had heard some things for a long time, he still did not believe it. Now, after confirming that Lingyan could send the voice into his ears alone, Principal Zheng believed it. Compared with Lingyan, what does he count as a person who has been in the business for more than 30 years before he has climbed to the position of a high-ranking principal? If you have power in your hands, you don't need it for nothing. If you talk to Lingyan about the conditions again, it's purely your own brain water. Therefore, he is happy to be a smooth human relationship, and does not follow Lingyan's bottom line. He will give as much as he wants, and he will climb the big tree of Lingyan no matter what. Principal Zheng is now about to scream in the sky, and his heart is fierce. He is extremely happy that Lingyan is making such a fuss. This is simply a chance for Lingyan to fall from the sky. Ignoring the shock of the surrounding classmates, Lingyan stared at Principal Zheng for a while, until when Principal Zheng was inexplicable, he smiled and blinked at him. Lingyan used voice transmission to enter the secret and said to Principal Zheng, "Principal Zheng, thank you, I remember this favor." Principal Zheng nodded vaguely. But there was a burst of ecstasy in his heart, and then he said, "Lingyan, students in the 3rd and 6th classes of senior high school, please rest assured, now, the matter of Lingyan and your head teacher has come to the fore. The truth is revealed. I, the headmaster, will definitely use everything. Strength, to restore teacher Khan's reputation. I promise you that all the students in your class will be satisfied." Oh. When the students in class 3 and 6 heard this, they immediately shouted excitedly, hugging each other with enthusiasm. They applauded, just their eyes. What they are looking at is not the announced principal, but the hero in their hearts. Lingyan. With a bright and beautiful smile on her face, Miao Xiaomiao looked at Lingyan in front of her lightly. Her beautiful eyes that were even more beautiful than crescent moon were full of energy. Although Longwu had long expected this result. However, Lingyan's performance still shocked her, because what Lingyan did was really flawless, not only taking the lead, but also taking the lead. After one day, he turned everything over in the past, and the solution of the matter could no longer be described as beautiful. The dragon dance has beautiful eyes like water. He looked at Lingyan with hazy eyes, but his heart was full of anger. This time you are considered good, can you be a little bit against the sky? Lingyan seemed to have heard Longwu's heartfelt voice. He directly threw away Wang Weiqing, who had been slapped by him and couldn't find the north, and came to Director Lu's side slowly, and grabbed Director Lu at once. "Have you had enough rest? Let's get up and talk." Lingyan pointed in horror. Director Lu, who was trembling all over, said. Director Lu struggled again and again, and at the same time he couldn't stop begging for mercy. "Lingyan, the principal has settled all your matters, what are you doing here to find me?" I didn't offend you." Lingyan laughed. "Yes, you didn't offend me, but you offended our head teacher, and when you offended our head teacher, you offended our entire 3rd and 6th grade classes. Ask the classmates behind me whether they agree or not." Without Director Lu speaking, the classmates in class 3 and 6 shouted collectively, "No." Among them, there are also a lot of Lingyan's fans. After this time, Ling Yan's reputation as an invincible overlord in Qingshui No. 1 is completely solid. Even the first and fourth deputy of Qingshui No. 1 Middle School, the 5 principals, and the grade director of the 3rd year of high school are all obedient. Isn't this invincible? Ling Yan laughed, his eyes turned cold, and he said in a deep voice, Director Liu, because you like our teacher Kong, you can't pursue it, and you seized this opportunity to ruin the reputation of our head teacher, and almost lost the teacher. Qualification, you say, are you still a teacher? Do you still have any conscience to be a teacher? After Ling Yan finished speaking, all the students in class 3 and 6 of senior high school immediately became noisy, and they said anything at once. Many students even shouted that Director Liu was not a thing. Ling Yan smiled indifferently, turned to look at Principal Zheng and said, Principal Zheng, such a person is also worthy of being the grade director of our 3rd year? Do you think it should be? Principal Zheng is very knowledgeable, and now he is obedient to Ling Yan. He quickly judged Ling Yan's purpose, and immediately announced, Director Liu's moral corruption has brought an extremely bad negative impact on Qingshui No. 1 Middle School. It has been decided to immediately remove all positions of Director Liu, and temporarily stay on probation to observe the aftermath. After Principal Zheng finished speaking, his eyes rolled, and he immediately gave Ling Yan a great favor. As for the vacancy of the grade director, it is up to your class teacher, Teacher Kong, to act as an agent for the time being. Wow! Before Principal Zheng could finish his words, the students in class 3 and 6 of senior high immediately burst into cheers. It was like crazy. It is estimated that if Kong Shiru was here, they would have already thrown Kong Shiru into the sky. Thunderous applause. Ling Yan didn't bother to do anything to Director Liu, who didn't know his name. He was already ruined and the game was over. Ling Yan threw him aside at once, letting Director Liu feel ashes, and regretted there with a pale face. All positions were restored, all reputations were restored, 1 million compensation was made, and Director Liu was relieved of his position. Kong Shiru was promoted to the grade director of the 3rd grade. Ling Yan made a riot in the principal's office, and in less than 20 minutes, he won a big victory. His record was sturdy and perfect. However, Ling Yan did not forget the well digger when he was drinking water. Seeing that Principal Zheng was so cooperative, Ling Yan secretly said to Principal Zheng, Principal Zheng, thank you for today's work, I will come to visit in person later. Ling Yan's ability to say these words has actually given Principal Zheng a great deal of face. Although Principal Zheng could not understand the importance of Ling Yan's words to him, he nodded happily, his eyes flashing with undisguised excitement. The class was about to begin, and Ling Yan didn't want to make trouble any more, lest the headmaster's face would be overwhelmed. He glanced at the audience, and finally his eyes fell on the face of Headmaster Zheng. Principal, I hope you can keep your word. Where will Principal Zheng go back on his regrets? He almost nodded and bowed his head, nodded like garlic with a pleasant smile and said, Don't worry, I'll keep you satisfied. Ling Yan smiled knowingly, raised his hand and snapped his fingers, and said to the students in class 3 and 6, Let's go back to class. The students responded with a bang, and the people outside took the initiative to make way for Ling Yan, and the people behind followed Ling Yan's footsteps, shouting and leaving the principal's office with him. The headmaster's office was full of chicken feathers, and it was extremely miserable. Except for Headmaster Zheng and the 2 vice presidents who supported Kong Shiru, the other 3 were completely dumbfounded. Of course, the vice headmaster, who had been slapped by Ling Yan more than a dozen times, I can't cry anymore. Ling Yan can't mess with. Principal Zheng and Vice Principal Zhou glanced at each other, and both could see the shock and awe in the other's eyes. They were secretly glad that they responded quickly and dealt with it in a timely manner. Otherwise, Ling Yan would have really demolished his principal's office. Easy. Ling Yan really can't be messed with. As if to make sure, Principal Zheng silently reminded himself again in his heart, and then he started to make a phone call, asking someone to clean up the mess. Brother Ling, you stepped on the 5 principals of our school, resigned from the position of grade director, and let our head teacher take the position of grade director. What's it like? Gu Yuanlong walked beside Ling Yun desperately, flattering him. Today, he was completely convinced, and he knew what kind of bully he had provoked in the dormitory in the past. God, he actually listened to Wei Tiangan's fool's idea to lock Ling Yun outside the dormitory and not let him in. Could it be that his brain was flooded at the time? Gu Yuanlong, get away from me. Zheng Ling squeezed left and right, trying to stick to Ling Yun's side, but was blocked by Gu Yuanlong, a guy who didn't know the current affairs. She finally broke out in anger and told Gu Yuanlong to get out. Ling Yun smiled and slowed down a bit, ignoring Gu Yuanlong, who was scolded and dare not answer, and let Zheng Ling catch up with him. Strange, we made such a big commotion, but the head teacher didn't show up. Ling Yun was secretly puzzled, and couldn't help whispering to Zheng Ling next to him. Our head teacher is not at school, she went out. Zheng Ling said with some regret, thinking that if the head teacher saw this incident at the scene, how happy it would be. Zheng Ling had already sent a text message to the head teacher, and the reply he received was that he was shopping outside the school and could not go back in time. So, why did Kong Shiru go this afternoon? She took out almost all her savings, more than 400,000 yuan, and went to the pedestrian street in Qingshui City to buy things for Ling Yun. With Ling Yun, Kong Shiru's current happiness goes without saying. She doesn't care whether Ling Yun can save her position and honor or not. She is full of happiness, expectation, joy, and infinite love for Ling Yun. I went out to buy something for Ling Yun. Well, of course there's something the two will be using together. This is a must, and Kong Shiru will not forget it. Ling Yun is now Kong Shiru's heaven. It was everything about her, all her thoughts were on Ling Yun. How could she care about what happened in the school? Ling Yun said in her heart that Kong Shiru seemed to be in a good mood. He smiled lightly and said, let's go back to the classroom, there is one more person. To be continued. To be continued. Who else? Of course, Wei Tiangan. As soon as Ling Yun heard about this from Zheng Ling's mouth, he was almost the first to pin the rumormonger on Wei Tiangan. Before he went to the principal's office, he once took a look at Wei Tiangan. At that time, Wei Tiangan not only didn't dare to look at him at all, but he was already so frightened that he was lying on the table and playing. When Ling Yun took the students from class 3 and 6 to the principal's office, he had carefully observed that everyone, even Jia Meng, who had been slapped by him, followed, but Wei Tiangan didn't come. Ling Yun thought very clearly, this rumor must have been spread maliciously by someone in his class, and this person must have hatred against him and always hated himself. Chai Hanlin is naturally impossible. Now Gu Yuanlong and Sha Guoxing have already fought with Ling Yun for a long time, and even Jia Meng followed Ling Yun to the principal's office in a righteous indignation, but Wei Tiangan, who always pretended to be arrogant, didn't follow him. Who, isn't it the lice on the monk's head, obviously? Thinking of Wei Tiangan's abnormal performance, Ling Yun of course knew that the person who spread rumors and harmed him was definitely Wei Tiangan. Ling Yun said in his heart, Wei Tiangan, I didn't want to bully you at all, it's okay to let you know the lesson, but if you are comfortable, don't blame me for being rude to you. You can deal with me if you want to, as long as I don't spread my rumors, but you shouldn't let your class teacher come in too. Ling Yun couldn't help sneering. Zheng Ling saw Ling Yun said such a thoughtless sentence, and suddenly asked, there is another person? Who is it? Who is it? Ling Yun laughed and said, the rumormonger. He turned his head to look around, and continued, whoever didn't come, that's who. Ling Yun, I love you. Ling Yun had just finished speaking domineeringly, when he heard such a sudden cry, and then a sudden burst in his heart, when he looked up, sure enough. In the distance, a fat girl in a messy bird's nest shape, with a face drawn like a monkey's butt, and broom brows. The index finger was still digging in the nostrils, and the fat on his body trembled violently with every step he took. This body was almost better than the previous self. He was yelling Lingyun, "I love you," while pushing away the dense surrounding. The classmates rushed towards Lingyun bravely. "I'm grass. Hurry up." Lingyun's face changed greatly with fright. But in front of so many people. He is really not good at using his body technique, so he can only push the crowd away. He ran towards his classroom in a flash, turned a corner in the blink of an eye, and rushed into the stairs without seeing anyone. Behind him, nearly 1,000 of Lingyun's fans saw this scene. They couldn't help laughing. Long Wu, Miao Xiaomiao, and Zhang Ling, the three beauties, looked at each other with a heart-to-heart look. He also covered his lips and smiled. In the first class of the 3rd grade, Ning Lingyu was still studying in the classroom, quiet as usual. In the corridor outside the classroom, Zhuang Meina stood quietly on the railing, and naturally saw the scene. She snorted coldly from her nostrils and cast a contemptuous look at Lingyun's obese, fanatical suitor. Lingyun was the first to return to the classroom. As soon as he entered the classroom, he saw Wei Tiangan sitting on the seat. Wei Tiangan was holding a book in his hand, his face was pale, and his legs were shaking. "Can't see it at all." Because that rumor was indeed spread by him. At that time, Lingyun had been missing for 4 days, and the news about Lingyun from outside was almost tragic day by day, which made Wei Tianqian inexplicably excited. At the same time, Go Junfa, Xie Zhenyan and Lu Qingtian began to make waves in the school, adding fuel to the flames, and Lingyun almost suffered a disaster for a while. With the joint efforts of the 3 dudes, Lingyun was expelled from the school, which became a reality in an instant, which made Wei Tiangan couldn't help humming "Turn Over to Surf and Sing" and "Today is a Good Day." But who knows, at this moment, the head teacher Kong Shiru went to the principal's office to conduct a theory, and firmly disagreed with the school's decision to expel Lingyun. Wei Tiangan saw that his expectations had failed, and the humiliation and anger in his heart erupted instantly. Without hesitation, he put Kong Shiru alone to make up lessons for Lingyun, and put it another way, adding fuel to it. The effect of this rumor is undoubtedly huge. As a result, Lingyun was directly expelled from the school, and Kong Shiru suffered an unjust injustice. But Wei Tiangan was very happy, because the arrogant and coquettish Lingyun was finally expelled from the school, and he could finally sit back as the boss of the class. Wei Tiangan even wondered if Chao Shanshan was gone, should he think of a way to actively pursue the new Miao Xiaomiao. But what Wei Tianqian didn't expect was that Lingyun appeared strongly on Sunday, and as soon as he appeared, it was a thunderous trend, causing a sensation in the entire Qingshui city, not to mention Qingshui No. 1 Middle School. Yesterday, the school changed its decision. The loudspeaker on campus played the news that Lingyun had not been expelled from the school 7 times in a row. Naturally, considering Lingyun's shock, he was afraid that Lingyun would cause trouble, so he began to show his favor to Lingyun. Wei Tiangan was worried for a day. He was sitting on pins and needles and was restless. At the same time, he quietly inquired and found that the 3 big dandies didn't come to the school as if they had made an appointment, and then he was completely stupid. However, after waiting for a day, he didn't see Lingyun coming to the school for class, thinking that he might be able to escape the catastrophe. He only slept soundly last night. But this morning, when he arrived in the classroom, before his boat was hot, he saw Lingyun walk into the classroom, and he was terrified at the time. In the morning, when Kong Shiru called Lingyun away, Wei Tiangan faintly felt that his own affairs would be exposed, and he really began to be afraid and uneasy. After 2 classes in the afternoon, when Lingyun shouted in the class that he was going to seek justice for the head teacher, Wei Tiangan's psychological defense was completely destroyed. He felt that he was finished, completely finished. Now, Lingyun came back after finishing his work. He walked into the classroom like a god and walked straight towards him. Wei Tiangong lost his soul and wanted to cry but had no tears, his face turned green with fright. Wei Tianqian, someone told me that I had an affair with the head teacher. This rumor was released by you. Please explain it to me. Ling Yan smiled and came to Wei Tiangong's table, backhanded, tapped Wei Tiangong's table with his middle finger, and said word by word. Ling Yun was deceiving him. No. No. It's not me. Wei Tiangong's face was full of horror. Subconsciously deny it. When Ling Yan saw Wei Tiangong's appearance, he immediately knew that he must not be able to run away. Crack. A crisp sound. Ling Yan was no longer polite, raised his hand and slapped Wei Tiangong firmly in the face. Would you like me to call that person over and say it? Ling Yan used the dragon's roar and shouted at Wei Tiangong. A slap. With a roar of the dragon, Wei Tiangong, who had been so frightened for a long time, immediately told the truth. He doesn't have the ability to fight like Tai Xiaohu. Ow. Wei Tiangong screamed miserably. He covered his mouth all of a sudden, and said tremblingly, It's me, it's my rumor. I was wrong, I shouldn't have made your rumor, Ling Yun, please let me go. Seeing Wei Tiangong's admission, Ling Yun sneered and asked, in a deep voice, Bastard. The head teacher asked you to be a class cadre, and he made you the head of our dormitory. I'm not mean to you, right? Even if you want to deal with me, it's not going to spread rumors to harm our head teacher, right? At this moment, Zhang Dong, Gu Yuanlong and several fast runners had already chased Ling Yun back to the classroom. They happened to hear Ling Yun's words. Zhang Dong was furious. He rushed directly in front of Wei Tiangong and raised his hand to face Wei Tiangong with another big mouth. Wei Tianqian, I'll take care of you, uncle. Zhang Dong was angry from the bottom of his heart. He wanted to copy the guy, but Ling Yan raised his hand to stop him. It's useless for this kind of rubbish. Let's wait until the classmates are back. Gu Yuanlong and Sha Guoxing saw that the rumor-monger turned out to be Wei Tiangong. The two of them looked at each other and felt a chill in their hearts at the same time. They were completely disappointed with Wei Tiangong and became angry in their hearts. I mean, Wei Tiangong, aren't you the motherfucker? We are all classmates. You bullied Brother Ling for so long, he just beat you once, even Jiao Meng recognized it, you actually. Gu Yuanlong rushed in front of Wei Tiangong, and he was so heartbroken, he pointed at Wei Tiangong's nose and cursed. After all, he and Wei Tiangong stayed in the same dormitory for 3 years, and the two never had any major conflicts. Although they were angry, they didn't take action. Sha Guoxing looked at Wei Tiangong with contempt, did not speak, just shook his head and snorted disdainfully from his nostrils. Soon, more boys returned to the class, and after a while, even Long Wumiao, Xiaomiao, Zhang Ling, and others came back. After they found out that the rumor maker was Wei Tiangong, they were all shocked. Angry. Wei Tiangong, you are going too far. The head teacher treats you so well, and makes you the class committee member and the dormitory head. How dare you slander our head teacher like this? Zhang Ling almost stabbed Wei Tiangong in the nose and reprimanded him, but now she knew that the rumor-monger Ling Yin said was actually Wei Tiangong. Long Wu squinted at Wei Tiangong, shook his head in disdain, and sat back in his seat. Miao Xiaomiao's strength, she heard this before entering the classroom, and she didn't bother to look at Wei Tiangong, and walked directly to her seat. These two people came to the 3rd and 6th grades of high school with their own goals. They were both people who stayed out of the matter. They both despised those who were Wei Tiangong, and they didn't bother to pay attention to him at all. The more Zhang Ling scolded, the more excited she became. She scolded not only for the head teacher, but also for her lover Ling Yun. Zhang Ling was so eloquent, thinking that Wei Tiangong wanted to harm Ling Yun, the words he said naturally became more and more ugly. Wei Tiangan was completely outraged, and Ling Yun didn't need to take action at all. Several male classmates who had long disliked Wei Tiangan shouted, "Beat him!" Boom bang bang bang. 7 or 8 boys rushed up and grabbed Wei Tiangan from his seat into the corridor between the desks, punching him in the face. Wei Tiangan was beaten by his father and mother, sobbing hard, until Ling Yun felt that it was almost the same, and then he asked the classmates to stop. "Okay, this kind of rubbish is enough to beat him and let out his anger. Just hand him over to the school to deal with." Ling Yun looked at Wei Tiangan, who had fallen into a ball on the ground, with a blue nose and a swollen face, and said lightly. As soon as Ling Yun's words came out, the students knew that Wei Tiangan's student status was definitely gone, because they had just returned from the principal's office, and Principal Zheng personally said that as long as the rumor makers were found, he would be expelled from his student status. In fact, even if Wei Tiangan is not expelled from his student status, he will not be able to stay in the 3rd and 6th grades of high school in the future. He spreads rumors to frame his head teacher, and it is still such a vicious rumor. Such people will be shouted and beaten wherever they go. Someone immediately called the head teacher and told Kong Shiru about the matter. After Kong Shiru heard it, she just told her students that they were not allowed to hit Wei Tiangan again, and she would handle everything in person when she came back. So far, the turmoil caused by Ling Yun's disappearance in the 3rd and 6th grades of high school announced its end in a way that shocked the whole school. Ling Yun didn't attend the next 2 classes, he said to Zhang Ling, instructing her to let her study with peace of mind, and then transmit the sound to Long Wu, asking Long Wu to take him to see Long Kuan. Before leaving the classroom, Ling Yun said to Miao Xiaomiao using the sound transmission technique, "We will talk about the matter between us tomorrow." When the bell of the 3rd class rang, Ling Yun and Long Wu had just walked out of the school gate. "Where's your car?" Ling Yun walked outside the door, looked at the vehicles on both sides of the school gate, and asked Long Wu Dao with a smile. Long Wu smiled and said, "I came by taxi." "A taxi?" Ling Yun was stunned for a while, thinking that Long Wu, as the daughter of the boss of Qinglong, would actually take a taxi to school. Long Wu explained with a smile, "Although I can drive, I'm not old enough, so I don't have a driver's license." Ling Yun smiled and said, "Daughter of the boss of Qinglong, is it really that important to have a driver's license?" Long Wu said lightly, "For me, it is very important, because this is a rule, and it should be followed." Ling Yun said with a smile, "Yo, my beautiful lawyer, if I remember correctly, when you buy clothes, you seem to be forced to buy clothes that we like, right?" Long Wu's face turned slightly red. "Also, I remember, you seem to be dressed very cool and sexy, and you were doing pole dancing at the SOS bar." Long Wu smiled proudly, but his face turned even redder. "Also, this afternoon, it seems that someone asked me to smash their company, and I don't know which bastard came up with the idea." Before Ling Yun finished speaking, Long Wu was furious, and the strange aroma on his body instantly flourished, which was extremely tempting. "Ling Yun, you dare to call me a bastard, I'll bite you to death." After Long Wu finished speaking, he grabbed Ling Yun's arm, his head lowered suddenly, and he bit Ling Yun's hand. This is old and new hatred coming together. "Long Wu, how can you bite someone? You are a dog." Ling Yun exclaimed in shock. Long Wu didn't care. The film and television took a bite in Ling Yun's hand, and then he said breathlessly, "Who asked you to scold me? This time it's even, and you let me slap me in the face, I'll remember it for you. Check it out, sooner or later it will be counted with you." After finishing speaking, Long Wu picked up Ling Yun's hand again, and asked lightly, but with a bit of distress, "Does it hurt?" To be continued. To be continued. Originally from Reading Net. Do you think it hurts? Ling Yun raised his hand to Long Wu's eyes, and a circle of red tooth marks were clearly visible. Please go to the latest chapter. Longwu doesn't know martial arts, so Ling Yan didn't dare to use the Dying Gathering Star treasure art. He was afraid that Longwu's white and neat teeth would be broken. Longwu bit her slightly thick and sexy lower lip, her face as pure as Snow Lotus was slightly blushing, and she said, "Who asked you to scold me?" Ling Yan smiled slightly, "Get in the car." The two got into the Land Rover Range Rover one after another. Ling Yan started the Land Rover, asked the direction of the Dragon Dance, turned the car and drove away. "I shouldn't have been so rude that day, but you shouldn't let people beat me, it's domineering and savage. Do you know how painful those 2 slaps are?" Ling Yan drove silently. In the United States, people are very open and respect everyone's free space. I wear cool and sexy clothes, which is my personal preference. Besides, when I go to a place like Diba, it is originally a place to relax and go. Who knew I would meet you? Ling Yan finally turned his head after hearing this. He glanced at Longwu's fiery body, he smiled and said, "It's very open, isn't it? Then why don't you wear a little less?" Longwu rolled her eyes at Ling Yan, and said in a sullen voice, "I know what you want to say. There are many naked blondes on the famous beaches in many European and American countries." Ling Yan listened to Wei Wei for a while, thinking that there is still such a good place. It must be enjoyed in the future and must not be missed. However, Ling Yan thought about it in reverse and couldn't help staring at Longwu with strange eyes. He frowned slightly and asked, "I said, you wouldn't have tried wearing nothing on the beach, would you?" Longwu's face turned red again, and the strange fragrance emanating from her body permeated the entire interior of the car. She groaned, "What are you thinking? People are not yet 18 years old, okay? How is that possible?" "Oh, that's good. Then I can rest assured." Ling Yan let out a long sigh of relief and increased the speed slightly. When Longwu heard Ling Yan's reassurance, she was inexplicably overjoyed. She turned her head boldly to stare at Ling Yan's handsome profile, and asked, curiously, "Ling Yan, you disappeared for 6 days last week. Where did you go?" Ling Yan said lightly, "North Hubei Province." Shenangjia is located in North Hubei Province, more than 1,000 kilometers away from Qingshui City, which is a good explanation. Hebei Province. God, what are you doing in Hubei Province when you have nothing to do? Longwu was even more strange. Murder. Ling Yan said casually. Ah? You went to Hubei Province to kill? Did you kill? Longwu was shocked. Ling Yan smiled indifferently, "The people I want to kill usually can't escape from my palm." Longwu was stunned because Ling Yan talked about killing people. It seems like the most normal thing to do. Who did you kill? Come to Huaxia. The Orientals who want to steal Huaxia's national treasure. Ling Yan said bluntly. Longwu was stunned in her heart and stopped asking questions. Ling Yan shocked her this time, and she needed to digest it well. Ling Yan concentrated on driving, occasionally asked the direction of Longwu, and galloped all the way to the northwest of Qingshui City. While driving, he received a call from Tai Xiaohu, saying that it was Qingyun Film and Television Company. It has been smashed into rubble. Ling Yan just sneered after hearing this, and gave Tai Xiaohu a few words, then hung up the phone. Half an hour later, Land Rover stopped in front of a very quiet and low-key courtyard, which is the home of Longwu. Qingshui City has a unique geographical environment, with mountainous areas in the northwest and southwest. Although there is no particularly high mountain, each mountain is full of lush vegetation, surrounded by green water, beautiful scenery, and far away from the hustle and bustle of big cities, which is very suitable for leisure and seclusion. Qinglong Boslong Kuan. I live in a single-door courtyard in the northwest mountainous area. In the courtyard, there is an exquisite and elegant villa, with green trees and red walls, the fragrance of birds and flowers, and the air is very fresh and pleasant. My dad is already waiting for us at home, let's go in. Long Wu got out of the car. Jiao smiled and urged Ling Yun to go in. Uncle Long really knows how to choose places. Ling Yunqin said that it is good to have money and ability, and they will occupy all the good places. Ling Yun and Long Wu walked into the courtyard door and saw Long Kuan sitting on a bamboo chair in the courtyard, carefully brewing kung fu tea. There were 3 cups of tea on the mahogany coffee table, apparently waiting for Ling Yun and Long Wu to arrive. Seeing Ling Yun come in, Long Kuan stood up with a smile and greeted Ling Yun. Ling Yun is here, sit down, the tea is just right. Ling Yun nodded, smiled naturally, and said hello to Long Kuan, then walked across to Long Kuan, and sat down without being polite. Long Kuan sat down and stared at Ling Yun for a while, then nodded in satisfaction, poured a cup of tea for Ling Yun himself, and said with a smile, Long Jing, have a taste. Ling Yun picked up the teacup, smelled the aroma of the tea with his nose, and drank it all in one go, only to feel that his mouth was full of fragrance, and couldn't help but praised, good tea. Long Wu laughed and couldn't help but groaned, really, I don't even know how to taste tea. Do you use tea as boiled water? Ling Yun smiled indifferently and said, I don't know how to drink tea. You can teach me if you have a chance, but I won't pay tuition. Long Kuan looked at it and laughed. He also took a sip of the tea, put it down gently, and asked Ling Yun, do you have time to eat here tonight? Ling Yun shook his head directly, Uncle Long, I really can't do it today. I have too many things to do these days. I came here this time to express my gratitude to you. I will stay here for an hour at most and leave. No one knows how powerful Long Kuan is in Jiangnan province and Qingshui city, but they all know that Qinglong is very strong. Long Kuan can get to know someone in almost minutes. He has followed Ling Yun for so long, and of course he knows that Ling Yun is very busy. Regardless of Long Wu's frowning and pouting, Long Kuan didn't force Ling Yun, he smiled and nodded and said, well, the business is important. After the busy days are over, I will come to sit at home specially. For the Linjiang garden, thank you Uncle Long. Ling Yun saw that Long Kuan's words were very straightforward and not sloppy at all, so he didn't beat around the bush, and went straight to the point. Long Kuan smiled and said, it's just a small matter, you don't have to take it to heart. I went there the day before yesterday, in fact, mainly to see you. Look at me? Ling Yun was stunned for a moment, thinking how long has the boss, Qinglong, been following me, what do you see me doing? Ling Yun asked in confusion, Uncle Long, I beat your subordinates and stole your favorite, General Tai Xiaohu, from you. Why didn't you trouble me, but offered to help me instead? Long Kuan stared at Ling Yun with kind eyes, with a kind smile on his face. Ling Yun, since you're willing to respect me as Uncle Long, then I'll take it upon myself to be a big one, and I'll call you a nephew. My nephew, you heard it clearly, you didn't fight my subordinates, and you didn't grab my favorite general, because Qinglong was originally yours. What? Ling Yun was immediately shocked, and almost didn't jump up from his seat. Uncle Long, are you joking? You said. Qinglong. Qinglong is mine? Ling Yun couldn't calm down for a while. Long Kuan was calm and leisurely, he motioned Ling Yun to continue drinking tea with his eyes, and then said with 100% certainty, yes, Qinglong is yours, you can accept it or not, anyway, Qinglong is yours. Once again confirmed by Long Kuan, Ling Yunzhong Air King Kong was puzzled, he frowned and scratched his head, wondering, why? The underworld power of Qinglong has been rampant in Jiangnan province for more than 10 years. Now Long Kuan actually said that Qinglong belongs to Ling Yun. This kind of favor is too great, even Ling Yun can't keep calm for a while. Of course, for the current Ling Yun, he still doesn't take Qinglong's power in his eyes, he is mainly strange. Long Kuan poured Ling Yun a cup of tea again, then said with a smile, nephew, it seems that your mother hasn't told you anything yet, so let me tell you. Ling Yun's heart moved, it turned out that this matter had something to do with his mother, Qin Qiuyue, so this matter seemed to be easier to understand. My nephew, 17 years ago, when I brought Wu'er to Qingshui City, I was chased by my enemies. At that time I was seriously injured. It was your mother who took action and saved my life and Wu'er's life. At that time I was an orphan and had to take care of Wu'er, so I couldn't repay my life-saving grace, so I took the initiative to make a baby kiss with your mother, and promised that when Wu'er grew up, I would marry you and be yours wife. When Long Kuan said this, Long Wu was too embarrassed to speak. She stomped her feet, pouted her lips, blushed and said, "Who wants to marry him as a wife, so arrogant and domineering?" Ling Yun was immediately dumbfounded. He looked up at Long Kuan in astonishment, and then turned to look at Long Wu, who was too embarrassed. He murmured, "Baby kiss? Wife. This is simply a pie from the sky. I didn't expect my mother to play such a trick and find my wife 17 years ago. Dad, what are you talking about? You are ashamed." Seeing Ling Yun staring at her, Long Wu was so embarrassed that she couldn't sit still anymore. She stood up and said a coquettish anger, twisted her body and ran into the house. Long Kuan didn't mind either, he just laughed, and then said to Ling Yun, "Your Uncle Long has only one daughter, and he thinks that he has cultivated quite well in the past 17 years. Tell me, is Qinglong yours?" Ling Yun was not shocked for too long, he quickly reacted, and said in his heart that if this is the case, then Qinglong really belongs to me. "Don't talk about Qinglong, if Long Wu really married me, all of Long Kuan's property would be mine, and of course it would not be possible for others to be cheaper." But, can the baby be counted as well? An imperceptible cunning flashed in Long Kuan's eyes, and he said with great certainty, "Your mother nodded her head back then, do you think it counts?" Of course Long Kuan was lying to Ling Yun, but Qin Chuyue politely refused, but this was 17 years ago, Qin Chuyue was not here, and now only Long Kuan knew, he naturally said whatever he wanted. Ling Yun's performance is against the sky, what a character like Long Kuan, if he can't catch such a good son-in-law, he will be a waste. Uncle Long, I have to wait for my mother to come back, I will ask it clearly, and then I will do it according to my mother's wishes. The tree that Qin Chuyue planted, Ling Yun, can finally enjoy the shade. To be continued. To be continued. Dragon Emperor Wushan only represents the author's point of view. If you find that its content is in violation of national laws, please delete it. The position is only dedicated to provide a healthy and green reading platform. Thank you all. Long Wu was wrapped in a fragrant scent, and suddenly rushed out of the villa. She ran directly to Long Kuan's side, hugged Long Kuan's arm and said coquettishly, "Dad, I don't want to marry him, I to be with you forever." Ling Yun was a little amused when he heard it. He held the teacup and looked at the blushing Long Wu with a wicked smile. He looked at her tall stature, hot and tender body, and his eyes were bold and presumptuous. Ling Yun also deliberately sniffed the fragrance emanating from Long Wu's body, thinking that this face, this figure, and this fragrance are very suitable for being a wife. Long Wu saw Ling Yun's pride and felt even more embarrassed. She shook Long Kuan's arm and said, "Dad, you forgot, Ling Yun was beaten up last time, and it still hurts." Long Kuan gave Ling Yun a meaningful look, and said with a laugh, "This is the matter of the two of you, I don't care." Ling Yun Xuanhuan, heart said that Uncle Long is really simple enough, I have only met Long Wu a few times, just because of an inexplicable baby kiss, we became a couple? Long Wu was even more shy when she heard this, but her shyness did not last long. She stretched out her jade-like arm like a lotus root to Ling Yun across the mahogany table, spread her beautiful palm in front of Ling Yun, and said arrogantly, "Bring it." Ling Yun was at a loss, and asked in confusion, "What did you bring?" Long Wu stomped his feet heavily and stared, what else could it be, a betrothal gift. Sturdy, so sturdy. Ling Yun rubbed his nose, looked at Long Wu like a monster, and said, "Didn't you keep saying that you won't marry me? If you don't marry, what kind of dowry do you need?" Long Wu's slender and fair pink neck raised, and said condescendingly, if you don't marry, you won't get married, and the betrothal gift will be the betrothal gift. These are two different things, bring it here. Ling Yun didn't answer, but focused his gaze on Long Wu's round buttocks, thinking about where to hit Long Wu's but the most powerfully, and how high the slap would be. Where are you looking? Long Wu saw Ling Yun's malicious gaze. She quickly covered her round buttocks with her hands, blushing and pouting coquettishly. Ling Yun laughed, teasing Long Wu and said, my wife is disobedient, I'm wondering if I should use family methods. You. If you dare to hit me again, I won't kill you. Long Wu's face was shy, and she gave Ling Yun a biting expression. Long Kuan laughed. Make a pair and see nothing. Without hearing anything, he looked up at the green hills around the yard. It seemed that everything had nothing to do with him. Do you really want a dowry? Ling Yun smiled at Long Wu's slender and attractive body. Long Wu Jiao snorted, of course I want it, but a fool doesn't want it. If I leave it with you, I don't know which vixen you will give it to one day. Ling Yun's expression froze, thinking that Long Wu's guess was right. Yi Mingzhu gave Shui Mining 18 pieces, and just gave another one to Kong Xiaoru, and he was going to surprise Xiaoru soon. It's been sending out all the time. It's okay if you want a dowry, but you have to promise to marry me, and I'll give it. Ling Yun deliberately teased Long Wu. Long Wu refused to give in an inch of land. If you want me to marry you, you must first let me like you, otherwise we will not talk about it, but you must give me this dowry first. This is clearly the rhythm of stalking. Ling Yun was helpless, so he had to take out 2 night pearls from the space ring, then spread out his palms, and said, I'll give you both, are you satisfied? Long Wu had seen 2 of Ling Yun's night pearls in the Linjiang garden, and when she saw Ling Yun, she had escaped both of them. A dazzling look flashed in her beautiful eyes. It's almost. Long Wu carefully took the 2 night pearls from Ling Yun's hands and held them in both hands. The slanting sunlight in the afternoon shines on the night pearl through the gaps in the leaves, and the splendid light refracted makes the face of the dragon dance dazzling and delicate. Dad, for you. Long Wu glanced at Ling Yun with a blushing face, then turned to look at Long Kuan. Long Kuan did not go to see his precious daughter. He first nodded to Ling Yun, then said with a smile, Wooer, since Ling Yun has given you the dowry, you can keep it well, you don't need to ask me. N. Long Wu shyly nodded in agreement, then glanced at Ling Yun affectionately and said, you have a conscience, but they didn't promise to marry you, and it depends on your performance. Ling Yun said in his heart that you can just pretend, keep pretending. If you don't want to marry me, why would you go to Qingshui No. 1 middle school and sit at the same table with me? Ling Yun laughed and said, it depends on how I behave. Long Wu's beautiful eyes glared and said, you are not allowed to bully me again, and also, you are not allowed to be so careless in the future, and you have an incomprehensible relationship with many girls. Ling Yun said in her heart that I won't bully you. I want to make out with Lin Minghan when I go back tonight. I want to take care of my affairs before I even enter the door. It's too broad. He was non-committal and said with a smile, you don't have to worry so much, I also need to see your performance. If your performance is not good, I will cancel the engagement with you at any time and take back the dowry. Although Long Wu's face was shy, she said angrily, you dare. But after she finished speaking, she whispered, what do you want me to do? Ling Yunxin said that Long Wu is really a double-faced baby, and she is arrogant and willful, even more than the little demon girl Shui Mining. He looked up at Long Wu's pure face without makeup, and said lightly, do 2 things first. First, you are not allowed to wear such brain-dead makeup on your face in the future. With such a beautiful face, you have to paint yourself. It's like a living ghost, is it fun? As for the second one, just wear a little more in the future. After listening to the first sentence, Long Wu just wanted to argue, but when she heard Ling Yun's second sentence, she felt ashamed and joyful. but she still snorted, even how people wear makeup and what clothes they wear, really. No. Take care of you. As Longwu spoke, he glared at Ling Yun viciously, holding 2 night pearls in both hands, and carefully walked back to the villa. Long Kuan has been listening happily to the little couple bickering and sparring. The two do not help each other. Until Longwu entered the villa, he smiled and sighed and said, "My nephew, this daughter of mine has been used by me since she was a child. If it's broken, please let her be more in the future, but don't worry, Wu has been educated in the United States for 6 years, and she is a graduate student of law at Harvard University, so she actually understands the truth." Ling Yun naturally knew that Longwu was actually a very measured person, and her heart was very strong. She was too independent, too assertive, and had a rebellious and perverse character, which only highlighted her true temperament. Ling Yun liked this kind of thing very much. Feel. He smiled slightly. "I know, Uncle Long." Long Kuan nodded, coughed lightly to clear his throat, then smiled, and started talking to Ling Yun about the business. "My dear nephew, the officialdom in Qingshui City is shaking. I think it will be over in a few days. Luo Heavy will collapse at any time. What are your plans next?" Ling Yun smiled lightly and said, "Uncle Long, I am still a high school student. The most important thing in front of me is the college entrance examination. I promised my mother that I must be admitted to Yenqing University." Long Kuan nodded and pondered, "That Qinglong." Ling Yun had already thought about it. He smiled and said, "Uncle Long, you have worked so hard to manage Qinglong for so many years. Are you really willing to give him to me?" Long Kuan chuckled, "Nephew, Uncle Long knows that you are very strong, and maybe he doesn't like Qinglong at all, but I'm not boasting. Qinglong is definitely a very strong force in our Jiangnan province, especially Qingshui City. Since a man wants to do big things, it is not enough to rely on only one person. Sooner or later, he will need manpower. Now that Uncle Long is old, he is gradually unable to do what he wants. Besides, it is no longer suitable for me to be with these teens and 20s every day, so you can take over as soon as possible. In this way, I can also retire early and be at peace." Seeing what Long Kuan said, Ling Yun knew that he had already made up his mind to retire, so he smiled lightly. "Uncle Long, in fact, I have established a force yesterday, called Judgment, and the first one was accepted by Linjiang Road. Daoyong's group over there. I put Tai Xiaohu in charge of this." Long Kuan laughed and said, "Daoyong? You have to make offerings to our Qinglong every month. I think he understands the rules, so he has not been touched. Now you have taken his troops. Judgment. This name is not bad, it's quite domineering. I did intend to cultivate Tai Xiaohu for 2 years, and he also made a name for himself in Qinglong. Well, you let Tai Xiaohu come to me today, and I will let him start to take care of Qinglong's affairs in an all-round way. What do you think?" Ling Yun actually meant the same thing. He didn't have time to deal with the trivial matters of the gang. He accepted Qinglong just so that when he wanted to do something, he could call in enough people. As for the rest, he didn't bother to get involved. Ling Yun nodded and said yes, and then heard Long Kuan say, "We Qinglong, 2 things are very important. One is the roster of each hall, and the other is Qinglong's account book. You see if this is for you, or directly for Iron Tiger." Ling Yun knew that Long Kuan was a little worried about Tai Xiaohu, so he smiled confidently and said, "Uncle Long, Tai Xiaohu, I'm very relieved." Ling Yun didn't need to say more, he only said this sentence. Long Kuan understood it, couldn't help laughing dumbly, and said, "It seems that Uncle Long has been thinking too much. That's good, then I will give it all to him. Don't worry, Uncle Long, there is absolutely no problem." After the two finished talking about this matter, Long Kuan suddenly glanced at the living room, then lowered his voice and said to Ling Yun, "Nephew, the man is too good, there will definitely be more girls around, a manly man, how many are there? It's normal to be a confidant. Although Wu is stubborn, she is open-minded and understands in her heart. Sometimes you bicker over this matter, don't worry about it." When Ling Yun heard this, he thought that such a reasonable old man couldn't find it even with a lantern, so he directly said to Long Kuan through voice transmission, "Uncle Long, please rest assured, I'll just get used to her." To be continued. To be continued. Uncle Long, just now I asked Tai Xiaohu to lead people and smashed Qingyun Film and Television Company to pieces. Ling Yun and Long Kuan laughed and chatted for a while. Ling Yun suddenly talked about this matter. He wanted to hear the opinion of Long Kuan, the underworld boss. Long Kuan just smiled lightly. "Good job, this company has been operating in Qingshui City for a few years, and it has done some deeds to harm female college students and force the good to become a prostitute, but it's just a machine for some dignitaries to choose their lover. Xiaomi, it's smashed. It's smashed, don't worry about it." Ling Yun nodded knowingly, and continued to ask, "Uncle Long, you said, what should I do with the two rubbish Tian Buotao and Golian Shan?" Long Kuan smiled and said, "To be honest, these two people are of no use to you anymore, especially that Tian Buotao, he has only one mouth left to speak. As for Golian Mountain, if you want, you can use him to knock Lianqing for a sum of money." Ling Yun had this intention, but Long Kuan changed his words and said, "However, in my opinion, it is better to hand over these two people directly to Tang Tianhao, Secretary of the Municipal Party Committee Li Yifeng, and Deputy Director of the Public Security Bureau Tang Tianhao, who have been waiting for a long time. With the opportunity to uproot Luo Zheng's side, these two are undoubtedly the best breakthrough." Ling Yun frowned and said, "But Uncle Tang is still suspended, and Secretary Li is also being investigated by the Disciplinary Inspection Commission." Long Kuan smiled leisurely, "Nephew, you don't really understand the affairs of the officialdom. I tell you, Li Yifeng is the top leader of Qingshui City, Tongtong's deputy provincial cadre. As for Tang Tianhao, his father is an old general. This time both of them are in trouble at the same time. It can be said that they are all related to you. However, the most important factor here lies in the Sun family. Sun Tianbiao came to Qingshui City aggressively to make troubles and made a lot of noise, so they were caught off guard. Now, you kicked the Sun family away. This mountain, with the foundation of these two people in Jiangnan province, wants to make a comeback. It is only a matter of moments. If I judge correctly, there should be news today." As Long Kuan spoke, his eyes flickered with a smile. "It seems that everything is well thought out." Sure enough, his voice just fell. Ling Yun's cell phone rang. Ling Yun took out his cell phone and saw that it was Tang Meng calling. Ling Yun immediately connected the phone, only to hear Tang Meng's excited shout from the other end of the phone, "Brother Yun, it's done, it's cool, haha." Ling Yun asked with a smile, "What's the matter? It makes you so happy that you can't even talk about it?" Tang Meng laughed and said, "Brother Yun, it's a big happy event. Two pieces of good news. First, the team of the Disciplinary Inspection Commission investigating Uncle Li was withdrawn today, and no farts were found. Second, my father has been reinstated. And now he has taken office. Not only that, but also the acting police chief of our Qingshui City." Ling Yun raised his head and glanced at Long Kuan in surprise, thinking that Jiang was really old and hot. He immediately asked Tang Meng again, "Then how is Luo Zheng now?" Tang Meng laughed wildly and said, "Luo Zheng? Same as my father's original crime, temporary suspension. Quarantine review. He has collapsed." Ling Yun said in his heart, "Why so fast?" He couldn't react for a while, so he asked Tang Meng, "Then what should we do now?" Tang Meng said on the phone, "No need to do anything, Brother Yun, my father just called me, and he is looking for you now, asking you to hand over Gulianshan and Tian Buotao to him." This was really what he wanted. Ling Yun directly told Tang Meng the address. Let Tang Meng drive over to find him now, and then hang up. He rushed to Long Kuan and said excitedly, "Uncle Long, it's amazing, Secretary Li and Uncle Tang have turned the tables." Long Kuan had already heard it, and he laughed and said, "Speaking slowly about official affairs can torture people to death, but speaking quickly, the situation will change overnight. turning the world upside down. It's nothing. After speaking, Long Kuan took out his mobile phone, dialed a phone number, briefly explained a few words, and then hung up quickly. Okay, I've made arrangements. When Tang Meng arrives, you take him to hand over those 2 people to the police, and the rest is waiting for the underdog. This time, Luo Zheng is completely finished. Ling Yun nodded with a smile. The big event above his head was another one. Tang Meng arrived here in only 20 minutes. After he got out of the car and entered the door, he first greeted Long Kuan respectfully, and then explained the situation to Ling Yun in detail. After Ling Yun heard it, he directly bid farewell to Long Kuan. Long Kuan did not hold back, but just gave the 2 an address and a phone number, saying that Gulianshan and Tian Buetao would be locked there. Long Wu had already come out. She saw Ling Yun was going to leave. She felt a little reluctant, and wanted to go with Ling Yun, but was stopped by Long Kuan. After Ling Yun and Tang Meng left, Long Kuan said to his daughter who kept complaining about him, "Wooer, have you forgotten what Dad told you? Ling Yun's talent in the sky is definitely not something in the pool. The small city of Qingshui will never be able to contain him. Don't think about occupying him alone. As long as you can do what you need to do, I think Ling Yun should do it. We'll see it." A Land Rover and a Hummer were driving towards a dilapidated factory building in Qingshui City. Gulianshan and Tian Buetao, who were guarded by Ling Yun and Qinglong's people, were imprisoned here. On the way, Tang Meng had already called Tang Tianhao and asked him to send someone to arrest him, so when the 2 arrived by car, Kong Ruiyong, the captain of the criminal police brigade, also happened to be there with someone. Ling Yun and Tang Meng got out of the car, respectively, and exchanged a few words with Kong Ruiyong. Although Kong Ruiyong forgot who Ling Yun was, he was very polite to Ling Yun because he was instructed by Tang Tianhao. Qinglong's little brothers walked out with Tian Buetao and Gulianshan, who had lost their souls, and were taken directly into the police car by the police. Of course, Qinglong's people did not go all the way with the police. After they finished their work, they respectfully asked Ling Yun if he had anything else to do. Ling Yun was naturally fine, and smiled and told them what to do. Ling Yun told Kong Ruiyong that there are 2 more recordings, both of which are in Liang Fengyi's hands. If they need it, they can go directly to get it. Kong Ruiyong nodded to show his understanding, then said goodbye to Ling Yun and Tang Meng, and returned to the police station with his own people. After Qinglong and the police left, Ling Yun called Tai Xiaohu and asked him to see Long Kuan, and everything obeyed Long Kuan's arrangement. After Tang Meng was excited, he asked Ling Yun what to do next. Ling Yun asked with a smile, "Tell me, is Luo Zheng really dead this time?" Tang Meng chuckled, "Brother Yun, don't worry, Uncle Li and my dad have been looking forward to this day for a long time. They just suffered such a big loss. How could they let it go after they finally took the opportunity this time?" Luo Zheng? Ling Yun asked again, "What about the Xie family? Can you also bring the Xie family with you this time? Bring them down in one fell swoop?" Tang Meng scratched his head and said, "It's hard to say, it depends on whether Luo Zheng will bite Xie Zhenting out, but Xie Zhenyan dared to beat me up like that. My father is full of anger, definitely not. Let the Xie family feel better." Ling Yun smiled slightly and said, "Have you found Xie Zhenyan and Go Junfa?" Tang Meng shook his head dejectedly. "I asked many of my friends to inquire about them, but I couldn't find out at all. They were obviously hidden by their family members, and most likely they are no longer in Qingshui City." Ling Yun patted Tang Meng's shoulder. "Don't worry, you can run away from the monks, but not the temple. When we clean up their fathers, if you don't believe me, we won't be able to find out their hiding places. Did your sister Ro call you?" Ling Yun was always apologetic to Yao Ro, and he was eager to make amends to Yao Ro. Tang Meng shook his head and said, "No, but I called her and asked her if she wanted me to help. She said she would take a look around first." Ling Yun smiled and said, "That's fine, but you have to pay more attention. If you have a good house, just tell me directly. It's better not to be too far from the ordinary clinic. Tang Meng nodded, then seemed to remember something, grinned and said distressed, Brother Yun, you really let Tai Xiaohu smash Qingyun Film and Television this afternoon? I heard Tai Xiaohu say that now Qingyun Film and Television Company, it was smashed into pieces, and the whole thing is horrible. Ling Yun smiled, yeah, alright, don't worry about it, now we want money, and people, it's not easy to open a film and television company by ourselves. After Ling Yun finished speaking, he asked Tang Meng the time, knowing that the school was about to end, so he stopped talking nonsense with him, and hurriedly explained a few words to Tang Meng, and drove to the school by himself. He was going to pick up Ning Lingyu and take her back to Villa No. 9 in Qingshui Bay. In fact, there are 4 evening self-study sessions in the evening of the 3rd year of high school, but Ling Yun no longer intends to let her sister study in the evening at school. According to Ning Lingyu's academic performance, it is absolutely unnecessary to spend that time in school. With this time, it is better to let Ning Lingyu spend more time with Qin Dongxue, she can learn more really useful things. In the school, the 3rd grade of the 1st class. The school bell rang. Ning Lingyu still sat quietly in her seat to review, waiting for Ling Yun to pick her up and go home. Zhuang Mena sat in her seat. She got up several times and wanted to go over to find Ning Lingyu, but she sat down again. She wanted to apologize and reconcile with Ning Lingyu, but she couldn't find the courage in her heart. Zhuang Mena's pretty face was flushed, she secretly turned her head, looked at Ning Lingyu's dreamy and beautiful face, and kept cheering for herself. If you want to get Ling Yun's approval, Ning Lingyu must pass this level, and she must forgive her no matter what. This sentence, Zhuang Mena has said to herself countless times in her heart. In the end, she made up her mind, stood up with gritted teeth, twisted the waist of the water snake and walked in front of Ning Lingyu, blushing and said to Ning Lingyu, I want to talk to you. Continued. To be continued. Ning Lingyu raised her head slightly, her eyes were clear, her long eyelashes trembled slightly, she looked at Zhuang Mena, whose pretty face was flushed, and then smiled, okay. Please search, #, to see the most complete. Update is the fastest. Novel. Ning Lingyu stood up gently and said to Zhuang Mena, there are too many people in the classroom, let's go out and talk. The students in class 1 of Senior 3 saw this scene, and they were all shocked. Zhuang Mena, who said that she was high above, actually took the initiative to find Ning Lingyu, and she was like a lowly maid. This is really rare. Ning Lingyu and Zhuang Mena came to the outside of the classroom one after another. The two walked to the railing and stood still. Ning Lingyu said very calmly, if you have anything, just talk about it here. Zhuang Mena's face was flushed to the bottom of her ears, she bit her lip lightly, before lowering her head for a long time and said, Lingyu, I treated you badly in the past, I already know that I was wrong, can you forgive me? Being able to say this to Ning Lingyu was actually not easy for Zhuang Mena. She almost forced herself to finish speaking in one breath, and then lowered her head, not daring to look at Ning Lingyu's eyes. Unexpectedly, Ning Lingyu just smiled faintly, very calm, she said sweetly, you called me out, so it was for this matter? Zhuang Mena was extremely ashamed, her delicate body trembled slightly, she nodded quickly, and did not speak. Ning Lingyu smiled and said, I have met your sister. She lived in my house for 2 days. She is a very good person, and gets along well with me. Zhuang Meifeng lived in Ling Yun's house. This was the first time Zhuang Mena heard it, she was a little surprised. Zhuang Mena said stunned, my sister? She lived in your house for 2 days? Ning Lingyu nodded lightly and said indifferently, yes, I went there on the afternoon of the last day of the Qingming festival holiday. At that time, my house was being decorated. She helped a lot in the past. She didn't rush back until she heard that something happened to your house. Zhuang Mena murmured, so that's the case, but my sister never told me about it. Ning Lingyu smiled and said, "You don't need to ask me to forgive. Because you have never hurt me, our destiny is different, you are a high princess, all your performances may be because of this, it does not count wrong." Really, didn't hurt you? Xuanhuan thought about her performance in the past 3 years, and suddenly felt a little ashamed. Can't wait to find a hole to dig in. To say that 3 weeks ago, Xuanhuan was indeed a high princess. And she is also proud of it, and almost ignores anyone, but now, the real princess is not her, but Ning Lingyu standing in front of her. Ning Lingyu, who has an ethereal and dreamy temperament, and is as beautiful as a fairy, is like a fairy who doesn't eat fireworks on earth. She just stands there quietly, exuding a kind of brilliance that can't be seen directly. She is not proud, but she interprets unspeakable pride, which makes people feel ashamed. It turned out that the only thing Xuanhuan had more than Ning Lingyu was money, because her family was the richest man in Qingshui City, while Ning Lingyu was just a commoner school flower. The family is extremely poor. But now, what Xuanhuan has, Ning Lingyu has all, but what Xuanhuan doesn't have, Ning Lingyu has a lot more than her. Whether it's appearance or temperament. In terms of academic performance, etc., Ning Lingyu can compare Xuanhuan, not even at all. However, these are not important, the important thing is that Ning Lingyu has a big brother, Ling Yun. Xuanhuan is very clear. Ling Yun, who dared to chop up Sun Tianbiao of the Sun family alive, represents what exactly, she knows this better than anyone in the school, because she saw it with her own eyes. After Xuanhuan saw that scene, she already understood why Ling Yun was able to rise strongly in the school, call the wind and call the rain, and lead the way, because everything Ling Yun showed had already exceeded many areas within her cognition. In such Ling Yun's eyes, money is really nothing. Of course, there are still many things that Xuanhuan doesn't know. If she knew that Ning Lingyu's mother was actually a member of the Qin family, one of the most famous families in China, then she would probably have burrowed into the cracks by now. Ning Lingyu's expression remained the same, there was even a trace of pity in her eyes, but she didn't let Xuanhuan see it, she just said softly, "It's you who worry too much, you really didn't hurt me, so you don't need to ask me for forgiveness. I will spend less and less time in school in the future, so." Xuanhuan said in shock, "I'm spending less and less time in school? Why? You don't want to take the college entrance examination?" Ning Lingyu smiled slightly, the beautiful eyebrows of the distant mountains burst open, smiling like spring flowers, she did not explain. With her grades, she doesn't need to spend any more time in school. Now she just needs to wait for the college entrance examination and then take the exam. Moreover, Qing Dongxue said that she wanted to teach her a lot of things she had never been exposed to before. These all took time, and she couldn't afford to delay them. For Xuanhuan's countless provocations and vicious attacks in words, Ning Lingyu was once angry, but she never hated her. Anger and hatred are two completely different things. Besides, even if Ning Lingyu really had hatred in her heart, when she saw Zhuang Meifeng and heard that Zhuang Meifeng was her brother's boyfriend, she was relieved of Xuanhuan. In any case, Xuanhuan was Zhuang Meifeng's sister. "Then, can you ask your brother to forgive me too? I think he's mad at me." Xuanhuan whispered, she needs Ning Lingyu to do her a favor. "But I heard Ning Lingyu say lightly, you are wrong about this. My brother is rarely angry. If he is angry, he will directly solve the problem, so there is no need for him to be angry. Also, if he is really angry with you, even if I try to persuade you, it will be of no use. My brother's heart will never be affected by others. I don't care what the purpose of your conversation with me today is, I just want to tell you 2 things. First, I have never blamed you. Second, if you want me to help you intercede with your brother, I can't help you, that's your business." After Ning Lingyu finished speaking, her cell phone rang. Ning Lingyu's eyes lit up, she took out her cell phone and saw that it was indeed a call from Ling Yun. Ling Yun had already parked the car at the school gate at this time, and he directly said to Ning Lingyu on the phone, "Sister, have you asked the teacher for leave? Brother is going to take you home." Ning Lingyu giggled and said with a smile, "Please take a good vacation, you wait for me at the school gate, I will go right over." After hanging up the phone, Ning Lingyu smiled at Xuanhuan, who was in a daze, waved goodbye to her, and went back to the classroom to pack up. Seeing Ning Lingyu hurriedly leaving the classroom, Xuanhuan's tears of envy and remorse slipped down her face, and she said silently in her heart, "She is so happy." Ning Lingyu trotted all the way to the school gate. She saw Ling Yan's Land Rover directly, and quickly rushed over. Just after school, there were many students at the school gate, so Ling Yan didn't get out of the car, he didn't even stop the engine. After Ning Lingyu got into the car, Ling Yan asked with a smile, "Lingyu, what do you want to eat tonight? Let's buy it and bring it back to my aunt to eat together." Ning Lingyu's beautiful big eyes blinked at Ling Yun, and she smiled charmingly, "Tell you a secret, my aunt likes seafood the most." Ling Yun smiled and said, "That's fine, then go buy seafood." After Ling Yun finished speaking, he stepped on the accelerator. Land Rover turned around, Ling Yun drove the car and asked Ning Lingyu, "Lingyu, I'm asking for leave today, did the teacher embarrass you?" Ning Lingyu covered her mouth with a tender smile and said, "You played such a majestic show in the principal's office this afternoon. Now that the whole school knows it, who would be embarrassing me? Besides, our head teacher knows my academic performance, but he just told me not to forget to review my homework at home. It's very convenient to communicate with her on anything at home." In front of Ling Yun, Ning Lingyu didn't have to think about anything, she didn't have to worry about anything, she acted like a happy and naughty little girl. Ling Yun laughed and said, "That's good, let's go buy seafood, let my aunt eat enough at a time, haha." The two went straight to the largest supermarket, bought tens of thousands of dollars of seafood at one go, and drove back to Clearwater Bay. "Lingyu, Auntie doesn't know how to drive, or when you have nothing to do, find a way to learn to drive. As long as you learn it, I will ask Tang Meng to get you a driver's license, so you can get in and out like this. The car is also convenient to drive," Ling Yun said to Ning Lingyu. Ning Lingyu nodded seriously and said to Ling Yun, "I've also thought about it, it's better to live in Qingshui Bay, but it's too far from the city, dozens of kilometers away, and it's hard to get a taxi, it's really inconvenient." "That's fine, then when my brother is done for the past few days, I will teach you to drive. Anyway, the Maserati at home is idle." Ling Yun has already started driving now, and he can learn it as soon as he learns it. It is not difficult for Ning Lingyu, who is smart in ice and snow, to learn to drive. "Brother, to learn to drive, should you go to a regular driving school?" Ling Yun said indifferently, "The purpose of learning to drive is to be able to drive. It doesn't matter where you learn it, it matters whether you can learn it or not." Ning Lingyu could only smile and nod. After leaving the city and getting on the expressway, Ling Yun increased his speed and drove all the way, and it took less than 20 minutes to return to Villa number 9 in Qingshui Bay. "Auntie, we're back." Ling Yun drove the car into the yard and shouted loudly before getting off. Qing Dongshua's graceful figure appeared at the door of the villa, and she came to the Land Rover in a flash. "I bought something delicious to come back. I'm going to starve to death my aunt." Ling Yun and Ning Lingyu looked at each other, he smiled and said, "The seafood I bought for my aunt." Qing Dongshua was immediately surprised, and she said softly, "Really? Then get out of the car and do it, what are you waiting for?" When Ling Yun heard this, his head suddenly became dizzy. "Qing Dongshua can't even cook seafood?" Ling Yun turned his head to look at Ning Lingyu, who also said embarrassedly, "Brother, I can only steam crabs, and nothing else." After Ling Yunxin finished speaking, it seemed that he was going to be the chef today. To be continued. To be continued. Originally from Reading Net. "Ling Yun, will you do it?" Qing Dongshua stared at Ling Yun with a pair of beautiful eyes, with a hint of embarrassment in her eyes, and cautious anticipation. Qin Dongxue is the eldest among the three, and she is also Ling Yun and Ning Lingyu's aunt. If Ling Yun and Ning Lingyu can't do it, there is no doubt that she can only put the ducks on the shelves and cook for the first time in her life. Ning Lingyu actually knows how to cook, and her craftsmanship has been passed down by Qin Qiuyue. She cooks some ordinary home-cooked dishes with good color, fragrance, and taste, not much worse than Qin Qiuyue. However, it is limited to some common people's home-cooked dishes. When it comes to lobster, abalone, etc., Ning Lingyu really can't help it. Before Ling Yun's rise, she had never eaten these, let alone done it. Qin Dongxue didn't know. How could Ning Lingyu not know? Ling Yun used to be a foodie, and things like cooking have always been insulated from him. Auntie, brother. Or, let's eat something else today, and I'll cook. Ning Lingyu was worried that Ling Yun would be embarrassed, so she suggested in a low voice. Ling Xiao looked at Qin Dongxue and Ning Lingyu again, thinking that it was time to come forward. Ling Yun got out of the car, opened the trunk, raised his hand and grabbed out the 2 lobsters that were over 2 feet 7 in length. He held 2 colorful lobsters in one hand and lightly moved towards the 2 stunning beauties. I'll do it, but you 2 are going to fight me. What? Ling Yun, you really know how to do it? Qin Dongxue and Ning Lingyu never imagined that Ling Yun would actually say that he would do it, which is unbelievable. The 2 beauties couldn't help looking at each other, and then Ning Lingyu bit her delicate lips and whispered, "Brother, you have never cooked before, these 2 big lobsters cost 7,000 yuan. Ning Lingyu was worried that Ling Yun would show his power in front of Qin Dongxue and waste good things. After all, I bought a very beautiful fish tank at home, and the seawater is ready-made. These 2 big lobsters will be fine for a few days." Ling Yun smiled. "Let's go, 2 beauties, carry these abalones and crabs, and that fish, let's go to the kitchen now." Talking. He walked past the stunned Qin Dongxue and Ning Lingyu and walked directly into the villa. Lingyu. Does Ling Yun really know how to cook? Qin Dongxue carried most of the things in his hands, and only let Ning Lingyu take the fish, and asked Ning Lingyu while walking into the living room. I've never seen my brother cook. Ning Lingyu could only tell the truth. Hearing this, Qin Dongxue's 2 beautiful eyes flashed, with unconcealed pity and regret, and sighed helplessly. "It's over, it's a pity that my aunt's big lobster will be ruined by that stinky brat." Ling Yun could hear clearly in front of him, and he smiled. Without arguing, he went straight to the kitchen with 2 large lobsters. Will Ling Yun cook? Absolutely. Not only can, but his cooking skills are definitely of a super first-class level, which can be called heaven-defying. Ling Yun not only likes to eat, but also knows how to eat and cook. When he was in the great world of cultivation, even if you have reached the realm of Eidetic, you can stop eating for a long time, and it will not be difficult for your own 5 internal organs. Whether it is flying in the sky, running on the ground, or swimming in the water, as long as Ling Yun is staring at it, he has to grab it and cook it, frying, stewing, steaming, and steaming. Of course, the knowledge of cooking is purely one of Ling Yun's hobbies, and self-cultivation is very boring. The later it gets, the more boring it gets. If you can't even eat well, then life will be too boring. Ling Yun came to the kitchen. Now for him, the biggest problem is not cooking. His biggest problem is that he doesn't know how to use these high-tech equipment in the kitchen, so he must let Ning Lingyu do the trick. In such a big villa, the kitchen is naturally very large, very spacious and bright, with all kinds of kitchen equipment and kitchen utensils, and Ling Yun is dazzled. This set of knives is not bad. Ling Yun Xian said that it seemed that Tang Meng, Zhuang Meifeng and Ninger had really exhausted their minds when decorating the villa. When Qin Dongxue and Ning Lingyu entered the kitchen, he directly asked Ning Lingyu how to use these things in the kitchen, and asked Ning Lingyu to demonstrate to him one by one. Ling Yan's memory and comprehension are very unbelievable. Ning Lingyu only demonstrated it to him once, and Ling Yan understood it all. Qin Dongxue saw that Ling Yan didn't even know how to turn on and off the fire, so she was even more speechless, and said to her heart that it seemed that Ling Yan had never even entered the kitchen, so she still wanted to make seafood? Go dream. Okay, the two of you are tossing around here, Auntie, go out and sit for a while. Qin Dongxue gave up all hope for her own dinner, and kept shaking her head and walked out. Ling Yan smiled secretly in his heart. While picking up all kinds of seafood, he listened to Ning Lingyu's serious explanation and nodded frequently. Ning Lingyu knew that Ling Yan's memory was very strong, and she would never forget it, so although she knew that Ling Yan might not be able to make the seafood meal, she explained Ling Yan in great detail and seriously. Because she likes this kind of feeling with her brother, it is an indescribable warm feeling, and Ning Lingyu is happy in it. Brother, let me help you pick up that fish. Ning Lingyu told Ling Yan about the same, and was ready to take the initiative to help Ling Yan pick up that very expensive fish. Yeah. Ning Lingyu was stunned when she saw that Ling Yan was flying with his knife, scraping the fine scales of the fish cleanly, and opening it with incomparable skill. Ling Yan laughed and said, "Why, I can't believe it. I'll let you taste your brother's craftsmanship tonight." Wow, brother, where did you learn to cook? Your movements are even more proficient than your mother. Ning Lingyu was both shocked and delighted to ask, not looking at anything else, just looking at Ling Yan's sword skills. She had already made her look forward to it. Ling Yan smiled lightly and said, "Lingyu, help your brother clean up these abalones, then go out to accompany my aunt, and leave the rest to me." The lobsters and crabs were alive and kicking. Ling Yan didn't want Ning Lingyu to be caught between those things. My God, how can it be so delicious? Ling Yan didn't make Qin Dongxue and Ning Lingyu wait too long. After half an hour, the house was full of fragrance. The fragrance of all kinds of seafood wafted out of the kitchen and entered the nostrils of Qin Dongxue and Ning Lingyu, completely hooking their appetites. Qin Dongxue, who was disappointed just now. She began to wrinkle her pretty nose, and she swallowed greedily. This kid, he really knows how to cook, and he cooks it so deliciously. Qin Dongxue was stunned and began to sit still. Ling Yan's performance in the kitchen was better than his strength in battle. Even more shocked Qin Dongxue, she felt incredible. Auntie, do you like that fish to be stewed, braised, steamed, or stewed with sauce? Ling Yan's voice came from the kitchen, and he started to cook the fish. Braised. Qin Dongxue still couldn't believe it. She casually said something she liked to eat. Shit. Ling Yan started to make fish. Kindness? Wow. Qin Dongxue and Ning Lingyu suddenly smelled an intoxicating and alluring aroma at the same time, which filled the entire villa and scattered into the entire courtyard. My God, it smells so good. How can there be such a good smell? Two stunning beauties. At this time, they don't even care about maintaining their image. They feel that their noses are not enough, and they can't help opening their mouths and breathing in. So delicious. Intoxicating fragrance. Can it be delicious? Ling Yan cooking is not oil at all. He uses dragon saliva. Ling Yan can only use two words to describe: luxury. The extravagance has reached the point of defying the sky. It is estimated that if Shueshini, Dugumo, Hu Shaobai, the master of the Valley of Shini, and Long Tianyu, etc., if he knew that Ling Yan used ambergris as oil for cooking, he would be pissed to death by him. That's not to mention, Ling Yan used ginseng more than 2,000 years old to make ginger slices, and cut Polygonum multiflorum that was more than 3,000 years old for garlic cloves. As far as this luxury is concerned, let alone Dr. Xue and the others, Ling Yan is in the world of self-cultivation. It is estimated that he will also be jealous of those comprehension geniuses. Even if the Shennong clan of Shenangjia was still alive, he would probably be so angry that he vomited blood when his old man knew about it. Compared with ambergris, ginseng that has grown for more than 2,000 years, and Polygonum multiflorum that has grown for more than 2,000 years, these expensive seafoods such as lobster and abalone. It's just an insignificant condiment. All turned into a foil. Ling Yan's cooking skills are already against the sky, and with such a combination of seasonings, if the dishes are not fragrant, they will be hell. Ling Yan did this, for no other reason than because the two people waiting to eat in the living room were Qin Dongxue and Ning Lingyu. Others don't say that they have eaten these hard-to-find treasures, and they don't even have the qualifications to let Ling Yun cook for them. Ling Yun, how long will it take you to finish it? Auntie can't wait, I'm going to eat it now. Qin Dongxue was in a hurry and shouted directly into the kitchen. Hey, I'll be fine soon. Ling Yun said slowly and slowly. Let's go, bring the dishes with my aunt. Where could Qin Dongxue sit still? She stood up and called Ning Lingyu to serve the dishes. After another 10 minutes, 6 or 7 large dishes with an incomparably tempting aroma were brought to the table one after another. The color and flavor were complete, and the greedy Qin Dongxue and Ning Lingyu gulped. A few minutes later, Ling Yan put the finished lobster on a plate and brought it out, with red shell and white meat, and Ling Yan doused with some intoxicating ambergris. Forget about that greedy energy. After Ling Yan sat down, he looked at the two stunning beauties who had already prepared chopsticks and waited to start. He smiled brightly and said, "Eat it, it's specially made for the two of you." Qin Dongxue and Ning Lingyu couldn't wait for a long time, and they didn't have the slightest bit of restraint. No one is talking, so how can you talk at this time? It was so delicious that Qin Dongxue almost didn't swallow his fragrant tongue, until he burped again and couldn't eat any more. Then he clucked his mouth and stared blankly at what was left on the plate. After ordering the food, he said with an aftertaste, "It's delicious, Ling Yun, why don't you eat it?" Ling Yan had red mouth and white teeth. He smiled, "I'm afraid Auntie and Ling Yu won't be full, so wait until you're done eating before eating." Qin Dongxue and Ning Lingyu ate the unforgettable taste of the world, while Ling Yan admired the food of the two fairies, but also really understood what a beautiful meal is. To be continued. To be continued. Ning Lingyu grew up. The first time she had eaten so much, her flat and firm lower abdomen was slightly bloated, and she couldn't swallow any more. She was still reluctant to put down the chopsticks in her hand. The little beauty just finished eating in one go, and didn't even notice that Ling Yun hadn't moved his chopsticks yet. When Ning Lingyu saw that Ling Yun didn't take a bite, she couldn't help but regret, "Oh, brother, there's only so much left, you." Ling Yun sat between Qin Dongxue and Ning Lingyu. He gently wiped off a trace of white shrimp from the corner of Ning Lingyu's mouth, and smiled, "Don't worry about me, my brother is not hungry, the rest is enough for me to eat." Ling Yun finally started to eat. He ate very quickly, almost like a storm, and in less than 10 minutes, the food on the table was swept away. Qin Dongxue smiled and watched Ling Yun eat. The look in her beautiful eyes was very special. When Ling Yun finished eating, she smiled and took out a shampoo and handed it to Ling Yun, and said, "Wipe your mouth." Ning Lingyu very obediently brought warm boiled water to Ling Yun, and asked Ling Yun to drink the water to rinse her mouth. In her dreamy eyes, she was full of admiration and joy. Ling Yun knew that Qin Dongxue was in a good mood right now, so of course he couldn't miss such an opportunity, so he took the opportunity to ask for a few days off. If he wanted to be with Goddess Lin at night, how would Ling Yun have to pass the Qin Dongxue level? Otherwise there would be no door. "Auntie, I'm tonight," Ling Yun said to Qin Dongxue with a smile after eating and drinking, wiping his mouth. "There's something else, right?" Qin Dongxue stared at Ling Yun with her beautiful eyes, and the corners of her delicate lips were slightly upturned, slightly sullen. Ning Lingyu's beautiful eyes dimmed, and her attractive little mouth pouted slightly, thinking that her brother would not be home again tonight. Hee, Auntie Mingjian, I have indeed been busy with a lot of things recently, but I've been a little more busy these days and nights, as long as I'm busy this week. Ling Yun explained with a smile. Qin Dongxue looked at Ning Lingyu. After thinking for a while, she secretly said to Ling Yun's voice transmission, "Stinky boy, although you did well today and made my aunt very satisfied, but you don't live at home every day, do you know how much Lingyu worries about you?" Ling Yun also saw that Ning Lingyu was reluctant to part with him, so he had to transmit a voice to say, "Auntie. Really, this week, I killed so many people. I have to take care of the aftermath, right? I promise, after this week, I will be so busy, so I will spend some time with Lingyu at home." Qin Dongxue gave Ling Yun a sullen look. Sighing faintly, she said softly, "Okay, Lingyu, and I will give you a week. You can let go of your affairs, but only for a week." When Ling Yun heard Ruming's amnesty, he smiled and said, "1 week is definitely enough. At that time, I have to teach Lingyu how to drive, right Lingyu?" Of course, Ning Lingyu knew she couldn't keep Ling Yun. She bit her lower lip and said, "Brother, you run outside all day long, take good care of yourself, don't let me and my aunt worry." Qin Dongxue laughed when she heard it, and she patted Ling Yun's shoulder with a tender smile. He said in a warning tone, "Did you hear it? You are playing crazy outside every day. How do you know that Lingyu is worried about you every day? If this delays Lingyu's study, let's see how Auntie will deal with you." Ling Yun nodded again and again, expressing understanding, only to hear Qin Dongxue say again, "However, Auntie has 2 more conditions. First, you must go home to cook dinner every day. Second, let Lingyu find you at any time, we can't find you again." Qin Dongxue was overjoyed by Ling Yun's meal, and she was really overjoyed at Ling Yun's cooking skills. Of course, she wouldn't be idle for such a chef. Ling Yun naturally agreed. He said to Qin Dongxue through a voice transmission, "Auntie, when you practice tonight, there will be surprises. Dragon saliva, 1,000-year-old ginseng, 1,000-year-old Polygonum multiflorum, these are all treasures of heaven and earth, and they are all things that ordinary practitioners dream of." Ling Yun used it all in one meal, and he matched it very reasonably. Qin Dongxue's cultivation, naturally, has unspeakable benefits. Qin Dongxue is also a cultivator, and she is always working hard. She has noticed it now, so she smiled and nodded, and she didn't get to the bottom of it on the spot. It was getting late at this time. Ling Yun was worried that Lin Menghan would starve at home alone, so he immediately got up and wanted to leave. Qin Dongxue and Ning Lingyu went all the way to the gate of the villa, and the Land Rover who saw Ling Yun turned a corner and disappeared, and Ning Lingyu returned to the villa with a frown. Qin Dongxue stared deeply at Ning Lingyu. When the two entered the gate of the villa, she smiled sweetly and asked, "Lingyu, can't bear your brother?" Ning Lingyu's pretty face blushed, she fiddled with the corners of her clothes and said in a panic, "Why, my brother doesn't go home every day during this period of time, which makes people worry to death." Qin Dongxue smiled lightly and said, "You still don't understand your brother's world. If my aunt tells you something tonight, you will understand. Let's go." A big meal has replaced a week of freedom. Although he has to go home and cook a dinner every night, Ling Yun is very satisfied with this, and he is proud of his Land Rover. Ling Yun took out his mobile phone, and then the overwhelming number of missed calls and notifications of receiving text messages made his head dizzy. Among them, there were Lin Menghan, Shui Mining, Kong Xiuru, Yao Rou, Tang Meng, Tai Xiaohu, Zhang Ling, and others. In just a short time, there were too many people who contacted him. Of course, Lin Menghan had the most missed calls and text messages. She couldn't be sad if she didn't see Ling Yun for a moment, let alone an entire afternoon. Ling Yun hurriedly called her back first, saying that she would bring her dinner back soon, and asked her to wait patiently at home, which made Goddess Lin satisfied. Shui Mining, Kong Xiuru, Yao Rou, and Zhang Ling's text messages were all about lovesickness and longing. Ling Yun didn't favor one over another. He called them back one by one, and then called Tang Meng. Tang Meng broke the news very violently, and he came up and told Ling Yun directly that Luo Zheng had been xuanhuan, and his problem was more serious than he imagined. Ling Yun just sneered disdainfully when he heard it. Luo Zheng dared to deal with him like that. If Ling Yun hadn't considered that he was a state employee, he would have killed him directly, so why would he have kept him until now? What interested Ling Yunbei was the loan issue that Tang Meng had mentioned. This was the second time Tang Meng had raised the loan issue with him. The last time Tang Meng proposed to apply for a loan was half a month ago, after Ling Yun heard that he needed to pay interest. He rejected it on the spot, but now the situation is different. Ling Yun thinks it is feasible. Luo Zheng completely collapsed, and even if Xie Jinting's family would not be hurt, at least they would be implicated a lot. Li Yifeng is now in power again. He took control of the entire officialdom of Qingshui City, coupled with Tang Tianhao, the acting public security chief. It is even more powerful. As for Tang Tianhao, there is no doubt that the position of the director of Qingshui City Public Security is already in his pocket. The word agent on his head will be removed at any time, it is only a matter of time. On the other hand, now the boss of Qinglong, Long Kuan, gave the entire Qinglong to Ling Yun. He was instructing Tai Xiaohu and started to take over various affairs of Qinglong. In this way, Ling Yun can now be said to be in full control of the black and white of Qingshui City, saying that he is the uncrowned king of Qingshui City, absolutely worthy of it. Tang Meng is doing business under such circumstances, can there be any compensation? If this is all lost, then Ling Yun will not be needed. Tang Meng would find a piece of tofu himself and hit him to death. How much do you want to borrow? Ling Yun casually asked Tang Meng's amount. Tang Meng said excitedly, not much, let's take a loan of 100 million, otherwise I'll be sorry for my Tiandi group. 1 billion? Ling Yun couldn't help but be a little stunned when he heard it, thinking that Tang Meng's heart is really big enough. He asked in a deep voice, what business are you going to do? With that much money? Tang Meng laughed and said, Brother Yun, you don't have to worry. We must be doing a business that only makes money without losing money. I'm too lazy to do a business that makes less money. Ling Yun thought for a while and said, that's fine, then you can figure it out for yourself. Anyway, it's you who did it and not me, so I'll just say 3 words, don't lose money. Tang Meng smiled and said, Brother Yun, don't worry, if you lose everything like this, I will wave my sword from the palace to thank the world. Ling Yun asked, 100 million, this amount is not too small, can you borrow it? Tang Meng patted his chest and said, Brother Yun, please don't underestimate the face of a city party secretary and city public security chief. 100 million is just the beginning. When our project is launched, we don't need to go to the bank, the bank will rob us and send us money. Ling Yun nodded, agreeing with Tang Meng's idea. He told Tang Meng that the two would find a time to meet tomorrow and plan what to do next, and then hung up the phone. According to Tang Meng's current mood, he can't wait to meet with Ling Yun for a detailed discussion immediately, to express all the various ideas that he has been brewing, but Ling Yun has more important things tonight. How can he have time to talk to Tang Meng about money, so boring topic? Ling Yun quickly returned to the city, bought a few delicious meals, and then drove directly to the Fuhua Manor hot spring villa, and drove the car into Lin Minghan's house. Husband. Before Ling Yun got out of the car, Lin Minghan's sexy and seductive body had already appeared at the door of the villa. She was wearing only a white nightdress with lace suspenders. Legs, white flowers are crystal clear and white. Ling Yun just glanced at it, and saw the evil fire. Ling Yun swallowed a mouthful of saliva and stared at the goddess Lin, who was slowly walking towards him with burning eyes, and said dryly, Baby, can you go down? Does it still hurt? Seeing Ling Yun's fiery gaze couldn't see enough of him, Lin Minghan deliberately puffed out his amazingly tall breasts and slender waist, looked at Ling Yun with a wink and said, You're so powerful, why don't people feel pain? However, I can barely walk. Recommend a friend's masterpiece, The Magician Doctor, author, Xiao Xiaoyu ISBN, 241-1032. The brief introduction is as follows. He is a famous doctor and a genius doctor. Even if it is the person that death is staring at, if he is there, death will obediently take a detour. As long as you trust him, any of your illnesses are not a problem. This is Zheng Yang, a man known as the Messenger of God, a little flamboyant, but very cute. To be continued. To be continued. Although Fuhua Manor Hot Spring Villa is a group of villas, there are hundreds of villas in it, but the builder has fully considered the owner's private space, and there is enough distance between each villa and the adjacent villas. Lin Minghan's small villa is located at the back end of the entire villa complex. It is elegant and quiet, rarely disturbed by anyone. It can be said that when the courtyard door is closed, it is a very secret space. That's why Lin Minghan dared to wear it so boldly and came to the yard, but even so, when she came to Ling Yun, her pretty face was already blushing. So hot. Ling Yun didn't even care about the food in the trunk. He immediately hugged Lin Minghan's hot and sexy body, put his hands and mouth together, and made Lin Minghan panting in 2 or 3 times. Huh, bad guy, people are hungry. Lin Minghan wrapped around Ling Yun and said coquettishly. Ling Yun said with a wicked smile, Minghan, you want to kill me. You come out dressed like this, isn't it obvious that you want to seduce me? Otherwise, let's. Lin Minghan heard the anger, she blushed and said, how can you be here? You are so loud that people outside hear it, you are embarrassed to death. Ling Yun smiled and said, don't worry, my husband's ears are very useful. As long as someone is within 100 meters of our yard, I can definitely hear. After finishing speaking, regardless of whether Lin Minghan agreed or not, he pushed her directly beside the Land Rover, and let her hold the Land Rover with both hands and bend down the slender waist. The whole courtyard is spring. An hour later, Ling Yun was refreshed. He came to the living room with Lin Minghan, who was completely soft as mud, and placed her perfect body on the sofa gently. Ling Yun said to Lin Minghan, who was gasping for breath and blushing, hey, I'll go take a shower first, and then we'll have dinner. It's all, you've been tossed into this, how can you still eat, really? Lin Minghan said with intoxicating eyes, with his eyes slightly closed. Ling Yun smiled proudly. He went to the bathroom to take a cold shower, then went out and brought in the food, put it on the dining table and asked Lin Minghan, do you still have the strength to eat? Lin Minghan's pretty face blushed, and she barely sat upright with her snow-white tender body. Yes, but people don't dare to move now. You have to take them over to eat. By the time the two of them finished their meal, it was already 9:30 in the evening. Lin Minghan basically recovered almost, and Ling Yun hugged Lin Minghan back to the bedroom on the 2nd floor. Husband. You are not going to toss others again, are you? Lin Minghan became more and more bold. Although her voice trembled with fear, her noodles were inexplicably shy, but a pair of beautiful, there is a hint of teasing and anticipation in his eyes. Ling Yun laughed wickedly, and firstly startled Lin Minghan, but then said, that was in the middle of the night, now we have more important things. Lin Minghan couldn't help but wonder, what's the matter? Ling Yun smiled and said, Minghan. Have you noticed that after last night, your body is not the same as before? Lin Minghan blushed, biting bright red lips, and said shyly, bad people, you have been bullied several times, and you still use this to shame others. Their bodies are different from before, can't you see it? Ling Yun knew that Lin Minghan had misunderstood. He laughed and said, I'm not saying this, I'm saying that your current body is ready for cultivation. Just like me. Lin Minghan immediately knew that she had misunderstood Ling Yun's meaning. She spat shyly, and then asked with a blushing face, is that the one you said? Xuanhuan? Shamed to death. Ling Yun nodded, shook his head again, and said, double cultivation like that can only happen once. I can let you pass this time. To reach a certain level of cultivation, the rest is up to you to cultivate yourself. Ling Yun became very serious. He roughly explained to Lin Menghan, so that she could understand what was going on in cultivation. After all, Lin Menghan had never been exposed to this aspect. Fortunately, there was a lot of time, so Ling Yun was not in a hurry. He explained Lin Menghan for more than an hour. When Lin Menghan was shocked and fascinated, Ling Yun finally said, in the simplest terms, you already have inner qi, or it is called inner qi. True qi is fine, the essence is one time. In the future, you can practice some martial arts techniques, so that you will become martial arts in the future. Husband. So, I can be the same as you are now. My strength will become great, and my speed will become very fast, right? Lin Menghan asked in surprise and joy. Ling Yun nodded and smiled. In a short time, he could only explain in this way, let Lin Menghan understand first, then accept it. Lin Menghan suddenly blushed and asked, you said that people are already at the early stage of the 9th floor of the postnatal day, but why can't people feel it? Ling Yun laughed and said, let's make an analogy, for example, the water in a pond, if it is not guided by ditches, it is just a pool of stagnant water. No matter how much internal energy you have in your body, you will not be able to feel it if it does not flow. Lin Menghan nodded seriously. Ling Yun explained again with a smile, only when these inner qi, according to specific acupuncture points and meridians, with the human body's dantian as the center, begin to circulate, can you display your energy. Cultivation method, constantly improve yourself, use it to strengthen your body, you can also fight against the enemy. However, how can these inner qi circulate in the body? Lin Menghan asked a key question. Ling Yun laughed and said, this naturally requires exercises. I told you so much just to teach you the exercises, so that you can practice on your own in the future. Really? That's great. Although Lin Menghan knew that Ling Yun was going to teach her martial arts, she was overjoyed when she heard that she could practice like Ling Yun in the future. The shock Ling Yun brought her was too much. Husband, teach me quickly, I want to become as good as you. Lin Menghan couldn't wait. Ling Yun said in his heart to become as powerful as me? I'm afraid you won't count on it in your life, but he didn't want to discourage Lin Menghan's enthusiasm, so he said with a smile, okay, absolutely no problem, then you're fine, I'll teach you now. The practice Ling Yun taught Lin Menghan was called Wuji Xianbing Ju, which was also an extremely profound practice in the world of cultivation. However, although the profound Bing technique was extremely powerful, it was not suitable for men to practice. Therefore, after Ling Yun learned the secrets of this technique, he put him aside. Last night, after Ling Yun discovered that Lin Menghan had a pure Yin constitution, he remembered this set of exercises. He felt that this profound Bing technique was just tailor-made for Lin Menghan, so he passed it on to her. The profound ice art is just a method of cultivating qi. It can only be used to enhance and mobilize the mysterious Yin qi in the body, but it cannot be used to fight against the enemy. Just like Ling Yun, to temper his body, he uses the Great Evolution and Gathering Star Treasure art. To cultivate inner qi, he cultivates the yin-yang art of one qi. But when Ling Yun was fighting, he used the Tian Gang Subduing Demon Fist, the Heavenly Silence Desolation Palm, the Phantom Fish and Dragon Step, and so on. Of course, there were also many techniques that could be used for both qi and fighting. The two were indistinguishable. Ling Yun also mastered many of these techniques. But now Ling Yun only wanted Lin Menghan to cultivate his qi seriously and lay down his foundation, so he only taught her the profound ice art. When Lin Menghan has reached a certain level in her practice of the profound ice art, Ling Yun will teach her some boxing techniques, body techniques, and footwork, etc. There is no need to worry now. Ling Yun told Lin Menghan the original Wuji Xianbing art, word for word, but this exercise was extremely complicated and mysterious, and it was the first time that Lin Menghan learned it, so he couldn't remember it in a short time. Husband, it's so difficult. After Lin Menghan listened to it, he was immediately confused and completely stunned. Am I stupid? There are so many things that people can't remember at all. Ling Yin smiled lightly and said softly, don't worry, cultivation is going against the sky. Of course, it's extremely difficult. It's the first time you've heard it again, so it sounds awkward. You try to write down what I said first, and you must not miss a word, do you hear it? Lin Menghan stuck out his tongue and said, but, people can't even remember. Ling Yin smiled and said, I just tell you what's going on first, let you know first, I will write down the Wuji Xianbing art for you tonight, so that you can remember it soon. Although Lin Menghan has an excellent physique, she is not a cultivator like Tai Xiaohu and Qin Dongxue. If she can't remember it for a while, Ling Yin will naturally not mind. Ling Yin asked Lin Menghan to bring a pen and paper for him. The content of the Wuji Xianbing art, with more than 3,000 words, was written down with a wave of his hand, and then handed the exercise to Lin Menghan. Ling Yin told her with a serious look, Menghan, don't underestimate these 3,000 words. If other martial arts practitioners know about it, they will even use all means to get it, so you must strive to be in the keep it in your heart in the shortest possible time, and then burn these sheets of paper, understand? The profound Bing art that Ling Yin taught Lin Menghan, although not as good as the yin and yang art of qi, is one of the rare magic tricks. Husband, I understand, thank you. Seeing Ling Yin being so cautious, Lin Menghan couldn't help but nodded solemnly. At the same time, he did not forget to put a sip on Ling Yin's face. Lin Menghan never dreamed that Ling Yin would open a door for her, a door that she never knew and never touched. That's good, you can start memorizing them slowly now, I have to go out soon. Ling Yin smiled and took out a new set of clothes from the space ring, and said while putting on the clothes. Lin Menghan was shocked. She was anxious and worried again and said, Husband, it's almost midnight, why are you going out? Ling Yin smiled slightly, don't worry, I'll go out for a while and come back soon. To be continued. To be continued. It was already midnight, so of course Ling Yin went out to treat old Chui. Although old Chui is very mysterious, since he appeared, he can't say how good he is to Ling Yin. He almost asks for nothing in return. What Ling Yin says is what old Chui never refutes, and everything depends on him. Although old Chui has not indicated his origin and identity so far, but Ling Yin is a smart person. He has already seen that old Chui loves and protects him like his elders, so of course he will do his best to help him. Chui Lao healed. Ling Yin drove away from the Fuhua Manor hot spring villa, and took about 20 minutes to return to his villa number 1. Oh, the courtyard door is still open so late. Ling Yin saw that the courtyard gate of villa number 1 was wide open, and knew that Chui Lao and Dugumo were both half-step innate masters. To them, this courtyard door was just a decoration, and it made no difference whether it was closed or not. Just to save him the trouble, Ling Yin drove the car directly into the yard. Before he could open the door, he saw Xiaobai's lightning strike, shaking his head beside the door, waiting for Ling Yin to get out of the car. Ling Yin got out of the car with a smile, hugged Xiaobai's soft fox body in his arms, stroked her smooth fur that was better than satin, and said with a smile, Did you miss me? Xiaobai stared at Ling Yin's face with a pair of dark fox eyes. His eyes were full of grievances and grief. The huge fox body was tired in Ling Yin's arms. Ling Yun took the opportunity to observe Xiaobai's entry, and found that Xiaobai's cultivation speed was astonishingly fast, and he would change shape in 3 days. He couldn't help but secretly told Xiaobai, Xiaobai, you cannot crossing the calamity in the city, because there is a lot of movement, it will attract a lot of unnecessary trouble, so you should slow down your cultivation speed in the past few days. 3 days later, I will take you out to sea, to cross the calamity. Xiaobai is a 9-tailed celestial fox. She has superb spirituality and transforms into a calamity. She knows what's going on, so as soon as Ling Yun said it, she nodded obediently, and there was a charming smile in the fox's eyes. At this time, Cui Lao and Du Guimo had already come to Ling Yun. Old Cui was very happy to see Ling Yun coming. He laughed and said, "Little guy, my body is recovering very quickly. If you are busy, you don't have to come and treat me every day." Out of decades of habit and special love for Ling Yun, Mr. Cui always he couldn't help but want to call Ling Yun the young master. As soon as old Master Cui thought that Master Ling was coming to Qingshui, he couldn't help but feel anxious. He said that young Master Ling Yun was about to recognize his ancestors and return to the clan, and the Ling family would be reunited. I didn't know how touching the scene was by then. Ling Yun smiled lightly. "Elder Cui, this is what I should do. Besides, it's just a little effort, since it's a treatment, of course, the sooner the better, there's no delay." Du Guimo also smirked and said, "Ling Yun, can I discuss something with you?" Seeing that Du Guimo rarely makes such an expression, Ling Yun looked at him strangely, and became more careful in his heart. He smiled and said, "What's the matter? Let's talk about it first." Du Guimo's handsome eyes kept aiming at Ling Yun's left hand, and he said expectantly, "Ling Yun, can you lend me your sword to play with?" Ling Yun was shocked when he heard this. He said in his heart that there was nothing good. It turned out that Du Guimo was thinking about my dragon-marked sword, and he immediately shook his head like a rattle. "No, absolutely not, I only have this sword." Du Guimo loves the sword like his life. When he saw Ling Yun's soft dragon-marked sword, he was already itchy, and he couldn't bear to speak to Ling Yun until now. In fact, it was already very difficult. Now that Ling Yun refused on the spot, Jun's face was even uglier than eating 100 caddies of huanglian. "Just give me 2 days to play, can't I? I don't want to ask you." Ling Yun smiled and said, "Who knows if you kid will take my sword and run away, you have nothing to mortgage here." Du Guimo swears to the sky, "Ling Yun, I swear I will never run away with your sword, you can just play with me." Ling Yun still shook his head to express his disbelief, and he would not let go of Du Guimo's softness and hardships. Later, when old Cui looked at Du Guimo, he was really pitiful. He smiled and said to Ling Yun, "Little guy, Du Xiaoyu is a family of swordsmen, your sword really makes him greedy. I think it's better to take it out and let him play with it for a while. Take it back when you leave, so that's the head office." Ling Yun of course knew that Du Guimo wouldn't run away, and he still had dragon saliva in his hand. If Du Guimo ran for a sword, he would really have picked up sesame seeds and lost the watermelon. He also thought that Du Guimo was almost amused. So he smiled and said, "Okay, for the sake of Mr. Cui's intercession for you, I will lend you a play for 2 days, but after 2 days, I still have great use, you must return it to me." When Du Guimo heard the great joy, he nodded hastily and said, "Okay, just 2 days, hee, give it to me quickly." Ling Yun laughed and scolded, "Really, Guan knows the sword, and I don't know how to say thank you to Cui Lao." As he spoke, he stretched his left hand, and the dragon-marked sword instantly appeared in his hand. "For you," Ling Yun threw it into Du Guimo's hands. Du Guimo took the hilt of the sword. He thanked Mr. Cui first, and then watched it repeatedly for a long time, and suddenly said, "The scabbard is also given to me." Ling Yun smiled and said, "There is no scabbard. Swords are used to kill people. Having a scabbard is a lot of trouble." After that, he didn't care about Du Guimo anymore. He said to Cui Lao, "Cui Lao, let him play here alone, let's enter the room, and I will heal you." Ling Yun has now reached the early stage of the 6th level of body training, and the spiritual energy in his body is already majestic and vast. It is easy to use the 9 needles of the spirit pivot. This time, the treatment was completed in only half an hour. "Old Cui, your old injury has already healed 80%. If you continue at this rate, at the latest by the end of this month, you will be able to fully recover." By then, you should be able to advance to the innate realm and reach a higher level. Ling Yun pulled out the 9 golden needles and said to Elder Cui with a smile. Old Cui nodded with satisfaction, but he was thinking about Ling Lai, Ling Xiao, and other important family members who were seriously injured and whose realm was stagnant. He felt that the declining Ling family was really saved this time. Little guy, we've known each other for 3 days, so you don't want to know the origin of the old man. Old Cui looked at Ling Yun with a smile and said tentatively. Ling Yun smiled, Cui Lao, your origin, of course, I want to know, but it has to wait until Cui Lao is willing to tell me. If you don't want to tell me, it's useless for me to ask, so I will do it as soon as possible. Do not ask. Cui Lao was stunned for a moment, but he couldn't help shaking his head and smiled and said, Hey, you are a free and easy doll. Anyway, it's too late now. I'll wait and tell you in 2 days. After 2 days, Mr. Ling Lai came. When grandparents met, he would definitely be better than Mr. Cui's 1,000 words, so he still controlled himself forcibly. Ling Yun just smiled slightly, and respectfully got up to say goodbye to Cui Lao, and came to the yard to have some trouble with Dugumo, and then returned to Fuhua Villa by car. Tai Xiaohu didn't come to Villa number 1 to practice tonight. Ling Yun knew that Tai Xiaohu must be devastated and busy to death. Returning to Lin Minghan's residence again, Ling Yun, naturally, did not let Lin Minghan go any longer. The two of them were affectionate, and they had a good night. He kept tossing Lin Minghan until after 4 o'clock in the morning, until Lin Minghan begged for mercy again, and then he let her go. Early the next morning, Ling Yun woke up early and started his unshakable cultivation. After 3 pulls in the sun, Ling Yun drove out. He and Tang Meng met. The two of them didn't go anywhere else and just talked in the car. Tang Meng wanted to tell Ling Yun about his grand plan as soon as he came up, but was stopped by Ling Yun with a wave of his hand. Leave those grand plans of yours first, and deal with mine first today. Ling Yun said lightly. Tang Meng was stunned and said, Brother Yun, what else are you doing here? Ling Yun said solemnly, First of all, the 2 villas, one in your sister's house and one in Lu Li's house, must be done as soon as possible. Tang Meng scratched his head in confusion. Brother Yun, I can understand buying a villa for Sister Ro, but that Lu Li, you have already done your best to her family, so let's not buy a villa for her family, shall we? Ling Yun smiled and shook his head. You don't understand. I tell you to buy it and you can buy it, and you must buy it as soon as possible. Just buy ready-made ones, the ones that can be moved in without any decoration. All the furniture will be delivered. Pick the ones that are good, get it? Ling Yun has a great kindness to the Lu Li family. In the same way, no one knows that the Lu Li family has a great kindness to Ling Yun. After Ling Yun finished speaking, he said to Tang Meng, As for the loan, I have already thought about it. You can do it according to your own ideas. It is up to you to borrow more and less, and you don't need to ask me about it. Already. Other things will be discussed later, but there are 2 things that you must do for me as soon as possible. Tang Meng nodded hurriedly and asked Ling Yun, Brother Yun, I'm listening, just say what you say. Ling Yun pondered. The first thing is what I told you last time, get me a better boat. I'm going to Diaoyu Island this Friday, you must give me a boat within 3 days. Alright, this Friday, I'll set off in Clearwater Bay. As for the second thing, I want you to use all your connections in Qingshui City, and also to quietly fix Xiaobai's identity. This matter is important, understand? When Tang Meng heard the first thing, he nodded seriously, but when Ling Yun said the second thing, he was immediately stunned. Brother Yun, you said Xiaobai, Tang Meng said blankly, thinking of a fox in his heart. What kind of identity do you want? Ling Yun smiled and said, Yes, Xiaobai. Tang Meng touched the layer of fine hair that had just grown on the top of his head, and wondered, Brother Yun, isn't Xiaobai a fox? Haven't you heard of a fox's identity? Ling Yun raised his hand and gave Tang Meng a shudder, scolding, Idiot, foxes certainly don't need identity, but Xiao Bai is about to become a human. What? Xiao Bai turned into a human. Tang Meng was staggered when he heard it, and he was stunned to continue. To be continued. Really? Really, Fox Spirit? Tang Meng raised his two hands, held his head, and kept rubbing the newly grown stubble on his bald head. His mouth opened wide, and he muttered to himself. He felt that his IQ was suddenly not enough. Ling Yun frowned slightly, turned his left hand in front of Tang Meng, and a bottle of mineral water appeared in his hand. He unscrewed the cap and took a sip, then shook Tang Meng with the mineral water. This is the space ring, do you see it? Did you see the dragon absorb? Did you see that I was invisible that day? Did you see the magic of the fire talisman, the clear healing talisman? Xiao Bai grew two tails, did you see it? Ling Yun was taken aback by what Tang Meng said, nodded frequently in a daze, and then said with a smile, since you have seen all this with your own eyes, then what can't you understand that Xiao Bai can become a human? Tang Meng quickly shook his head and said, Brother Yun, that's not what I meant, it's not that I don't understand, what I mean is. This fox can really transform into a human? Doesn't that mean that there are really monsters in this world? Ling Yin said disdainfully, what is a monster? An animal can become a monster when it can transform into a human? This is just the definition of human beings. Let me tell you, there are too many magical spirit beasts in this world. Some very advanced and powerful spirit beasts don't even bother to transform into human form. Even if they transform into human form, it is only for the purpose of being active in the human world. Just a little more convenient. We humans, if we don't have these tools, are actually very weak, and they are all weak to the point of being pitiful. To use the simplest analogy, lions, tigers, and other animals can eat people. From an individual point of view, human beings are only their food in their eyes. What about those wild deer and rabbits? Yes, not much difference. Why do humans practice martial arts? Why cultivation? Or to put it another way, why create cold weapons like knives, guns, swords, and halberds, and now machine guns, cannons, and missiles? The original intention at the beginning was not to make oneself stronger, to protect oneself. Not to be eaten by ferocious beasts, not to be killed by the same kind. To continue from generation to generation? Now, nuclear bombs, hydrogen bombs, and atomic bombs have been produced, and they have even begun to explore outer space. On the one hand, it is to protect the Earth's human beings from being attacked by alien creatures and suffer annihilation, and on the other hand, of course, it is for aggression and possession of better resources. But that's all. The two most essential functions of weapons. To put it simply, it is nothing more than defense and attack. No matter what you say, it will not be able to escape these two functions. Tang Meng stopped talking. He pondered Ling Yun's words carefully, as if he was deafened, and he felt that it was indeed the case. Ling Yun said lightly again, take us two as an example. If you encounter a very hungry tiger in the wild, you will properly become its food and be eaten by it. What if it is me? He kicked the tiger to death with his feet, then peeled its skin. Eat its meat. Why? Because I have enough strength, the reason is that simple. Ling Yun smiled confidently. Tang Meng was shocked. Brother Yun, can you kill a tiger with one kick? Ling Yun smiled and said, cut, let alone a tiger, even a group of tigers is no problem. When Ling Yun was at the peak of the 3rd level of body training, he could kill a giant python as thick as a bucket, not to mention that he has now reached the early stage of the 6th level of body training. Tang Meng said enviously, Brother Yun, when can you make me so powerful? It's really cool to have martial arts. Ling Yun was speechless, shook his head and said, You? You are not the material for cultivation, and it is not me who hit you. You have neither the character nor the perseverance. Let's do your business honestly first. There is something short and an inch long, Tang Meng is definitely capable of making money in business, but when it comes to cultivation, Ling Yun guarantees that he can't sit still for half an hour, let alone recite those slang formulas. That is definitely better than that. It's even harder to get the ducks on the shelves. However, Ling Yun had already figured out a way to help Tang Meng. When he reached the late stage of qi training, or a higher stage of foundation building, he would directly get a few bottles of medicinal herbs and let Tang Meng eat them like jelly beans. Don't count on it in any realm, at least in good health, longevity, there is no problem in self-protection in this world. Tang Meng was very depressed and said in a low mood, "Hey, why can't I be like Tai Xiaohu, why can't I sit still?" He also knew his own problems. Ling Yin gave him a serious look, patted Tang Meng's shoulder lightly, and comforted him with a smile. "Don't worry, you are my brother, even if you are not suitable for cultivation, I will not let others bully you." Tang Meng felt Ling Yun's brotherhood, and his heart was hot. He nodded repeatedly and said, "Thank you, Brother Yun." Ling Yun's expression softened, and he said in a serious tone, "After Xiao Bai takes shape, it looks like a girl of 17 or 18 years old. There is one more person out of thin air. If you don't have an identity, it's really inconvenient to go anywhere, so wait for me to bring you. When she returns in disguise, she must be given an identity immediately, understand?" Tang Meng quickly adjusted his mood. He patted his chest and said, "Brother Yun, don't worry, the Public Security Bureau is in charge of this. My dad can handle it with just a few words, and I guarantee there will be no problems." Ling Yun smiled and said, "That's okay, you can tell Uncle Tang when you look back, and say I'm here to thank him first." Tang Meng grinned, "Brother Yun, do you still thank him?" "Please don't, I'll tell you. Now Uncle Li and my father can't wait to see you right away. If I hadn't told them, I've been so busy these 2 days, I really can't find time, they've all come to find you." Ling Yun nodded, "Then just tell them about this week. When I come back next week, I will definitely go to visit them." Tang Meng laughed and said, "Okay, I guarantee they will be overjoyed when they hear the news." Ling Yun felt that he had almost explained to Tang Meng, and he asked again, "Do you have anything else to do here? If not, you can go and do your business. I'm going to school now." Tang Meng thought for a while and said, "Brother Yun, I really have one thing here." "What's up?" Tang Meng frowned and said, "Didn't you ask me to go to Tianqi Pavilion some time ago to go through the transfer procedures for that Maserati? The Morong Fei Shui you mentioned, I didn't see her, and a manager of Tianqi Pavilion asked me to give it to you. Send a message." Ling Yin smiled and said, "Oh? What?" Tang Meng said, "Morong Fei Shui said that you must go through the transfer procedures for that Maserati in person, and it won't work for anyone else." When Ling Yin heard this, she thought to herself that Morong Fei Shui was very good, so what did she come to school for me last week? Do you want to regret it? Thinking of this, Ling Yin sneered, "She thinks beautiful, then let her wait. I don't have time to pay attention to her now. Anyway, Maserati is in my house, and no one can drive away." With Qing Dongshui sitting at Villa number 9, it was impossible for others to go to Ling Yun's house to get something. "Don't worry about this for now. You can sell Tian Buetao's 2 houses first, and then find 2 better villas to buy them. You can handle the loan yourself. The more you do, the better. But these are small things. The most important thing is to get me a boat. Remember, I will use it on Friday night." After Ling Yun finished speaking, he drove Tang Meng out of the car and drove directly to Shangri-La Hotel to meet Yao Rou. Seeing Yao Rou, it is natural to have some tenderness and sweetness. After the two made out for a while, Ling Yun asked Yao Rou if she had chosen a villa. Yao Rou directly brought Ling Yun to the front of the computer, opened a few real estate websites, and said to Ling Yun with a smile, "I have chosen a few sets, and I think they are all good, but I can't decide for myself, you can decide." Ling Yun looked at the pictures of the villas and thought they were all good. He fell in love with a villa in Manquebuan, which was located in the southwest mountainous area of Qingshui City, and was located in the southwest of Qingshui City Antique Market. It is not too far from Qingshui City Antique Market, Lingyun's number 1 villa, and ordinary clinic. The scenery is beautiful, the environment is very elegant, and it is very suitable for Jinwu Zongjiao. The most important thing is that this is the latest villa, which is very suitable for the current trend. All the decorations are in place. It can be said that you can move in with a futon. Lingyun briefly discussed with Yao Ro blushed and sneered, she nodded gently and agreed, saying that what she liked the most was actually this one. Lingyun patted Yao Ro's buttocks lightly, and without looking at the price, he directly called Tang Meng and asked him to find a way to get it at a low price. Back then, even 2 villas worth 100 million could be obtained at half price, but now such a villa worth less than 10 million is naturally not a problem. Tang Meng agreed without hesitation. Lingyun hung up the phone, put Yao Ro in his arms, and said with a smile, "Is this okay? Your task now should be to choose furniture. Tang Meng is the most experienced, you can go directly to him to do it." Alive. Yao Ro nodded shyly, and the two started making out again, tossing around until nearly 10 o'clock in the morning, when Yao Ro's clothes were messy and her chest was exposed, and her delicate body was nearly naked. Lingyun got up and said that she had something to go. Yao Ro knew that Lingyun was very busy. Lingyun had already told her that they were going to enter the bridal chamber in the newly bought villa, so she shyly dressed and sent Lingyun downstairs meekly. Lingyun waved goodbye to Yao Ro and drove straight to Qingshui No. 1 Middle School. When he arrived at Qingshui No. 1 Middle School, Kong Xiuru had just finished the 3rd lesson in the morning and returned to his single dormitory to wait for him. The campus was quiet, Lingyun was not polite, and drove the Land Rover swaggeringly into the school gate and came to the downstairs of Kong Xiuru's dormitory. Lingyun took the elevator to the 5th floor, and found that Kong Xiuru's dormitory door had already opened. Kong Xiuru was standing at the door, leaning against the door frame, looking at Lingyun, who came out of the elevator. To be continued. To be continued. Kong Xiuru's seductive body was leaning against the door frame, her jet black shawl was wet, and she had obviously just finished taking a shower. She was wearing a snow-white tunic dress with half sleeves and a low cut. The sleeves, chest and skirt were hollowed out with lace trims. The lace skirt could barely cover the base of her thighs. The round thighs are snow-white and crystal clear, more than the color of the dress, mature and sexy. Teacher is so beautiful today. Lingyun stepped out of the elevator and couldn't help but exclaim. Kong Xiuru really knows how to wear it. This is a dress she just bought for herself yesterday. It not only perfectly shows her good figure, but also allows her mature and hot body to be seen at a glance, and the snow-white skin under the hollow lace is looming, adding to the beauty. Many mysterious temptations are addicting. Of course, Kong Xiuru's short skirt would never be worn outside, she was only wearing it for Lingyun to see by herself. Kong Xiuru noticed Lingyun's burning gaze, she smiled shyly but sweetly, and said coquettishly, "I've been waiting for you for a long time, what are you looking at? Why don't you come in?" The corner of Lingyun's mouth twitched, he was not polite, he stepped forward and hugged Kong Xiuru's delicate body directly. Lingyun just hugged Kong Xiuru and sat on the sofa, lowered his head and stared at Kong Xiuru's pure white face for a while, then suddenly smiled and said, "How is it, does anyone still dare to talk about my beautiful head teacher?" Kong Xiuru's pretty face blushed, and her beautiful eyes exuded a charming look. She trembled slightly and said, "Bastard, are you the one who hugs your head teacher like this? How dishonest is a pair of thieves." Lingyun smiled and said, "Teacher is so sexy and charming. If I act too honestly, wouldn't the teacher call me a beast?" Kong Xiuru's arms were wrapped around like lotus root, hanging on Lingyun's neck, blushing and spit softly, "Fuck you, how can you say that about yourself?" Her delicate body wrapped around her warmly, sticking tightly to Lingyun. It seemed that only in this way could she make up for her longing for Ling Yun. I just got back from the principal's office, not long ago. Kang Xiaoru started to briefly tell Ling Yun what happened after she returned to school yesterday. Kang Xiaoru strolled around the mall all afternoon yesterday. She couldn't get all the things she bought. She asked a female colleague with a private car to help her to get all the things back. After she put everything back in her dormitory, she immediately went to her class. At that time, the 3rd and 6th class of high school had just started their first evening self-study. As soon as Kang Xiaoru came in, the entire classroom burst into extremely warm applause. Although Kang Xiaoru was very tired. Because the mood is good, the whole person is in high spirits. Brilliant, completely different from what it looked like in the morning. Ling Yun was naturally not in the classroom, nor was Wei Tiangong. At that time, he had already received a notice from the school and was expelled from the school. Kang Xiaoru finally stopped the warm applause and cheers of the students. She said a few simple words, mainly to express her gratitude to the students. I hope everyone will not be affected by this incident, how to review and how to review. Prepare for the high school entrance exam. Then, Kang Xiaoru called Zheng Ling out of the classroom, and from the corridor outside the classroom, she got a very specific understanding of the whole thing. When Kang Xiaoru heard that Ling Yun slapped Director Liu, humiliated Vice Principal Qiu Fenghua, and slapped Vice Principal Wang Weiqing wildly, her heart was very sweet. But feel a little uneasy. In any case, it was 2 vice principals and a grade director after all. She felt that Ling Yun had gone too far. But later, I heard that Ling Yun not only asked Principal Zhang to restore all her positions and honors, but also dismissed Director Liu. When she was asked to act as the grade director again, the uneasiness in her heart was swept away, and only sweetness and pride remained. When Kang Xiaoru heard that Principal Zhang wanted to compensate her and Ling Yun for their various losses totaling 1 million, she was completely shocked. She never imagined that just after she spent the 400,000 years of her savings for Ling Yun would immediately get her back 1 million. For a time, Kang Xiaoru's heart was surrounded by all kinds of intense emotions. The pretty face was sometimes sweet, sometimes shy, sometimes proud, sometimes coquettish, and Zhang Ling was dumbfounded. Because, in Zhang Ling's eyes, for the past 3 years, the head teacher has always had a serious and rigid expression. Although she is very gentle with her students, she is very strict in disciplining them. How could she have such a colorful expression? Kang Xiaoru looked at Zhang Ling, afraid that she would find out her shameful secret. After listening, she asked Zhang Ling to go back to the class. She didn't go anywhere, and returned to the single dormitory. Throughout the night, Kang Xiaoru was surrounded by a strong sense of pride and sweetness and a special excitement. Her mind was full of Ling Yun, and she couldn't sleep at all. Ling Yun's bad and Ling Yun's good were all deeply imprinted in her mind, and she could no longer escape. Today, whether Kang Xiaoru is walking on campus, going to the English group, or going to class, she is full of spring breeze, smiles sweetly, even when she walks, she greets her boldly, and colleagues shoot at her. All kinds of envious, jealous, and hateful eyes, the happiness in my heart is almost overflowing. All the negative comments really disappeared, and even if it happened occasionally, Kang Xiaoru had long since taken it lightly. With Ling Yun like this, she was content, extremely content, and there was nothing else to ask for. Principal Zhang did a beautiful job. After the second lesson, Principal Zhang ordered the school broadcasting office to read out the school's apology over a loudspeaker, and promptly restored Kang Xiaoru's position and reputation, and announced that Kang Xiaoru's temporary in place of Director Liu, he became the new grade director of the 3rd grade. Of course, this matter has long been rumored in Qingshui No. 1 Middle School, and everyone in the school knows that this is just a formality, and it is no longer important. Then, Principal Zhang personally called and invited Kang Xiaoru to his principal's office, and handed a bank card with a deposit of 1 million to Kang Xiaoru's hand. Principal Zheng looked at Kong Xiuru meaningfully and said, Mr. Kong, you taught a good student. Kong Xiuru was shy but extremely proud. She accepted Principal Zheng's meaningful performance calmly and just said thank you. If it was in the past, Kong Xiuru would never accept the fact that the school promoted her as the grade director and gave her 1 million as a gift, but now that she has changed her face, she is not hypocritical at all. Because Kong Xiuru knew that Ling Yun had worked so hard to win all of this for her. If she didn't want it, she was afraid that Ling Yun would be angry. Principal Zhang flattered Kong Xiuru inside and out, and told Kong Xiuru to take good care of Ling Yun's studies, saying that Ling Yun was a once-in-a-century genius, and he hoped that Ling Yun would shine in the college entrance examination. Kong Xiuru just politely returned a few words to Principal Zhang, and then hurriedly left the principal's office under the pretext of something. Although Principal Zhang is his top leader, compared with Ling Yun, in Kong Xiuru's heart, there is a real difference. Kong Xiuru didn't change what she deserved. She got it all at once. She couldn't believe how much. After she returned to the dormitory, she tidied up the house without hesitation, took a shower carefully, and then simply dressed up with great care. After thousands of choices, she finally put on this lace skirt to welcome the arrival of the sleepless boy who excited her. After hearing this, Ling Yun laughed and patted Kong Xiuru's half-covered high buttocks with a big hand, and said with a wicked smile, "My dear head teacher did a good job. To be honest, if you really reject those compensations now, I'm really going to be angry. I'll definitely take care of the family at that time." Ao. Kong Xiuru was attacked on her tender buttocks. She didn't know whether it was pain or excitement. She groaned and looked at Ling Yun with hazy eyes. Ling Yun smiled and said, "What's that called? Could it be called elder sister?" Kong Xiuru's beautiful eyes glared, and she said coquettishly, "Bad man, did you bully my sister like that? I'll ignore you." Ling Yun glanced at Kong Xiuru with interest, and said lightly, "Teacher, there's no need to worry about this title. After a while, I promise that within a year, I will be able to make you 10 years younger, and then I will call you sister." Anything. What? When Kong Xiuru was shocked, she suddenly sat up from Ling Yun's arms, and she said dumbly, "You said, you can make me 10 years younger?" Ling Yun tucked his hand into Kong Xiuru's dress, and searched wildly, while laughing, "If you are still too old, it's fine to be 3 or 5 years younger, but at that time, I was afraid that you were too young and would be suspected by others. I kidnapped and sold a young girl and arrested me." Ling Yun said it was an understatement, but when Kong Xiuru heard it, it was like a bolt from the blue. She was completely stupid. "I am 28 years old this year. If I can really be 10 years younger, wouldn't that mean I'm 18 years old as Ling Yun? You are not allowed to lie to the teacher. You must make sure that what you tell the teacher is true." In addition to being surprised, Kong Xiuru became inexplicably afraid, for fear that Ling Yun was coaxing her, which would make her dream come true in the end. Ling Yun said in a serious tone, "Don't worry, my mother is already 10 years younger. If I can't do it by then, I will let your son take my surname." Unexpectedly, Kong Xiuru's reaction was so quick, she heard her pretty face blushing, lightly beat Ling Yun's chest, and said coquettishly, "Damn you, bad guy, the teacher's son has your surname. That doesn't mean you want to bully the teacher." After being teased by Ling Yun for so long, Kong Xiuru was already trembling and couldn't help herself. She desperately wanted to go one step further with Ling Yun, but she took the initiative to tease Ling Yun. Ling Yun tossed with Yao Rou at Shangri-La Hotel for a long time. He originally came with an evil fire, and he really wanted to eat Kong Xiuru immediately, but now he can't. He came to treat Kong Xiuru. "Yeah, I want to bully the teacher. Come on, let's get a few injections first." To be continued. To be continued. What Ling Yun didn't expect was that Kong Xiuru shook her head firmly this time. The eyes in her beautiful eyes were extremely determined. "The teacher won't let you heal." Ling Yun was stunned for a while, and said in surprise, "Why don't you treat it?" Kong Xiuru suddenly smiled shyly, with a hint of inexplicable shyness and boldness in her eyes like water, and said seriously, "Teacher is more than half healed. Look, you are bullying people so much now, do they have the same reaction as yesterday?" Ling Yun couldn't help laughing. Of course, he knew that Kong Xiuru was already 6 to 70% better, but while he was teasing Kong Xiuru, the reaction of Kong Xiuru's body could not escape Ling Yun's eyes. The shyness on Kong Xiuru's pretty face was better than the shyness. Every time Ling Yun's hand reached the key point, Kong Xiuru's dark pupils would inadvertently shrink. Not fully recovered. Moreover, this was Kong Xiuru's performance after he was truly in love with Ling Yun. Otherwise, if Ling Yun had acted so daringly today, Kong Xiuru would have pushed him away long ago. Ling Yun smiled leisurely and said, "It's true that the reaction is not as strong as yesterday, but it hasn't fully recovered yet. It still needs 3 treatments. Be good and be obedient." Unexpectedly, Kong Xiuru still shook her head resolutely. She said seriously, "Teacher won't let you use those golden needles for treatment. The teacher has to rely on his feelings for you to overcome his own psychological barriers. Bad guy, give the teacher a chance, okay?" Ling Yun thought that it would have to wait until the year of the monkey and the horse month. He scratched his head. Seeing that Kong Xiuru had already said this, he could only agree. "I just heard Kong Xiuru say, actually, you don't have to use those gold needles to pierce the teacher, fool, you can pierce the teacher with other things." As soon as he heard the fool, Ling Yun's heart suddenly tightened. After listening to the last sentence, Ling Yun almost burst into flames. At this time, Kong Xiuru put one hand around Ling Yun's neck and the other on Ling Yun's chest, drawing a circle on him through the clothes. Her index finger was long and beautiful, white as spring onion, her eyes were gentle and hazy, and her soul was captivating. Seduce. The most direct and obvious seduction is definitely. Ling Yan's heart thumped like never before. He asked with a wicked smile, "Students don't understand. If you want to ask the teacher for advice, you don't need a gold needle, so what kind of thing do you use to tie the teacher?" Kong Xiuru's pretty face blushed like blood, she let out a snort, and the delicate body sitting on Ling Yan's thigh twisted like a snake. She even said coquettishly, "Bastard. You are deliberately embarrassing others, the teacher is all up to you." These words are really intriguing, and only a fool can't understand. I just heard Kong Xiuru whisper again, "Fool, the teacher left this 3-point disease." When you really bully the teacher, they will definitely struggle and resist. You can control them at that time. Feel free to toss. Ling Yan's Adam's apple trembled as he listened, thinking that he, the head teacher, was too fierce. He deliberately left a third of his illnesses for me to cure, so he wanted to give me the thrill of conquest. Ling Yan swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said with a dry mouth, "Wouldn't that make me really bullying the teacher?" Kong Xiuru gave Ling Yan a charming glance, and buried her head in Ling Yan's chest affectionately. Breathing like blue, he murmured, "Idiot, I was left for you to bully." Ling Yan's hands began to become more dishonest, and at the same time he said, "Then don't regret it then." Kong Xiuru's tender body trembled slightly, and she said quietly, "For you, I have no regrets, hey." The teacher never thought that she would become like this. "I really want to be killed by you." There is no doubt that Ling Yun is really looking forward to the scene that Kong Xiuru mentioned. Intellectually and emotionally, he is 100% willing, but his body struggles and refuses. This kind of wonderful taste is really only like Kong Xiuru. Only in this case can you enjoy it. No cure, I knew it was gone yesterday. Ling Yun also secretly regretted it. If he had known this earlier, he would have put in less effort when he started the treatment yesterday. Otherwise, wouldn't the taste be more wonderful? Okay, don't toss others, they have gifts for you. Kong Xiuru suddenly remembered the business. She panted and struggled to move away from Ling Yun's body. She tidied up her soaked lace panties with her hands, gave Ling Yun a charming glance, and then twisted her body and stood up. Gift. Ling Yun was a little stunned. Kong Shiru blushed and smiled, took Ling Yun's hand and led him into the bedroom, and took out the gift she bought for Ling Yun. This is a men's Rolex watch. The teacher's salary is limited. I have saved such a little savings over the years. Look at it, if you like it or not. Kong Shiru didn't say the price. She taught for 6 years, with her salary plus bonus, she only saved 420,000 yuan, but this Rolex watch cost 360,000 yuan. After she got an eye for it yesterday, she decided to buy it for Ling Yun. Come down, without hesitation, without any distress at all. Such a famous watch must be resistant to heat, water, shock, etc. It is said that the error will not exceed 1 or 2 seconds for hundreds of years. Ling Yun really lacked everything now, but Kong Shiru had obviously exhausted her thoughts on Ling Yun. Although the Ling Yun in front of her was not the same as the Ling Yun 3 weeks ago, she had taught Ling Yun for 3 years, so she naturally knew that Ling Yun was most lacking. What? The watch is very expensive, very beautiful, very atmospheric, very manly, and it is very addicting to look at. It's a pity that Ling Yun has no idea about famous watches, just like with cars, but he has learned the lesson of going down to the sky and knows that this thing is very useful to him at present. Very good, I like it very much. How much did it cost? Ling Yun thanked Kong Shiru for her diligence and asked with a smile. When Kong Shiru heard Ling Yun said she liked it, she was naturally overjoyed. She gave Ling Yun a coquettish glance and said, just ask so many what to wear. Come on, the teacher will put it on for you. Ling Yun stretched out his left hand and let Kong Shiru put his watch on him. He raised his hand to check the time. It was 10:50 in the morning, and the 3rd class was about to start. Going to Diaoyu Island on Saturday is just right, Ling Yunqing said. Come on, try these clothes again. For a whole 10-minute break, Ling Yun turned into a male model. It was a clothes rack that was ugly, and the famous brand clothes were changed. Kong Shiru ate a lot of tofu from him intentionally or unintentionally while dressing him. Ling Yun didn't feel anything, but Kong Shiru was shy. Just because the current Ling Yun, the figure is too perfect. With a height of 1.83 meters and a weight of about 80 kilograms, a strong and smooth tendon flesh exudes a shocking crystal luster. It feels like a hot texture with texture. Which woman is not moved? In addition, Ling Yun's legs are slender and the waist is ape-backed, which shows that his sturdy body has an indescribable elegance and unrestrainedness. His body is tall and straight. Sculpture is perfect. That's why when Kong Shiru buys clothes, she doesn't need Ling Yun to try them on. She only needs to buy clothes according to the size of 1.83 meters, to ensure that each piece fits. Teacher, don't touch it. If you touch it again, it will eat people. Ling Yun finished trying on the last piece of clothing, and seeing that Kong Shiru was still arranging her clothes, she couldn't help pointing to her lower body. If you have the ability, you can eat whatever you want, coward. Where did your courage go yesterday? Kong Shiru said with a blushing face and a charming shyness in her eyes. Ling Yun joked and put all the 5 or 6 clothes that Kong Shiru bought for him into the space ring, but did not attack any further. He still has a lot to do these 2 days, and now is not the time to eat Kong Shiru. Ling Yun suddenly found out that it's not bad to stay in this state with Kong Shiru temporarily. Anyway, there is a super goddess at home, and there is also a pretty nurse waiting in line. Let's eat at the teacher's house at noon today. I bought you a lot of delicious food yesterday, most of which are meat. It's so hot, if you don't eat it, it's all broken. Kong Shiru said with a trace of nervousness, Mei Mu said with anticipation. She was really afraid that Ling Yun would reject her again. Ling Yun was also reluctant to leave. Goddess Lin would definitely be able to do things on her own today, so he didn't need to buy lunch to go back, so he nodded in agreement. Seeing that Ling Yun was willing to stay for her, Kong Xiaoru was as excited as a young girl. She pulled Ling Yun out of the house, turned on the TV for him, let him sit on the sofa and watch TV like a big man, and started to put on his apron, wash his hands and cook. Busy like a butterfly wearing flowers. If it is difficult for your own heart, you cannot be difficult for your own stomach. Kong Xiaoru has been alone for 6 years. When she is bored, she is not only studying teaching plans, but also studying recipes by herself. She has developed a good cooking skill. Ling Yun smelled the aroma from the kitchen, and couldn't help but nodded again and again, thinking that his class teacher was truly a peerless beauty. If Director Lu's bastard really took it away, he might regret it. If you can get out of the hall, enter the kitchen, and get a big bed, this is the perfect woman. Today was Wednesday, and the TV was full of boring programs. Ling Yun changed channels one by one. Suddenly, a news broadcast caught Ling Yun's attention. This morning, the body of an adult man was retrieved from the moat in Qingshui City. After multiple identifications, it was the stair driver Wang Lei, who was confirmed to be missing since the middle of the night on March 27th. Seeing this news, Ling Yun's eyes flashed with divine light, and the two pupils showed a strange color of black and white, and his face sank. Stair driver. In the middle of the night on March 27th, wasn't it the night that I had a car accident and was hit by stair? Yes, this is really nowhere to be found after stepping through the iron shoes, it takes no effort to get it. With a gloomy face, Ling Yun directly called Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu at the same time, asking them both to leave everything at hand and immediately rushed to the scene to be continued. To be continued. If Ling Yun's expectations are not bad, the deceased Wang Lei must be the direct murderer who drove the stair to kill his former wastewood. Since he also died that night, there is no doubt that this is the mastermind behind the scenes. People destroying corpses. Ling Yun sent Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu over, and told them on the phone that they must find out everything about this Wang Lei, no matter what means they take. Now, Ling Yun is the uncrowned king of Qingshui City. He has both black and white in his hands. It is as easy as the palm of his hand to thoroughly investigate an ordinary stair driver. Therefore, Ling Yun was not in a hurry, but still had a mysterious smile on his face, looking at the TV screen and following the further development of the situation. Only one family member of Wang Lei arrived at the scene. That was his wife. She was about 30 years old. She was ordinary in appearance and figure, but she was dressed in fashion, which did not match her appearance and temperament at all. Ling Yun sneered, and said in his heart, "It seems that Wang Lei should have collected a lot of money, but unfortunately he never dreamed that this money would be exchanged with his own life." Looking at the woman's heart-wrenching wailing in the camera, Ling Yun didn't feel pity for her at all, the enemy's wife, there was nothing to be pitied about. At the same time, Ling Yun felt awe in his heart, until today, he has completely confirmed that his predecessor was indeed murdered on purpose. Wang Lei was the first one, Li Yi and Jiao Fei were the second wave, Xianqi Xuanjiao was the third wave, Di Ba was the fourth wave, and the three heavenly killers were the fifth wave. Of course, Wang Lei was actually successful this time, and it was the only time, but he never expected to be reborn by Ling Yunli on behalf of Taoism. Who is it? 5 waves of killers have been sent, and they have to put themselves to death and then hurry up. A fat man, whose yang chao vein was abolished and could not live beyond his 20s, was just a waste of wood. Where did he come from with such a big background? Moreover, the person who sent the killer to kill himself obviously did not know that his yang chao vein was abolished. From this, Ling Yun can easily deduce that there are other people who have abolished his yang chao pulse. Dude, you, oh, no, let's talk about me, how much hatred I carry on my body. The enemies are so awesome, if it wasn't for Lao Tzu's training fast and fierce. Is it early? Was slaughtered. Ling Yun teased himself, and at the same time, murderous intent flashed in his eyes, and the yin and yang eyes reappeared. When Ling Yun was in the mid-fifth layer of body training, he was already able to easily kill an innate first-level expert like Sun Tianbiao. Now that he has reached the early stage of the 6th level of body training, his strength has doubled. If he encounters someone like Sun Tianbiao again, he is sure that he will not need the blood demon sword. You can kill your opponent with your bare hands. Therefore, Ling Yun now has the ability to protect himself. He is not nervous, he is leisurely. The news was quickly cut off and replaced by another innocuous news, but Ling Yun was still staring at the TV screen, thinking about how to find out who was behind the scenes. Wang Lei must have gotten a sum of money. Start your investigation with this money. Thinking of this, Ling Yun stopped caring about boring TV shows. He patiently waited for Kong Xiuru to prepare the meal, and waited for it to be served. Well, there was a big table full of chicken, duck, and fish. It has all the flavors, and it's better than the chefs from the Qingshui family. Teacher, I managed to lose weight and become as handsome as I am now. You cook so much delicious food, isn't it intentional to make me fat? Ling Yun tidied up his mood for a while, so that Kong Xiuru didn't see it. He deliberately joked with her. Kong Xiuru was praised by Ling Yun. A burst of pride was inevitable in her heart, but she turned her pretty face and deliberately said coquettishly, the teacher asked you to come to your home so many times to help you with your homework, but you promised well, but you didn't see each other all day. Man, I really don't know what you think, such an excellent person, if you have to play the role of a pig and eat a tiger in the teacher's place, and only show your skills when you are nearing graduation, it's really bad for you. After finishing speaking, Kong Xiuru stared at Ling Yun with her beautiful eyes, as if to ask him to explain her performance. This is where Kong Xiuru is smart. Ling Yun's performance is against the sky, and the difference between the front and the back is earth-shaking. Who can't be puzzled? Ling Yun's performance was beyond her comprehension, but she accepted it quickly. But if Ling Yun didn't say it, Kong Xiuru would not ask face to face. Ling Yun knew that Kong Xiuru was attacking him. He smiled and said casually, Teacher, I was busy cultivating a few years ago. You look like a fairy, gentle and considerate, but the master over there is vicious and unmoved. It's just the addition of fists and feet, so I can only learn the kung fu taught by him first, and then learn your homework. Hearing Ling Yun's praise of her beauty as a fairy, gentle and considerate, Kong Xiuru's heart was overjoyed. She blushed and spat softly, Fuck you. Everyone's guess is right, you actually have an expert from outside the world. Master. Ling Yun raised his head and asked, Everyone? Kong Xiuru gave Ling Yun a charming glance and said, Yes, it's spread all over the school now, saying that you must have met someone from outside the world when you were a child and taught you amazing skills. After graduating, it was a blockbuster. Speaking of which, Kong Xiuru pursed her lips and smiled, I can't believe that this is the plot in the movie, and it actually exists in reality. Ling Yun secretly laughed in his heart, but he hoped that others would think like this, so that he would save himself from explaining things. So Ling Yun pretended to be mysterious and nodded his head to confirm, Hey, there is no way for a genius, I just want to keep a low profile and hide myself. The radiance, but we are so radiant, we can't hide it. Kong Xiuru stretched out her beautiful index finger and poked Ling Yun's forehead lightly. She giggled and said with a coquettish smile, Don't be so sloppy there, let's eat quickly, the food will be cold later. Come on, let's drink the soup first. The food that Kong Xiuru cooked was really delicious, and Ling Yun also cooperated very well. He let go of the meal and had a full meal, which made Kong Xiuru feel very fulfilled and satisfied. After eating, Kong Xiuru served him and drank some water. At 12:30 noon, Ling Yun received a call from Tang Meng. He got up and left. Kong Xiuru was very reluctant to give up. She now wished that Ling Yun would be by her side 24 hours a day. The feeling that Ling Yun brought to her made her want to stop. Ling Yun embraced her attractive and fiery body and said, Teacher, call me if you want, you are busy now, And I am also busy, don't worry, when the college entrance examination is over, I will take you to other places in the country. Come on, let's travel and relax, go to a bridal chamber or something. If you are not satisfied with the country, let's go to Europe and go for a trip to Switzerland, okay? Xiao Mimi told him that the domestic account was not insured, so Ling Yan went down to a Tianqing, and all bank accounts were blocked by Luo Zheng. He kept this in mind. As for traveling around the country to relax, Ling Yan is of course not aimless. His first goal is actually Henan, where he found the human emperor's pen, and he couldn't bear the big tomb there. Kong Xiuru wrapped her arms around Ling Yuning's stiff waist and said, "Are you going to keep your word?" Ling Yan looked into Kong Xiuru's eyes affectionately, and nodded earnestly, "It's 100% what you say, but, during this time, you have to take good care of your body and don't work hard day and night, otherwise you will grow old quickly." Ling Yan knew that Kong Xiuru had a strong sense of responsibility, and she had just become the grade director of the 3rd grade. Although it was a good thing, she would definitely be more tired, so she ordered her in advance. "Then what do you want people to do with this boring grade director? It's a thankless job, and people really don't want to do it." Kong Xiuru was in Ling Yan's arms, wiggling her delicate body, and said coquettishly. Ling Yan smiled lightly, scratched her pretty nose, and said softly, "This is just a springboard. When I graduate from the college entrance examination, if you want, I will let you be the director of our Qingshui City Education Bureau." As for Kong Xiuru's future, Ling Yan had already made arrangements. Lu Qingtian's father, the position of education director, would belong to Kong Xiuru sooner or later. What? Kong Xiuru was immediately stunned. The director of the Qingshui City Education Bureau, who was the head of the education outlet of Qingshui City, a department-level cadre, is a real high-ranking. She is just an ordinary teacher now. She was the education director of Shangshui City during the summer vacation. How many levels did she skip? Ling Yan didn't care. He kneaded Kong Xiuru's buttocks recklessly, feeling the elasticity there due to excitement, and finally patted it twice and smiled. "I see, so now this year director, you will suffer a little tired, pretending, even if it's a transition." Under Kong Xiuru's extremely shocked gaze, Ling Yan walked out of her house and left Kong Xiuru's single dormitory. Going downstairs, starting the Land Rover, Ling Yan drove slowly towards the outside of the campus, and called Tang Meng at the same time. "That Wang Lei, can you see how he died?" Tang Meng said, "Brother Yun, Wang Lei's corpse has been soaked underwater for almost 20 days. It has been highly decomposed and has now been transported away, waiting for forensic identification." After a pause, Tang Meng said again, "But Tai Xiaohu and I walked up close and observed for a while. He didn't have any trauma, and they all said that he fell into the water." Ling Yan sneered and said, "Nonsense, such a big living person still stumbles into the water, where did his body go?" Tang Mei replied, "It's the car from the People's Hospital, it should be sent to the morgue of the People's Hospital." Ling Yan knew what he knew, and he immediately said to Tang Meng, "You must ask your father to help you with this matter. This person is very important. You must find out everything about him, understand?" Tang Meng nodded and said, "Brother Yun, I know, I have already said hello to my father, and Kong Ruiyong has personally led the team to investigate." Ling Yan smiled and said, "That's good, but we'll use the police force. Don't be idle here, let Tai Xiaohu send someone to find out everything about Wang Lei as soon as possible. Come and tell me tonight." Hanging up the phone, Ling Yan's car had already arrived at the school gate. A tall and beautiful girl with long hair and a powerful aura was standing under a sycamore tree at the gate of the school, her beautiful eyes staring unblinkingly. "Follow him." Meow Xiao Meow. To be continued. To be continued. Get in the car. Ling Yun parked the Land Rover beside Meow Xiao Meow and asked Meow Xiao Meow to get in the car. "Your car is not bad." Meow Xiao Meow sat directly in the co-pilot seat, moved her body slightly, and adjusted her posture to a comfortable position. Ling Yan smiled lightly, staring at Miao Xiaomiao's delicate and fair face, and asked, "Where are you going?" Miao Xiaomiao still looked ahead, her long eyelashes trembled slightly, and said without thinking, "As you wish." Shoo! The golden light flashed. A chubby golden silkworm flew in from outside the car and landed gently on Miao Xiaomiao's mellow shoulders. It is about the size of an adult thumb, with a pair of golden wings as thin as a cicada's wings, a golden body all over, a cute little fleshy crown on its head, a pair of round eyes the size of rice grains, and it is squinting. Looking at Ling Yan, a pair of small eyes were full of curiosity and kindness. Ling Yan could see it clearly. Xiao Jin's body was slightly bigger than the last time he saw him, his wings were also bigger, and the small fleshy crown on top of his head was more like that. It was obviously the immortal aura that he had penetrated into his body. Played a role. Ling Yan tickled Xiao Jin's fingers and smiled brightly. "So it's you, little guy, come to my brother will give you something good to eat." Xiao Jin fluttered his wings and made a chirp sound, but a pair of small eyes rolled around, full of vigilance against Ling Yan's temptation, and suddenly turned his head, but he didn't reach Ling Yan's hands. The facial expressions and movements are very similar to that of a 3 or 4-year-old doll, which is really cute. "If you don't come here, don't regret it." Ling Yan let out a sigh of relief, stopped teasing Xiao Jin, stepped on the accelerator, and Land Rover rushed forward. Miao Xiaomiao sat very quietly in the car. She didn't speak, and Ling Yan naturally didn't speak. Xiao Jin stayed on Miao Xiaomiao's shoulder for a long time. Seemingly bored, the golden wings fluttered, and flew out of the car window again, rushed into the sky like lightning, and went to play in the sky. Ling Yan drove the car and first came to the place where he had a car accident. He got out of the car and observed carefully for a few minutes. Then get back into the car and drive towards the moat. Ling Yan observed very carefully. No cameras were found near here. "What are you doing?" Miao Xiaomiao was a little curious and couldn't help asking. "Playing," Ling Yan replied. Miao Xiaomiao pursed her delicate lips. Ling Yan soon came to the moat where Wang Lei's body was retrieved. He stopped the car again, and got out of the car to think silently. Wang Lei drove stare and hit himself, and after leaving the scene, he must have gone to the hired murderer to ask for the remaining murder fee, and then was killed on the spot, and the body was sunk in the moat. The other side did it very cleanly. Judging from the two sites, the clues are completely broken, and there is no good way to start with the money. Ling Yan shook his head and returned to the car again. He stopped thinking about this matter for the time being and just waited for news from Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu. Ling Yan launched Land Rover. Turning around for a while, we drove towards the Qingxi Villa district. "I'll take you to see Divine Dr. Shui," Ling Yan said lightly. His voice was very soft, but full of resoluteness. Miao Xiaomiao was not allowed to refuse. Miao Xiaomiao's beautiful face immediately showed a touch of panic. She subconsciously shouted, "I'm not going. We always have to meet. He is your grandfather. Do you want to hide from him for the rest of your life?" Ling Yan said coldly. How do you know he is my grandfather?" Miao Xiaomiao was shocked. She turned her head instantly, and asked in surprise. The corner of Ling Yan's mouth curled into a bright smile, and he said amusedly, "Of course I guessed it, can't I?" Ling Yan said in his heart that you are not qualified to play mysterious with me. Tried it out. In fact, he didn't even have to try. The old man has discovered Xiao Jin long ago. He knows that you must have been sent by Miao Fenghuang, but he just doesn't know that you are his granddaughter. 40 years of grievances, just for a love letter. Don't you think it's a pity? It's funny, and it's very sad. Now, Ninger's grandmother has long since passed away, and the obstacles that plagued them naturally no longer exist. Do you want this situation to continue? Miao Xiaomiao's graceful and delicate body trembled slightly. Ling Yan's words pounded her heart every word, all of which were to the point. So, you already know everything? Miao Xiaomiao asked in disbelief. Ling Yun nodded and said lightly, not bad. You, really the one who restrained my grandmother's greed? Miao Xiaomiao asked again. Ling Yun smiled proudly and said, who else could it be except me? Miao Xiaomiao was stunned for a moment while he looked at him confidently. Ling Yun raised his wrist to check the time, and continued, there are still a few minutes to go to class. Ninger must be at school now. Your grandfather is at home alone. It shouldn't be too embarrassing for the two of you to meet first. Miao Xiaomiao was still unable to make up her mind. She frowned, bit her lip, and said hesitantly, but I'm not mentally prepared yet. Ling Yun laughed and said, Miao Xiaomiao dares to kill people, but now he dares not see his own grandfather? Miao Xiaomiao rolled her eyes at Ling Yun and said, you killed people, not me. Besides, it's not for you? You're not strong enough to cause trouble everywhere. I've never seen you like this. Ling Yun smiled brightly. Without arguing, he said leisurely, don't worry about my affairs, there is still time now, so think carefully about what to say to him after meeting your grandfather. Miao Xiaomiao reacted and suddenly asked Ling Yun to stop, saying that she didn't want to see Shani Shui yet. Hurry up and stop, or I'll jump out of the car. Miao Xiaomiao said as she was about to open the car door. Ling Yun stared, and said fiercely, if you want me to tap your acupuncture point and hold you in front of your grandfather, you'd better just sit still and don't move. Miao Xiaomiao did not show weakness, she glared back at Ling Yun and countered, don't think you are powerful and want to bully me and make me anxious, I will let Xiao Jin bite you. Ling Yun laughed loudly and said, although the best quality golden silkworm goo is really powerful, it still can't bite me. If you don't believe me, you can try it. Also, don't forget, I can even control the forgetfulness, let alone Xiao Jin now. Miao Xiaomiao was a little discouraged, her top body leaned against the seat weakly, blushing and angrily said, you are really domineering. Ling Yun shrugged, in the principal's office yesterday, didn't you see it all? Since you are looking for me, it is nothing more than discussing this matter. Now that we have finished talking, the rest is to discuss how to solve this matter. If you don't go to see your grandfather, even the gods can't help you. The old man has been tortured by forgetfulness corrupting heart goo for more than 40 years. It's not easy. He looks much better now. I have promised him that he needs your help to properly handle this matter. Ling Yun didn't beat around the bush with Miao Xiaomiao, he was outspoken. Miao Xiaomiao was relieved, but she sighed heavily, and said depressedly, you have suppressed the forgetfulness and erosion of heart goo. My grandfather looks much better, but my grandma is now. Ling Yun said with a smile, okay, don't worry about your grandma, she has bullied Grandpa Shui for more than 40 years, and now let her suffer a little, it will also frustrate her spirit and let her know that Guard is not everything. Miao Xiaomiao's eyes were red, you are not allowed to say that to my grandma, do you know how hard my grandma has been through the past 40 years? Seeing that Miao Xiaomiao was about to cry, Ling Yun was most afraid of this, and he said helplessly, okay, don't cry, or Xiao Jin thinks I'm bullying you, and really comes down and kisses me, I'm not feeling well. Miao Xiaomiao burst into laughter, she gave Ling Yun a coquettish glance and said, didn't you say you're not afraid of Xiao Jin? I'm not afraid, but I'm afraid of trouble. Who would like to be bitten by the most poisonous golden silkworm in the world when they have nothing to do? Miao Xiaomiao listened to it interestingly, and with a relaxed mind, she felt that it was not too difficult to meet her grandfather. Besides, deep down, she was very much looking forward to seeing Shani Shui. This is the blood relationship, the real blood is connected, and the scissors are constantly cut. Ling Yun, what do you mean? Ling Yun smiled faintly, didn't I tell you just now? Let the two old people put down their bodies and get back together, let them reunite and enjoy their old age in peace. Miao Xiaomiao stared at Ling Yun for a long time, suddenly shook her head and said, you don't know my grandmother's temperament of an old man. Grandpa has delayed her youth for more than 40 years. Do you think it can be solved with a few words? Miao Xiaomiao remembered what Miao Fenghuang asked her to bring to Shuizhengqi. Lingyun gave Miao Xiaomiao a serious look, and suddenly asked, has Miao Fenghuang changed his mind? Miao Xiaomiao suddenly heard Lingyun calling Miao Fenghuang's name. She blushed and spat lightly before she said angrily, forgetfulness erodes the heart. If the person who is under the goo dares to change his mind, he will definitely suffer from it. Goo's backlash, how could he change his mind? Lingyun smiled and said, is that right, so I can rest assured, don't worry, after you meet Shuishini, the rest will be covered by me. 20 minutes later, Lingyun drove the Land Rover to the gate of Shuishini's villa. He got out of the car first, looked up at Xiao Jin at a height of 100 meters, and then called Miao Xiaomiao to get off. It's not that the bride is on the sedan chair. What are you dawdling about, when you're home? Come down. Miao Xiaomiao's nervous palms were already full of sweat, her pretty face was flushed red, her breasts were heaving violently, and her inner struggle was fierce. After all, it was normal for Miao Xiaomiao to have such a reaction when she saw her own grandfather for the first time since she was born. Call. Miao Xiaomiao let out a long breath, she gritted her teeth, opened the door gently, and got out of the car. Lingyun immediately followed with a sigh of relief. As soon as Miao Xiaomiao got out of the car, the door of Shani Shui's hospital opened wide, and Shani Shui's tall figure appeared at the door. Shani Shui's face turned red, the corners of his mouth twitched, and as soon as he went out, he locked Jean Rant's eyes on Miao Xiaomiao. You are Xiaomiao? Shuishini's tall figure trembled slightly, obviously very excited. Grandfather. When Miao Xiaomiao saw Shuizhengqi coming out, she couldn't care about anything, her mind was blank, and she rushed towards Shuizhengqi like an arrow. To be continued. To be continued. Miao Xiaomiao Ruyan was thrown into the forest, and suddenly plunged into the arms of Shuishini, crying bitterly, and her shoulders trembled. Shuishini's face was also full of old tears, choking hard, he patted Miao Xiaomiao's back lightly, and comforted her, good boy, I'm finally home, don't cry, don't cry. They are separated by thousands of mountains and rivers, and meet once in a while, and the scene is really heart-wrenching and moving. Lingyun stood quietly, looking at the grandparents and grandchildren who were hugging their heads and crying. Seeing this extremely touching scene, he was moved, but also inexplicably melancholy. Miao Xiaomiao finally saw her grandfather, but she has a long world, where is her home, where is her family, and where are her relatives? Qin Qiuyue and Ning Lingyu are undoubtedly Lingyun's closest relatives, but this does not change the fact that Lingyun is a wild child. He and them have all the kinship they should have, but they have no blood relationship. Of course Lingyun doesn't care what his identity is, but he doesn't care about these. It doesn't mean he doesn't want to have a complete family, it doesn't mean he doesn't want to find his biological parents. In any case, it was they who gave Lingyun an excellent body after Lingyun treated his Yang Qiao pulse and quickly and successfully lost weight. Although Lingyun came from a time traveled, there was one thing he didn't want to admit, and that was that Lingyun's appearance was exactly the same as his appearance in the world of cultivation, and there was no difference. Although Lingyun didn't say it, he subconsciously looked forward to finding his biological parents in this world. He had accepted and recognized this body from his heart. No matter what kind of power it is, whether it is a terrifying and crazy catastrophe or fate, since Lingyun is here, he will admit it. He accepts everything in this body, and he needs a complete family. Lingyun knew that his biological parents were definitely not ordinary people, and they had no choice but to abandon him when there was no other way. This point can be easily judged only from the fact that he was abolished by the congenital masters using vicious and heavy tactics when he was born. Not only to find the enemy who killed him, but also to find his blood relatives. This is a task Lingyun will not tell anyone, it is his own business. What's more, there is a vast expanse of his own real hometown. Mysterious and endless world of self-cultivation. There are teachers who nurture themselves. There are friends who share weal and woe, brothers who kill the enemy side by side, and unforgettable beauty. But after the emperor pointed out the star road, Ling Yan's dream was completely broken. He knew that he had traveled through space, the earth, and the great world of self-cultivation. It's too far. There is an endless galaxy in the middle, the vast universe, and the star road is endless. Even with his sky-defying memory, he can barely memorize more than half of the star road, and he can't remember the rest at all. What's more, even if he can remember all the ancient road of the starry sky, if he is not strong enough, he can't go back. So many stars, such a vast universe, God knows how many monsters and ghosts there are on the way. Thinking of this, Ling Yan sighed in his heart, and a bitter smile appeared on his handsome face. All this, no one can share with him, no one can. Ling Yan can only work hard silently, desperately improve his strength, keep his feet on the ground, and move forward step by step. If you want to go back, don't talk about the cultivation of the Transcendence tribulation period. Even if you succeed in transcending the calamity and become an earth immortal in the Zheng stage, you may not be able to make the trip. Because, Ling Yun is finding more and more that this seemingly small planet is really too mysterious, and the mystery is terrifying. The earth immortal Inyang Suolong Great Array in the Zheng stage, the Buddha with the Vajra-glazed body in the eyes of the Yang array can kill the Zheng monk with a single finger. Ling Yun wanted to fight against the Vajra-glazed glass body before cultivating to the 7th realm of the Dian gathering star treasure art. There was not much difference between him and the cockroach shaking the tree, only to be killed in seconds. Buddhist cultivation in this world is really terrifying. When Ling Yun thought of the surging Buddhist power in that temple, he felt a chill down his spine. He still doesn't know if he has cut off those influence of terrorist folly. He didn't even know whether the Buddha in the Vajra glass body was dead or alive, maybe it was just an incarnation of him. Moreover, such a master is obviously not only him. Think about the human emperor pen, the earth emperor book. Fortunately, the human sovereign brush and the earth sovereign book are now within Ling Yan's body, which gives him an incomparably powerful self-confidence. It's a bit interesting for people who are destined to be robbed, but let's see what kind of calamity Lao Tzu deserves. Ling Yun, what are you thinking about? Come into the house and talk. Shueshini's resounding voice sounded in Ling Yun's ear. Ling Yun immediately retracted his thoughts. He raised his head to look at Dr. Xue, and then glanced at Miao Xiaomiao, who was standing pretty with Xue's arm, and said with a smile, "Grandpa Xue, your grandson and grandson have just met, you must have said no. If it's over, I'll leave it alone." Miao Xiaomiao had already wiped away her tears, her eyes were flushed, she glared at Ling Yun, but did not speak. Shueshini has calmed down his emotions. He laughed and said, "You little guy, why are you being polite to me now?" Ling Yun insisted on leaving. He smiled lightly, "Grandpa Xue, I still have some important things to deal with today, I really can't stay here. Don't worry, I will pick up Ninger tonight, you can stay at home. Let's talk with this granddaughter for a while." After speaking, Ling Yun secretly said to divine Dr. Xue, "Grandpa Xue, don't worry about Ninger's side, I will explain the matter to her clearly. I believe she will definitely accept Miao Xiaomiao." Ling Yun has now reached the 6th level of body training, and using the technique of sound transmission, he no longer needs to move his mouth. Ling Yan's words really meant that Shini Shue's heart went into his heart. He nodded again and said with a smile, "Okay, then you can go and do your work. I'll go first with my precious granddaughter." Miao Xiaomiao was born beautiful and charming, and her appearance was 5 or 6 points similar to the young Miao Phoenix. Shueshini really liked this precious granddaughter. After he finished speaking, he did not send Ling Yun away, and directly took Miao Xiaomiao to the courtyard. Before Miao Xiaomiao turned around, she smiled sweetly at Ling Yun, her aura like big eyes turned into the shape of a crescent moon on the horizon, but she immediately smiled and said, I'll settle the account with you later. Ling Yun was stunned, thinking that my brother, I am a good person, I will do it to the end, and send the Buddha to the west, okay? But he said it didn't matter, and the red mouth and white teeth smiled and said, okay, don't give me too much, it's almost the same if you have 30 to 50 million. Xuanhuan couldn't help but shivered. Miao Xiaomiao gave Ling Yun a charming glance and said, you are so beautiful. The grandfather and grandson entered the courtyard of the villa, and Ling Yun drove straight away and went directly to Villa Number 1. After Ling Yun returned to Villa Number 1, he found that Cui Lao and Xiao Bai were not here, only Dugumo was left, who was watching repeatedly with the dragon-marked sword, and the hala was about to flow out. Ling Yun wondered and asked him, why are you Cui Lao and Xiao Bai alone? Dugumo didn't raise his eyes to look at Ling Yun at all. He held the sword in his right hand and gently stroked the sword with 2 fingers in his left hand. His movements were gentle, like stroking a lover's face. He casually replied, Elder Cui went out early in the morning and hasn't come back yet. As for Xiao Bai, after you left last night, he also followed, and he didn't see a shadow either. Ling Yun saw Dugumo's absent-minded appearance, and couldn't help but get angry in his heart. With a flicker of his figure, he stepped forward and kicked Dugumo's butt fiercely, kicking Dugumo to a height of more than 3 meters, and said in his mouth, don't worry, get to work. Dugumo did a somersault in midair, and his body was firmly on the ground. His face was flushed with anger and his neck was thick, and he said strangely, damn, do you have people who call people to work? If ordinary people would have been kicked out by you long ago, what are you doing? Ling Yun wanted to kick him, Dugumo was not unprepared, he also wanted to dodge, but Ling Yun's movement and kicks were too fast, he took Ling Yun's kick firmly, and he was naturally furious. This is the strength of Ling Yun's 6th level body training, at least equivalent to the ordinary 3rd level innate realm. With bare hands, he can easily kill the 1st level innate masters, not to mention Dugumo, a half-step innate. Unfortunately, you are not an ordinary person. Ling Yun said with a wicked smile, what are you doing, you still need to ask, making a talisman. When Ling Yun was going to Diaogui Island, he naturally had to go out to sea. The sea was no better than the land, and any situation could be encountered. Moreover, there were Orientals stationed on Diaogui Island, and there was bound to be a battle. Ling Yun would definitely have to be fully prepared. Of course, the most important thing is to prepare for Xiao Bai to cross the tribulation, that is the thunder tribulation of heaven, whether it is a Taoist cultivator or a devil cultivator, it must be experienced. Ling Yun does not want Xiao Bai to go wrong. If Xiao Bai failed to cross the tribulation and died, then he would not have to give Ling Yun a heartache to death. He had to make sure that Xiao Bai was safe. At the peak of the 4th level of physical training, Ling Yun had already produced the 1st level fire talisman and the clear healing charm. Now that he has reached the 6th level of physical training, Ling Yun is confident that he can make the 2nd level talisman completely. The spirit gathering talisman must be made, because this time it is on the sea, away from the noisy and chaotic city. The water aura, one of the 5 elements, must be particularly strong, and Ling Yun will of course not go to waste. Of course, the water avoidance talisman was a must. In case of a big storm, Ling Yun had to take emergency measures. There are other Vajra talismans, lightning protection talismans, healing talismans, defense talismans, etc., which are used by Xiao Bai to fight against the robbery. Although they have little effect in the face of powerful thunder tribulations, they are better than Xiao Bai. It is better to fight against Lei Jia with your own body and strength alone. Making talismans is your fire talisman and clear healing talisman. Dugumo suddenly became interested. Ling Yun laughed and said, those are outdated, this time I'm going to make other talismans, to open your eyes. Dugumo listened for a while, and murmured, you will make other talismans. Ling Yun said proudly, of course, to be continued. To be continued. The plot is speeding up. If you think this chapter is exciting, Please click like, just 2 cents, thank you. Ling Yun took Dugumo and started frantically making all kinds of talismans. The two were busy for a whole afternoon. It was the first time for Dugumo to see Ling Yun making talismans. Just like the original Tai Xiaohu, the magical effect of those talismans shocked Dugumo for a while, as if a scientist who resolutely did not believe in aliens saw with his own eyes. It looks like a UFO. Ling Yun has always been responsible for changing other people's outlook on life. He is too lazy to even reason with Dugumo's shouting, and is just busy making talismans. Fire talismans, clear healing talismans, spirit gathering talismans, Qingshui talismans, etc., are all low-level talismans. Ling Yun is extremely easy to make, handy, and effortless. However, lightning protection charms, water protection charms, diamond charms, defense charms, etc., are slightly higher level. Each talisman consumes more aura, and it takes longer to make. The aura in the villa had already been sucked out by him. Ling Yun could only drink the dragon's saliva as white water to replenish the huge spiritual energy needed to draw the talisman. The greedy Dugumo scratched his ears and scratched his cheeks, stomping his feet to complain and scolding Ling Yun. Ruining heavenly things is like a deep boudoir resentful woman. It's a pity that Dugumo can't drink it. If he drank like Ling Yun, 10 Dugumo would also explode and die. The spiritual energy in Ling Yun's body is full and empty, empty and full, and he has been pouring the dragon's saliva. The yin and yang fish in his dantian have been running wildly, and the golden dragon-shaped curve is even more shining, like a sparkling mini golden dragon. The dantian is located at the third point below the navel, which is the front of the person. However, the dantian is not a circular plane, but a spherical shape. Therefore, from the back of the human body, the dantian is connected to the caudal vertebra of the human spine. The large spine, composed of the human vertebrae. It is the largest dragon vein on a human body. Without Ling Yun's knowledge, the dragon-shaped curve in his dantian has gradually connected with the coccyx of his spine. The spine behind Ling Yun, the coccyx at the bottom, has been quietly dyed with a hint of gold. Further down is the golden dragon-shaped curve in the dantian, as if Ling Yun had grown an invisible golden dragon's tail out of thin air. This is a sky-defying scene that has never been seen before. If this golden dragon curve, if it really spreads along Ling Yun's spine, the largest dragon vein on Ling Yun's body will turn into a golden dragon. In the process of making the talisman, Ling Yun could feel his dantian spinning rapidly, and the yin and yang qi newly born in the magical dantian became more condensed. This makes his strength grow by leaps and bounds. It was not until dinner time that Ling Yun announced the suspension, and he was going home to cook for Qin Dongxue and Ning Lingyu. When Ling Yun returned to Qingshui Bay Villa No. 9. When he saw 2 stunning beauties, he found that the 2 stunning beauties had changed again. Their most direct and obvious change is that their skin is more delicate, whiter, more crystal clear, and has a real luster. It looks like a fairy godmother. Especially their hair. The roots of the hair are black and bright, the black is shiny, the black is pure and thorough, and it is full of elasticity, and the wind blows and flutters. Sexy and alluring. Ling Yun knew that this was the combined effect of ambergris ginseng and Polygamy multiflorum. The chef he cooked was not for nothing. Polygamy multiflorum, the original effect has a powerful effect of black hair, not to mention the Polygamy multiflorum that is about to become fine. Look straight back so late. Why don't you hurry up and cook for us? Qin Dongxue stared at a pair of beautiful big eyes, with real bright eyes and white teeth, and was furious at Ling Yun, who was stunned. Ning Lingyu got the true biography of Qin Qiuyue. Of course, the lunch she made was delicious, but it really couldn't compare to the meal made by Ling Yun. Qin Dongxue only ate a few mouthfuls at noon to pad her stomach, so she thought about eating Ling Yun's cooking. Dinner. Hey, Auntie and Lingyu have become beautiful, TSK, it's so beautiful, the goddess descends to earth. This sentence made the two stunning beauties hide their mouths and smile, and Ning Lingyu blushed even more, with a pair of beautiful eyes like water, peeking at her brother. Lingyun's cooking this time mainly focuses on green vegetables, because it is not appropriate to eat too much meat every day, and he did not add ginseng and he shou wu as two condiments, but only used ambergris for oil. Ning Lingyu is a fairy body, and her physique is not much worse than Lingyun's. Back then, when she was an ordinary inborn spirit body, there was no problem in absorbing so much dragon spirit energy. It can be said that besides Lingyun, Ning Lingyu is the only one who can drink dragon saliva as water. As for Qin Dongxue, Lingyun only used dragon saliva to make oil. She only had to cultivate for one night to digest those dragon spirits, and of course there was no danger of body explosion. The wind is blowing and the clouds are over, and dinner is over. Stinky boy, can you stop making the food so delicious in the future? If my aunt eats a few more meals, I can't do without it. The food made by others will not be able to eat at all. When Qin Dongxue was halfway through, her pretty face flushed, and she quickly changed her words. If you say that you can't leave Lingyun, then that's fine. Ning Lingyu stretched out her lovely tongue, and kept licking her delicate lips, and muttered to herself, really, if you eat like this, you will gain weight. Lingyun smiled proudly, Lingyu, you can eat as much as you want, my brother is a genius doctor, just give you a few needles to ensure that your body is hot and perfect, and you will be fascinated. Ning Lingyu's face instantly turned red, her mouth was full of anger, but she was secretly delighted. This was the first time Lingyun praised her for her good-looking figure. Stinky boy, what good things did you add to your meals? I practiced all night. How did my skill increase so much? Qin Dongxue suddenly spoke to Lingyun. Lingyun glanced at Ning Lingyu subconsciously, but saw that Ning Lingyu's eyes were only staring at him with curiosity and questioning, and there was no surprise or shock. He immediately knew that Qin Dongxue must have explained many aspects of cultivation to Ning Lingyu. Ling Yunqin said that Qin Dongshua's dredging work was really done well. He replied with a smile, actually, I didn't add anything good, but I added a little ambergris to make oil, and ginseng of more than 2,000 years to make ginger slices, nearly 3,000 years of Polygonum multiflorum to make garlic cloves. Even Shani Shui, Dugumo, and others knew that Lingyun would not hide it from Qin Dongxue and Ning Lingyu, and he would no longer betray him. Say it directly. Qin Dongxue and Ning Lingyu were stunned and shocked. After coming back to her senses, Qin Dongxue suddenly raised her snow-white arm like a lotus root and hit Lingyun. Of course, the thunder was heavy and the rain was small, so she struck very gently. Absolutely can't kill a mosquito. Stinky boy, I'll kill you, dare to use such a good thing secretly. I'm not afraid to kill my aunt and your sister. Feeling Qin Dongshue's crystal and smooth little hand falling on his shoulder, Lingyun felt a burst of regret in his heart, thinking that if you want to hit auntie, hit harder, even the massage force is not enough, it's just itchy and uncomfortable. The corners of his lips twitched, and he said with a smile, you can rest assured, auntie, I have my senses. All three ingredients are well matched, and it is only good for you. There is no negative impact. Where did the dragon saliva come from, tell me quickly. Qin Dongxue refused to forgive, and got to the bottom of it. Stolen from the dragon's nest. Where is the dragon's nest? Under the Tianqing. Lingyun pointed in the direction of Longpan Mountain. Then, Lingyun briefly told the two about his experience of going to the Tianqing. Of course, it was his edited version. He didn't say anything about the things that shouldn't be said. Brother. So there really is a dragon. Ning Lingyu exclaimed. God, go down from Qingshui City, and come out of Shenangjia. There are really such powerful space formations in the world. Why has my master never told me about it? Qin Dongxue was also shocked and coquettish, and she forgot to cover her attractive little mouth. showing straight white teeth. Not to mention the great shifting formation of heaven and earth, it was the reverse chaos promise sword formation that Ling Yun had described. Qin Dongxue had never heard of it. Brother, no matter where you go, or what you do in the future, you must tell me in advance if I'm begging you, brother. Ning Lingyu remembered all kinds of adventures Ling Yun had under the Tianqing. She couldn't help but be frightened. She couldn't help holding Ling Yun's arm, shaking her coquettishly. So far, it was the first time that Ling Yun told the reason why he had been missing for 6 days, and he was vague to others. But Qin Dongxue and Ning Lingyu are different, they are not others. Of course, even though it was a cut-and-tell version, it was enough for the two beauties to digest for a long time. Stinky boy, if you have time, take my aunt to see that little dragon, I want to see what it looks like. Qin Dongxue was obviously able to come into contact with some unknown secrets. After she was surprised, she accepted it quickly, and immediately thought of going to play with Xiaohe. I'm going too, Ning Lingyu said with a childlike innocence, followed by coquettishness. Ling Yun couldn't stand the offensive of these two people. He nodded again and again, okay, let's go together after our college entrance examination, okay? Qin Dongxue was finally satisfied, she nodded lightly, giggled and said with a smile, if you are acquainted, it's more or less the same. Ling Yun finally felt that the time was right, he looked sullen, and said to Qin Dongxue seriously, Auntie, you must have told Lingyu about cultivating martial arts. Qin Dongxue and Ning Lingyu nodded at the same time, and Ning Lingyu's beautiful eyes flashed with a divine and shy brilliance. Ling Yun pondered for a while, and he put forward his request, Auntie, I think I will teach you the cultivation after Lingyu, you see. After hearing this, Qin Dongxue glared at Ling Yun, stretched out her beautiful spring onion index finger, poked Ling Yun's forehead lightly, and said in a coquettish manner, it's just that you're an idiot for being an auntie, Lingyu's qualifications are so good, auntie. You don't dare to teach at all, whoever you don't teach, will teach. Hearing this, Ning Lingyu's dreamy little face blushed, but she couldn't hide the excitement and ecstasy in her heart. Ling Yun was relieved, he was really afraid that others would teach Lingyu badly, and it would be troublesome to correct it at that time. Okay, when I come back next week, I'll start teaching Lingyu exercises. Ning Lingyu nodded excitedly, but Qin Dongxue heard something wrong. After sizing Ling Yun up and down, she asked softly, Stinky boy, where are you going? To be continued. To be continued. I'm going out to sea. I'll be leaving in 2 days. If everything goes well, I should be back before next Monday. HP//772E6F742E6F%6". Ling Yun said it directly to the two of them. Qin Dongxue and Ning Lingyu looked at each other, and finally Qin Dongxue turned her head to look at Ling Yun, and said coquettishly, can't you just keep quiet for 2 days? You just came out of the Tianqing, and it's only been a few days, and then ran to the sea again. Doesn't this make me and Lingyu worry about you? Qin Dongxue's pretty face turned pale. She had just been submerged by the sea, and she was instinctively afraid of the sea. Don't worry, I have a set of exercises that can only be practiced in the sea. I just go to practice, and I will be back soon. Nine-tailed Tianhu Xiaobai wants to transcend the transformation, and he doesn't want to tell the two of them for the time being, lest it be troublesome to explain. Waiting for Xiaobai to successfully transcend the calamity and transform into an adult, and then bring her to the two of them, this will undoubtedly make it easier for them to accept. Qin Dongxue believed it to be true, she looked at Ling Yun with strange eyes for a long time, and finally sighed helplessly, hey, sister is right, those exercises you are practicing are really strange and unheard of. Brother, do you have to go to the sea? Ning Lingyu asked with concern in her beautiful eyes. Ling Yun nodded seriously, comforting Ning Lingyu not to worry about him. Then you must be careful, check the weather forecast more in the past 2 days, and don't go out to sea on days with strong winds and waves. Ling Yan smiled lightly, touched Ning Lingyu's head lightly, and said confidently, "Don't worry, my brother's water is very good." While speaking, he couldn't help but sneak a glance at Qin Dongxue. Qin Dongshue's beautiful and fair face was faintly blushing. She snorted a small mouth of cherry, and wanted to explode, but she just gave Ling Yun a fierce look and said nothing. "Brother, before you go to sea, be sure to tell my aunt and me. Ning Lingyu really told me thousands of times." Ling Yun laughed and said, "I will definitely come back then." He turned to look at Qin Dongxue. "Auntie, I need to make some preparations for going to sea in the past 2 days. Now I have to go." Qin Dongxue bit her red lips, glared at Ling Yun and said, "Be careful, you can't be bullied when you're outside alone." Ling Yun knew that Qin Dongxue had always been strong. He smiled and nodded and said, "You can rest assured, Auntie, I have always bullied others." In the dark of night, Ling Yun left Clearwater Bay. Drive back to Villa No. 1 in Qingxi Villa District. Cui Lao and Xiao Bai still haven't returned, but Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu have been waiting in the villa for a long time. When Ling Yun arrived, Du Gumo was teaching Tai Xiaohu martial arts. Ling Yun couldn't help but chuckle when he saw it. He secretly said to Tai Xiaohu, "No matter who else teaches you, you can learn it, but you can only learn combat skills, not exercises. I will teach you the exercises." Tai Xiaohu nodded to show his understanding, and the four entered the villa together. After sitting down, Ling Yun asked in a deep voice, Wang Lei's side. "Is there any news?" Tang Meng said directly, "According to the police investigation, 2 days before the accident, Wang Lei suddenly had 1 million more in his bank account." Ling Yun sneered in his heart, thinking that it was true. He immediately asked, "Did you find out where the 1 million came from?" "This is the key." Tang Meng shook his head and said, "I only know that it was transferred from a bank account in the capital. The other police are still investigating and it will take time." Ling Yun said in his heart that the person who wanted to kill him was actually in the capital. The problem here is more serious. He smiled calmly and said, "Wang Lei died very strangely. It is very likely that he was killed, and then thrown his body into the moat. The account in the capital is very important. Be sure to find out that account. Attention, you have to tell Uncle Tang. This matter needs to be investigated secretly. One is to be quick, and the other is to not alarm anyone, so you don't have to panic." Tang Meng nodded to show his understanding. Ling Yun turned to look at Tai Xiaohu again, and asked him how his inquiries were. Tai Xiaohu said solemnly, "Brother Yun, I was arranged by Qinglong's subordinates to investigate. The news they gave me was that the day after Wang Lei's accident, one of Wang Lei's best friends, Li Gang, also disappeared." Ling Yun immediately frowned when he heard this. A glint flashed in his eyes, and he hurriedly asked, "Dead?" Tai Xiaohu shook his head and said, "According to Wang Lei's wife, Li Gang should not have died, but left Qingshui City." Ling Yun was overjoyed when he heard this. He was very sure that this Li Gang should be one of the insiders of this matter. If no one is staring at Ling Yun, it is impossible that Wang Lei's stare has just hit the corner as soon as he rides a bicycle. That is not something that one person can do. Check. Check it out for me. Check it out thoroughly. The mysterious account in the capital has to be checked, and this Li Gang must also be found for me. He wants to see people, and he wants to see corpses. A flash of murderous intent flashed in Ling Yun's eyes. Tang Meng and the three were really puzzled and terrified, and they thought that Ling Yun would work so hard for an unrelated ordinary person. "What are you doing looking at me like this?" "Brother Yun, can I be a good person and a good deed?" Ling Yun said casually. Tang Meng laughed and said, "It's not impossible, Brother Yun, the main reason is that it doesn't fit your style." Ling Yun showed a smile and said, "Occasionally eat some vegetarian food and do good deeds." "I really don't understand you." Du Gumo listened for a long time, only to feel that Yunshan was covered with fog, staring at Ling Yun like a ghost, complaining, and went to the yard to practice. He was a little depressed by Ling Yun's rapid advancement, and he would practice frantically whenever he got the chance. Next, Ling Yun heard several pieces of news from Tang Meng, all of which were good news. First of all, Luo Zheng's case is progressing very fast. After being xuanhuan, he has been officially expelled from the party, and a comprehensive and thorough investigation has been launched on him. It is not far from death. Then there are Tian Buetao's 2 houses, a villa in Linjiang Garden, and a 200-square-meter commercial house in the prosperous area of Qingshui City, all of which have been sold for a total of 13 million. In addition to the 9 million knocked from him, Ling Yun is equivalent to a total of 22 million on Tian Buetao. The villa in Yao Roxiang's image was worth more than 10 million yuan. Tang Meng was very familiar with it this time, so he directly asked Tang Tianhao to say hello to Li Yifeng, and bought it for only 5 million yuan. At the same time, according to Ling Yun's request, Tang Meng also bought a villa worth 6 million for Lu Li's family. Naturally, it was half price and only 3 million. Tang Meng got Ling Yun's approval. This kid is really fierce and ruthless. He took out a loan of 200 million yuan in one go, and has already obtained the approval of the ICBC Qingshui City branch. He is currently going through various procedures. 200 million? How did you get the loan? Wouldn't it be a mortgage on my entire property? Ling Yun was very curious. Tang Meng was very proud. He smiled proudly and said, "Brother Yun, you don't understand the doorway here, with Uncle Li and my father as the guarantee. Just find a company with sufficient strength to go to the bank to apply for a loan, one loan at a time." Right. They come forward for loans, and we use the money. We only need to pay the bank interest on time, and then, when the loan expires, we will repay the principal to them. What Tang Meng said was very simple, but there was naturally a very complicated dark box operation in it, and he didn't say it explicitly. It's that simple? Ling Yunqin said that it was too easy for him to get money like this. The more Tang Meng said, the more proud he became. He smiled and said, "Brother Yun, we are truly powerful now, and it's easy to get this amount of money. Powerful, even loans have become so easy. This is the reason why the rich get richer and the poor get poorer. The reality is so cruel, there is no way." When Ling Yun saw that he was stunned, he raised his hand and gave him a shudder, warning him, "Don't give me shy, if you make me lose, be careful how I deal with you." Of course, Ling Yun was not afraid of Tang Meng losing money in his business. Even if he lost everything, Ling Yun could help him pay it back immediately. No need for anything else, just take out a few night pearls and find an auction house to auction them off. Of course, it is so easy for a person to get a loan of 200 million yuan in the bank, and it is estimated that it is more difficult for a poor person to earn 1 million if he wants to lose money in business. Unless there is an irresistible natural disaster ***. I just heard Tai Xiaohu whisper, "Brother Yun, in fact, you don't need to let Tang Meng handle the loan. In Qinglong's account, Uncle Long left us 300 million. When Tang Meng heard this, he immediately screamed, "Damn it. It's too unfair for God to do him too. I'm here and there, and I've worked so hard to get loans, and you have 300 million ready-made? Yes, give it to me, give it to me." Tang Meng stretched out his hand excitedly and roared at Tai Xiaohu. He was a little furious, because Tai Xiaohu led someone to smash his Qingyun film and television, and now he is still arguing with Tai Xiaohu. Ling Yun laughed when he saw it. He covered his stomach and laughed, "Tang Meng, please be honest with me. The two of you can only help each other in matters, and don't have any entanglements in money, and develop yourselves by yourself. Black is black, white is white, the way is different." Ling Yun can see it clearly and distinguish it very clearly. Tang Meng could only shake his head helplessly, and said gloomily, "Brother Yun, why is Tai Xiaohu taking over all the good things? why am I so unlucky? Tai Xiaohu had a dark face, glared at Tang Meng with his big eyes and said, if you have that energy and ability, I can give you Qinglong, do you dare to take it? Tai Xiaohu has been busy for the past 2 days, and he has been unable to cultivate with peace of mind, which makes him extremely unhappy in his heart, who is eager to improve his strength. Tai Xiaohu is a cultivator. He now has a car and a house, and has no worries about food and clothing. He just wants to quickly improve his strength. Ling Yin opened the door to a magical world for him. This brand new world was full of fatal temptations for Tai Xiaohu, and he was a little less interested in the position of Qinglong's boss. Tang Meng was stunned by Tai Xiaohu's army, and he was speechless. He really didn't dare to pick up Qinglong, he didn't understand, he was afraid of messing up. Ling Yin smiled and said, okay, you all stop arguing, I still have business to talk about. To be continued. To be continued. Ling Yin asked Tang Meng, how's the preparation going for you to get a boat? Tang Meng had already guessed that Ling Yun was going to ask about this. He smiled and said, Brother Yun, you don't have to worry about the ship, I promise there is no problem, but... Ling Yun frowned and asked, but what? Tang Meng laughed and said, hey, Brother Yun, I'm worried you won't be able to drive. When Ling Yun heard this, his forehead was full of black lines. If it wasn't for Tang Meng's reminder, he would never have thought about this issue. But since Tang Meng had brought it up, he must have found a way. He glared at Tang Meng and said, come on, what should I do? Tang Meng raised his hand and pointed to the Qingshui lake outside the villa, and said to Ling Yun with a smile, Brother Yun, driving a boat is much easier to learn than driving. There are so many boats on Qingshui Lake. I have a friend there, and his family rents speedboats, let's play tomorrow. Tang Meng was very thoughtful, and Ling Yun was very satisfied. Ling Yun nodded and said okay, and then said to the two of them, you two, starting from tomorrow, you will buy me a large amount of medicinal materials. I have already made a list for you. Just buy it on the list. This live iron tiger has done it more than once. He smiled and asked, Brother Yun, how much did you buy? Ling Yin smiled and said, not much, 20 million yuan. What? So much? Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu looked at each other and thought that if they bought so many herbs at one time, they could directly set up a herb company. Ling Yan's expression was serious, but also a little smug. He said sternly, this time the two of you will come out with 10 million yuan each, and all the medicines you have bought will be placed in this villa. If the storage room cannot be opened, the gym will be, the utility room, and the garage as you like, and sort them out for me. I'll use them when I get back. Lingyun's entire Villa No. 1 is now a great spirit-gathering formation, absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy all the time. The flowers and trees in the yard are bathed in these rich spiritual energy every day, and naturally, they all bring a spirit of spirituality. Since Lingyun made this gathering spirit formation, it was a weed in Lingyun's yard. Compared with the outside of the yard, it is obviously lush and green. Vibrant. With the improvement of Lingyun realm, the talismans he can make are getting more and more advanced, and the consumption of medicinal materials will naturally be more, and the quality requirements of medicinal materials will also be higher. However, the quality of the medicinal materials on the market was similar, so Ling Yun had to buy them back in advance and store them in Villa No. 1. As the spiritual energy increases over time, the amount of spiritual energy absorbed and infiltrated by these medicinal materials will of course increase. In this case, whether Lingyun will make talismans or alchemy in the future, there is no doubt that the talisman produced will be more powerful, and the effect of refining medicinal pills will be greater. Better. There are relatively few medicinal materials used in making the talismans. Lingyun reached the 7th level of body training, that is, in the late stage of body training, he was about to start refining medicine pills. Lingyun smiled. He continued, also, to make talismans in the future, it is not enough to rely on the blood of these 4 big black dogs. Buy a few more dogs, and keep them in the yard. Ling Yun asked the 2 to buy him enough yellow watch paper and cinnabar. After he finished explaining the business, he briefly asked the 2 of them before sending them away. After Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu left, Ling Yun drew another 200 pieces of fulu, and when it was time for self-study at school next night, he drove to the school to pick up xuanhuan. I haven't seen Ninger for 2 days. Ling Yun really misses the little demon girl. He followed xuanhuan and went back to his villa number 1 first. Putting down the car, Ling Yun embraced xuanhuan's graceful waist and walked towards the Qingshui Lake on foot in the hazy night. Du Gumo, who was ignored by the 2, could only stare at Ling Yun with envy and hatred, and cursed secretly in his heart, "Humph, another beautiful woman, and when these beauties meet, I'll see how you die." "Brother Ling Yun." "Kindness? Where are we going?" "First take you to do a fun game, then let's go to Longpan Mountain." The 2 came to Qingshui Lake. Ling Yun and xuanhuan found a quiet and dark place. He stood on a stone on the shore. He pointed to the water and faced xuanhuan with a smile. "Ninger, do you want to go into the water? To play?" "Ah?" The little demon girl was a little dazed and a little shy. She gave Ling Yun a white look, and said in a coquettish tone, "Brother Ling Yun, you are so mean, I won't go crazy with you in the lake." Ling Yun laughed and said, "Don't worry Ninger, we won't get water on us." xuanhuan glanced at Ling Yun in surprise, and said softly, "Liar, there is no boat here, how can it not get in the water?" Ling Yun was happy, raised his hand and took out 2 water-avoiding charms. He handed one to xuanhuan, then kept one in his hand, and said to xuanhuan, "Look at brother Ling Yun performing fairy magic for you." Ling Yun's appearance made xuanhuan giggled, and she trembled. "Then you can show it to me." Ling Yun raised his hand and put the water avoidance talisman on his body. At the same time he silently called out in his heart, and then walked towards the water with his legs. "Ah!" xuanhuan screamed in fright, subconsciously going to pull Ling Yun. Then, an unbelievable scene appeared. The lake water seemed to have life, and the crashing avoided the surroundings. The lake water on the shore was not deep, and Ling Yun stepped on the stones at the bottom of the lake, and the lake water did not touch his body. Under xuanhuan's stunned gaze, Ling Yun smiled and took 3 steps forward in succession. After 3 steps, the lake water had already submerged his waist, but that was just the lake water around his body. Where Ling Yun walked, the lake water instantly closed again, but it would never enter within half a meter around Ling Yun's body. This is nothing short of miraculous. Ling Yun took another step forward. The lake water had already covered his neck. He turned back and smiled at xuanhuan before stepping back, forcing the surrounding lake water to spread out. Ling Yun quickly returned to the shore. As soon as Ling Yun walked out, the water in the lake closed again, and the waves were rippling, as if nothing happened just now. "Have fun?" Ling Yun stunned xuanhuan and smiled smugly. Xuanhuan reached out and touched the clothes on Ling Yun's body, and even bent over to check his trousers, and found that Ling Yun's clothes were indeed extremely dry, with no water droplets on them, and she was suddenly dumbfounded. What's going on?" xuanhuan asked in shock. Ling Yun pointed to the water-avoiding talisman in the little demon girl's hand and said, "This talisman is called a water-avoiding talisman. Stick it on your body, and shout out, and within a minute, the water will not touch your body." Is this true?" xuanhuan couldn't believe it. Ling Yun smiled and said, "If you don't believe me, you can try it on your body." The little demon girl pondered for a long time, and suddenly her pretty face became ashamed, and she said to Ling Yun, "Brother Ling Yun, can you take another one and go down with me?" Ling Yun immediately took out another one, put the water avoidance talisman on his body, and said to Ninger, "I'll call 1, 2, 3, let's shout together, and then go down. 1, 2, 3, come." xuanhuan followed Ling Yun and called out. then she hugged Ling Yun's arm tightly and stepped carefully towards the water. Of course, there would be no problem. Xuanhuan and Ling Yun walked 3 steps in a row in the lake, and felt the magic of the water avoidance talisman even more. She became bold and asked Ling Yun excitedly and curiously, "Brother Ling Yun, then, what if we go further and let the lake flood our heads?" Ling Yun explained with a smile, "This is only a first-class water avoidance charm, which can ensure that the lake water cannot penetrate within half a meter of our body. If we go further, the lake water will close on top of our heads. When the effect of the water avoidance talisman disappears, the lake water will surround us all at once, and we will instantly become chickens." Xuanhuan exclaimed tenderly, "Ah, let's hurry up then." Ling Yun smiled and said, "No hurry, there is still more than half a minute, the effect of this talisman is about a minute." As the two talked, they started to turn around and walked towards the shore, and soon returned to the shore. Xuanhuan looked at the lake and closed again. She said excitedly, "It's really fun. Brother Ling Yun, give me a few more." Ling Yun smiled, and gave Xuanhuan 7 or 8 water-avoiding charms. The little demon girl boldly walked in the lake several times. "Okay, don't play anymore, I'll take you to Longpan Mountain." It was already late at night, and the tourists in Qingshui Lake could no longer see it. Ling Yun embraced Xuanhuan's delicate body, unfolded his movements, galloped with lightning speed, and headed straight for the Longpan Mountain Tiger climbing cliff. The two quickly came to the Tiger Crest cliff. Ling Yun put down Xuanhuan, he leaned on the railing to look at the direction of the Tianqing, and then said to the little demon girl, "Ninger, Brother Ling Yun brought you here today, there is something very special. Something important to tell you." Xuanhuan was secretly happy, but her beautiful face was shy and inexplicable. She thought Ling Yun was going to propose to her. "I just heard Ling Yun say softly, Ninger, what are you going to do about the forgetfulness in your grandfather's body?" Xuanhuan was stunned for a moment, then opened her mouth and said, "Brother Ling Yun, didn't you say that after 2 months, you will force the worms out for Grandpa?" Ling Yun shook his head, and said, "If you force the mind-eating goo out, Miao Fenghuang will suffer backlash and die." "Ah? This? Xuanhuan is very kind, she knows that Miao Fenghuang is actually very pitiful, and she doesn't want this scene to happen." "Then, what should I do then?" Xuanhuan said anxiously. Ling Yun touched the little demon girl's head and said gently, "Don't worry, I have a way. 3 shifts tomorrow, ask for a monthly ticket, ask for a recommended ticket." "Thanks. To be continued. To be continued." "Really? What can I do?" Xuanhuan's eyes lit up, and she shook Ling Yun's arm with both hands. "Brother Ling Yun, tell me now." Ling Yun said with a smile, "If you don't take out the indulgent heart-eating goo from Grandpa Shue's body, Grandpa Shue will suffer. If you force out the indifference-eating heart goo, Miao Fenghuang will definitely be attacked. So if you want to make them all okay, there is only one way to make the two of them reconciled." "Well, do you understand what I mean?" When Xuanhuan heard this, she was suddenly disappointed. Her slightly heroic eyebrows were slightly furrowed, and she pouted and said, "So this is the way? I've thought about it for a long time." Ling Yun saw Xuanhuan's slightly disappointed expression, stunned for a moment, and asked in surprise, "What? Ninger doesn't want to?" He remembered clearly that when Dr. Xue mentioned Miao Fenghuang for the first time, Xuanhuan said that the old man would bring Miao Fenghuang home. Could it be that Ninger now regrets it again? "So, isn't my lobbyist going to grind his tongue tonight?" Seeing Xuanhuan smiling shyly, she rolled her eyes at Ling Yun, and said coquettishly, "That's the best result, how could people not be willing? It's just that I secretly asked my grandfather later, and my grandfather said that Miao Fenghuang, that Grandma Miao has a very strong temper. Even if my grandfather is willing to put down her posture and go to her now, she can't agree." Ling Yun immediately breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this, thinking that my Hao Ninger is really reasonable. As long as Ninger is willing, the next thing will be easy. Ling Yan smiled leisurely and said, Ninger, rest assured, since I can say it, there is a way to get Miao Fenghuang to nod and agree, but before that, there is one more important thing. Great! When xuanhuan heard that Ling Yan had a solution, she was overjoyed and immediately asked, what else is there? Ling Yan looked directly at xuanhuan's big, bright eyes, lowered her voice deliberately, and said mysteriously, Ninger, let me tell you a secret. Back then, after Miao Fenghuang had a super friendship with your grandfather, she was pregnant. Ah? This? Xuanhuan was both shocked and ashamed. She gave Ling Yan a coquettish glance before she said, Brother Ling Yan. Does that mean that Grandma Miao also has my grandfather's child? Ling Yan nodded seriously. He saw that xuanhuan did not react too violently, and he said that Ninger's ability to accept is really strong. So Ling Yan continued to make a big announcement, it's a boy. Moreover, when this boy grew up, he married a Miao girl, and then gave birth to another daughter. God! Xuanhuan covered her mouth and exclaimed coquettishly. However, Grandpa didn't tell me this, Brother Ling Yan, how did you know? After a long while in shock, xuanhuan came back to her senses. She stared at Ling Yan and asked. Finally getting to the point, Ling Yan twitched the corner of his mouth and said with a smile, your grandfather doesn't know either. I knew about this first. Xuanhuan saw Ling Yan teasing her mysteriously and kept teasing her, and she almost wanted to go to the house to unravel the tiles in a hurry. He couldn't help but sneered, Brother Ling Yan, can you tell me all in one breath? Really? Okay. Ling Yan knew that the heat was almost over. He stopped hiding it, and finally told xuanhuan everything about Miao Xiaomiao. Miao Xiaomiao, it's her. Xuanhuan murmured, isn't the masked girl who helped you fight on the night of Qingming festival also her? Ling Yan gently scratched xuanhuan's pretty nose. Nodding and smiling, Ninger is so smart, she can draw inferences from one case to another. Yes, she found out that I was the one who suppressed the indulgent heart erosion goo. If I die, Miao Fenghuang will definitely suffer backlash, so she must try her best to protect me. Huh. Xuanhuan let out a long breath. Blinking his big eyes, he said, so that's the case. I said that when I went to your class to look for you for the first time, I thought she looked at me differently. It turns out that she is also the granddaughter of my grandfather. She knew my relationship with her at that time, so she looked at me with that kind of eyes. Xuanhuan knew everything and recalled everything in an instant. Then, Brother Ling Yan, is it Miao Xiaomiao or me? Xuanhuan suddenly asked, curiously. Ling Yan shook his head and said, I don't know about this, but it looks like the two of you should be about the same. Xuanhuan was shocked and said excitedly, I'll ask her tomorrow, I'm going to take her home and let her live with me, yeah, that's great. Ling Yan didn't expect the little demon girl to accept Miao Xiaomiao so easily. He was very happy. He gently stroked the top of xuanhuan's head and nodded slightly. Although the little demon girl seems unruly and willful, she is actually kind and reasonable. Ling Yan's mission was finally successfully completed. Taking advantage of xuanhuan's happiness, he also told the little demon girl about his plans to go to sea. Xuanhuan was naturally worried. However, xuanhuan was stunned again when she heard Ling Yan say that the purpose of going to sea this time was to take Xiaobai to transform into a calamity. Ninger, don't be surprised, didn't you see it with your own eyes when Xiaobai grew his second tail? Speaking of this, Ling Yan suddenly noticed something. His eyes flashed violently, and he looked in the direction of the Tianqing. In the night, a snow-white lightning bolt was galloping towards the tiger's cliff. Ling Yan smiled and nodded. It turned out that Xiaobai was indeed here. He must have sensed his own breath and ran over. Look at Ninger, Xiaobai is here. Ling Yan raised his hand and pointed. Xuanhuan looked in the direction of Ling Yan's finger, and sure enough, she saw Xiaobai's fox shadow, faster than lightning, 100 meters in a blink of an eye, and was about to rush along the steep cliff to the Tiger's Cliff. Yeah, it's really Xiaobai, she's so fast. Xuanhuan couldn't help cheering. Before Xuanhuan finished speaking, Xiaobai had already rushed to the Tiger's Cliff, and a huge fox shadow flashed past. Xiaobai had already plunged into Lingyan's arms, and her soft and tender body lingered and acted like a spoiled child. After Xiaobai left Shenangjia, he fully revealed his body for the second time, with 3 huge snow-white tails floating in the night sky, which was truly beautiful and moving. Xuanhuan and Xiaobai are very close. She is not afraid of Xiaobai at all. She directly leaned forward, stroked Xiaobai's smooth fox body, and said softly, Xiaobai is changing shape, it's so beautiful now, change shape it will definitely look better than a fairy in the future. Xiaobai's charming fox eyes flashed a touch of coquettish shyness, and she nodded lightly. She threw a snow-white fox tail in front of Xuanhuan and fluttered gently. The tail of the 9-tailed celestial fox is of the same level as the celestial fox demon pill it cultivates. It is a proud status symbol of the 9-tailed celestial fox. She can take the initiative to let Xuanhuan touch it, which is a real recognition of Ninger's performance. Brother Lingyun, when can I practice? Xiaobai is so good, Miao Xiao Miao is also very good, I also want to learn martial arts. Xuanhuan gently stroked Xiaobai's fox body, stared at Lingyun and said. Lingyun smiled and said, Ninger, don't worry, your aptitude is very good, you will practice very quickly, now learn your homework well, and when the summer vacation, I will teach you well, okay? Xuanhuan frowned and pouted, what's the point of learning those homework? It's purely test-oriented education. For the sake of a boring college entrance examination, I won't take those rubbish seriously. Lingyun thought about it too, he nodded and said, that's fine, then when Xiaobai and I come back, I'll start teaching you martial arts, and at the same time teaching you the 9 needles of the spirit pivot, is that alright? Xuanhuan is undoubtedly the best candidate to learn Lingyun's 9 needles. Xuanhuan finally smiled and said, well, thank you brother Lingyun. She wanted to kiss Lingyun now, but Xiaobai was present, and the little demon girl was embarrassed. Lingyun glanced at the direction of Tianqing again. He really wanted to go there to take a look, but it was too late, and he had to send Xuanhuan back. Lingyun looked in 3 directions again, and said silently in his heart, Tianyang grass, earthine grass, ambergris. Now, the spiritual energy in Villa number 1 could no longer meet Lingyun's needs, and it was impossible for him to rely on drinking dragon saliva all day long to absorb the spiritual energy. Lingyun would drink 2 or 3 caddies at a time, and after 1,800 times, it would be gone. Where would he go then? Fortunately, there are Yinyang grass and ambergris here. Lingyun can not only quickly practice the Yinyang art of Wen Qi, but also get a steady stream of ambergris aura, which complements each other. Ninger, it's already very late, shall I take you back? Lingyun said to Xuanhuan with a smile. Xuanhuan touched Xiaobai's fox body and said to Lingyun, brother Lingyun, tonight, I want Xiaobai to accompany me, okay? Lingyun lowered his head and looked at Xiaobai, but saw Xiaobai nodded decisively, so he said, Xiaobai agrees, let's go. Xiaobai left Lingyun's embrace and landed silently. The 2 snow-white tails disappeared suddenly, turning into 1 tail. Lingyun picked up Xuanhuan, waved at Xiaobai, and performed 1,000 miles of walking, and swept down Longpan Mountain like lightning. The distance from Longpan Mountain to Lingyun's Villa number 1 is about the same distance as going to Shueshini's house, so Lingyun didn't bother to go back to drive. After going down the mountain, he quickly sent Ninger home. Lingyun just sent Xuanhuan to the gate of the courtyard, watched her open the door, and brought Xiaobai in, without making any stop. However, he still secretly transmitted his voice, and briefly exchanged a few words with Shueshini in the hospital. Shini Shui told Lingyun that Miao Xiaomiao had just left, and the grandparents and grandchildren had a great conversation. Lingyun also told Shini Shui that he had told Xuanhuan everything and that Ninger had no problems, so Shini Shui could rest assured. Miao Xiao Bing Shui is smart, Shui mining is considerate, a seemingly troublesome matter. Because of the perfect performance of these two lovely little beauties, it was solved very successfully. However, Ling Yun and Shueshini both knew that now is just the first step in the long march, and the real difficulties are still to come. Grandpa Shui, you can leave everything to me, at ease. Ling Yun said the last sentence to Shueshini and turned to leave. To be continued. To be continued. Ling Yun quickly returned to Villa number 1, but found that Cui Lao still hadn't come back. He couldn't help frowning secretly. Old Cui should know that I need to give him acupuncture. Why did he suddenly disappear? However, he did not have the contact information of Mr. Cui, and he could not contact Mr. Cui for a while, so he had to give up temporarily. Ling Yun said to Du Gumo, who was cultivating frantically in the yard, I'll go first, and we'll continue making talismans tomorrow. Ling Yun drove, and soon returned to Fuhua Manor Hot Spring Villa. Before the car entered the yard, he felt a chill. Ling Yun knew without thinking that Lin Menghan must have memorized the Wuji Profound Ice Art by heart and started to run the exercises by himself. He quickly turned off the Land Rover, parked directly outside the courtyard, got out of the car, and flew into the courtyard silently. Lin Menghan was also really bold. Once he had memorized the Profound Ice Art, he couldn't wait to start practicing on his own. Ling Yun didn't dare to disturb her, for fear that she would go into trouble if she was careless. Ling Yun fell to the ground silently, and soon came to the bedroom on the 2nd floor. The temperature here plummeted, 7 or 8 degrees lower than the temperature outside the villa, but this temperature difference had no effect on Ling Yun. Dying gathering star treasure art, Ling Yun has now reached the peak of the 12th small realm, and can already achieve no sweat in the hot summer, no clothes in the severe cold, and everything is fine. Lin Menghan only wore pajamas, with a sexy and hot body sitting cross-legged on the bed, 5 hearts facing the sky, her beautiful eyes slightly closed, and she concentrated on practicing the Profound Ice Art, unaware that Ling Yun was coming back. Ling Yun didn't bother her either, but just smiled and silently protected her dharma until Lin Menghan's infuriating qi had run out for a big week, and slowly opened his eyes. Lin Menghan saw Ling Yun as soon as she opened her eyes, and she immediately looked surprised. Husband, are you back? Ling Yun nodded with a smile, but turned his handsome face into a stern face, and said a little reproachfully, didn't you say that you were only allowed to memorize, and you are not allowed to practice? The first time to practice, I have to be by your side to accompany you. Okay. If you get angry during practice, who do you ask your husband to settle the account with? Seeing Ling Yun blaming her, Lin Menghan pouted and made a face. Some dared not look at him, and said softly, after you have memorized the magic formula, you will be bored waiting, just practice and give it a try. Who knows? Will it be like this? Ling Yun couldn't bear to blame Lin Menghan. He came to Lin Menghan's side in a flash. He took her directly into his arms, and said softly, don't be so foolish in the future. Fortunately, you practiced correctly this time, and it was considered a near miss. Next time, the husband's family law will serve you. Lin Menghan's 2 pink arms naturally wrapped around Ling Yun's neck, and kissed Ling Yun's face with her beautiful and cold lips, and said coquettishly, don't wait for the next time, you can use your family law now. Ling Yun was instantly speechless. Halo, Lin Menghan is getting more and more clingy now. Okay, let's talk about the family law later. Now let's talk about the practice. Ling Yun embraced Lin Menghan's delicate body, but his eyes were clear, and he didn't eat tofu with Lin Menghan's hands. The bridal chamber is the bridal chamber, and practice is practice. One is to follow the way of heaven, the other is to go against the sky, Ling Yun clearly distinguishes. He first asked Lin Menghan to recite the Profound Ice Art from the beginning to the end. Seeing that Lin Menghan had memorized it word for word, he finally felt relieved. Then Ling Yun began to speak word by word. He told Lin Menghan all the training points of Wuji Profound Ice Art and some key points that should be paid attention to. Ling Yan spoke very seriously and carefully. No matter how complicated he was, he could explain it in simple terms, and Lin Menghan nodded repeatedly. Understood? You repeat it to me again. Cultivation is the easiest thing to forget about the passage of time. By the time Ling Yan confirmed that Lin Menghan had completely mastered the Wuji Profound Ice Art, the long night had passed, and the east was white with fish belly. I will protect you now, and you will run the Wuji Profound Ice Art again. If there is no problem, you can practice like this in the future. In terms of cultivation, Ling Yan is definitely the best instructor, no one. Ling Yan has reached the transitional calamity stage, whether it is his understanding of the way of heaven or his understanding of the potential of the human body, he has already reached the terrifying realm of reaching the pinnacle of excellence. Before the Qi training period, or even before the Foundation establishment period, all training was only in the category of martial arts, not really cultivation. No matter how awesome martial arts, in Ling Yan, it was naturally a drizzle of pediatrics. Husband, it's almost dawn, people want. Lin Menghan didn't want to practice anymore. He kept acting like a spoiled child, his hot tender body digging straight into Ling Yan's arms. Seeing that Lin Menghan's pajamas were messed up, the snow-white and crystal-clear skin was exposed to the air, and Ling Yan's expression did not change. Humph. Big wood, just practice. Lin Menghan was no match for Ling Yan, so he had no choice but to give Ling Yan a sullen look, but he took off his pure black pajamas, so he didn't have an inch of thread, and began to practice cross-legged. Ling Yan frowned, drooling wildly. He shook his head helplessly, exhorting, be meditative. Lin Menghan's aptitude is indeed excellent. After Ling Yan's careful guidance, she quickly completed a small zhou tian this time. The purine and cold energy in her body was almost completely activated by her, and the temperature around her body suddenly dropped by more than a dozen. It's like it's winter. Seeing that Lin Menghan was able to achieve such an effect at the very beginning of his practice, Ling Yan was extremely satisfied. When he was in the world of cultivation, Ling Yan had seen the Holy Maiden of the Ice Palace perform the profound ice art. Snow drifting, which shows the power of this exercise. Lin Menghan was originally a purine body, but she also obtained the yin and cold energy transformed from the yin and evil qi in Ling Yan's body. The two complement each other, which makes her practice very high, and it is very likely that she will reach or even surpass the Ice Palace Saint in the future. Realm. After Lin Menghan let the pure yin and cold energy in her body swim away for a large week, she slowly opened her eyes again. At this time, she had completely calmed down, because as she became more and more proficient in the practice, she had discovered the practice of cultivation. The beauty of this wonderful taste of obviously feeling the improvement of one's realm is really not much worse than the feeling of being happy between men and women. It feels different, but it's just as wonderful. Husband, thank you. Lin Menghan said quietly, staring at Ling Yan, who had been protecting her law, silently. Okay, what can I say thank you for? Just follow this practice in the future. After a week, I will start teaching you ice palm. Well. Then, can people make out with you now? Lin Menghan secretly glanced out the window, only to see that it was already bright outside. Still use her to say? Ah. Lin Menghan let out a coquettish cry. The heat met the ice, and the ice also met the heat. Hey, that taste can only be said to be ice and fire, Zheng. Lin Menghan straightened his snow-white neck, enjoying and cooperating with Ling Yan's expedition, and said with a wink, Bad man, you teach others this practice, is that for this? Fire and water blend. The morning sun gradually rose, and on the tree outside the villa, Zhili began to sing for the first time, covering up the hurried gasps and a coquettish cry in the room. 3 pulls in the sun, Lin Menghan made up for sleep, and Ling Yan drove away from Fuhua Manor in high spirits, went straight back to Villa No. 1, and started making talismans again. When it was almost noon, Tang Meng came, and they went to Qingshui family for lunch together, and then went straight to Qingshui Lake. Tang Meng contacted the friend who was engaged in yacht charter last night, and asked him to reserve a large leisure speedboat for Ling Yun, and personally teach Ling Yun how to drive. Setting the coordinates, setting the direction, accelerating and decelerating, turning around, and tossing and turning are just a few things. It is indeed easier to learn than driving. Ling Yun only took less than an hour to master it. There are no obstacles on the water, just set the right direction and drive forward. The sea is endless, and you don't need to worry about anything when you go out to the sea. Ling Yun drove a speedboat and scurried through Qingshui Lake comfortably. He thought that technology really had its brilliance. When he had time in the future, he had to study it carefully. When you reach the middle stage of Qi training, you can fly briefly in the air, but there are planes in this world, although it is not as convenient as personal flying, but only from the perspective of fast traveling through space, the effect of the two is still the same. Cultivation reaches the golden core stage. A city with hundreds of thousands of people can be destroyed with a single palm, but the nuclear bombs in this world can also achieve it, and the effect is still no different. Although it is a different song, it has the beauty of the same work. Although it is a different way, it has the same effect. Ling Yun then thought of high-tech such as TV, computer and mobile phone, and said to his heart that there is indeed something to be respected in this world. Of course, cultivating really relies on personal cultivation, using the body and soul to communicate with heaven and earth, or borrowing the power of heaven and earth, but technology requires people to use various tools to achieve human goals. It's interesting, not bad. Ling Yun let the speedboat dock, and after taking Tang Meng off the speedboat, he praised. The two left Qingshui Lake and returned to Villa No. 1. Brother Yun, I've seen it for you. If you go to Diaoyu Island, it's a relatively short distance from Wenzhou, about 200 nautical miles, so I called my friend over there to prepare a speedboat for you. I asked, the speedboat's endurance is more than 600 nautical miles, the fastest speed is 60 knots, and the normal speed is 40 knots. If it is a one-way trip, it will be 200 nautical miles, and it will take 4 or 5 hours to arrive. Ling Yun was perplexed. He turned his head and asked Tang Meng, how many knots in the sea, what does this mean? Tang Meng smiled and said, Brother Yun, didn't you look at the dial of the speedboat just now? The distance at sea is calculated in nautical miles, and 1 nautical mile is equivalent to 1.852 kilometers. It is how many nautical miles the boat travels in 1 hour. Festival. So that's the case, I understand. Ling Yun understood. Tang Meng continued, Brother Yun, Diaogui Island has been very unstable recently, you really decided to go there? Ling Yun smiled, I only went because it was not peaceful. If it was peaceful, I would not go. To be continued. To explain, if there are no special circumstances in the future, the daily update time will be 9 a.m. and 9 p.m. You don't have to wait blindly. If you add updates, it will be at 3 p.m. Ling Yun and Tang Meng quickly returned to Villa No. 1. Ling Yun instructed Tang Meng to prepare food and fresh water for him and Xiao Bai for at least 10 days, so as to be prepared. Tang Meng asked if he needed to prepare guns and ammunition for Ling Yun, but Ling Yun refused with a smile. When he was at the peak of the 3rd level of physical training, he could already dodge the bullets of the ground-level killer Di Ba, not to mention that he has now reached the 6th floor exercise. After sending Tang Meng away, Ling Yun still took Dugumo to make talismans frantically. The two of them were busy in the dark, and it was not until late at night that Ling Yun announced the end of work. Ling Yun's luck is good. Today, he actually made several 2nd-level lightning protection charms, water protection charms, as well as diamond charms and defense charms, which made him feel sad. Talismans such as lightning and water avoidance talismans are of higher order than fire talismans and clear water talismans. The talismans Lingyun made in front of them can only be made at the first level. A lightning arrestor, this will help Xiaobai a lot. Through frantically making talismans, the spiritual energy in Lingyun's body was repeatedly depleted and replenished. His realm cultivation was also advancing by leaps and bounds. Now he has steadily reached the middle stage of the 6th level of body training, and is faintly reaching the peak of the 6th level of body training. Momentum. Hey, I said that the talisman madman of the Immortal Doctor sect, are you free to eat and support yourself? I haven't seen you cultivating all day, what are you doing just painting these ghostly talismans? Dugumo was tossed by Lingyun for 2 days, his back was sore and his legs cramped, and now he finally stopped to rest for a while. He couldn't help protesting to Lingyun with a bitter face. Lingyun just smiled lightly and did not explain too much, since the high technology of this world is the superpower of human beings. Then these talismans he made are also Lingyun's means, and they are very powerful means. When it is used, Lingyun does not shy away from this, and, more than that, he will be able to concoct alchemy very soon. In the middle stage of Qi training, you will need to refine the equipment. Talisman, alchemy, weapon refining, and formation can all enhance Lingyun's defense and attack, and can make his strength stronger. As long as he can improve his own strength, Lingyun does not reject any means. The world of comprehension talks about whose realm is high, whoever has the bigger fist is the truth, and whoever is stronger has the right to speak. He believes that the strong is respected, this is a universal iron rule. What you say doesn't work. Then there is only one reason, that is, you are not strong enough. Have you had enough of the dragon pattern sword? Give it to me, I'll use it tomorrow. Lingyun was going to take Xiaobai out to sea tomorrow, of course he wanted to take back the dragon pattern sword with Dugumo. Dugumo grimaced. Depressed, he said, you've been making those ghostly talismans for the past 2 days. How can you practice swords? Lingyun smiled and said, okay, don't put on a bitter face, I'll play with you after I return from the sea. Dugumo reluctantly untied the dragon pattern soft sword from his waist, and the dragon pattern soft sword shivered straight. The body of the sword is as red as autumn water, the cold light flickers, and the tremor chirps softly. Cut gold and cut jade, cut iron like mud, thin like a cicada's wings, and the sword screams like a dragon's roar, a peerless sword. Dugumo praised. Can you tell the origin of this sword? Lingyun took the dragon pattern sword that Dugumo threw over. He gently flicked the sword with 2 fingers in the food, listening to the sound of a melodious dragon roar, asked Dugumo Dao with a smile. Dugumo shook his head decisively, and said in a serious tone, I can't tell, but there is a lifelike dragon pattern on the hilt. You must be right to call it a dragon pattern sword. If it has a scabbard, it should be easier to identify. With a thought, Lingyun put the dragon pattern sword into the space ring, got up and found his warrior knight clothes, and also put it into the space ring. Do you want me to go with you tomorrow? Dugumo stood up tall, with a handsome posture, like a sharp sword, with a sharp aura, he could break through the innate realm at any time. No, Xiaobai and I are together, as long as we don't meet a master of the 4th level innate realm, there is no problem in protecting ourselves. Lingyun was calm and leisurely, with a confident calmness all over his body, and said with a smile. Dugumo was stunned when he heard this, and said in shock, what? Can you beat a 3rd level Xiantian master now? It was impossible for Dugumo not to be shocked. Lingyun's strength had entered the realm too quickly. He didn't even dare to think about it now. When he thought about it, he felt terrified, and there would be endless frustration in his heart. When the 2 of them worked together to kill those Orientals in Shenanjia, Lingyun's strength was against the sky, but at that time, the strength of the 2 was actually comparable. Ling Yun was able to join forces with Dugumo to kill Tokugawa Takashika, who was in the first layer of the innate by relying on the demon sword of underworld blood and the dragon pattern sword. Although Dugumo shocked Ling Yun's displayed strength, his mentality was actually balanced. Up to now, Dugumo has been working hard to cultivate, and has been unable to break through the innate realm, but Ling Yun's strength has been able to be on an equal footing with the masters of the third level innate, and he has directly thrown him 3 or 4 big realms, which makes him completely collapsed. Anxious and frustrated, Dugumo, a talented young man who has been in the Dugu family for a century, confirmed that he had no hope of chasing Ling Yun, and the pride in his heart was beaten by Ling Yun. Ling Yun noticed Dugumo's eyes, his face became solemn, he focused on the dragon's howl, and shouted at Dugumo. Dugumo's dazed and frustrated eyes finally focused, and he still said unbelievably to himself, how could it be so fast? This is impossible. Ling Yunjuan's eyes flashed, he stared straight at Dugumo, and said solemnly, Dugu, you are indeed a genius in cultivation, but I advise you, don't try to compare me, you or me. Those dragon saliva, are you drinking for nothing? Dugumo is practicing martial arts, Ling Yun is self-cultivation, but Dugumo wants to compare his training speed with Ling Yun. He can't catch up even on a fast horse on the plain. The peak of the 8th floor of the day after tomorrow, what a short period of time, you have to break through the innate realm at any time now, think about it, what else can't be satisfied with such a terrifying speed of cultivation? All of Ling Yun's words used Shenlongxiu, which had a wonderful refreshing effect, and could be heard in Dugumo's ears. Like the sound of tiger roaring and thunder, deafening and screaming, he finally fully recovered his sanity. Huh. I almost went crazy just now, Ling Yun, you are really a monster. Whoever will love you in the future, I will never compare with you again. It's purely courting death. Ling Yun's expression softened, he smiled, and said, you have already squeezed most of your body into the innate realm. It's normal for you to be unstable at this time, but this matter just now is only good for you, you are away from piercing that layer of windows. Paper, it's not far away. Dugumo also felt that after his sanity was restored, he seemed to have realized something, but these things were illusory. He wanted to catch them, but he couldn't. So he hurriedly said to Ling Yun, I may really have to break through. Go and do your own thing, don't disturb me. Ling Yun watched Dugumo Fei go outside, he said in a voice transmission, I won't be here tomorrow. When I'm not in Qingshui, help me take care of my home. Don't worry. Dugumo also sent back Ling Yun's voice through voice transmission, and then he didn't move his knees. Started his rush. Ling Yun turned his head, looked at the guest room where old Chui lived, frowned slightly, shook his head and left Villa number 1. At midnight, Ling Yun was alone and came to the Tiger Crest on Longpan Mountain again. With his current movement speed, he can outperform the ghosts when he spreads it out. It is simply a wisp of blue smoke, more than 100 meters in a blink of an eye, and it takes not even 2 minutes to go from Villa No. A full moon was in the sky. Ling Yun found a big rock and sat cross-legged. Concentrate on the mind and purify the mind, and fully practice the great evolution star treasure art. The bright yellow moonlight fell from the full moon in the sky, like a shocking exercise, covering Ling Yun's body. The sky is full of stars, and countless stars are not stingy with the power of billions of stars. They are connected to Ling Yun's body. They are still invisible to the naked eye, but Ling Yun can clearly feel it. I don't know how much time passed, there was a loud bang in Ling Yun's body, and the Dian Juxingju successfully broke through the 13th small realm. In just a split second, Ling Yun's skin, muscles, bones, tendons, including internal organs, etc., were all baptized by the power of the moon and stars, and they were improved again. The skin is more lustrous and crystal clear, the muscles are stronger and stronger, the bones are bullied, and the muscles are condensed and flexible. Huh. It feels good. Ling Yun floated up and raised his head to look at the moon, thinking that if there were 5 moons on the earth, then the speed of his cultivation would be at least 5 times faster. Bang! Ling Yun kicked casually. The huge stone weighing several hundred kilograms that he was sitting on just now was kicked out like a cannonball. The huge stone was broken into countless pieces in midair. Fell into the pit. Bang 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 bang. After a while, the sound of the gravel falling into the deep water entered Ling Yun's ears, and he smiled lightly. Ling Yun performed the phantom fish and dragon steps, and flew out of the tiger's cliff in a flash. After his vigorous body quickly fell more than 100 meters in the air, he lightly lifted his breath and took 3 steps in the night sky. Like Qin Dongxue, walk through the void. At a height of more than 500 meters and a space of more than 400 meters, Ling Yun stepped over in 4 steps and landed next to the Tianqing with an extremely light body. Ling Yun stood on the edge of the Tianqing, and with extreme eyesight, he used his yin-yang eyes for the first time to look below the Tianqing. A full moon was reflected in the water, and the surface of the water was hazy and shiny. Ling Yun saw that the depth of the water submerged at least 150 meters to the bottom of the pit. Crash! A huge splash appeared on the water, and a fish-shaped figure 7 or 8 meters long swam on the water for a while, and then sank in an instant. It's that kind of ferocious strange fish, Ling Yun said with a sincere look. He decided to go down to the Tianqing to investigate when he reached the qi refining stage and was able to create a water avoidance talisman of level 5 or higher. For nothing else, he had to go to the temple in Yangzhenjian to take a look to see if the seated Buddha in the vitra-glazed body was still there. Ling Yun turned his head and walked away, finding the places of the heavenly sun grass and the earthine grass respectively, solidly absorbed the yin-yang and the yin-yang, and practiced his yin-yang art of one qi. Finally, Ling Yun followed the direction and found the ambergris. Ambergris has a nice name, but it actually looks extremely ordinary. The grass stems are twisted like snakes, and the roots are intertwined. The grass and leaves are like a human tongue. He sat cross-legged again, comfortably absorbing the aura emanating from the large clump of ambergris, until his body could no longer hold a trace, then got up and gave up. Hey, everything is ready, you can go to sea today. Ling Yun smiled proudly, and in the darkness before dawn, he used his body technique and quickly left Longpan Mountain. To be continued. To be continued. To emphasize again, Wanqian Xianyi will guarantee 2 updates every day from now on. The update time is at 9 a.m. and 9 p.m. If the update is added, it will be at 3 p.m. You don't have to wait blindly. No, I will ask everyone for leave. In the morning light, Ling Yun drove back to the Fuhua Manor, hot spring villa area. Ling Yun didn't return last night, but he had already called Lin Menghan to tell Lin Menghan not to wait for him and to rest as soon as possible after practicing. Lin Menghan is now at the early stage of the 9th floor cultivation of the day after tomorrow. She only needs to meditate cross-legged for a few days a day, and she can get enough sleep for the previous 8 hours. Therefore, she wakes up very early. Before Ling Yun's car entered the door, Lin Menghan had already heard it. She happily rushed downstairs and opened the door for Ling Yun. Husband, are you back? Ling Yun didn't drive the car in, he parked the Land Rover directly at the door, and then walked straight into the courtyard. The spirit is so good, it seems that you had a good rest last night? Ling Yun hugged Lin Menghan's waist and laughed. Lin Menghan was endlessly shy, she gave Ling Yun a charming look and said, "What, you were so tired yesterday, and they slept until 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and they overslept." Ling Yun was too fierce. If Lin Menghan hadn't reached the 9th level of the acquired realm, she would never be able to withstand Ling Yun's tossing. Go up and turn on the computer. I want to check some information. The two went up to the 2nd floor and returned to the bedroom. Lin Menghan turned on the LCD computer and asked Ling Yun in surprise, "Husband, what are you checking?" "The weather in the East China Sea in the next week, as well as some information on Diaoyu Island. Help me find it. Ling Yan said with a smile. As the saying goes, sharpening knives is not a mistake for chopping firewood. Diaogui Island has been very chaotic recently. Ling Yan must know himself and his enemy. Well prepared. Lin Menghan sat on Ling Yan's lap, helped Ling Yan open the web page, and searched for information on Diaogui Island, but he giggled and said, "Husband, when did you start caring about national affairs?" Ling Yan smiled, a pair of big hands roaming around Lin Menghan's hot and tender body. The corner of his mouth twitched and said, "I don't care about any national affairs. Husband is going to sea today." Going to sea? Lin Menghan's pretty face changed immediately, and she exclaimed tenderly, "Husband. You're not going to Diaoyu Island, are you?" Ling Yan nodded and said that he was going to Diaogui Island. Lin Menghan was so frightened that he turned around and wrapped his pink arm around Ling Yan's neck. He said, "Husband, because of Diaogui Island, we Huaxia and Dongyang are constantly rubbing against each other. Now there is so much noise there, you go." "What are you doing there?" Ling Yan smiled lightly and said, "Go to practice, I have a set of exercises." "You have to be there to practice, so you have to go." There was a hint of suspicion in Lin Menghan's beautiful eyes. She frowned and said in a coquettish tone, "What kind of exercise? You have to go there to practice it. I think you want to go to Diaoyu Island to make trouble, right?" Ling Yan said sternly, "My lady goddess, you still don't understand. Some special exercises must be practiced in certain places. For example, your Wuji Xianbing art. If you want to achieve great success in your cultivation in the future, you have to go to the coldest place to succeed in your cultivation. Otherwise, no matter how talented you are, no matter how hard you practice, you will not be able to cultivate to the realm of great achievement." "Ah? The coldest place? Isn't that?" Lin Menghan instantly thought of two places. Ling Yan smiled leisurely. Nodding his head, he said, "Yes, the North and South Poles. If you don't go, it's so cold there, it's going to freeze to death." Lin Menghan shook his head like a rattle when he heard that it was the North and South Poles, his beautiful long hair fluttering from side to side, charming and moving. Ling Yan smiled and said, "You can't say it now. I'm afraid I will pull you and won't let you go, but I won't be able to hold you back. Don't worry, when your Wuji profound ice art has reached a certain level, it will be dozens of degrees below zero. The low temperature, you don't care at all. The lower the temperature of the environment, the faster you will cultivate. The North and South Poles are the best places to practice the profound ice art." Lin Menghan didn't speak anymore, because she knew what Ling Yan said was right. Now that the average temperature in Qingshui City has reached nearly 30 degrees, she was indeed a little irritable when she practiced the profound ice art in this environment. "Hubby, you must accompany me," Lin Menghan said coquettishly as he twisted his body on Ling Yan's thigh. Ling Yan nodded decisively and said, "Don't worry, I will definitely accompany you." In such a mysterious place as the North and South Poles, even if Lin Menghan did not practice the profound ice art, Ling Yan would go there sooner or later. He knew that such places generally had rare and hard-to-find treasures, such as the Millennium Ice. Soul, Wanyan Hanyu, or something, is absolutely indispensable. "Husband, the wind and waves around Diaogui Island have been quite strong in the past 2 days, and the weather is not very good." Lin Menghan first checked the weather in the waters of Diaoyu Island, and found that there was an 8th-level gale and 4-meter waves. He couldn't help reminding Ling Yan with a worried look. "I see, it's fine, just check the information on Diaogui Island." Ling Yan was very calm. When he was in the world of comprehension, he had stood on the sea and admired the monstrous waves that were more than 100 meters high. For Ling Yan, the waves of several meters high were no different from the water waves in the open-air swimming pool in Villa No. 1. After more than an hour, Ling Yan had a very comprehensive understanding of Diaogui Island. He felt that it was almost done, so he asked Lin Menghan to turn off the computer, and the two of them got dressed and went out to have breakfast. Husband, I'm bored anyway when I'm idle. Can I accompany you to Diaoyu Island? During dinner, Lin Menghan took the initiative to invite Ying. Ling Yin refused, directly. Although Lin Menghan had attained the 9th layer realm, she didn't even practice Frost Palm right now, so she didn't have any fighting power, so she went to only add confusion to Ling Yun. After breakfast, Ling Yun sent Lin Menghan back to the villa. He told Lin Menghan all the mobile phone numbers of Tang Meng, Tai Xiaohu, and Ning Lingyu, and told her that if there was anything that could not be handled, he could call them. In fact, for some daily chores, Lin Menghan only had to ask Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu to deal with it. Ling Yin told Lin Menghan of Ning Lingyu's phone number, and the precaution was that Qin Dongxue could help in the event of an expert looking for trouble. Zhuang Meifeng was kidnapped by the old Taoist nun of Jingxi Nunnery, Xiao Mimi's whereabouts are still unknown, and Chao Shanshan has not been heard from. These are enough for Ling Yin to be annoyed, and he doesn't want to go out to sea by himself. What happened to Lin Menghan and these people? Okay, I have to go home again. You can practice here with peace of mind, and wait for me to come back. Remember, you must not be impatient when practicing martial arts, to prevent you from going crazy. Ling Yin gave Lin Menghan thousands of warnings. Then he drove away from Fuhua Manor and went straight to Villa No. 9 in Clearwater Bay. After arriving at Villa No. 9 in Clearwater Bay, Ling Yun directly told Qin Dongxue and Ning Lingyu that he would leave Qingshui City this afternoon and rush to Wenzhou. I'm going to see from Wenzhou. Tang Meng helped me get a speedboat there, Ling Yan said to the two stunning beauties with a smile. Naturally, Ning Lingyu was reluctant to part with her. Her eyes were red and she was about to cry. She repeatedly told Ling Yun to pay attention to safety. Lingyu, don't worry, my brother promises you that I will be fine. Ling Yun put the fire talisman made by himself. Qingyu talisman, Vajra talisman, and defense talisman, each took dozens of them and handed them all to Qin Dongxue, told her how to use each talisman, and demonstrated it in person. It's incredible. Stinky boy, where did you get these things? This? Qin Dongxue asked in shock. This has completely broken Qin Dongxue's cognition. Ling Yin smiled and said, Auntie, I made this myself, and there are some other talismans. But neither of you can use it, so I won't give it to you for now, and I'll talk about it when I get back. After saying goodbye to Qin Dongxue and Ning Lingyu, Ling Yin quickly returned to Qingshui City. While he was waiting for Tang Meng in Villa No. 1, he hugged Xiao Bai's soft fox body and started to make phone calls one by one. Yao Rou, Kong Shouru, Zhang Ling. Ling Yin called one by one and said that he would leave Qingshui City for 2 days, so that they wouldn't have to worry about him. Unlike the last time he secretly went to the Tianqing alone, Ling Yun almost told everyone around him the news of going to sea this time. After the last accident, he learned a lesson. However, this time Ling Yun is very relieved. Qingshui Bay has Qin Dongxue in charge, Qingshui City has 2 masters, Shueshini and Dugyumo, Li Yifeng and Tang Tianhao are now in a powerful state, and Ling Yun has gained the great power of Qinglong again. If you want to find trouble with him, you have to weigh it carefully. Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu both came. What Ling Yun didn't expect was that Long Wu came too. Why are you here? Ling Yun was very puzzled. He didn't call Long Wu. I heard that you are going to sea. I will send you off. Long Wu Shangfeng swept the air, glanced at Ling Yun, and said softly. Ling Yun glanced at Tai Xiaohu. Tai Xiaohu bowed his head in fright, blushed and had a thick neck, so he didn't dare to look at him. Brother Yun, we have all the food, drink, and clothing. They are all in my car. When are we leaving? Tang Meng didn't sit down and asked Ling Yun directly. Let's go now. Ling Yun was already ready. He immediately got up and walked out, and Xiaobai naturally followed him closely. Tang Meng drove the Hummer, Tai Xiaohu sat in the co-pilot seat, Ling Yan sat in the back seat of the car with Xiaobai in his arms. Long Wu insisted on following Ling Yan to Wenzhou. She sat beside Ling Yan. The Hummer quickly left Qingshui City, heading south, and galloping along the highway toward Wenzhou City. "Why are you going out to sea?" Long Wu asked Ling Yan, looking like a housekeeper. "Go kill." Ling Yan replied lightly. Long Wu's expression was stagnant, her long eyebrows were raised, and she said coquettishly, "Besides killing people, don't you know what else to do?" Ling Yan smiled, "Yes, I can recite the Oxford English Dictionary." Ling Yan said, under Long Wu's stunned gaze, he took out the Oxford Dictionary, flipped to a certain page, and recited it as if no one else was there. There was no words all the way. 3 hours later, the group came to Longyuan town in Wenzhou City. Tang Meng met the friend he had contacted at a deep water bay pier. The two sides briefly introduced and exchanged a few words, and the person left with interest. Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu started to move things from the Humvee to the white leisure speedboat parked at the dock. There are not too many things, mainly food and fresh water, as well as some clothes and sundries. Brother Yun, the endurance of this speedboat is 750 nautical miles. From here to Diaoyu Island, a round trip is only 400 nautical miles, which is definitely more than enough. After moving things, Tang Meng said to Ling Yun. Ling Yun nodded, and took Xiaobai directly to the speedboat. The blue sea was in front of him, and Ling Yun couldn't wait. "Ling Yun, be careful with me. I'll be waiting for you in Wenzhou." Seeing Ling Yun launching the speedboat, Long Wu couldn't help raising his mobile phone and waved at him. Although Long Wu's words were domineering, Ling Yun's heart warmed when he heard it. He nodded slightly, and drove the speedboat away from the pier, quickly, heading towards the sea in the distance. "I turned off my phone, and I'll turn on my phone to call you when I get back." To be continued. To be continued. Tang Meng was very reliable in his work. He made Ling Yun the speedboat, 15 meters long, 3 meters wide, 2 meters deep, 0.83 meters in draft, and nearly 13 tons in displacement. The two imported main engines have 2,700 horsepower, and the speed is greater than 58 knots. The cabin is very spacious, and it looks majestic from the outside. Ling Yun is very satisfied. This is actually a high-speed motorboat. If it is equipped with naval guns, torpedoes, and other weapons, it can be directly delivered to the Coast Guard for border defense and anti-smuggling. Of course, this speedboat is not equipped with any weapons, and there is no label such as Huaxia Coast Guard on the outer shell. It is purely a private leisure speedboat. Now, there is no doubt that Ling Yun and Xiaobai are the most terrifying weapons on this speedboat. The speedboat's driving methods were similar. Ling Yun only spent 10 minutes to grope. After he left the dock, he gradually increased his speed and began to charge towards the boundless sea. Ling Yun kept the speed at about 40 knots. After half an hour, Ling Yun left the shallow sea and rushed out of the large and small islands scattered along the coast, and really came to the deep sea area. The average depth of the East China Sea is about 1,000 meters. At this time, he was already 60 kilometers away from the coastline. The boundless sea stretches as far as the eye can see, the blue waves are endless, and the sea breeze is gradually increasing, with a level of 5 or 6, and the waves on the sea are more than 1 meter high and turbulent. Ling Yun went out to sea for the first time, and he was in high spirits. He accelerated the speed of the speedboat again, making the speed reach 50 knots, and galloped straight to the southeast. At this speed, it would take him up to 4 hours before he could land on Diaoyu Island. After setting the location of Diaogui Island, Ling Yun simply stopped taking the helm. He picked up a bottle of mineral water beside him, unscrewed the cap, took a few sips, and handed it to Xiaobai, who was snuggling next to him. Xiaobai blinked his big eyes like black gems, and he could see that he was a little nervous. Ling Yan showed her a dashing smile, and asked gently, "Xiao Bai, are you afraid?" Xiao Bai immediately nodded hurriedly. With a completely nervous and pitiful expression, she hoped in her heart that Ling Yan would return immediately. Ling Yan lightly stroked Xiao Bai's fox head, and asked again, "Are you afraid of the boundless sea, or the calamity?" Xiao Bai's charming fox eyes blinked slightly, then sat up straight on the fox's body. He raised his front paws, and pointed to the sea outside the window. Ling Yan laughed and said, "It's just the sea, don't be afraid. Come, follow me to the deck for a walk." Ling Yan got up. He opened the cabin door, and the damp sea breeze rushed into the cabin immediately. Ling Yan's clothes were swept by the strong wind, tightly clinging to his fit and charming body, showing his perfect figure. The sea wind was already strong, and the speedboat was soaring at a speed of 50 knots. If it were an ordinary person, it would have been blown up and down long ago, but for Ling Yan, who was in the middle of the 6th floor of his body training, such a strong wind could hardly shake him at all. Ling Yan came to the bow of the boat, his legs were firmly nailed to the deck, and he stood with his hands behind his back, his body rising and falling with the speedboat riding the wind and waves, with a majestic figure and handsome eyes, looking southeast. Xiao Bai came to Ling Yan's side obediently. "She doesn't need to transform now, the 3 huge snow-white fox tails are all exposed and fluttering in the wind. We all broke through the Tianqing, killing pythons and beheading strange fish. When we entered the bat cave, we were afraid of this small ocean." Ling Yan leaned over and hugged Xiao Bai, gently stroked its satin-smooth fur, and said proudly, "As long as you get used to it." With Ling Yan's encouragement and comfort, Xiao Bai's timid eyes finally became firm and bold, and she soon became accustomed to the environment on the sea. He started to play with Ling Yan, and he moved on the speedboat as fast as a white lightning bolt. Ling Yan also had a hint of childishness. He began to use his body skills to chase and play with Xiao Bai on the speedboat. It was a lot of fun. Here is an endless sea, far away from the bustling city, far away from the hustle and bustle of the world, and there is a 9-tailed fox and Xiao Bai by his side, which makes him feel like he has returned to the world of self-cultivation. Of course, apart from the speedboat they were on, if it was a wooden boat, here, Ling Yan felt no different from returning to the world of self-cultivation. As the distance from the coastline got farther and farther, the water aura on the sea gradually became stronger, which allowed Ling Yan to open up to absorb and nourish his body. He was very comfortable. The water aura is different from the grass and tree aura. Water is the source of life. It is extremely soft when it is soft, and it is the most violent when it is violent. Ling Yan wants to use the water aura to practice the xuanhuan. The xuanhuan art, which can control the water, can not only defend itself with the gentleness of water, but also attack and kill the enemy with the ferocity of water. After 3 hours, Ling Yan returned to the cabin to check the positioning and navigation system, and knew that the distance to Diaoyu Island was less than 30 nautical miles. Based on the principle of prudence, he put a large amount of food and fresh water into the space ring, until the space ring was completely filled, and he could no longer put a bottle of mineral water, and he gave up. Approaching Diaoyu Island, in order to prevent the speedboat from hitting the rocks, Ling Yan reduced his speed to about 30 knots, and then started to eat with Xiao Bai. The sky was getting dark, and after walking for a while, there was already a shadow of an island on the sea in the distance, which must be Diaoyu Island. Diaogui Island is the main island of Diaogui Islands in the East China Sea, with an area of 4.38 square kilometers and a maximum altitude of 362 meters. Diaogui Island and its affiliated islands have been the inherent territory of China since ancient times. In 1945, when the East was defeated, Baodao returned to the embrace of the motherland. Various international documents clearly pointed out that Baodao and its surrounding islands belonged to China. The Toyo government put the islands such as Diaoyu Island attached to the Treasure Island under the jurisdiction of the Ryukyu Islands and occupied them by the U.S. military. Since the Ryukyu Islands are hosted by the United States, Diaoyu Island has also become a shooting range for the U.S. military and is hosted by the U.S. military. In 1970, the United States handed over the jurisdiction of the Ryukyu Islands to the Toyo, and at the same time gave the Diaoyu Island to the Toyo government. In 1972, Huaxia and Dongyang established diplomatic relations. The Prime Minister proposed to hang up the ownership of the Diaoyu Islands and other islands and leave it to be resolved in the future when conditions are ripe. The two sides reached an agreement on this at the time. But just 7 years later, Dongyang built a heliport on Diaoyu Island. In 1990, Dongyang Youth Club built a lighthouse on Diaoyu Island, and in 1996, set up a lighthouse again. For the above, the Chinese Ministry of Foreign Affairs expressed serious concern and strong protest. Since then, disputes between the two countries have continued and escalated over the sovereignty of the Diaoyu Islands, and the situation has become more and more serious. Just last year, the Eastern Patrol boat rammed a Chinese fishing boat in the waters of Diaoguidao, and even caught the captain of the fishing boat. It was extremely arrogant. A series of activities provoking China's sovereignty, such as buying islands, colliding ships, arresting people, and planting flags, etc., have already aroused the anger of the Chinese people. Lingyun's speedboat remained the same and charged straight towards Diaogui Island. With his eyesight, Diaogui Island was already very clear, and as the distance got closer, Diaogui Island quickly became larger in his pupils. You can't break into the 15 nautical miles of Diaoyu Island, right? Let's see how strong I can get on the island today. Lingyun looked at Diaogui Island, which was getting closer and closer. The light in his handsome eyes flickered, his eyes were firm, and his face was calm and leisurely. He was really confident. 20 nautical miles from Diaoyu Island, Lingyun saw a fishing boat, Huaxia's fishing boat, with lights on it, getting closer and closer. On the dark sea, the wind was getting stronger and stronger, and the waves had already surged nearly 3 meters high, but Lingyun's speed remained unchanged. He stood on the bow and passed the fishing boat. Hey, friend, don't go any further. There are several patrol boats from the Orientals ahead. They just drove us out. The fishermen on the fishing boat had obviously noticed Lingyun's speedboat long ago, and they kindly used the amplifier to warn Lingyun. Lingyun turned his head and smiled lightly at the middle-aged fisherman with a loudspeaker. He secretly said, "It's all right. Lingyun is here to find fault. He is really not afraid of Dongyang's patrol boat hitting him, dare to hit him." When the middle-aged fisherman saw that Lingyun didn't listen to the advice at all, he was stunned and couldn't help turning his head to look at the several crew members on his boat, and said, "Look at what this means. That person wants to sail into the waters of Diaoyu Island, is he right?" After eating the ambitious leopard, he was afraid of the equipment and firepower of the Oriental cruise ship, and his speedboat is definitely not enough to look at. "Dare to fish here. Most of the crew of this fishing boat are bloody and courageous people," one of the long-haired young crew members said. "Go, let's follow up and see. The sea is rough and rough. In case this bold if something happens to the guy, let's take care of it, right?" The middle-aged fisherman's name was Yang Dishing, and Yang Dishing said to the young man who proposed, "Wang Zhongi, you want to kill your Uncle Yang. Is it dark today? And that speedboat doesn't have any signs. We don't even know what they do. Just go to accompany him to fight with the patrol boat of Toyo. Isn't that purely courting death?" Yang Dishing watched Lingyun's speedboat go away quickly, and he was about to enter within 15 nautical miles of Diaoyu Island. He said lightly, "If this guy really wants to go to the island and encounters obstruction from the Orientals, they will retreat in spite of difficulties. Besides, there are still 3 Huaxia marine surveillance ships over there. They can't just ignore it." Wang Zhongi scratched his head, a look of ridicule and sarcasm flashed in his eyes, and he was a little disappointed and depressed. He, this guy from the marine surveillance ship he wants to go to Diaoyu Island while driving a leisure speedboat. his courage is commendable, but I think it's better to save it. Another crew member echoed, yeah, those marine surveillance ships have to protest again, and they are afraid of causing a war between the two countries. They wander around 15 nautical miles away from the waters of Diaogui Island all day. Lingyun stood on the bow of the boat and headed towards the wind. At this time, he was already 3 nautical miles away from the fishing boat. He saw 3 big boats, chased by 7 or 8 Toyo patrol boats, playing cats and mice on the sea. Game. Lingyun couldn't help but let out a sneer. Is this the legendary marine surveillance ship? To be continued. To be continued. The sea rises and the moon rises. Vot. The sea breeze of more than 6 levels roared, and the scratching of the face was painful, and the waves more than 2 meters high rolled up, constantly flapping the hull of Lingyun. Lingyun stood on the bow deck, his legs were as solid as a rock, his tall figure was tall, his eyes were firm, and he even had an excited look on his face. Only 15 nautical miles from Diaoyu Island. Lingyun dodged away from the bow, flew into the cabin, took out a new set of night clothes and put on a black mask. A sneer appeared on the corner of Lingyun's mouth, and he slightly accelerated the speed of the speedboat. He did not dodge or evade, and headed towards the huge ships on the sea ahead. Huaxiao's 3 marine surveillance ships were confronting 7 or 8 Toyo patrol boats on the sea 12 nautical miles away from Diaoyu Island. It was said to be a confrontation, but in fact, they were driven around by other people's patrol boats, and even stopped. Dare not stop. Lingyun's speedboat quickly passed through the 3 nautical miles of sea, and was less than 100 meters away from the confrontation. Both sides of the confrontation obviously discovered the speedboat that appeared out of nowhere, and the crew on more than a dozen boats were stunned and extremely surprised. Dozens of searchlights shone on Lingyun's speedboat in unison, making Lingyun the focus of the entire sea. A Huaxiao marine surveillance ship was slowly approaching Lingyun's speedboat. Lingyun saw it clearly, and the electronic display above the marine surveillance ship flashed red words. Diaoyu and its affiliated islands have been inherent in China since ancient times, and immediately stopped the infringement activities. The harsh loudspeaker rang, and a majestic and warning voice entered Lingyun's ears. Please pay attention to the ships ahead. Please pay attention to the ships ahead. You have sailed into sensitive waters, for the safety of your ships and people, in order not to cause unnecessary disputes. Please stop the ship or turn around immediately. Please stop the ship immediately or turn around and return. A sarcastic smile flashed in Lingyun's eyes. Not only did he not stop the boat. On the contrary, the speed of the speedboat was increased to more than 50 knots in an instant, and the speedboat began to charge violently on the undulating sea. In an instant, the sea surveillance ship headed straight towards Diaoyu Island. The Orientals haven't spoken yet, but you stopped them first, relying on you to maintain territorial sovereignty. He won't be able to take back Diaogui Island in 10,000 years. Lingyun sneered inwardly. He turned his head and gestured with his middle finger at the marine surveillance ship that had been left far behind. Lingyun heard the loudspeaker warnings one after another again. He didn't care at all. Still resolutely charged towards the Diaoyu Island ahead. Instructor Zheng, this ship doesn't care about our warnings at all. He has already sailed within 12 nautical miles of the Diaoyu Island waters. What should we do? In the cockpit of Haijian ship number 995, after seeing this scene, several law enforcement officers couldn't help but look at each other. The instructor Zheng held the telescope in his hand and observed Lingyun's speedboat for a long time. The corners of his mouth twitched fiercely, and he frowned. This speedboat is from the northwest. Our sea area is coming, and the speedboat is full of people on it. It is a Chinese character. It should be a patriot of our country, who wants to land on the island late at night. Another marine policeman beside him said anxiously, now that the patrol boats of Toyo have begun to assemble, they will definitely prevent this speedboat from landing on the island. It is very likely that they rammed it and sank it at night. What should we do? Instructor Zheng raised the binoculars again, and while looking at it, he pondered, the maximum speed of our marine surveillance ship is 18 knots, and it is impossible to catch up with him no matter how much we chase. In this way, we will follow slowly, and keep an eye on it first. Shaoli. You quickly ask your superiors for instructions, and ask them to give their approval as soon as possible. What should we do now? Yes. The 3 marine surveillance ships turned around at the same time and followed Lingyun's speedboat from a distance, observing his movements. At this moment, Lingyun's speedboat was less than 100 meters away from the Dongyang patrol boat. The Orientals have also issued various warnings to him in English and Japanese one after another. Lingyun didn't have to think about it to know that they were ordering him to stop and leave here quickly, otherwise measures would be taken against him. Lingyun didn't even listen to the warnings from the Huasha Coast Guard, and of course he ignored the chirping birdsong of the Orientals. He smiled leisurely, facing the 2 patrol boats that the Orientals were approaching him, and instantly increased the speed of the speedboat to limit. Lingyun turned the horsepower to the maximum, and the motorboat roared and flew with all its strength on the undulating sea. From the middle of the sea, where the 2 Toyo patrol boats were about to close, they passed through in an instant. The maximum speed of Lingyun's speedboat is 60 knots, which is 1 nautical mile in 1 minute. Now he has increased the speed to the maximum, and he can rush to Diaoyu Island in less than 10 minutes. Idiot. Toyo Patrol Boat Number 478, Yuji Nozaki, the top commander of the entire patrol formation, saw this scene with a telescope and was immediately furious. Patrol boats number 473 and number 474 hurried to block the Chinese speedboat. We must stop him desperately. He has broken into our territorial waters of the east, and we can carry out various attacks on him. Patrol boat number 471, number 472, what are you doing to eat? Even a speedboat can't stop it. Turn around immediately, chase after me from behind, you can directly sink him. In his rage, Yuji Nozaki issued several orders one after another. A total of 5 Toyo patrol boats approached Lingyun's speedboat and encircled him. Stupid, just because you want to surround me, Lingyun sneered disdainfully. His speed remained unchanged. He rushed left and right among the 5 patrol boats, still approaching Diaoyu Island. Relying on the small boat, Lingyun turned around and played around with 5 or 6 Dongyang patrol boats. After he had fun playing, he suddenly turned around and rushed out of the siege of the Dongyang patrol boats, still racing towards Diaoyu Island. Now, Lingyun is less than 5 nautical miles away from Diaoyu Island. Under the moonlight, Diaoyu Island has been fully captured in Lingyun's eyes, very close. Lingyun turned his head and looked at the 6 patrol boats chasing towards his speedboat. He sneered, a bunch of idiots, they will all be buried in the sea soon, and they don't know it yet. Toyo patrol boat number 478, Yuji Nozaki is already furious now. He cursed into the microphone, a bunch of trash, absolutely can't let this Chinese person land on the island, that's an insult to our great Toyo empire. Lingyun let these patrol boats of Dongyang chase, and he even slowed down occasionally, waiting for these patrol boats to approach him. Another sudden acceleration, instantly throwing them away. 5 minutes later, Lingyun's speedboat was no more than 500 meters away from Diaoyu Island. He finally slowed down and let Dongyang's patrol boats surround him. The draft of Lingyun's speedboat was only 0.83 meters. After rushing up at high speed, the bottom of the boat almost flew against the water. There is basically no danger of hitting a reef on the water, so the reason why he has to slow down here. Ready to kill. As soon as Lingyun slowed down, 6 patrol boats quickly surrounded his speedboat. I saw an Oriental man leaning out from the patrol boat number 472, holding the PA equipment in his hand, looking down at Lingyun's speedboat and shouting arrogantly. Chinese people, you broke into the territorial waters of our Orientals, and now you are completely surrounded, you should surrender, quickly, ha ha ha, the Orientals turned out to be Chinese. Ling Yun had already walked out of the cabin, and he brought Xiao Bai, the nine-tailed celestial fox, who had changed back to one tail. Standing proudly on the deck, his eyes were as cold as knives, and he said lightly, "Diaogui Island and its affiliated islands have been our China's territory since ancient times. When did this become your territorial waters?" At this time, many people were already leaning out from the bow of the 6 Oriental patrol boats surrounding Ling Yun's speedboat. After listening to Ling Yun's words, they all laughed wildly. "Ha ha ha ha, in your territory, look at which country's flag is on Diaoyu Island, look at your ships, do you dare to enter the waters within 12 nautical miles around Diaoyu Island? We are cruising in the waters of Diaoyu Island every day, chasing your marine surveillance ships around. Why do you say that Diaoyu Island is your country's territory? We've surrounded you now. Look at your country's marine surveillance ships, dare you come and help?" Manic laughter, disdain, sarcasm, and mockery came one after another. In the eyes of these Orientals, Ling Yun was wearing a strange shape. It is their prisoners who have been nailed down. Ling Yun glanced in the direction he was coming from through the gap between the 2 patrol boats, but saw the vast sea and the waves, where there was no shadow of the Huaxian maritime surveillance ship. It's a shame that none of the 3 marine surveillance ships dared to chase after them. Ling Yun felt a chill in his heart. Although Ling Yun was alone and helpless, he didn't need anyone's help. But when a person moves forward bravely, he should support him the most and become a state machine with his strong backing, but quietly retreats, who will not feel inexplicable humiliation and anger in his heart. However, he looked in another direction, and suddenly saw a light lit up about 7 or 8 nautical miles away from Diaogui Island. "This is the fishing boat." Ling Yun finally felt a little gratified. Amidst the endless sneers, Ling Yun's voice was sonorous and powerful, every word pierced through gold and cracked stones. "I'm still here." At this time, the Orientals on the 6 patrol boats also received orders from Yuji Nozaki, requesting that Ling Yun be immediately arrested and interrogated. Shoo! A dozen or so dark guns aimed at Ling Yun from a height at the same time. 6 Oriental men began to descend down the boat ladder, and they were about to come to Ling Yun's speedboat to catch him. Ling Yun didn't bother to pay attention to these Oriental people at all. He secretly said to Xiao Bai through voice transmission, "Xiao Bai, you have to be careful with those guns. When I start, you have to cast an illusion on them. Don't let these guns hit you." Ling Yun knew that with Xiao Bai's current illusion, she only needed to cast a blind eye to ensure that these Oriental people couldn't even touch her shadow. Xiao Bai and Ling Yun had a good connection. She nodded obediently. The 6 Orientals finally got down, jumped on top of Ling Yun's speedboat, and grabbed Ling Yun, cursingly. Bang 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 bang. Ling Yun stood still on the deck with his left foot, his right foot lifted like lightning, and quickly rotated 360 degrees in the air. 1 foot, each kicked an Oriental man's chest firmly. The sound of shattering sternum sounded. Ah ah ah. Puff puff. The screams and the sound of falling into the water sounded one after another. The 6 Orientals were kicked to death by Ling Yun, and all fell into the sea screaming. Ling Yun let out a long roar, and stepped lightly on the deck with his left foot. Before the person holding the gun on the patrol boat could react, his sturdy figure had already soared into the sky. To be continued. To be continued. The 6 Orientals were kicked into the sea, the water splashed everywhere, and the dark sea was instantly dyed red by the blood that came out of these corpses. When Ling Yun was soaring into the sky, Xiao Bai promptly performed her highest illusion, Tianhu Fascinating Mind. Xiao Bai and Ling Yun's speedboat disappeared instantly under the eyes of more than 20 Oriental people. The Oriental people suddenly suffered a tragic change, and all of a sudden there was chaos. Gunshots were heard everywhere, shot indiscriminately, but there was no target at all. The height of the patrol boats of the Orientals is about 7 or 8 meters. Ling Yun gently vertical, and it is already more than 10 meters above the sea. He is in the air, but his hands are not idle. He took out a large needle. Sprinkle on the 5 crew members on a patrol boat with the method of flooding the sky. How could these Oriental people who don't know martial arts escape all 5 people's needles? 2 people were shot blind, 3 people were shot in the arms and thighs, all 5 people abandoned their guns, fell to the ground and rolled, screaming again and again. Blood stained the deck instantly. Let you know today that China's sovereignty, those who are not so easy to infringe, will die for me. Ling Yun Void stepped gently and landed directly on another patrol boat. There were 6 people on the deck of this patrol boat. Oh my god, this guy can do witchcraft. No, he is a Chinese ancient martial artist. Shoot now. Da-da-da-da. There was another burst of gunfire. The crew of the 5 patrol boats all raised their guns to shoot at Ling Yun. However, Ling Yun's phantom fish and dragons spread out, bringing out afterimages in the night. I don't know which Ling Yun is real and which is fake. Ling Yun put the Dian gathering star treasures into full force, his whole body was shrouded in moonlight, his body was magnificent, and his murderous aura was shocking. For these Oriental people, he was reluctant to use a needle. Just one kick, their sternum collapsed and shattered, their bodies flew high into the sky like a football, and then fell into the undulating sea. Ling Yun really started killing this time, he shot ruthlessly, he killed decisively, and his eyes were as sharp as a knife. His expression was as cold as ice, wherever he went. 1 foot and 1, reaping the lives of the Oriental people. Ling Yun knew for a long time that there were many Orientals in the cabin of the patrol boat. But he's not in a hurry, let's kill these Orientals on the deck outside first. 6 patrol boats, with a total of 34 Orientals on the deck. When Ling Yun's figure was erratic, he had already killed not one of them and kicked them all into the sea in less than 2 minutes. Toyo people were boiled dumplings in the sea. The sea has already been dyed red with blood. Instructor Zheng, I seem to hear gunshots. 9 nautical miles away from Diaoyu Island, 3 Chinese marine surveillance ships were less than 30 meters away from each other. On the largest maritime surveillance ship, the maritime policeman named Shaoli talked to Instructor Zheng. I heard it too. It doesn't seem to be a single shot, but it has become a film. It seems that the person is more fortunate and less fortunate. Another marine policeman followed suit, frowning his bushy eyebrows, staring in the direction of Diaoyu Island in the southeast. Instructor Zheng's brows furrowed even more. He was not deaf. The wind was blowing from the southeast tonight. There were loud gunshots on the Diaoyu Islands, and the sea breeze accurately transmitted the gunshots into his ears. It's too late for us to pass now. Besides, the leader won't let it go. Instructor Zheng's eyes flashed with regret and anxiety. I raised my finger and pointed to the top of my head. There is satellite monitoring in the sky. Shelley was a little anxious, he said depressedly. Instructor Zheng, no matter what, that person is also our compatriot in China, and he is also a patriot, we can't let him bleed and cry. For the sake of patriotism, the body was buried in the sea and fed. Fish, don't we just stare at it like that? Another Coast Guard said, Instructor Zheng, as the saying goes, you will be outside, and your life will be affected. Look, that fishing boat is now quietly approaching Diaoyu Island, which is less than 5 nautical miles away from Diaoyu Island. Instructor Zheng stroked the top of his head with his hands and scratched his hair with 5 fingers, but he still couldn't make up his mind. Another clearer gunshot came over. Instructor Zheng's eyes suddenly lit up, and he said in shock, that's not right. Young Qinghai police officer, Shaoli wondered, what's the matter? Instructor Zheng's eyes flickered, and he pondered the analysis. Think about it, 8 Toyo patrol boats, dealing with a small speedboat with a displacement of several tens of tons, so many people dealing with one person, how could it be necessary to shoot? Besides, even if those Oriental people really dare to shoot, they will kill people with at most 3 shots. Why do they shoot so many? Jiang is old and spicy, and Instructor Zheng suddenly thought of the problem. When many police officers heard it, they all felt that what Instructor Zheng said was reasonable. Shally asked, "Instructor Zheng, what do you mean?" Instructor Zheng said attentively, "I mean, those Oriental people must have encountered a lot of trouble, and they might have suffered a big loss. You think, this big night, the wind and waves at sea are so big, who dares to drive such a motorboat, and dare to go to Diaoyu Island?" After listening to Instructor Zheng's analysis, many Marine police suddenly became excited. Shelley quickly asked, "Instructor, what should we do now?" Rapidly advancing towards Diaoyu Island, it was the Orientals who fired first. "We must know what happened." "Yes." At this time, the 6 patrol boats of the Orientals had turned into hell on Earth. Except for the women, all the men on each ship were thrown into the sea by Ling Yun to be fed to the fish. Even though they were Dongyang women, Ling Yun still couldn't kill them ruthlessly, he just restricted their mobility. At this time, Ling Yun was sitting in the cab of the Dongyang patrol ship number 472, and said to the 2 Dongyang women whose faces were full of horror, "Who of you understands Chinese?" The 2 Oriental women couldn't understand what Ling Yun meant at all, and they shook their heads blankly at the same time. Ling Yun thought for a while, and then asked in English, "Who of you can speak English?" Unexpectedly, this time, the 2 Oriental women nodded at the same time, and one of them asked him in fluent English in horror, "You, what do you want to do?" Ling Yun showed a smile and said, "I don't want to do anything, you." He raised his hand and pointed at the one with a big chest on the left, "Teach me how to drive this patrol boat." This Oriental patrol boat is too big, more than 60 meters long, more than 10 meters wide, and has a displacement of over 1,000 tons. Ling Yun can't play at all. Then he pointed to another tall one, "You, immediately speak to your supreme commander and ask him if he wants to continue fighting, or roll over and surrender immediately." After speaking, Ling Yun said in a deep voice, "From now on, this sea area, have I finally understood?" Ling Yun began to thank Kong Shouru and Long Wu secretly in his heart. He said that he really didn't learn English in vain, and it came in handy now. It seemed that he had to learn Japanese quickly after returning home. What Ling Yun didn't expect was that the Oriental woman with big breasts shook her head resolutely, saying that she would never teach Ling Yun how to drive a patrol boat. Ling Yun was secretly shocked in his heart, thinking that this Oriental woman could be so strong. Although he was a little depressed, he couldn't help but admire it. How can a nation be strong? When everyone is strong and can unite as one and have national integrity, that nation will definitely be strong. If you don't teach, I just do it for fun. Ling Yun waved his hand indifferently, saying that it's okay. In the command cabin of the Toyo patrol ship number 478, Yuji Nozaki fell to the ground. His eyes were blank, and he repeatedly said in Japanese, "Devil, he is a devil." This was the most painful and terrifying 10 minutes Nozaki Yuji had ever experienced in his life. He was almost going crazy. An equally frightened subordinate asked Yuji Nozaki with a pale face, "Taijun Nozaki, that Chinese man is now on patrol boat number 472. He asked us to surrender immediately, what should we do?" Nozaki Yuji murmured, "What should I do with 6 patrol boats, more than 100 outstanding navies in our great Eastern Empire? All of them have been killed by him now. We must avenge them. Mr. Tanaka, this matter is too serious. Please report the situation here to our Maritime Self-Defense Force immediately, and let them come to support quickly." After he finished speaking, Yuji Nozaki's dull eyes suddenly flashed with complete madness. He suddenly shouted and jumped up and said, "As for us, we still have patrol ships number 478 and number 477, and our number 478 ship has torpedo and with missiles. We're going to sink patrol ship 472 now." Tanaka said in shock, "But, Taikuan Nozaki, there are 7 or 8 women on that ship, what should they do?" Nozaki Yuji said cruelly and madly, "They are soldiers of the Great Eastern Empire. They should be loyal to our God and His Majesty. In order to deal with that devil, they can only sacrifice their lives." Tanaka thought again, and he asked in a low voice, "However, our patrol boat shot just now, and it must have been heard by Huaxia's maritime surveillance ship. If torpedoes and missiles are used again, will it trigger a war between the two countries?" A look of contempt and ridicule flashed in Nozaki Yuji's eyes, and he said indifferently, "It's not that we underestimate the Chinese people. They won't take any effective measures at all except to condemn and protest. You don't need to worry about this." Tanaka listened to the silence, and after a while, he stood upright, bowed his head, and said, "Hi." Nozaki Yuji almost jumped to the microphone in the command room, a frantic grin flashed in his blood-red eyes, and without hesitation, he gave the order to launch missiles on patrol ship number 472. This is a conventional missile with a warhead loaded with ordinary explosives. It is launched from a surface ship to attack a surface ship. At such a short distance, only one missile is needed to blow up the number 472 patrol ship. Yuji Nozaki was about to break the net with Ling Yunyu. He fired 2 missiles in one breath, all of which were aimed at the patrol ship number 472. Ling Yun was sitting in the cockpit of number 472, leisurely waiting for Nozaki Yuji's reply, but suddenly, an unspeakable sense of danger surged in his heart. To be continued. Not good. A warning sign suddenly appeared in Ling Yun's heart, his face changed greatly, and the cold hairs all over his body stood up. There was no time to think about it. Ling Yun took the phantom fish and dragon steps to the limit, and in a flash, he came to the side of the 2 Oriental women, and directly pinched them under his right rib cage. At the same time, the dark blood demon saber had already arrived in Ling Yun's left hand. He was in the shape of a wandering dragon. The ghost blood demon saber in his hand swiped 2 knives to cut a huge hole in the bulkhead, and his body shot like an arrow. Boom. With 2 earth-shattering loud noises, 2 anti-ship missiles carrying 300 kilograms of explosives landed on the patrol boat number 472 at the same time. One hit the bow, and the other, of course, hit Ling Yun just now. Cab. 2 flaming fireballs shot up into the sky, shocking and dazzling in the dark night sky. People within a radius of dozens of nautical miles could see clearly, and the momentum was terrifying. Bang 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 bang. The lethal shock wave generated by the explosion of the 2 missiles shattered all the cabin glass of the other 5 patrol ships around. The sound of various explosions breaking through the air and the sound of the broken bulkhead glass sounded at the same time, shocking people. The whistling shrapnel, the blasting glass slag, and the blown-up hatch and bulkhead constitute a tragic and poignant picture on the sea at night. There are still dozens of Oriental women alive on these 6 patrol boats. The screams and screams of women who were injured instantly resounded through the night sky, but they were covered up by the shocking explosion, and ordinary people could not hear them at all. The most tragic, of course, is the patrol ship number 472. The entire cabin was bombed with missiles, and not even the dregs were left. 2 large holes with a diameter of more than 10 meters were formed centered on the place where the missile hit. The entire patrol boat was blown into 3 sections. From a distance, it looked like a 3-section stick on the sea. The dark sea surface was instantly depressed by a huge explosion shock wave for an unknown number of meters, and the sea water formed a huge tsunami. The attack spreads outward with the patrol boat number 472 as the center, pushing the other 5 patrol boats out a certain distance. Followed by crazy flooding. The sea wall formed by the tsunami, after hitting the other 5 patrol boats, immediately turned into a huge wave of more than 10 meters high and rushed back from all directions, breaking into 3 sections in an instant, and the patrol boat number 472, which was slowly sinking, was completely engulfed. "I am grass. What is this?" Ling Yun exclaimed in dismay. Ling Yun was in a hurry just now. With the cultivation base in the middle of the 6th layer of body training, the phantom fish dragon step was displayed to the limit. Transfiguration again. But even so, he was still caught up by the shock wave formed by the explosion of the 2 missiles, and his body was accelerated again by the high temperature and heat wave. When he landed on the deck, his body was unstable. Fall to the ground. But fortunately, the two Oriental women were protected by him on their chests, except for being greatly frightened, their bodies were unharmed. Ling Yan's foothold. It is the stern of the patrol boat, number 474. This patrol boat is separated from the patrol boat number 472 by number 473, so the impact is small, but the hull is still swaying left and right, and the swing is very violent. A huge shipboard that was blown up flew over in a swirling midair. Ling Yan raised the blood demon saber and cut it in half, and then put the two Oriental women down. Hide here if you don't want to die. Don't move around, Ling Yan said in a deep voice. He showed his body again and flew towards the bow of patrol boat number 474. Ling Yan came to the bow of number 474, and looked at the sea below with all his yin and yang eyes, and found that his luck was good. His speedboat was hit by the current to the middle of the two patrol boats. Although the ship was up and down, and the same violent swing, it was not engulfed by the huge waves. Noob. Ling Yan didn't find Xiao Bai on the speedboat. He quickly cast Shenlong and shouted, and then saw a white shadow flashing at the stern of patrol boat number 476, and Xiao Bai rushed towards him like lightning. Foxes are definitely one of the smartest animals, and they have a much better sense of danger than humans. Not to mention the nine-tailed celestial fox Xiao Bai. Patrol boat number 476 was in a straight line with patrol boat number 472, bow to bow, sandwiching Ling Yan's speedboat in the middle. Xiao Bai sensed the danger and hid directly to the stern of number 476. She was petite, it is 100 meters away from the explosion, of course nothing will happen. Xiao Bai quickly rushed to the bow of number 476, her body stopped and kept jumping, turning into a white lightning in the sky, flying into Ling Yan's arms. Xiao Bai, are you all right? Ling Yan stroked Xiao Bai's body while examining her. Seeing that Xiao Bai was not injured, he finally felt relieved. Xiao Bai stared blankly at number 472, which was blown into 3 sections, the hull was bursting into flames, and new explosions were continuously generated, slowly sinking number 472, and the long and narrow eyes flashed with real panic. Color. This is high technology, this is what makes humans stronger than animals, and why humans can sweep the earth and make all kinds of animals panic and retreat. The target here is too obvious, let's get out of here first. Ling Yan patted Xiao Bai's head and hid behind the cabin of patrol boat number 474 with a flick of his figure. It's really powerful, Ling Yan couldn't help but say with some fear. As far as the power displayed by those 2 missiles was concerned, Ling Yan asked himself that even if he had reached the middle stage of Qi training, he still couldn't do it. It seems that the technology in this world can't be underestimated. Ling Yan began to take it seriously in his heart, daring not to be careless. Ling Yan gently put Xiao Bai down, and he took a few steps to the end of the cabin, revealing his eyes, and looking at the 2 patrol boats, number 477 and number 478 in the distance. The 2 patrol ships were nearly 1,000 meters away from here, and they were also separated by 500 or 600 meters. Ling Yan had to find a way to sink the 2 ships, otherwise there would definitely be missiles fired over. What should I do? Ling Yan's eyes flashed, his mind spinning. He has the water avoidance talisman, and he can sneak past under the sea, but this method was directly rejected by Ling Yan, which is too unrealistic. This is a vast sea, not a small clear lake. The depth of the water alone is at least a few hundred meters, not to mention that it has to cross a distance of thousands of meters. Besides, Ling Yan encountered a very ferocious water monster in the Tianqing. If you also encounter one under the sea, wouldn't that make trouble for yourself? Moreover, Ling Yan estimated that the 2 patrol boats must have a very powerful detection system. If he was detected in the sea, he would only be passively beaten. You can't do it in the dark, you can only use the bright one. Ling Yun sighed. Gritting his teeth, he shook his body. Like a flexible swimming fish, it got into the cabin with all the broken glass. On the patrol ship number 478, which is thousands of meters away, Nozaki Yuji used a telescope to watch the two missiles hit the number 472 patrol ship with precision. Looking at the spectacular and terrifying scene, a crazy smile appeared on his face. Baga, I don't believe it, 2 missiles can't kill you. Nozaki Yuji watched number 472 slowly sink into the turbulent sea, thinking that Ling Yun had been bombed with no bones left, and followed number 472 to be buried in the sea forever. He couldn't help sneering. He was about to give an order to let his patrol boat move closer and start checking the results. However, just when he was about to give the order, the scene captured by the telescope shocked him and stunned him. I saw a masked figure in black on the patrol boat, number 474, 1,000 meters away. Each of his hands held a few wooden boards 1 meter square. He stood on the bow of the boat and raised his hand violently. A wooden board in his hand immediately spun and flew to the sea in the distance. A throw is more than 100 meters away. Ling Yun looked at the patrol ship number 478 in the distance, smiled coldly, and swayed. The body shoots towards the plank on the sea 100 meters away like lightning. Ling Yun is like a huge night owl, 100 meters away in a flash. His body lightly and skillfully landed on the floating wooden board, and at the same time, he threw the other wooden board out to the sea in front of him again, another 100 meters away. Remote. Ling Yun didn't wait for the wooden board to fall. His toes lightly stepped on the wooden board under his feet, and his body flew like a big bird again. A kilometer distance, for Ling Yun. Only 10 planks are needed, which is enough. Nozaki Yuji was struck by lightning in an instant, his face turned pale, and he hurriedly gave orders. All helicopters 477, 478 took off immediately and shot him from the air. Torpedo ready to fire, patrol boat 477, quickly fire torpedo at him. The gunner is ready, never let him get close to our number 478, as long as he gets within range, he will shoot at all costs. He is an ancient martial arts practitioner in Huaxia. God, how could he ignore the agreement between the two countries, Tanaka, and immediately report to Tokyo, saying that the ancient martial arts practitioners in Huaxia disregarded the agreement between the two countries and attacked our Orient soldiers privately. Nozaki Yuji is undoubtedly an excellent commander, he is not flustered, and his command is methodical. The 3 helicopters quickly took off from the deck, and the 4 machine gunners also quickly came to the side of the ship, lining up to find their positions, just waiting for Ling Yun to reach the range. At the same time, the torpedoes on the 2 patrol boats aimed at Ling Yun, who was galloping from the sea, and began to launch desperately. However, at this time, Ling Yun had already thrown out 7 wooden boards, and he was only 300 meters away from the patrol boat number 478. Leave the boat as far away from him as possible. Yuji Nozaki gave another order, just in case. The helicopter flew over the sea of Ling Yun, circling and dancing, and the machine gunners inside began to shoot wildly at Ling Yun. The bullets are as dense as rain. Ling Yun knew how powerful it was. He took the 13th Small Realms Dian Gathering Star treasure to the limit. At the same time, he took out a few second-level Vajra talismans and defense talismans, all of which were displayed on himself. At this time, the planks did not have any shielding effect at all, so Ling Yun waved his right hand wildly and threw the remaining 3 planks towards the patrol boat number 478 with a unique technique. Clap clap. The 3 wooden boards fell on the sea in turn, with a distance of about 80 meters in the middle, and the nearest one was only 50 meters away from number 478. Ling Yun's left hand swung the blood-tight demon saber in an airtight manner, cutting off countless bullets shot at him by the machine gun. At the same time, his toes stomped on the wooden board. Ling Yun's body volleyed into the sky again, his body rose into the sky, and at the same time, His right hand suddenly raised, shooting a nail at the gunners on the two helicopters lower in the air. Bang! The plank that Ling Yun had just left was hit by a speeding torpedo, and the fried sawdust flew everywhere. The machine gunner in the cabin of number 478 also began to shoot at Ling Yun in the air. The hail of bullets, Ling Yun's thrilling adventure is to be continued. To be continued. Ah ah. Two screams came out almost at the same time. The two machine gunners on the two lower helicopters were all hit by Ling Yun's iron nails, and they were instantly shot into sieves. Blood splattered in the sky, and the two figures swayed sharply, falling directly into the sea from the air, with two dong-dong sounds, and two huge splashes of water splashed. Immediately afterwards, a helicopter that was closer to Ling Yun also spun rapidly in the air, then tilted instantly and fell toward the sea. It turned out that an iron nail hit the pilot of the helicopter, and the long iron nail was firmly nailed into his temple. Strange to fall. Because the third helicopter was far away from Ling Yun and flew higher, it was able to escape the catastrophe, but the pilot of the helicopter had already been scared out of his body by Ling Yun's divine power. The helicopter flew high into the sky. With two machine gunners missing from the top of his head, Ling Yun's pressure was greatly reduced immediately. He only needed to block the bullets fired by the four machine guns on the patrol boat number 478. Ling Yun waved the blood demon knife to block the bullets that were shot at his body. He gently lifted his breath in the air, performed a void walk, and took a step towards a plank in front of him. However, the wind and waves on the sea were turbulent. Ling Yun's speed slowed down under the siege from many sides, and the wooden board was no longer in its original place at this time. The Orientals are also very smart. They saw that Ling Yun needed to use the floating planks to borrow strength, so someone shouted frantically, and the bullets shot at the planks on the sea. This wooden board is more than 200 meters away from the patrol boat number 478. Of course, most of the bullets penetrated into the sea water, but a few bullets hit it, and the remaining force of the bullets hit the wooden board on the sea. Just like alive, running around everywhere. Throwing Ling Yun fell into the water. But Ling Yun, who fell into the water, had already foreseen it in the air. He was already prepared. Before entering the water, he secretly cast a water avoidance charm on himself. When the four machine gunners on the patrol boat in the distance saw Ling Yun finally falling into the water, their four machine guns immediately aimed at Ling Yun and shot him desperately. However, at this time, number 478 has started slowly. And started to accelerate, which made their headsight a lot worse. It was almost impossible to hit Ling Yun on the water. More than 200 meters away, and in the dark night, the waves on the sea surface are undulating. Ling Yun's goal is really too small. Of course Ling Yun wouldn't stay on the water for too long. There were still torpedoes scurrying in the water. He put the palm-wide ghost blood demon knife across the blade and slapped it hard on the water. At the same time as the water splashed, his body was already in the air again. Fly up. Harrier drills into the sky. Ling Yun had already pinpointed the direction of the board this time. This time, the distance was less than 10 meters, and his figure fell steadily on the wooden board. Shishi. Ling Yun fixed his eyes on the place where he fell into the water, and sure enough, two torpedoes came quickly and crossed from the place where he fell into the water. If he was still there, he would definitely be hit. Yes. This is all sea, land and air. Ling Yun was really angry. Before he finished speaking, Ling Yun heard the sound of chi-chi torpedoes passing through the sea again, this time coming towards the wooden plank he was standing on. He didn't dare to neglect, the blood demon sword in his hand was still dancing wildly, and his figure rose up again, rushing towards the second plank. Two helicopters circled high in the sky. There was also a machine gunner on the third plane aiming at Ling Yun, but Ling Yun knew that it would be difficult for his nails to hit that plane, and he didn't care about dealing with that helicopter. No time. If the patrol boat number 478 is started at full speed, no matter how easy and fast he is, he will never be able to catch up. Ling Yan was lucky this time. When he was about to land on the second board, he took a slight step in the air and landed on the board accurately. However, because of Ling Yan's slow movement, his body was instantly hit by 7 or 8 bullets. Fortunately, Ling Yan had the Great Evolution and Star Treasure art to protect his body. He also used the Vajra talisman and the defense talisman, so although the bullet was hit Ling Yan, but he was not injured much. After a sound of gold and iron symphony, all the bullets fell into the water. Hey! Ling Yan frowned slightly in pain. He snorted coldly. Regardless of it, he waved the long knife again, and another phantom fish and dragon shot towards the last board. Forgetting everything else, Ling Yan waved the ghost blood demon saber and exerted all his strength, leaving a real afterimage on the original plank. The real body has already arrived on the last plank. This board was originally less than 50 meters away from the patrol boat number 478, but the patrol boat number 478 had already started at this time, and the 100-meter giant ship was accelerating away from this board, plus the waves formed by the seawater it cut. The impact, in just 10 seconds, this board is already 100 meters away from number 478. This is Ling Yan's last life-saving straw. If Ling Yan can't jump from this board to the patrol boat number 478, then all his efforts will be in vain and all his efforts will be for nothing. Da-da-da-da-da. At a distance of 100 meters, the power of the 4 machine guns was immediately several times stronger than before. All the 4 gunmen aimed their machine guns at Ling Yan on the wooden board, shooting frantically. There is fear and madness in the eyes of the 4 Toyo machine gunners. They are afraid, they are really afraid. The current Ling Yan, in their hearts, is undoubtedly the real god of war. On the sea with howling winds and monstrous waves, only 10 wooden boards were used to complete the crossing of a distance of 1 kilometer. There were 3 helicopters strafing overhead, torpedoes in the water one after another, and 4 machine guns on board. Stop the crazy shooting, he is not dead yet. Not only did they not die, but they became more and more courageous. The Orientals lost 2 machine gunners and a helicopter. Ling Yan, despite the hail of bullets, rushed into the 100 meters of patrol boat number 478. Give me full speed, fast, full speed. Avoid that lunatic. Yuji Nozaki saw Ling Yan's divine might. He was shocked and terrified, and he quickly gave the order. The patrol boat was once again 50 meters away from Ling Yan's plank, and it was 150 meters away. If it was on the ground, Ling Yan could barely jump over such a long distance, but this was in the sea. When he stepped on the wooden board sank, and light work would be discounted. 100 meters is already Ling Yan's limit. However, at this time Ling Yan's 2 eyes shone with excitement. He slammed his hands together, handed the demon blood sword to his right hand, and continued to wave to block the incoming bullets. At the same time, he held the dragon sword in his left hand. Came out. Ling Yan didn't even look at his feet. The 2 swords' swipe cut the wooden board under his feet into 4 pieces. Although the area of the board became smaller, it was enough for Ling Yan to settle down. Ling Yan put away the dragon-marked sword in his left hand, leaned over like lightning, and grabbed the other 3 wooden boards in his hands. Tossed into the air. The first board used 30% of the force, the second board used 60% of the force, and the third board used 90% of the force. It was thrown the highest and the farthest. At the same time, Ling Yan took a deep breath again, and his body flew into the air like a dragon. Brush. Ling Yan's body flickered, and he rushed out for more than 30 meters, and instantly caught up with the first board thrown out. The other person was in the air, and his toes pressed hard against the board. The plank was stepped down by Ling Yan, and his body took advantage of the force to shoot out again like a projectile, chasing the second plank. Ling Yan's figure slid more than 50 meters in the air again. At this time, the wooden board just flew to the highest point, and was stepped on by Ling Yun again. Ling Yun kicked hard in the air, and at the same time he took a deep breath and flew towards the third plank that had already started to fall. The third piece of wood was thrown a full 150 meters away by Ling Yun, but it was the last one thrown out, and he still had enough energy to fly forward. After Ling Yun swept more than 80 meters, he finally stepped on the third plank. This is the last time to borrow strength, and it is also the last piece of wood, and after Ling Yun borrowed strength twice, his body flew higher and higher, and it was already 50 meters above the sea. The sea breeze made Ling Yun's clothes rattle. He glanced at the patrol boat number 478, which rushed out 100 meters away. A sneer of disdain flashed on the corner of his mouth, and he stomped his feet down. The last piece of wood shattered inch by inch in the air. Ling Yun's body instantly shot out 60 meters away, still 50 meters away. This performance made all the Orientals on patrol boats number 478 and number 477 look stupid. They both forgot to shoot and forgot to launch torpedoes. Of course, even if they were to launch, it would be useless. Ling Yun was in the air. Under everyone's horrified and stunned gazes, Ling Yun's figure traveled 60 meters in the air, and then took 3 steps in a row. The real void walk is more than 30 meters in one step, and after 2 steps, it has come to 10 meters above the patrol boat number 478. In the last step, Ling Yun easily and accurately landed on the stern of the patrol boat number 478. Ling Yun let out a long sigh, and then his eyes swept away, murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Ling Yun ran the yin-yang art of qi, the yin and yang of the body circulated, and the muscles were twisted and squeezed strangely. He took out 7 or 8 clear healing talismans, stuck them on the place where the bullet hit him, and then called out softly. With such crazy dense bullets, shooting at close range, Ling Yun is using his full strength to use his body techniques again. It is impossible for him not to be injured. Of course, the Dian Jiuxing Bao Jue was not practiced in vain. Although the bullet hit him, it did injure him, but the wound was not deep. It was just a skin injury and some blood was shed. Under the treatment of the level 2 clear healing talisman, Ling Yun's wound healed instantly, the corner of his mouth twitched slightly, and he strode towards the 4 machine gunners. You guys, it was fun to shoot just now, to be continued. To be continued. The 4 Danyang machine gunners saw Ling Yun break through many obstacles and finally came to their patrol boat. The god of war appeared in front of them. Fear, shock, and disbelief flashed in their eyes, and their bodies were shaking violently. These 4 Orientals did not understand Chinese, let alone what Ling Yun was talking about, but they knew that their time of death had come. They glanced at each other. 3 of the Orientals winked fiercely, with crazy looks flashing in their eyes. They turned their guns sharply at Ling Yun in front of them, and they were about to shoot again. There was a strange look in Ling Yun's eyes, and with a slight wave of the blood demon saber in his hand, the heads of the 4 Eastern machine gunners fell to the ground. Ling Yun had already tested it on the 6 patrol boats just now. These Oriental people were crazy, and they were afraid of the powerful strength he showed, but they would not surrender, and no one surrendered. In the cabin of number 478, Nozaki Yuji, who had already seen Ling Yun board the ship, was ashen-faced and completely desperate, but he was still making the final deployment. He asked his subordinate Tanaka to report to Tokyo what happened in the waters of Diaoyu Island simply and quickly. At the same time, he asked the patrol boat number 477 to quickly escape from here, as far as possible, so as not to be wiped out. Nozaki Yuji knew that although Ling Yun had a strong personal strength, he would not drive a patrol boat from Toyo. Then, Nozaki Yuji led a group of his own confidential personnel in the cabin. All took out their pistols, not for defense, but for desperate. After Ling Yun killed the 4 machine gunners, he went all the way to Nozaki Yuji's cabin command room. As before, all men were slaughtered by him, while for women, Ling Yun only restricted their mobility. This is not Ling Yun's soft-heartedness, but his principle. If it is not necessary, or if he is forced, there is really no way. Ling Yun can't beat women, let alone kill women. In the end, Ling Yun came to Nozaki Yuji, and the gunshots were loud in the command room of the cabin, but Ling Yun rushed into the crowd with a flick of his body, and the blood demon sword flashed in black light, killing 6 people one after another, including that Tanaka. Also killed by him. In the cabin command room, only Nozaki Yuji was left. And a very young, very beautiful Oriental woman, both of them were tapped by Ling Yun. What Ling Yun could not have imagined was that Yuji Nozaki and this beautiful Oriental woman could speak Chinese language. Obviously. The 8 patrol ships led by Nozaki Yuji have been patrolling the waters of Diaoyu Island all year round, and most of them have been trained in Chinese. Although Nozaki Yuji's face was ashen, but his eyes radiated cold and persistent eyes. With a frenzied and distorted face, he said with a frantic smile, "You are an ancient martial arts practitioner in Huaxia. You have broken the international secret agreement by doing this, and you will be permanently hunted down by the International Ability User Organization." Ling Yun didn't know any international secret agreement, but when he wanted to come, the content of this agreement. It should be similar to the ancient martial arts practitioner in Huaxia who must not use his own force to deal with mortals. In Ling Yun's view, this is downright ridiculous. This is like the Zheng family and the Li family are in conflict. The Zheng family clearly has a master in charge, and they can destroy the Li family with one finger, but the master of the Zheng family sees their children being beaten to death by the Li family. However, because his strength is too strong, the balance will be destroyed when he makes a shot, and he can only stare at him but cannot make a move. It is a reason. That's not a bullshit, it's a fool. Ling Yun smiled disdainfully, then nodded and said, "Thank you for your reminder." Seeing Ling Yun, Nozaki Yuji was unmoved at all, and he continued, "You practice ancient martial arts by yourself. If you kill so many outstanding soldiers in our Toyo, our masters of Toyo will hunt you down at all costs, until death." Ling Yun nodded again. He had already thought of this. He smiled and said, "Don't worry, even if they don't chase and kill me, I will go to your East Ocean for a while. The cover of the bronze cauldron is still from the Tokugawa family in the East, and Ling Yun will definitely go to get it back." Hearing that Ling Yun was going to go to the East for a while, Yuji Nozaki's expression suddenly froze, the corners of his mouth twitched sharply, he stared into Ling Yun's eyes and said, "I admit that your strength is really strong, but I don't. What I understand is, shouldn't people like you be obsessed with cultivation? Why do you get involved in international political and military conflicts and disputes? You won't get the slightest benefit?" Ling Yun didn't hide it, and told him frankly, "I don't want to be involved in any international conflicts and disputes, I just want to go to Diaogui Island to play, and Diaogui Island is our Chinese territory." Nozaki Yuji suddenly gritted his teeth and said, "You already have such a vast land in China, why do you have to snatch such a small island with us?" Ling Yun smiled lightly, "You seem to have said the opposite. It's not that we rob you, but you that rob us." The very young and beautiful woman suddenly became short of breath, glared at Ling Yunjiao and said, "Aren't you afraid of causing the anger of the United States or provoking wars between countries? Aren't you afraid that you, China, will be affected by the international community? Sanctions from the organization?" Ling Yun glanced at her and said seriously, "That's a matter of the United States. I'm just on our own territory in China. If the United States fights like this, then let him fight." The Qingli woman was speechless by Ling Yun's words, and she thought for a while and said, "However, the Diaoyu Island is controversial. The United States has handed it over to our Dongyang, and the United States recognizes it as our Dongyang territory." Ling Yun felt a little angry in his heart, because he found that as long as he talked about Diaoyu Island and war, it seemed that it was not just about Huaxia and Dongyang, but had to involve the United States. The United States is like a sword hanging over the heads of people all over the world. It has far more than other countries, top-notch technology, strong economic strength, and the world's largest military force. It is the boss and shocks the world. Every country controls the situation and calls for the wind and the rain. However, Ling Yun naturally understands that this is a manifestation of strength. If you are disobedient, if you refuse to accept, people will beat you and bully you. Who makes you weak enough? Ling Yun sneered. In my eyes, Diaogui Island is not controversial. It is our Chinese territory. Even if the whole world recognizes Diaogui Island as your Dongyang, it is useless for me not to admit it. I say this, you understand? Ling Yun's meaning is very clear. The United States is the boss of the world, but Ling Yun is the boss here now. After listening to that, the beautiful woman from the east heard her chest trembling with anger. She glanced at Ling Yun angrily and scolded, "You are unreasonable." Ling Yun smiled, "I can tell you clearly, I'm still reasoning with you now, and when I'm really unreasonable, it's still behind." Ling Yun's typical strength is the style of his master. Now he is the controller of this sea area. He has the final say in everything, because he won. Ling Yun glanced at the patrol boat number 477, which had gradually turned into a white spot on the sea in the dark, through the glass of the cabin, and then turned around and said, "I don't care what happens in the future, but..." Ling Yun raised his hand and pointed to Diaogui Island, which is a kilometer away, and said with a smile, "As long as I'm here for one day, the Diaogui Island will be under the control of our Chinese people. When I'm gone, you can continue to fight your words. I'm not interested in participating." Nozaki Yuji sneered, "You Chinese are in control? Do you know that I have already reported everything you did just now? Now, not only will our Dongyang army come to clean you up soon, but also the American aircraft carrier may at any time. Come over." Ling Yun smiled coldly and said, "The U.S. aircraft carrier, it sounds really scary, but it may be able to deter a country or a lot of countries, but it can't deter me. Since I want to meddle in my own business, let it come, the more you come, the better. At that time, Xiaobai's thunder robbery will come down and destroy as many as they come, and they will all be buried in the sea. Ling Yun will save the trouble." Nozaki Yuji and the beautiful oriental woman looked at each other. The masked man in front of them really taught them what lawlessness is. "Do you have anything else to say?" Ling Yun saw a fishing boat slowly approaching here through the window. It was less than 500 meters away. He knew that this was the Huaxia fishing boat he encountered when he came. Ling Yun smiled, and his gaze shifted to the northwest again, and saw that about a nautical mile away, 3 Chinese marine surveillance ships were also approaching quickly. Nozaki Yuji knew that he was going to die, and he didn't want to go back alive at all. He took a few quick breaths, pointed to the beautiful woman and said, "This is Miss Yoshizawa Akemi, I hope you can spare her life." Yoshizawa Akemi stared at Ling Yun with a look of hatred, and she trembled. "Nozaki Taikuan, although I am a woman, I am also a soldier of our Toyo. I don't need him to spare my life. He is a devil. We have so many people buried in the sea at his hands. If I live alone, it is my personal shame." Yoshizawa continued. Ling Yun smiled lightly and said, "You are not alone. I didn't kill any women. Of course, ship number 472 was sunk by you, and I only had time to save 2 women on that ship." "What?" Yoshizawa Akemi's eyes flashed with unbelievable eyes, feeling incredible. Ling Yun said lightly, "If this is a war, it's just a matter between men." After Ling Yun finished speaking, his figure swayed slightly, and he came to Nozaki Yuji in an instant. He raised his hand and hit several of Nozaki Yuji's death points. Nozaki Yuji died on the spot. "Huaxia people, don't bully. After you go back, remember to take my words back." Ling Yun turned his head and glanced at Yoshizawa Akemi, whose pretty face was pale, before gently opening the hatch and walking out. The Huaxia fishing boat was no more than 200 meters away from the patrol boat number 478 at this time. Uncle Yang, it's that Chinese man. He's not dead. God, he's standing on the bow of the boat. He's so handsome. On that fishing boat, Wang Zhongyi was holding a telescope, his face full of shock and excitement, and he said excitedly, "To be continued. To be continued." Ling Yan stood on the bow of the boat with a smile on his face, and waved lightly at the fishing boat that was getting closer and closer. The battle just now, although not long, was too thrilling and had consumed 80% of Ling Yan's physical strength. He didn't want to swim back. When the fishing boat was no more than 100 meters away from him, Ling Yan's body shook lightly and shot out like lightning, and quickly jumped onto the fishing boat. "Thank you." Ling Yan still covered his face, but with a smile in his eyes, he said thank you very seriously. "It's us who should thank you." "What a genius, 8 Toyo patrol boats have even used missiles, and they can't deal with you alone," said Yang Disheng, the captain of the fishing boat, excitedly. "Ah. You are bleeding, you are injured." Wang Zhongyi put down the binoculars, stared at Ling Yun for a long time and suddenly said. Ling Yun smiled slightly and said lightly, "It doesn't matter, it's all the blood of the Orientals." It's amazing, it's amazing. I really didn't expect my old Yang to be so close to Diaoyu Island. Mother, I've been fishing for more than 30 years. This time I'm really proud. Yang Disheng didn't even need binoculars. With his naked eyes, he could clearly see the outline of Diaoyu Island, and he couldn't help raising his arms and shouting. It was originally his own site, but it was robbed by others. He was occupied all the year round, but he couldn't even get close. After holding back for more than 30 years, Yang Disheng was certainly excited. As for how Ling Yun defeated those Orientals, he just jumped nearly 100 meters in the air, which has already explained everything. There is a Chinese maritime surveillance ship coming. Wang Zhongyi suddenly pointed to the northwest. Ling Yun glanced at the maritime surveillance ship lightly, with an inexplicable smile on the corner of his mouth, and said lightly, "Don't worry about them, just help me get back to my speedboat and leave here immediately, it's already right and wrong here. Land, don't follow along." The sea surveillance boats came slower than the fishing boats. Ling Yun felt a little unhappy in his heart. The sign also said that his territory was sacred and inviolable. Simply hilarious. Yang Disheng was stunned for a while, and asked Ling Yun, You're not going back yet? The enemy's army is coming soon." Ling Yun laughed and said, "I'm here to go to Diaogui Island and beat them, it's just a matter of convenience. Please send me to those 5 patrol boats and return immediately. The farther away you are from Diaogui Island, the better." Yang Disheng stared blankly at Ling Yun for a while. Suddenly nodding suddenly, "Okay. Start the boat." The marine surveillance ship sped up. However, the fishing boat was at full speed and headed for the 5 eastern patrol boats. There is only a distance of more than 1,000 meters, and it will be there soon. Ling Yun smiled and thanked everyone on the fishing boat again. He flew on patrol boat number 474, found Xiao Bai, and then returned to his speedboat with Xiao Bai. Superior. Ling Yun didn't drive his speedboat to number 478 just now, because he was afraid that his speedboat would be sunk by the other party, and he wouldn't be able to drive other ships by then. That's really dumbfounding. Ling Yun drove the speedboat, rushed out from among the 5 huge patrol boats, came to the vast sea, and then drove to the side of the fishing boat. Ling Yun walked out of the cabin and rushed to the many crew members on the fishing boat with fists and hands. "Thank you Uncle Yang and all the brothers for their righteous help. If there is a chance to meet in the future, I will invite everyone to drink." Ling Yun knew now. This is a Chinese fishing boat, but it is fishermen on the island, not the mainland. Ling Yun said goodbye to them. Seeing that the fishing boat turned back at full speed, Ling Yun drove the speedboat only after they had driven a full nautical mile. headed towards the marine surveillance ship that was already approaching here. This place is less than 500 meters away from Diaoyu Island. Lingyun can go to the island even without a speedboat. He can advance and retreat freely. Instructor Zheng had already walked out of the cabin at this time, and stood on the bow facing the sea breeze. He looked all the way, and the marine surveillance ship passed by the main ship number 478 of the Dongyang patrol ship. I came to these 5 Toyo patrol ships again. These Toyo patrol ships that used to see them arrogantly chased after them. At this time all of them were motionless. Instructor Zheng felt a lot. The man who drove the speedboat gave him an unparalleled shock. However, although Instructor Zheng's eyes were complicated, he couldn't hide his excitement, but his face was excited for a while, gloomy for a while, and changed. No one knows better than Instructor Zheng, this is a good thing, but there is no doubt that it is a big trouble, a certain department of the Celestial Dynasty, or some relevant departments. I don't know how much words it takes to explain this clearly. Matter. If it's not good, maybe the explanation is not clear, so just start the fight. Instructor Zheng saw the floating corpses on the sea. They were densely packed and everywhere. It could be seen how many people Lingyun had killed just now. The missile can't kill him, this man is too powerful. Instructor Zheng could only sigh. Shaoli stood beside Instructor Zheng, looked at the 5 patrol boats that were moored, and said in shock, "It's amazing, it's so cool, these patrol boats chase us every day, and now they're finally standing still. Oh, why don't they sink?" Instructor Zheng sighed deeply and said solemnly, "Shut up." Shaoli snorted, stopped talking. He turned his head to look at the several correspondents in the cabin who were busy reporting the situation in the waters of Diaoyu Island to their superiors, knowing that this time the incident was a big one, and it was not a serious one. However, it is really cool, very proud, this is the most real feeling in Shaoli and the others, because they have never been so close to Diaoyu Island. After a while, Shaoli opened his mouth, pointed to Lingyun's speedboat and said to Instructor Zheng, "Instructor, he's here." Instructor Zheng lowered his voice and said to Shaoli, "This is an ancient martial arts practitioner from Huaxia, or a person with supernatural powers in Huaxia. Be careful when you talk, we can't afford to offend you." Shaoli nodded to express his understanding. Lingyun had already come to the side of the marine surveillance ship at this time. He stopped the engine, floated out of the cabin, and walked onto the bow of the ship with his hands behind his back, facing the Huaxia Coast Guard above. "Friend, you did a good job, but you also brought us a lot of trouble. Excuse me, can you get on the boat and have a chat?" Instructor Zheng looked at Lingyun in black and masked and said suddenly. Lingyun was dressed in black and hooded. He couldn't tell Lingyun's appearance or age. He wanted to call him a comrade, but he also wanted to call him a gentleman, but he felt it was inappropriate, so he had to call a friend. Lingyun stood on the bow with his hands behind his back. Glancing across the faces of these marine guards, I could see their uncontrollable excitement, so they smiled slightly. "You don't need to chat, I'm here, just want to tell you one thing, and then borrow something from you." Lingyun didn't want to have any entanglement with these people. He knew there was a question of sovereignty here. These people pass through the capital and the sky. That's why he's masked. Instructor Zheng knew that ancient martial arts practitioners often went their own way. Lingyun refused him, but he didn't take it seriously. There was no way. They destroyed the 8 patrol boats of Dongyang alone. It is impossible to suppress people with power. "Friends, please tell me." Lingyun smiled proudly, "Tell you guys. One person does things, and one person is responsible. This matter is my personal behavior and has nothing to do with Huaxia. Whether it is an Oriental or an American, if they want to make trouble, I will follow it alone." Lingyun said a word. The marine police on the entire marine surveillance ship were dumbfounded. Only those who are extremely strong, truly confident, and proud from the bottom of their bones can say this. Personal behavior. It has nothing to do with the country. People don't need the government to come forward to support him at all. Ling Yunjuan's eyes flashed brightly, and with a proud smile, he continued, this point, in the next time, I will tell those people personally, if Diaogui Island is ours, then I will stand on the spot. On my own land. When they come, they invade me, and I fight back, it's normal. And if the Diaoyu Island is theirs, then I am a person who broke into their country, their territory, they can come and arrest me, as long as they have the ability. After Ling Yun finished speaking, there was a hint of slyness in his eyes. He winked at Instructor Zheng and said, I said so, I wonder if Instructor Zheng has a way to explain it. Instructor Zheng looked at each other with the sea police around him, and all of them were speechless for a while. It turned out that Ling Yun dared to do all this so arrogantly, he had already thought about it for a long time, indeed, his words were absolutely impeccable, especially in terms of diplomatic rhetoric. The country can easily shirk it, the premise is that Ling Yun is abandoned. It was originally a conflict and controversy between the two countries, but it was a state affair, but now Ling Yun said that all these are personal actions. As long as the state acknowledges what Ling Yun said, it means indirectly acknowledging that all actions of Ling Yun are related to the state. It doesn't matter, just say he's a pirate, it's easy. Ling Yun's words, knowing that these people couldn't answer at all, didn't dare to answer, he didn't need them to answer, but said the second thing directly. Then, when I came out, I forgot to bring something, I want to borrow yours for a use. What? Instructor Zheng asked naturally. A national flag. Ling Yun said lightly. This? Instructor Zheng couldn't help but hesitate, he was a little undecided. Although Ling Yun sneered in his heart, he also knew the difficulties of these people. He raised his hand and pointed to Diaoyu Island in the distance. Excuse me, in your eyes, is this our territory? Many coast guards naturally said yes in unison. Ling Yun nodded with a smile, and continued, then, on our country, I plant a national flag, can I? Ling Yun had already made up his mind. If the Marine Guards hesitated any more, he would just drive the speedboat to the island without bothering to pay attention to them. Instructor Zheng struggled a lot in his heart, because this matter was also very relevant, and he normally needed to ask his superiors for instructions. However, in the end Instructor Zheng did not disappoint Ling Yun, because he also longed for the flag of his own country to fly on the island in front of him. Of course. Shaoli, go get a flag. Soon, Ling Yun took the red and bloody national flag in his hand, he unfolded it against the wind, and the red flag fluttered. Seeing this scene, many coast guards were all excited, standing awe and paying attention. This is undoubtedly a holy moment. Hey! Ling Yun grabbed the flagpole and gently inserted it into the bow deck. The flagpole sank straight into the deck, half a foot deep. Goodbye. The red flag hunting, fluttering against the sea breeze, Ling Yun returned to the cabin, turned on the engine, and rushed straight towards Diaoyu Island. I, Zhang Yuntian, will never forget this sacred scene. Instructor Zhang looked solemn, raised his hand to make a standard military salute, his eyes were sacred and proud. The same goes for other Marines. 2 minutes later, the speedboat docked smoothly. Ling Yun found a relatively hidden and quiet bay to anchor, and he took Xiaobai out of the cabin. Go to the island. Ling Yun pulled out the red flag and galloped towards the highest peak of Diaogui Island with Xiaobai. After only 3 minutes, one person and one fox successfully climbed to the highest peak, and at the highest point of Diaoyu Island, the Chinese flag was inserted into the rock. The red flag flutters in the wind. To be continued. To be continued. The bright moon is in the sky, and the sea breeze is cold. The red flag was blown by the strong sea breeze and fluttered in the wind, as if announcing something. Ling Yun stood tall, standing on the top of the highest peak of Diaoyu Island, quietly looking at the maritime surveillance ship 500 meters away in the southeast waters, His eyes were extremely calm, and he even had a cold smile. He wasn't hot-blooded, he's always been calm, including when he was fighting to the death with the Oriental people just now. He was also as firm as iron and unusually calm. In Lingyun's eyes, the Earth is nothing but a planet with living things, and a country is nothing but a force and an organization. This is the case with any country. Nothing is sacred. If you are strong enough, all the creatures on the whole planet will tremble under your feet and kill you. At that time, what country and territory are there? Lingyun kills people, just because others don't have long eyes. Whoever blocks his way will die. Lingyun stroked Xiaobai's head, a meaningful smile suddenly twitched at the corner of his mouth, raised his chin slightly, and pointed to the distant, excited and nervous Huaxia coast guards on the maritime surveillance ship who were busy recording videos, taking pictures, and paying attention. He asked lightly, "Xiaobai, do you know what they are fighting for?" Xiaobai raised a charming fox face, a look of dazedness flashed in the narrow but charming pair of fox eyes. The fox eyes blinked slightly, not knowing the meaning of Lingyun's question. Lingyun smiled slightly, raised his right arm and straightened it, spread out his palm and waved it horizontally, and said coldly, "It's just a resource. Any creature, in order to allow its own individual to survive better, for its own better enjoyment, in order to make its own race stronger and more comfortable to reproduce, they can take the form of individuals, or in some kind of organization. Either way, they all need to compete for and occupy more resources." Lingyun's light words revealed the true meaning of the war. For the survival of the individual, for the continuation of the race. In order to compete and occupy more resources, all have war. Seeing Xiaobai's thoughtful nod, Lingyun continued to smile and said, "Natural selection, survival of the fittest, we cultivate hard, and that's just the reason. However, we practice. But we go against the sky and fight for life with the sky. That's why there is a catastrophe, just because the way of heaven does not allow it. Heavenly robbery, in fact, is the punishment given to cultivators by heavenly Tao, and it is also a test to see if we are qualified or not, with a stronger and more advanced life state. Living in this world." The nine-tailed celestial fox transformed into a human being, and mortals would call her a monster. It's a fox spirit, but this transformation is not just an illusion, but a living person regardless of the inside and outside, from form to spirit. In the end, is the human form more advanced, or the life form of the nine-tailed fox is more advanced? These things are put aside, but such a thing against the sky is naturally not allowed by the sky, so the thunder calamity will be brought down. If Xiaobai can withstand the thunder tribulation and survive the thunder calamity, then she will succeed. She is a human being. If she can't, she will naturally fail to transcend the calamity, and she will die. This and people, from ordinary to immortal, a truth, immortals can destroy the sky and destroy the earth, move mountains and reclaim the sea. Although he is still in human form, he can be ever-changing, and he can live for thousands of years or even longer. In the face of such a living body, mortals are really incomparable to ants. In the great world of comprehension, Lingyun fell under the terrifying catastrophe, so he died in the original world. The thief, it's obvious that he wants me to die. Lingyun was inexplicably annoyed when he remembered that he had crossed the tribulation, and cursed in his heart. It can be said that in the great world of cultivation, crossing the thunder tribulation is extremely common to Lingyun, just like eating a common meal. Lingyun is different from other cultivators. He has been through thunder tribulation since the foundation building period. Every time he ascends a small realm, he will be struck by lightning from the sky, not to mention when he crosses a large realm. He directly used thunder tribulation to temper his fleshly body and primordial spirit. The more he was struck by thunder, the stronger Lingyun's body became. Of course, the fleshly body and primordial spirit tempered by lightning and tribulation thunder are strong, which allows him to fight against enemies that are 3 realms higher than him. It is precisely because of this that Lingyun is named a super genius. But what Ling Yun didn't expect was that when he really arrived at the calamity transcending period and began to transcend the calamity, a total of 999 thunderstorms fell in that terrifying thunder calamity. He persisted until the last one, but he didn't expect that the purple divine thunder that descended at the end suddenly blasted Ling Yun's body into nothingness. Although he failed to cross the calamity, Ling Yun was still a glorious defeat, because in the face of the last purple divine thunder, with Ling Yun's strength at that time, even if he was 1,000 times stronger, he would still be dead. Jia is aimed at immortals. Don't dare to let me soar, right? I'm afraid I will compete with you for resources after I ascend, right? I'll soar on this depleted planet for you to see. Ling Yun's eyes shone with perseverance, his face was full of pride and unyielding. He suddenly raised his head and looked up at the sky. The endless galaxy is splendid, the universe is vast and deep, who is the master in the end? After the tribulation period is the Zheng period. After the Zheng period, it is the ascension period. Since it is the ascension period, of course, it is necessary to ascend to the immortal realm. Where is the immortal realm and what kind of place is it? This is the question in Ling Yun's heart. After a long time, Ling Yun lowered his head, leaned over, gently hugged Xiaobai's soft fox body in his arms, and said warmly, "Don't be afraid, Xiaobai, with me here, you will surely succeed in transcending the calamity and transform into a human being." Ling Yun's tone is very gentle, but very firm, full of strong self-confidence. Xiaobai put the fox's head into Ling Yun's arms, and dawdled gently for a while. The instinctive fear of the catastrophe disappeared. The fishing boats had long since disappeared, and the sea surveillance ship of Huaxia had also left the waters of Diaoyu Island. As far as Ling Yun could see, there were only 1 large and 5 small in the entire waters of Diaoyu Island. 6 Eastern patrol boats, quietly moored on the sea. Let's go, let's find a place to settle down first. Ling Yun took a last look at the 6 patrol boats, and then took Xiaobai to the south of Diaoyu Island. Diaoyu Island is sweet potato-shaped, about 3.5 kilometers long from east to west, about 1.5 kilometers wide from north to south, and covers an area of 4.3 square kilometers. Its northern terrain is relatively flat, but its southern part is very steep. Nearly 400 meters above sea level, it is located in the middle. Ling Yun came down from this highest peak. He found a very steep cliff, observed the surrounding environment a little, and then flew directly up. The invincible blood demon knife came in handy at this time. Ling Yun used it to dig a cave for 2 people to live and walk on the cliff. The cave was nearly 2 meters in diameter and 10 meters deep, as a temporary residence for him and Xiaobai. The place. It is more than 40 meters high from the sea, and there are rugged rocks above it, so it is impervious to wind and rain. Ling Yun blocked the entrance of the cave with 2 huge rocks, leaving only a gap for 1 person to pass through, and let Xiaobai perform a simple illusion at the entrance of the cave. Hey, this is the first cave I have built in this world. Ling Yun took out 6 night pearls and placed them around the cave, then sat on the stone bench he had cut out with the blood demon knife, pressed the stone table with his hands, and gave Xiaobai a smug smile. The 6 luminous pearls shined brightly, and in the dazzling pearly light, Xiaobai gave Ling Yun a charming and shy look in return, which was very human. Ling Yun started to take food and fresh water from the space ring, and he waved to Xiaobai, "Come on, I've been busy for so long, so I should be tired. Let's eat first, then take a good rest after eating, and we'll talk about the rest tomorrow." I have to say that even though it was on a desolate and uninhabited island, Ling Yun's small days were really very nourishing. Not to mention food and fresh water, Tang Meng even prepared a box for Ling Yun for Mao Tai, and of course the others were well prepared. However, Ling Yun is not so sturdy. The space in the space ring is limited, and the food and water cannot be filled. Naturally, he will not put Mao Tai in the space ring. After filling his stomach, Ling Yun asked Xiaobai to start training with confidence and boldness. He came here to overcome the calamity. Of course, Ling Yun would not let Xiaobai suppress his realm. He completed the calamity and went back early. There are still many people waiting at home. What about him? Ling Yun also sat cross-legged on the ground, silently practicing his own yin and yang art, and quickly restored the true qi in his dantian. When the yin and yang qi in the body were almost recovered, Ling Yun ordered Xiaobai, who was cultivating frantically. He rushed out of the gap in the cave with a flick of his body, and floated directly to the ground. Apart from the whistling of the wind and the sound of the waves hitting the rocks, there was no other movement on the Jiaoyu Island, which made Ling Yun a little puzzled. He unfolded his movements and walked around the island quickly like a ghost, and then climbed the highest peak again, standing on the top of the peak and looking into the distance. The sea under the moonlight stretches as far as the eye can see, and the 6 Eastern patrol ships have nowhere to go. Strange, the warships and planes of the East have left, and the U.S. Navy has not come. It should be almost the same time. Ling Yun frowned slightly and muttered to himself. It's all right if you don't come, anyway, it's a death if you come. Ling Yun sneered, without thinking about the deeper reasons, and returned to his cave. He now occupies this place. Before Xiaobai succeeds in transcending the calamity, whoever comes to him for trouble will be a dead end, and there is no reason to explain it. After Ling Yun returned to the cave, he took out all the things in the space ring, then quickly returned to the bay where the speedboat was moored, filled the space ring again, brought back enough food and fresh water, and put them all in the cave. After doing this, Ling Yun finally felt completely relieved. He flew out of the cave again, chose a higher place, and began to practice his great essence gathering star treasure art. The long night has passed. To be continued. To be continued. Above the sea in the east, a round of red sun is about to burst out, and the rays of light are 10,000. Ling Yun was still cross-legged, sitting cross-legged with his 5 hearts facing the sky, silently cultivating his great essence gathering star treasures. The moment when the sun is about to come out but has not yet come out is undoubtedly the best time to practice the great evolution and gathering star treasures. In the past, Ling Yun also walked out of the house at this time and practiced the great evolution and gathering star treasure art, but the high-rise buildings in the city blocked the rising sun, and the industrial pollution in the city was serious, the air was polluted, and the great sun Jinghua broke through a lot. When the obstacle reached Ling Yun's body, it was already greatly reduced. But now it is different. Now Ling Yun is above the endless sea. The sky is as blue as sapphire, the sea is blue, and the air is fresh and intoxicating. Surrounded by the rich aura of water, Ling Yun sits alone on the top of the peak, practicing the great gathering. Xingbaoju is naturally more effective. He practiced for an entire hour, and only after the sun had completely jumped out of the sea and had risen to some heights did Ling Yun slowly stop. It feels good. This is the place to practice, but there is only water aura here, and you can't practice here for a long time. Ling Yun took a deep breath, glanced at the surrounding sea, and flew back to the cave. Xiaobai is still cultivating every second, but she still has no sign of breaking through. Obviously, the time has not come. Could it be that it's time for Xiaobai to change shape, and we're too early? Ling Yun murmured secretly as he watched Xiaobai, whose body had grown a little bigger. The 9-tailed celestial fox has 3 tails, survives the thunder tribulation, and can transform into an adult. Ling Yun had seen this statement in an ancient book in the world of cultivation, but he had not seen it with his own eyes. He knew that this statement must be true, but he did not know the exact time. But since Xiaobai was willing to come with Ling Yun, she obviously knew that she would soon change shape, otherwise she would definitely not come. Since the time is not yet ripe, we can only wait for something like a robbery. If he doesn't come, there's no way anyone can take it, right? Ling Yun woke up Xiaobai, who was immersed in cultivation, had breakfast with her, and then let Xiaobai cultivate slowly by himself. Don't worry, it's useless to worry. In the following days, Ling Yun made a series of arrangements on Diaoyu Island. According to the number of the 9 palaces, he first placed 9 unique 1,000 killing formations to prevent the enemy from attacking. The current Lingyun. It wasn't when he set up the formation for the 2 villas. At that time, he set up a killing formation. With just a movement of his consciousness, the stone could automatically fall to the place where it should fall, and the formation could be easily done. He has no spiritual consciousness now, and to set up a large array, he needs to repeatedly calculate the distance and move the stone by himself. The workload involved can be imagined. Even with his strength and speed, it would be good to be able to complete 2 killing formations in one day. This kind of formation has no effect on the masters above the innate realm, but it will definitely cause countless troubles for the masters under the innate realm. It can even seriously injure them. If an ordinary person came in, he would only end up being killed by a boulder. Lingyun completed the 9 killing formations in a few days, and Xiaobai still showed no signs of surviving the calamity, but he was not in a hurry, nor did he rush, except for cultivation. He also set up 2 innate gossip formations. These 2 formations cannot be used to defend against the enemy, but they can help Xiaobai overcome the calamity. At this time, Xiaobai stopped eating, and just kept practicing. Obviously, it was time for her to transform herself. It's getting closer. The sea has been calm, and Diaoyu Island seems to be forgotten by the world. The Oriental Army and the U.S. Navy, which Yuji Nozaki spoke of, have disappeared at all. Lingyun was so happy. In addition to cultivating his 1 Qi Yinyang art and Dian gathering star treasure art every day, he used the 2nd level spirit gathering talisman to absorb the rich water aura in the sea until all the spirit gathering talismans were used up. Give up. When he was idle and bored, Lingyun expanded the inner space of the cave and made a stone pot and stone bowl with the blood demon knife. He went to the sea to catch some seafood and cooked it. It was absolutely natural and pollution-free. During this period, Lingyun had turned on his cell phone once and tried to contact Tang Meng and the others, but even though the cell phone battery was full, the cell phone could not receive any signal, so he could only give up and shut down again. The days passed, and about another 7 or 8 days passed. Lingyun finished practicing the Great Evolution and Star Treasure art in the morning and returned to his cave. Lingyun was pleasantly surprised to see that Xiaobai suddenly stopped cultivating. Her fox body stood upright, standing quietly at the entrance of the cave. A pair of fox eyes looked at Lingyun shyly, waiting for his return. Xiaobai is becoming more and more human, Lingyun said secretly with a bright smile on his face. Master, your beard is so long. A coquettish voice that could make human bones cry suddenly sounded in the cave. Lingyun's tall figure suddenly stagnates, and the whole person is like being struck by lightning, and he is fixed there at once, and he does not move for a long time. Xiaobai's voice. Xiaobai can speak. Let alone how excited Lingyun was, his legs trembled with excitement, and he almost couldn't stand. After a long while, Lingyun took 3 steps and took 2 steps, and rushed to Xiaobai's body at once, and hugged her charming fox body that was nearly twice the size in his arms. Xiaobai, you can speak? Lingyun asked excitedly, inexplicably excited. Xiaobai's pair of fox eyes exuded a charming and shy light, and there was an inexplicable shyness on the fox's face. The 9-tailed celestial fox's spiritual energy was released without any suppression, and was absorbed into the body by Lingyun. Xiaobai nodded and said shyly, well, please give me a name. At this time, Lingyun didn't care about any name or name. After confirming that Xiaobai could speak human language, he asked excitedly, Xiaobai, when will you cross the calamity, do you know? Xiaobai shyly said, reporting to the master, it should be over tonight. Okay. Lingyun was so happy that he almost jumped 3 feet high, screaming in the sky. Let's go inside and talk. Lingyun picked up Xiaobai, strode into the stone cave, and came to the stone table. Then he let go of Xiaobai and sat on the stone bench himself, signaling Xiaobai to sit down to say. Xiaobai was still standing there timidly, with a pair of fox eyes staring at Ling Yun's face, wanting to look but not daring to look at it, and said shyly, "Master is here." Xiaobai doesn't dare to sit down. Xiaobai's voice was so charming that it was shy and timid. Ling Yun's bones were softened, he swallowed, his face darkened on purpose, and he said cruelly, "Since you can speak, I have a few things I want to tell you, and you listen." Xiaobai was startled by Ling Yun's pretending to be serious. She immediately nodded timidly, and hummed. Ling Yun glanced at Xiaobai and found that she was standing at a height of 1.7 meters. He nodded secretly in his heart, thinking that if Xiaobai changed shape, he should look like a 16-year-old girl. Ling Yun coughed lightly and said, "First, you are not allowed to call me master in the future. You and I don't have to distinguish between superiors and inferiors. You just need to call my name, do you hear me?" Xiaobai's charming fox eyes flashed with confusion and asked in surprise. The master saved Xiaobai's life, took in Xiaobai, and helped Xiaobai survive the calamity. Xiaobai is willing to accompany him for the rest of his life. Why can't you call your master? Cough cough. Ling Yun could only cough again. He thought for a while and said, as long as we can be together, the name is not important. It's very inconvenient to call this outside." Xiaobai blinked the fox's eyes, a hint of slyness flashed in the fox's eyes, and nodded, "I see, then I will call your name when there are outsiders, and call your master when there is no one." Seeing Xiaobai being so persistent and firm, Ling Yun knew that Xiaobai would never give in, so he nodded in agreement, and continued, "Second, we are not a master-servant relationship. There is no need to distinguish between superiors and inferiors. You and I are like Ninger. Get along with me like that, do you understand?" Xiaobai secretly raised his head and glanced at Ling Yun, and said shyly, "Xiaobai dare not." Ling Yun was depressed for a while, and he had not started to speak. He ordered 2 things, but Xiaobai refused them all. How can this be done? He stared at him, suddenly raised his hand and patted the stone table, and said solemnly, "Xiaobai, sit down." Xiaobai thought Ling Yun was angry. She was so frightened that she didn't even think about it. She swiped to the stone bench opposite Ling Yun, and sat directly on it, so frightened that she didn't move. Ling Yun was afraid that Xiaobai was really frightened, so he hurriedly peeked at him, but when he saw Xiaobai was also peeking at him, he couldn't help laughing. Ling Yun said with Yan Yu, "It's fine if we get along normally, we don't need to be so clear about it. Does Xiaobai understand?" This time Xiaobai really nodded very simply, but the voice he made was, "Understood, master." "Call me Ling Yun." "Yes, brother Ling Yun, master." Ling Yun was discouraged for a while. He no longer bothered about this issue, but changed the subject and said, "Xiaobai, you asked me to name you just now. I have already thought about the name for you. It's called Xianer. What do you think?" "Xianer. Xianer." Xiaobai murmured and repeated it twice, and suddenly said shyly and joyfully, "Master Ling Yun, the name Xianer is really nice. Xiano likes it very much." Ling Yun nodded with a smile, and continued, "As for surnames, I have thought of 3 surnames for you. You can follow my surname Ling or Hu, because you are originally a 9-tailed fox. Of course, it can also be surnamed by, you can choose one." Xiaobai really thought about it seriously this time, and finally a mysterious shyness flashed in her charming fox eyes, and she said timidly, "Master Ling Yun, although Xiaobai wants to be surnamed Ling, but he wants to be surnamed by even more." Ling Yun instantly understood Xiaobai's intentions. She didn't want people to remember that she was a fox, so she gave up her surname Hu. As for not wanting to be surnamed Ling, the meaning of this is naturally profound. He nodded and said, "Xiaobai, by Xianer, okay, then you can call it by Xianer in the future." By Xianer's fox body flashed, and the snow-white figure suddenly left the stone bench and threw herself into Ling Yun's arms, cheering, "Thank you master for the name, Xiaobai finally has a name. My name is by Xianer." Ling Yan hugged Bai Xianer and let her soft fox body rub against her body for a while, with a smile on her face. The dimple on her left cheek was deep and trembling slightly, which was extremely charming. To be continued. To be continued. Today's weather is very good, the sky is clear, there are no clouds in the sky is clear blue, the blue is transparent, the sea is even more blue, the wind is calm, the sun shines on the sea, sparkling, reflecting the sun's rays, dazzling. Ling Yun left the cave with Xiao Bai, returned to his speedboat again, and moved out the box of Mao Tai in the speedboat. It had been a long time since they had landed on Diaoyu Island. The food and fresh water Tang Ming had prepared for Ling Yun was almost enough, at most it was enough for 3 days. Bai Xianer was going to transcend tribulation tonight, which was just right. Xiao Bai was finally able to speak human words. Ling Yun was overjoyed, of course he wanted to drink to celebrate. Ling Yun put the box of Mao Tai into the space ring. When he left the speedboat, he noticed his appearance from the clear water, and found that Xiao Bai was right, and he became a bearded man. Ling Yun smiled secretly, and took out the dragon-marked sword, just flicked it on his lips, and the thick beard was scattered, and his clean and handsome face was instantly restored. In fact, Ling Yun's hair was already very long, it was pitch black and thick, but he didn't bother to pay attention to it and let his hair grow naturally. Ling Yun and Bai Xianer returned to the cave. He took out all the delicious food, opened a bottle of Mao Tai, and began to feast on the overflowing aroma of wine. Xianer, what kind of cultivation method are you practicing? I look like a human cultivation method, but I don't think it is. Ling Yun took a sip of wine and asked, casually. Master Ling Yun, Xianer practiced the exercises, all from a book called Tianyuan Jiuxing Yaoshu. Ling Yun rolled his eyes and said, Brother Ling Yun, Master, this name is too eloquent, change it. Master brother. Bai Xianer's charming fox eyes turned, and she thought about it. Ling Yun was speechless, looking at Bai Xianer, he had no choice, but to say, you should still call me Brother Ling Yun. Tianyuan Jiuxing Yaoshu. I think your movement is very fast, what is that movement? Bai Xianer smiled shyly. He raised his head and said, Brother Ling Yun, there are all kinds of exercises in the Tianyuan Jiuxing Yaoshu. Xianer has only learned the Tianhu fascinating mind, the fingering is the spirit fox ghost finger, and the movement method is Xinglua Jiushan. If you succeed, you can also cast the scarlet flame burning heaven palm. Ling Yun knew that Bai Xianer had the fire attribute. The Qi Yan burning heaven palm was a good fit for her, so she smiled and nodded. Another sip of wine. What other powerful exercises are there? Ling Yan's interest greatly increased. Asked curiously. There are a lot of them, the fire fox's flame technique, the extreme fire flame dragon saber, but those are all very difficult to practice, Xianer hasn't learned it yet. Bai Xianer was charming and shy, a little embarrassed. Ling Yun nodded again, and asked suddenly, what is Xianer's life training method, and how can he increase his realm cultivation? Bai Xianer said shyly, Xianer's life-defining exercise, Xianer herself doesn't know the name. It seems that she is born with it, as long as she cultivates according to that. Ling Yun laughed and said, then I'll give your exercise a name, it's called Tianhu Fei Xianju, how about it? Bai Xianer flicked her fox eyes, and said happily, thank you, master, brother. Ling Yun pointed to a certain direction outside the cave, and said with a smile, Xianer. Tonight, you will be in that small valley to transcend tribulation, and I have set up 2 innate gossip formations there, which should be able to help you resist some heavens. Thunder. Bai Xianer smiled and nodded. Ling Yun took out all the lightning protection talismans, as well as the second-level Vajra talismans and defense talismans, and said to Bai Xianer with a smile, these talismans can help you survive the calamity. You can use it as much as you like, don't feel bad. As for the usage of these talismans, Xiao Bai has already learned it, so he doesn't need Ling Yun to teach him at all. Sinner, you can only rely on your own strength to resist and be afraid of things like transcending tribulation. There is no point in avoiding it. You just need to strengthen your beliefs, show all your abilities, and survive all the thunders. If you don't die, you will succeed in transcending the tribulation, understand? Sinner nodded again and again. Thank you, Master, for teaching. Sinner understands. Well, after a while, he became the master again. Ling Yin sighed inwardly, knowing that he had a long way to go. Ling Yin said with a wicked smile, if someone comes to make trouble tonight, remember, you will boldly run to their side, and don't care about the rest. Sinner stared at Ling Yin with a pair of charming fox eyes, and a sly smile flashed in her eyes, obviously knowing that Ling Yin was broken. Ling Yin quickly drank a bottle of Maotai and drank a pound of fragrant spirits. Ling Yin only felt refreshed and indescribably comfortable. Let's go, I'll take you to see the Qianjijiu lore formation and tell you how to get there. Sinner is super spiritual, Bingxue is smart, Ling Yin only showed her once, she can come and go freely in the Qianjijiu lore formation without any hindrance. For a whole day, Ling Yin didn't practice. In order to dispel Sinner's nervousness, he deliberately took her to play around on Diaoyu Island. One person and one fox went to play in the sea water, until it was getting dark, and he returned to the cave. After dinner, Ling Yin tidied up the things in the cave, put all the night pearls used for lighting back into the space ring, put on night clothes, and brought Sinner to the highest peak of Diaogui Island. The calamity will come at any time, but Ling Yin is not worried, because before the calamity comes, there will be various visions between heaven and earth. They rushed to the valley and arrived in just a few breaths, completely in time. After so many days of training, Ling Yin absorbed a lot of water aura, and he drank the dragon's saliva twice to replenish the spiritual energy in his body. His strength had already reached the peak of the 6th level of body training. Ling Yun's Great Evolution Star Treasure Art, although it is also advancing by leaps and bounds, and its cultivation speed is more than double that in the city, but it still stays at the 13th floor of the Great Evolution Star Treasure Art, reaching the 14th floor. Small realm, and some distance. Ordinary spiritual energy has no effect on Ling Yun's cultivation of the Great Evolution and Star Treasure Art. He can only rely on absorbing the essence of the sun, moon, and stars, and the power of the stars to temper his body, and it will take a long time to make breakthroughs. Accumulation does not happen overnight. However, with such progress, Ling Yun is already very satisfied. Now that he has more than enough to protect himself, of course he has to play steadily. What makes Ling Yun the most happy is his yin and yang eyes. With the improvement of 1 Qi yin and yang art, the yin and yang 2 Qi in Ling Yun's body are getting stronger and stronger. His yin and yang eyes not only see farther, but also see more clearly. Sinner the illusion, he can see through it at a glance now. The ultimate goal of yin and yang eyes is to see through yin and yang, to see through falsehood, simple illusions, of course, can't beat Ling Yun. Ling Yun stood on the top of the peak, his eyes pierced through the dark night sky, looking towards the northeast. The corner of his mouth couldn't help but evoke a mocking smile. On the sea in the northeast direction, a large ship appeared at some point and was slowly approaching Diaoyu Island. Ling Yun didn't know what kind of ship it was, only that it was very big. Have you finally made up your mind, or are you fully prepared? However, if you come at this time, you really know when to choose. Ling Yun sneered. Master, who's here? Is it an oriental boat? Sinner couldn't see anything, so she asked quickly. It is said that the eyes of animals can see farther and clearer than people at night, but Ling Yun has trained the eyes of yin and yang, and his current eyesight is not comparable to that of Xiao Bai, who has already developed 3 tails, which shows his horror. Ling Yun laughed and said, I don't know, but it came from the northeast. If not, it should be about the same. Anyway, it's not from the east, it's from the United States, and it's not necessarily the only one. Just because this one is the largest, Ling Yun is so far away, and he can only see it. Sinner, don't be nervous, you can survive the calamity with peace of mind, just do everything as I say. Ling Yan stood with his hands behind his back, and said to Bai Xian'er with a smile. After another hour or so, and it was completely dark, the big boat finally sailed into the waters of Diaoyu Island, and stopped slowly 8 nautical miles away from Diaoyu Island. What kind of big ship is this? This is an entire aircraft carrier formation of the United States. The big ship Ling Yan saw was the aircraft carrier Chicken, the main ship of the 7th Fleet of the United States. The aircraft carrier Shaoji was brightly lit at this time, and the Marines above were fully equipped and loaded with live ammunition. Not only them, but also 100 Orientals, all of them wearing gray or black samurai uniforms, holding the iconic Oriental long sword, their faces covered with black scarves, only 2 eyes exposed, and their eyes are also staring in the direction of Diaoyu Island. His eyes are full of murderous intent of hatred, and he wants to choose someone to devour. These are 100 Oriental ninjas, all of whom are above the pinnacle of the 8th floor of the acquired heaven, and the 10 with the highest strength all have the cultivation of the 2nd floor of the innate. Among them, there were 2 other leaders, both of whom were at the 3rd level of Xiantian, and Xuanhuan was introverted. If they hadn't also held icy long knives in their hands, they would definitely be considered ordinary people. I swear to kill the ancient martial arts practitioners in China and avenge my more than 100 outstanding soldiers in the Great East. This is the roar in the hearts of these Oriental ninjas, and it is also their mission to Diaoyu Island this time. Tokugawa Wu-Tua and Yagyu Yashin, 2 Oriental ninja leaders who were born with 3 congenital levels, stared at Diaoyu Island for a long time and looked at each other. Their eyes were sharp like eagles, and they narrowed slightly. Tokugawa Wu-Tua, who was born at the peak of the 3rd floor, let out a hoarse roar from his throat. Let's go. 100 Oriental ninjas all jumped on the speedboats parked around the aircraft carrier Shaoji, and began to charge towards Diaoyu Island. Tokugawa Wu-Tua and Yagyu Yuma, the 2 of them boarded a helicopter, and together with the U.S. Marines, took the helicopter and went straight to Diaoyu Island. Ling Yan's eyes were indifferent, looking at the helicopter soaring into the sky on the aircraft carrier Shaoji, and the dozen speedboats speeding up from the sea, and smiled leisurely. Because he felt that his surroundings were suddenly quiet and unusual, as if the world had stopped at this moment, time was still, and space was frozen. The gentle sea breeze stopped suddenly, and even the sea stopped beating on the shore. There was no wind or sound. Ling Yan didn't even look at the enemy coming from a distance. He patted Bai Xian'er beside him lightly, and said lightly, go through the calamity. To be continued. To be continued. The distance of 8 nautical miles is really not even a few minutes for American speedboats, and these Orientals are eager for revenge, and they are all anxious. They all drive to the fastest speed, and soon they approach Diaoyu Island. Some Oriental ninjas in the innate realm jumped off the speedboat one by one without waiting for the speedboat to land on the shore, jumped 100 meters, and jumped directly to Diaoyu Island. The speedboat is very fast, and the speed of those helicopters is of course not slow. However, American helicopter pilots, they are not in a hurry and drive forward smoothly. Oh, God, the weather is so nice tonight, there's not even a shred of wind, it's really suitable for us to fly. A certain pilot used wireless communication to tease his comrades. It's just that his voice hasn't fallen yet. Suddenly, a gust of wind suddenly swept across the heavens and the earth, and the wind swept away the remaining clouds. The floating clouds in the sky within a range of nearly 100 miles around Diaoyu Island instantly did not know where they were swept up and flew to. At the same time, the color of the sky over Diaoyu Island gradually changed. It was no longer black, but a strange reddish-brown. The wind exceeded level 12 in an instant. There were monstrous waves on the sea, and the waves of more than 10 meters high were one after another, as if the peerless beasts drilled out of the sea, looking for all the prey that could be engulfed. Flying sand and rocks on Diaoyu Island, Ling Yan's red flag on the top of the peak, he didn't know where it was blowing, and more than 100 caddies of rocks were blown and rolled around, and the wind speed can be imagined. However, under these circumstances, Ling Yun had long anticipated that the rocks he chose for the formation were at least 200 kilograms or more, and all the formations were safe and sound. Oh, my God! What's going on here? Oh, the damn weather forecast, it's over, it's over. The pilot who teased about the good weather just now had a hell of a look on his face, and exclaimed strangely. Not only him, more than a dozen planes fluttered in the air. Directly blown by the hurricane, even those experienced pilots can't control it. Boom! A helicopter was blown straight by the hurricane and hit a steep cliff, exploded instantly, and fell into the sea with a burst of fire. Such a big wind and waves, not to mention these helicopters, even the aircraft carrier Shaoji in the distance was blown and swayed, but this thing is really big and heavy. Like a small island, it can still resist this kind of wind and waves. But the U.S. Navy officers on the aircraft carrier were all shocked. Their mastery of the weather at sea. It can be said to be confident, who knew that the world would suddenly change color. The U.S. Navy was directly busy doing a group, desperately resisting the terrifying wind and waves. Only those officers on the aircraft carrier Chick were desperately directing those helicopters to find a place to land. Apart from the sea, which is a rocky island, where can I land? Boom! Another helicopter crashed into the sea. Immediately engulfed by the waves. Tokugawa Wutua and Yagyu Yeshin jumped out of the helicopter when they saw that the situation was not good. Their strength was placed there, and it was easy to reach a height of several tens of meters. Tokugawa Wutua kicked away a huge boulder blown by the hurricane, and said with a gloomy face, "Baga, who can tell me what the hell is going on? What the hell is that ancient martial arts practitioner in China doing?" Before anyone could be found, a hurricane inexplicably damaged 2 helicopters, and some Marines, all of whom were the best soldiers in the United States. The plane in the air, they can't care about it at this time. Tokugawa Wutua said solemnly, "Fortunately, our ninjas all came by speedboats. They have already landed on the island and flanked in. That Chinese cultivator must be doomed." Before he could finish speaking, he heard a dozen miserable screams coming from his ears. Tokugawa Wutua took a closer look and saw that more than a dozen Toyo ninjas were all injured by the boulder, vomiting blood, and he had no idea how he was hit by the sudden flying boulder. Of course, this was due to Ling Yun's 1000 Machines 9 lore formation. Some ninjas with low realm broke into the formation and couldn't dodge the flying boulders. When they hit them, they were seriously injured and immediately lost their combat effectiveness. Tokugawa Wutua and Lu Xingyongjin were shocked at the same time, and said in shock, This is Huaxia's formation, no good, go and save people." The two looked at each other and quickly rushed towards the nearest 1000 Machine 9 lore formation. At this moment, Ling Yun was wearing a black hood, and stood quietly with Xiao Bai in the small valley, watching the hurricane blow the helicopter in the sky, and then looking at the densely packed Oriental black-clothed men around them, who from time to time were seriously injured and screamed miserably. Ling Yun hee straight happy. "Dare to hit me, I will kill and injure more than half of you without a single finger." Ling Yun thought to himself. The reddish-brown sky seemed to be overhead, giving people a strong oppression. Then, the reddish-brown sky suddenly began to rotate, like a huge vortex in the sea. This scene is several times more terrifying than the original dragon absorbing water. A chain of silver electric snakes appeared from the reddish-brown sky, as if they were created out of nothing, and were then sucked into the huge vortex. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth within a radius of hundreds of miles is all chaotic, and one after another huge electric snake twists and turns in the vortex, and gradually entangles and combines together. Gradually, the vortex stopped spinning and turned into a huge robbery cloud. The dark sky, the reddish-brown robbery clouds, and the thick silver electric snakes appeared from time to time, but there was no thunder. Lingyun knew that by Xian'er's tribulation thunder would soon land. Xian'er, I can't help you. If I stand with you, the thunder will acquiesce that I want to cross the calamity, and those lightnings will also strike me. Master, don't worry, Xian'er is not afraid. Bai Xian'er's fox eyes flashed a firmness that had never been seen before, and said very seriously. Lingyun silently handed over all the lightning protection talismans, diamond talismans, and defense talismans he made to Bai Xian'er, and then took out the magic gourd. Drink. Drink as much as you can, and then stick to it until the robbery clouds dissipate. Those high-level talismans should be used for the last time. Xian'er, remember that no matter where you run, in the end, you must return to these two innate talismans. Come in the gossip formation. The final tribulation thunder is the most powerful, and if it can't bear it, it will fall short. These Lingyun have already told Xiaobai repeatedly, but he still can't help but remind him at the end. Lingyun knew that Bai Xian'er couldn't hold the magic gourd, so he took the gourd and poured the dragon's saliva into Bai Xian'er's mouth, not feeling distressed at all. My God, what the hell is going on? Everyone stopped their own affairs and couldn't help staring at the robbery cloud above Jiaoyu Island. Seeing such a terrifying aura of heaven, everyone was pressing a huge boulder in their hearts, and they couldn't breathe at all. Bai Xian'er drank the dragon's saliva wildly, drank it all in one breath, and felt the huge dragon saliva aura in her body. Bai Xian'er looked up at the reddish-brown robbery cloud above her head, and her confidence became stronger than ever. Baga! That fox has 3 tails. How can there be a white fox with 3 tails? And the body is so big? A congenital second-level Oriental master pointed at Bai Xian'er, who had completely revealed his body, and shouted in shock, attracting everyone's attention at once. You can survive the calamity with peace of mind, I'll kill you. Lingyun smiled lightly, turned his head suddenly, and looked at Tokugawa Wutua and Lu Xingyong in the distance. Xian'er, you will definitely succeed in transcending the calamity. Lingyun secretly sent Bai Xian'er a voice transmission, and her figure was already 100 meters away from her. Lingyun had already done his best for Bai Xian'er, he could help Bai Xian'er, and that was all he could do. Lightning was about to fall. Lingyun had experience. With this level of robbery, the coverage of lightning was at least a radius. 100 meters. The hurricane stopped suddenly. Boom, rumble, clack. There was a thunderous roar, and a silver lightning like a dragon broke out of the robbery cloud, and instantly hit Bai Xian'er's fox body with a click. Bai Xian'er's fox body shook violently, a touch of pain flashed across the charming fox's face, and the 3 snow-white fox tails moved without wind, and she forcibly received a calamity thunder. Crack! 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 After the first bolt of lightning fell, it was followed by the second and the third, which continued, and finally formed a silvery electric rain, which filled between the robbery cloud and the island, covering the surrounding area of Xiaobai for nearly 100 meters. The range connected the heaven and the earth in one place, and instantly drowned Xiaobai. At this time, Lingyun had already flown 400 meters away from Xiaobai, and the ghost blood demon sword in his hand had already been pulled out, and the black sword brought a black sword light more than 1 meter long, mercilessly harvesting the lives of the Oriental ninjas. Beneath the reddish-brown robbery cloud, silver lightning formed a silver forest, Lingyun's black knife brought a rain of red blood, and the broken arm and stump flew across. The eastern ninja screamed again and again, no one could catch Lingyun's knife. Ah! Bai Xian'er finally couldn't help it, and let out her first scream. Lingyun's figure was stagnant, but he couldn't bear to look at the place where Bai Xian'er transcended the calamity. The corner of his mouth twitched fiercely, his yin and yang eyes flashed, and his figure swayed suddenly, and he came directly to a Xiantian air. Layer in front of the Toyo ninja. Knife cuts the universe. The Toyo ninja, who was born on the 2nd floor, didn't even utter a scream, and the head flew out more than 10 meters away with his shoulders. Filled with the sky and the earth, the lightning forest, with a radius of 100 meters, finally began to move quickly. Xiaobai couldn't bear it any longer. She began to use the 9 flashes of Xing Luo, and instinctively galloped on the island. Run in the direction of the enemy. Although Bai Xian'er was torn apart by the unavoidable lightning, she still remembered Ling Yun's words firmly, and rushed out a few hundred meters against Ling Yun's direction like lightning. How big is Diaoyu Island? Only 1.5 kilometers wide. Bai Xian'er moved a few hundred meters, and all of a sudden, a dozen Toyo ninjas were enveloped. Without screaming, the realm of those Toyo ninjas was much lower than that of Xiaobai, and they were instantly smashed into carbon slag by the tribulation thunder, and they were truly wiped out. Baga. That is a monster, it is robbing. Tokugawa Wutua and Tokugawa Takazuka, who was killed by Lingyun in Shenangjia, were also from the Tokugawa family. He knew more, and he suddenly understood what was going on. Just now? It's too late. Ling Yun beheaded an Oriental ninja on the 9th floor of the acquired sky with one knife, pointed at Tokugawa Wutua in the distance, and sneered all over his face. To be continued. To be continued. Quick, the uninjured warriors must be vigilant and don't be approached by that demon fox. Tokugawa Wutua didn't care to talk to Ling Yun at this time. He exerted his skills to the limit and shouted to all the Toyo ninjas. Just now, just because he broke into Ling Yun's 1000 Machines 9 killing array, more than 30 Toyo ninjas were injured by the killing array, and Ling Yun killed more than a dozen in one go, and Xiaobai's thunder tribulation killed them again. There are more than 100 Toyo ninjas, and now there are less than 50 who can maintain their combat effectiveness. Use ninjutsu and hide yourself. Yashin Yagyu also shouted wildly following Tokugawa Wutua. Just talking, Bai Xian'er rushed left and right in the thunder tribulation. Her body was like lightning, and she was more than 100 meters away in a flash, and more than a dozen Oriental ninjas were blasted into flying ashes by the telescreen. Ninjutsu? Ling Yun smiled disdainfully after hearing this. His yin and yang eyes were simply specialized in breaking ninjutsu. No matter if you are earth, wood or stone, under Ling Yun's yin and yang eyes, there is nothing to hide. His movement is faster than Bai Xian'er, and now he is full of infuriating energy. A knife takes a life. Show no mercy. Ling Yun did not go to Tokugawa Wutua and Lu Xingyongzhen. He was not in a hurry to kill them, because Ling Yun could not see through their cultivation, and knew that it was not easy to kill, and there was bound to be a fierce battle later. However, after Ling Yun killed more than a dozen Toyo ninjas in succession, Tokugawa Wutua couldn't stand it any longer. If he waited any longer, he and Yagyu Yuzhen would immediately become bear commanders. As for the fully equipped U.S. Marines, half of them were swept away by the waves, and some fell from the helicopter and fell to their death. Now there are less than 20 left, all of them staring in their pockets. Looking at all this, I bought cakes except fake, and my eyeballs fell. Let's join forces to stop that Huasha cultivator. Let's go. Tokugawa Wutua said to Lu Shenjiangzhen, and rushed towards Ling Yun at once. It's just that they were willing to fight Ling Yun. Ling Yun was too lazy to fight with them. He relied on his invincibility to play hide-and-seek with Tokugawa Wutua and Lu Shenjiangzhen. When he was in front of him, he could only see the corpse of his subordinates. Tokugawa Wutua shouted angrily. He directly gave up those masters below the innate realm, and shouted to the only 20 Toyo ninjas left, don't spread out. All of them are gathered in one place. Only in this way, Lu Yu and I can protect you. They came in a hurry. Originally, he wanted to seek revenge for Ling Yun, but he did not expect that now he had lost his troops and was about to be wiped out, so he could only passively defend. Taking advantage of the time they were desperately gathering, Ling Yun performed the phantom fish dragon step again, transforming into 5. After beheading 5 more Toyo ninjas, the pursuit stopped. Ling Yun was wearing a black robe and covered his face. At this time, all his clothes were already dyed red, except for the demon blood sword. Because he had drank the blood of so many people, the dark-colored blade was faintly tinged with a dark red, making it even more monstrous. There are 15 more. Ling Yan raised his eyes and glanced at the 15 people who had gathered together. Said indifferently. Bai Xian'er screams are getting more and more shrill, she can't make a human voice now, but the shrill cry of a fox on the verge of death. Ling Yan's heart palpitates when he hears it, he can only suppress himself by letting himself kill. The idea of saving Xian'er. Tokugawa Wutua checked the number of people here. Now, adding him and Lu Xingyongjin, there are still 15 masters left, including 8 Xiantian second level and 5 Xiantian first level peaks. They are constantly exchanging information in Oriental dialect. Many Oriental, the ninja looked at Ling Yun, full of terror and shock. Before they came, they knew that Ling Yun was very strong. But he didn't expect Ling Yun to be so strong. Ordinary innate second-level masters could not resist a round in front of Ling Yun, and he was killed by him. Ling Yun was too lazy to pay attention to them. He secretly adjusted his breath and tried his best to generate the yin and yang in his body, guessing that he might have to drink some dragon saliva. Phantom fish and dragon steps have been used to the limit by him, otherwise he would not be easy to chase after some innate masters, and in order to achieve instant kill, all Ling Yun used was the sword technique of destroying the sky, which was too much infuriating. After slashing more than 20 people in a row, half of Ling Yun's infuriating energy was consumed. The next thing to deal with is the opponent's true master. This is a tough battle. Ling Yun was running the Dianjuxing treasure art, and at the same time, he was fully operating the yin-yang art of qi. He walked slowly to the top of a low mountain, and said to the stunned American soldiers in English, "If you don't want to die, put it down immediately. Weapons, leave Diaoyu Island for me. If you are still on the island within 5 minutes, kill without mercy." While Ling Yun was speaking, he raised the underworld blood demon sword in his hand as a warning. An American Marine seemed a little unconvinced. He wanted to try the power of the new bomb in his hand, but was stopped by a lieutenant next to him. However, his movements did not escape Ling Yun's eyes. An 8-centimeter-long iron nail instantly shot into the soldier's forehead. He opened his mouth to exclaim, but finally fell to the ground and died. There are still 4 minutes. If you want to fight or leave, it's up to you. Ling Yun said lightly with his face unchanged. Whoa, whoa. The sound of throwing away all kinds of equipment became loud, and the only remaining captain among the Marines threw away his weapon, raised his hands and shouted, "We surrender, we will leave immediately, you don't kill us." This is the difference between Americans and Orientals. In their eyes, if it is not necessary, life is still the first. Now they have no need to stay here, this is not fighting at all, this is courting death. Ling Yun looked at the backs of these soldiers, and said in a deep voice, "Go back and tell your top commander, if the aircraft carrier doesn't want to sink, go back to where it came from." Ling Yun knew that under such a terrifying thunderstorm, the electronic equipment on those aircraft carriers and warships had already failed, and even missiles would not be able to hit them. Boom! Boom! Xiaobai screamed in pain. He didn't know where he ran to again. 2 helicopters that landed safely entered the range of lightning and were directly submerged and exploded by lightning. The sound of thunder gradually diminished, the lightning connecting the heaven and the earth suddenly stopped, and the robbery cloud rolled again. The reddish-brown robbery cloud had turned black as ink dyed, and a new tribulation thunder was brewing. Xiaobai's fox body entered Ling Yun's field of vision again, and she was already covered in bruises. The snow-white fur all over the body was charred black, the skin was open and fleshy, and all the places where the flesh was exposed, I don't know how many times it was struck by lightning, and all became carbon slag. As Xiaobai shuddered and trembled in pain, the black robbery ash rustled, revealing bright red flesh. The pained little white screamed again and again. This is the real thunderbolt, although only the first wave. But even the nine-tailed celestial fox can't handle it. Sinner, endure a little pain, and quickly use the healing talisman to heal the wound. After the wound is healed, immediately use the Vajra talisman and defense talisman to welcome the next wave of tribulation thunder. Ling Yan pointed at Xiaobai secretly, for fear that she would be struck by Lei Jia and forget what to do. Although Xiaobai's expression was extremely painful, her eyes were rather determined and terrifying, and she looked up at the sky. Looking at the thunder and lightning that appeared in the robbery cloud several times thicker than before, I roared in the sky. Unyielding. Ling Yan was a little relieved, thinking that Sinner was very similar to himself. He's protecting the demon fox and killing that fox. Tokugawa Wutua saw the way. He thought he had found Ling Yan's weakness, and disappeared while the thunderbolt. Order now. The 4 and 8 second-floor masters rushed towards Xiaobai in a flash when they heard the order. Seeing this, Ling Yan's eyes flashed with murderous intent, and he shouted angrily, looking for death. He directly exerted the phantom fish and dragon steps to the limit, leaving a real afterimage on his body, which came first. Stopped in front of 4 Toyo ninjas. Raging the world. Knife cuts the universe. Rewind 1,000 waves. Tiangang Demon Fist. In the first strike, an Oriental ninja was split in half by Ling Yan vertically from the middle. The second knife, Ling Yan chopped off the body of the innate master with one knife. The third knife, the Toyo ninja, was directly cut into several pieces by Ling Yan's underworld blood demon knife, and his flesh and blood flew. With the last punch, Ling Yan directly pierced the chest of the Toyo ninja with his fist, hitting him with a chill. Who? Ling Yan killed 4 and 8 second-floor masters in one breath. His consumption was also enormous, his body was covered with the blood of the enemy, and he was panting heavily while leaning on the demon blood sword in both hands. He was finally a little tired, but there were still 11 enemies, including 4 and 8 second level, 5 and 8 first level peak, and even 2 and 8 third level masters. Master! Xiaobai shouted in panic when she saw the scene from behind Ling Yan. Ling Yan said solemnly, "Don't mind me, recover quickly, and concentrate on surviving the calamity." Tokugawa Wutua was overjoyed when he saw this, and he issued the order again. "He can't resist for long, come on to me." 5 masters at the peak of the first level innate, all holding long swords, rushed forward again, but this time the target was directly Ling Yan. They are not afraid of death, this is to use the tactics of a sea of people to kill Ling Yan. The 5 people rushed in front of Ling Yan in an instant, and all of them slashed towards Ling Yan with their knives. The cool wind brought by the blades made their faces hurt. These 5 people all gave up their defense and only wanted to slash Ling Yan. Ling Yan didn't retreat for half a step, his eyes flashed with murderous intent, he quickly bent down and bowed his head, using his own back abruptly to pick up the 2 slashes from the opponent. At the same time, the blood demon sword in his hand swung wildly, facing the 4 people in front of him, and slashed it horizontally. Puff puff puff. The blood flew again, and all 4 of them were cut off by Ling Yan, and Ling Yan's back was cut with 2 wounds, nearly 2 feet long. Those 2 knives were filled with all the innate qi, and they tried to kill Ling Yan. Even if Ling Yan ran the Great Evolution Star Treasure Art with all his strength, he would be seriously injured. Ling Yan didn't care about the wound on his body, he cut a step horizontally and danced wildly again with the blood demon sword in his hand. The Toyo ninja who seriously injured him was instantly chopped into a lump of flesh by Ling Yan's magic knife. Pfft! Ling Yan spat out a mouthful of blood, his face was flushed with exhausted energy, and his figure was shaky. Ling Yan quickly grabbed a second-level healing talisman and used it on his back instantly. The wound healed quickly. Whirring. Ling Yan took a deep breath and tried to straighten his body. He raised his hand and tore off his shirt and mask, stared at Tokugawa Wutua, his eyes were as sharp as a falcon, and said coldly, "There are 6 more, come again." Boom rumble. Crack. The robbery descended again, and a thunderbolt with a thick thigh hit Xiaobai's body instantly. To be continued. To be continued. What? Before Xiaobai's fox body could fully recover, she was severely injured again. Her limbs trembled violently, she raised her neck, and let out a shrill scream. Although Xiaobai used the clear healing talisman to repair her bruised body as quickly as possible, but in that wave of thunder calamity just now, her vitality had already been severely damaged. Even if Xiaobai used the Vajra talisman and defense talisman given to her by Lingyun, it would not be enough to get the defense blessing. N? Lingyun immediately turned his head to look in Xiaobai's direction, his brows tightened all of a sudden. Lingyun felt that something was wrong. This was the second wave. Why did those lightning strikes already have thick thighs? If this is the third wave, Xiaobai will not be able to successfully survive the calamity. Before everyone could react, crack. It was another thigh-thick silver thunderbolt that instantly pierced through the night sky and struck Xiaobai's body again. Xiaobai screamed again, and his slender limbs suddenly softened. Pft. With a sound, he fell to the ground. Not only was the thigh-thick lightning attack, but the robbery cloud above his head also contained a huge divine might of heaven and earth. There is nothing to say about the robbery. A thunder and lightning came down, followed by another, just like the attack on the whole map in a 100-meter radius just now. It doesn't give you any chance at all. If you get over it, you will get over it. If you can't get over it, there will only be a dead end. Sinner, you must hold on, don't wait for the third wave of thunder tribulation, start using the lightning protection talisman now. Quickly return to the innate gossip array. Lingyun took a deep breath, unreservedly displayed the dragon's roar, and shouted to Xiaobai. Lingyun was afraid that Xiaobai would lose his mind due to the thunder robbery, so he directly used Shenlong Shao. His voice was high and loud, resounding through the sky. Kacha, a thunderous sound rang out, and the third lightning struck Xiaobai's body that had just been encouraged to stand up again. Knocked her down again. Get up quickly, run. Lingyun shouted frantically as he looked at Xiaobai, whose body had turned completely black again. Hey, Wu. Among the remaining 6 Oriental masters, a ninja who was born on the 2nd floor saw that Lingyun's attention was all on Xiaobai. He felt that there was an opportunity, and quietly came behind Lingyun. With both hands raised, the Xueliang long knife in his hand slashed down at the top of Lingyun's head. Humph. Lingyun didn't even look at it. He raised his right hand lightly, and used the underworld blood demon sword to meet the long sword that the ninja had chopped down. 2 knives fight. Dang bang. With a sound, the Oriental ninja only felt severe pain in his hands, his arms suddenly numb, and the long knife flew off into the sky. The material of his long knife was obviously very good, and he was infused with pure innate energy. Lingyun did not cut off the long knife with a single slash, but only made a 2-centimeter gap. Lingyun did not turn around. Instead, his front feet slammed a little, his tall figure flew backwards, and his body slammed into the body of the Toyo ninja. After a burst of creeping, the Oriental ninja let out a terrifying scream, and then slipped out to the ground with a soft body. Pfft. Lingyun slashed backhand, directly slashing the head of the Toyo ninja off. If you want to sneak attack on me, you have to prepare to die. Lingyun was still looking at Xiaobai, who was running towards the innate gossip formation in the small valley. His eyes were both anxious and expectant, secretly cheering for Xiaobai, but his voice said indifferently. After being struck by 3 thick lightning bolts, Xiaobai almost fell into a coma, but Lingyun's whistling restored her sanity, and she gritted her teeth hard. After running the Heavenly Fox flying immortal art, he quickly cast 6 lightning protection talismans on himself, displayed the 9 flashes of Xing Luo, and rushed towards the Xiantian Bagua array. Even though Xiaobai jumped 100 meters, the lightning that fell from the pitch-black robbery cloud was too fast. One after another, Xiaobai's fox body swayed. I couldn't help but let out a scream while running. There is no doubt that the lightning protection charm still has a great effect, helping Xiaobai avoid most of the power of the lightning, otherwise she would have fallen. Seeing Xiaobai approaching the two innate gossip formations without any risk, Ling Yun felt a little relieved, and he slowly turned around. The current Ling Yun, the spiritual energy in the body has long been exhausted, and the Yin and Yang 2 energy are only less than 30%. However, there were still 5 Oriental ninjas on the other side, and there were 2 of them. Ling Yun couldn't kill them in seconds. Even if he was at his peak, he couldn't kill a third-level innate powerhouse in one go. Tokugawa Wutua has long seen this, and now Xiaobai is being struck by lightning, so thick lightning, they have no meaning to go up. It is better to clean up Ling Yun first, and wait for Xiaobai to be struck by lightning alive. Of course, even if Xiaobai was able to successfully survive the calamity, he would definitely be in a situation where he was seriously injured and dying, and he would not have any defensive ability in a short period of time, so they could just sit back and relax. Let's go together, use the strongest martial arts, kill this ancient Chinese martial arts practitioner as soon as possible, and don't give him any time to recover his stamina. Tokugawa Wutua stared at Ling Yun's slightly trembling legs, and issued an order to attack with indifferent eyes. Ling Yun's performance just now really made Tokugawa Wutua feel terrified and deeply desperate. He never dreamed that his enemy would be so strong. Hey! The 4 Eastern powerhouses, including Yush and Yagyu, nodded at the same time, raised their knives to their chests with both hands, and rushed towards Ling Yun, who was in front of them. Ling Yun stared indifferently at the rushing enemy, his eyes were like blades tempered by ice and snow, extremely cold. Ling Yun's figure is like Yuanding Yuezhi, standing proudly on a huge rock, majestic, not retreating half a step. In fact, he can choose to fight. With his current strength, even if he uses Wanli Xinshao, using the darkness of the night and the complex terrain on the island, he can still move around, waiting for the real essence in his body to slowly recover. But not now. Xiaobai is going through the calamity, and Xiaobai's transformation into calamity, even Ling Yun did not expect, the power would be so terrifying. Moreover, Ling Yun didn't know when the second wave of thunder tribulation would stop. If the thunder calamity stopped once, the 5 Toyo ninjas would deal with the seriously injured Xiaobai. The consequences would be unimaginable, and Ling Yun would fall into a very passive situation at that time. Even if he is seriously injured, he must kill all the enemies before Xiaobai succeeds in transcending the calamity. This is Ling Yun's current belief. Tokugawa Wutua and Lu Xingyong really rushed to the front. Ling Yun waited for them to be less than 10 meters away from him, and silently counted 1, 2, 3 in his heart. Kacha! Another thick and dazzling lightning fell, the light of the thunder and lightning shone in the sky, and the eyes of those Toyo ninjas who stabbed directly narrowed. Ling Yun turned around and turned his back to Xiaobai. Of course, he would not be affected by the lightning. Taking advantage of the opportunity of Toyo ninjas squinting, he slammed his left hand and shot at the 2 of them with a dozen iron nails. Passed. But these iron nails obviously did not pose any threat to the 2 ninjas who were born at the 3rd level. They listened to the voice and debated their positions, and only twisted the long swords in their hands lightly, and all the long nails were shaken flying. Ling Yunji was no longer hurting the enemy. All he wanted was to slow down the figures of the 2 of them, and at the moment when the 2 of them attacked, Ling Yun moved. The Dian Gathering Star treasure art is running wildly, but this time he did not emit any light, because the robbery clouds in the sky covered the entire island, and the moon and stars could not be seen at all. The dazzling electric light flashed away, and Ling Yun's tall figure shot out. Phantom Fish and Dragon Step. A real afterimage of Ling Yun remained in place. He himself had already bypassed Tokugawa Wutua and Yagyu Yuzhen, and rushed into the enemy line alone. 1 to 3. Bang! Ling Yan's figure didn't even close, he slammed into an Oriental ninja abruptly, directly hitting him and screaming. At the same time, the blood demon knife in his right hand was like cutting tofu. Cut it from him. Another Toyo ninja was cut in half by Ling Yun. Ling Yun kept his footsteps, and once again performed the phantom fish dragon step. He moved sideways suddenly, and came to the side of the Toyo ninja on the left. However, the Toyo ninja's eyes had already opened at this time. He didn't expect that in the blink of an eye, Ling Yan would come to his side, and he was shocked and speechless. Takeda, stop him. Tokugawa Wutua and Lu Xingyongzhen had already returned at this time, and they both shouted at the same time, showed their bodies, and rushed towards Ling Yun. Baga, Takeda was stunned for a moment, then his ferocity burst forth, his eyes flashed with mad killing intent. He didn't dodge at all, his body didn't retreat, but instead advanced. Ghost Shadow 7 kills. After knowing that he was unavoidable and would definitely die, Takeda chose to fight with Ling Yun, and almost closed his eyes to display his highest skill, the 7 kills of Ghost Shadows. The technique is indeed very powerful. The long sword is not seen, only the 7 shadows of the sword transformed by the long sword are slashing towards the left side of Ling Yun's body like a ghost. It's just that when Ling Yun's blood demon knife cut off Takeda's body, Takeda's Ghost 7 kills did not touch Ling Yun's body, not a single knife. How come you have an extra long sword in your hand? Takeda pointed in horror at the dragon pattern sword that appeared out of thin air on Ling Yun's left hand. His face was ashen, he felt incredible. Takeda's ghosting 7 kills were all slashed on Ling Yun's dragon-marked sword, and in the end, it was no match for the sharpness of the dragon-marked sword, and the long sword was cut into 2 pieces by the dragon-marked sword. Takeda is really dead. Of course, Ling Yun didn't have time to answer Takeda. He drew his sword, and at the same time, the demon sword of underworld blood and the dragon-marked sword were raised above his head at the same time. The opponent's strongest, Tokugawa Wutua and Lu Xingyuzhen, finally touched Ling Yun's body for the first time after Ling Yun killed only 3 of their men. Slash in the wind. To be continued. To be continued. Dang. Dang. 2 crisp golden and iron symphonies rang out, and Tokugawa Wutua and Lu Xingyongzhen's 2 sharp long swords were all slashed on Ling Yun's ghost sword and dragon pattern sword. Puff. The 2 innate third-layer masters have been poised for a long time, and the full-strength blow of anger makes Ling Yun, who is already at the end of the force, unable to bear it anymore. Like a broken body, it suddenly fell short. In order to kill Wu Tian, Ling Yun had no time to dodge just now. The movement speed of the innate third-layer master was not much slower than his phantom fish and dragon steps. Moreover, the other party is a ninja, and they must have mastered the speed of movement. They have their own uniqueness. Ling Yun took such a strong blow from the 2 of them, it's no wonder that he didn't vomit blood. Ling Yun only felt the darkness in front of his eyes, the yin and yang qi in his body were almost confused, his qi and blood were violently churning, and he couldn't help but spurt out another mouthful of blood. His body did not stand up straight, and he shot out like a bullet. He can only withstand such a shock once, and if there is a second time, he probably won't be able to get up. Ling Yun rushed out more than 40 meters in a flash, then suddenly moved laterally, and then moved laterally for more than 30 meters before turning around in time. HP, //772E6F742E6F%6. He took a peek at Xiaobai. In less than half a minute just now, Xiaobai had been struck by lightning 10 times. Ling Yun was secretly stunned, because he discovered that it was also a calamity, and the calamity of this planet was even more terrifying than the great world of comprehension with rich spiritual energy. The calamity of the same realm is not of an order of magnitude at all. It is just a metamorphosis calamity that is so terrifying. If Xiaobai has 6 tails, when he crosses the calamity again, then he must not drop the purple divine thunder? Ling Yunqin said that it is no wonder that there are so few monsters in this world. It turned out that they were all killed by the robbery. But now Ling Yun obviously didn't care so much, he himself was at risk, the others two innate third-level masters. Without giving him any chance to breathe at all, he swayed again and forced him up. Huaxiao's ancient martial arts practitioners, we admit that you are very strong, but you must die today. Tokugawa Wutua rushed to 3 meters in front of Ling Yun, and looked at Luxing Yongzhen. Said to Ling Yun in Oriental dialect. Of course Ling Yun couldn't understand the Oriental dialect, and he didn't have time to speak. Just fighting for fate and turning a yin and yang tactic, waiting to meet the next wave of the opponent's attack. In just a few seconds, the congenital second-floor Oriental ninja who was lucky enough to escape, rushed over again, stood with the two leaders in the shape of a zigzag, and surrounded Ling Yun. Yamato, he's at the end of the game now, don't fight him recklessly, you just need to fight with him with your body skills. Just stop his attack. Of the 100 Oriental ninjas brought by Tokugawa Wutua, now only Yamamoto is left, and he does not want to become a bear commander. If Yamamoto was killed by the seriously injured Ling Yun again, it would be a waste of time. Don't worry, Mr. Tokugawa, I will try my best to stop him. Yamamoto stared at Ling Yun cruelly and said fiercely. This time, the Yamamoto family dispatched a total of 12 ninjas. He was the only one left now, and he had no need to say about his hatred for Ling Yun. Kill. Tokugawa Wutua and Luxing Yongzhen rushed up again. They poured all the innate energy of the third layer of the innate into their blade, a long blade of 1.5 meters long, with a bright sword light more than 1 foot thick. He slashed towards Ling Yun. These two sneaked up on Ling Yun from behind just now, taking full advantage. The long sword was protected by the pure innate qi, and they were unscathed in the slashing between the underworld blood demon sword and the dragon-marked sword. Ling Yun raced against time to run the yin-yang art of one qi, and the strange dantian in his body revolved rapidly, continuously generating the two qis of yin and yang. The infuriating energy in the body recovered to more than 20% again. Ling Yun's purpose is not to fight, but to kill the enemy as soon as possible, so he fights, but not head-on, he still chooses the weakest opponent. Yamamoto. Killing one is one, the fewer people on the other side, the safer Xiaobai will be, and the easier it will be for Ling Yun to protect Xiaobai. Ling Yun took back the dragon-marked sword, raised his left hand, the iron nails and long needles in his hand, and shot at Tokugawa Wutua and Luxing Yong as if he didn't want money. The distance between the two sides is too close, and Ling Yun's iron nails and long needles are too dense, and both Tokugawa and Luxing are forced to wave their knives in a hurry to save themselves. However, these hidden weapons are really too childish, and Ling Yun is reluctant to infuse his infuriating energy. He only uses brute force and tricks to shoot out. Even if he hits them, he will be knocked down by their protective infuriating energy, and it will not hurt them at all. These hidden weapons can't hurt us. Don't worry about it. Tokugawa Wutua and Luxing Yongzhen saw that Ling Yun was using hidden weapons to delay the recovery of his true qi. They ignored the hidden weapons shot by Ling Yun, and slashed at Ling Yun with a long knife. Ling Yun sneered in his heart. Just when they were close to him, his mind moved, and the bronze tripod weighing more than 2,000 kilograms instantly appeared on his left hand. Deaf to me. Ling Yun snorted coldly, his left arm shook, grabbed the feet of Shenong Ding, and threw the two people who were rushing wildly, smashing them. If the infuriating energy in the body is not enough, use brute force. Bang bang. Two dull voices sounded. Tokugawa Wutua and Luxing Yongzhen were all paralyzed by Ling Yun's iron nails and long needles, and they were suddenly attacked by Ling Yun. Crack kacha. Tokugawa Wutua and Yagyu Yuzhen suffered heavy blows, each of them broke a rib, and at the same time, their bodies retreated. Baga. Tokugawa Wutua's eyes were blood red, his hand touched the injured left rib, and he shouted. This is? When Tokugawa Wutua saw the hidden weapon that hurt him, shock and surprise flashed in his eyes. Baga. This is Huaxia Shinongding. It's actually in this kid's hands. Tokugawa Wutua, regardless of his injuries, rushed up immediately after retreating. He was so excited that he couldn't care about Lingyun. He touched the bronze tripod that fell to the ground, and shouted again and again. Tokugawa Wutua is one of the core members of the Tokugawa family, and his status is much higher than that of Tokugawa Wazuka, who was killed by Lingyun. Naturally, he knows more about Shinongding. It seems that they really know Shinongding. Lingyun saw this scene, his mind flashed, but he didn't hesitate. He once again performed the phantom fish and dragon steps. Yamamoto was stunned by the big guy who appeared in Lingyun's hand just now, and then heard Tokugawa Wutua's roar, but was only slightly distracted. It was Lingyun who came behind him. Send you on your way. Lingyun raised the corner of his mouth, and said softly. The dragon pattern sword that reappeared in his hand, used the rapid thunder kill in the 9-kill sword technique, and directly stabbed Yamamoto's body through cool. Then Lingyun's wrist flicked, and the dragon pattern soft sword shook gently, twisting gently in Yamamoto's body. It shattered his internal organs. Lingyun's series of techniques may seem simple, but in fact they are full of wisdom. With the space ring, the elusive movement technique, and his own tyrannical body and force, he also used the strategy of hard to find, attacking the east and attacking the west, so he was able to stab Yamamoto, who had been carefully guarding him, to death with a single sword. Lingyun finally let out a long sigh of relief, and he said inwardly, there are 2 more. Lingyun completed the terrifying 100-person beheading. Baga. Tokugawa Wutua patronized with excitement and joy. But he didn't expect Lingyun to slaughter Yamamoto again in an instant. He didn't notice until Yamamoto died, and his heart suddenly became cold. What depresses him the most is that he tried to pick up the Shinongding that Lingyun had thrown out just now, but found that his innate third-layer cultivation had brought his skills to the limit, so he could only lift the Shinongding with one hand. But it can't go very far. Mr. Lusheng, this should be the legendary Shinongding. The pattern on it is exactly the same as the Ding cover in our family. The Chinese man in front of him is not an ordinary ancient martial artist. He knows those magic arts and Chinese legends. Lingyun's upper body is red, but his left hand is ever-changing, dragon-marked sword, iron nails, long needles, and now even Shinongding has been taken out, and he is also carrying a demon fox who is going through a calamity. If Tokugawa Wutua couldn't see Lingyun's abnormality, then his head is not a head, but a melon. We must kill this Chinese man at all costs. Only in this way can we bring the Shinongding back to the east. Legend has it that the Shinongding is related to the mysterious Daiwanshu of China. As long as you get the Shinongding, you can get it. Earth Emperor Book. Tokugawa Wutua, while communicating with Lusheng Yongzhen, looked away from the Shinongding and stared at Lingyun. Before the death of Shinongjia, Tokugawa Wazuka had sent back some information. Now, Tokugawa Wutua has guessed vaguely that the person who killed his clan brother should be the Chinese man in front of him. After the reservation and rest just now, the true qi in Lingyun's body had barely recovered to 30%, and he quietly put away the underworld blood demon sword and became barehanded. Watch Lao Tzu clean up you with bare hands. Lingyun spread out his hands, indicating that he did not have any weapons in his hands, and then showed his body, running the Great Evolution Star treasure art, and charged directly towards Dechuan Wutua. Lingyun's actions made Tokugawa Wutua dizzy, thinking why he didn't need a weapon. However, he knew that Lingyun could change weapons at any time, so he naturally didn't dare to neglect. He raised his sword in both hands and slashed at Lingyun. The sky is silent. As soon as Lingyun came up, he displayed his own shocking martial arts, the palm of the sky. Lingyun's left palm took a clever touch, and patted the long blade of Tokugawa Wutua's blade lightly, but his right palm drew a mysterious trajectory, and patted it at Tokugawa's middle palace. The left palm is pure yang energy, and the right palm is yin evil energy. Tokugawa Wutua only felt a scorching high temperature coming from his knife, but a biting chill in his chest. Idiot! So frightened, Tokugawa hurriedly used the ninjutsu shadow escape. His figure turned into a shadow, and he fluttered to the side. At the same time, Lu Xingyong really seized the opportunity, took out a knife from Ling Yan's side, and slashed towards him quickly. Good come. Ling Yan pushed Shen Longxiu to the limit, shouted at Lu Shenjiang's. He was slightly taken aback when he shouted. Ling Yan turned around to avoid the domineering knife at the same time, and his figure stuck to Lu Shenjiang's. Attacking Tokugawa is false, attacking Lu Xing is true. Shaolin Dragon, claw hand. Clap clap clap, palms are everywhere. The Shaolin Dragon claw was originally the most powerful palm technique, but Ling Yan's strokes were fluffy and flirtatious, without any effort. What kind of exercise is this? You don't need to hide at all? Lu Xingyong was really puzzled, but he didn't know that although Ling Yan used the Shaolin Dragon claw's move, he was frantically sticking a talisman on him. Level 2 Fire Spirit Talisman. Ling Yan quickly finished the set of dragon claw hands, and then retreated 100 meters, shouting wildly, Lin. Boom bang 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 bang. After the sound of a bomb exploding, Lu Xingyong was directly blown up by Ling Yan's Fire Spirit Talisman and turned into a black man. His blood was blurred and he was dying. To be continued. To be continued. Lu Xingyong's body is relatively tall among the 100 Oriental ninjas, but now he has been blown up by Ling Yan's Fire Spirit Talisman and is a lot shorter. There are many important bones on his body that support his body, including the cervical vertebra, the spine, the double ribs around the waist, and the 2 large hips. Many parts were blown to pieces and shattered into countless pieces, and the associated muscles did not know that they were blown up. Where it goes. It is impossible to describe the current Yagyu by being covered in bruises and wounds, but can only be described by being riddled with holes and black bones. There were no bones, all the exposed bones were burned by the blue flame of the fire talisman and turned into black charcoal, and the whole Yagyu became a black man. However, with a surge of resentment and hostility, Lu Xingyong was really like this, and he still hasn't died. It was blown up, and no sound came out. Lu Xingyong looked really miserable, and Tokugawa Wutua, who was frightened by the terrorist explosion just now, also fled into the distance, looked horrified and sweated profusely. Ling Yan stood quietly in the distance, and his face was a little ugly. He didn't expect Lu Xingyong to be killed yet. The two sides have hatred, and the enemy is not fake. He wants to kill each other, but he can't commit torture. Ling Yan sighed secretly in his heart, raised his left hand lightly, and an iron nail pierced into Lu Shenjiang's eyebrows instantly, giving him a happy feeling. The Lu Xing family is also really unlucky. At the beginning in Shenangjia, Lu Xing Saburo was burned half alive by Ling Yan's fire talisman, and now Lu Xingyong was blown to pieces by Ling Yan's fire talisman. It is estimated that they are fighting with fire this year. Baga. Tokugawa Wutua saw that he had really become a bear commander, and he went completely crazy. Tokugawa Wutua clenched the handle of his long knife with both hands, his eyes were ruthless, his face was twisted, his expression grim, the blue veins on his hands were violently bulging, his legs shook violently, and he rushed towards Ling Yan frantically. Boom rumble. Crack. It was another silver lightning bolt as thick as a bucket. It penetrated through the robbery cloud and the ground, and instantly hit by Xiener's body. The 36th way. Ling Yan's heart sank slightly, and he ignored Tokugawa Wutua, who was rushing in a frenzy. He turned his head and rushed towards the small valley where Xiaobai was crossing the robbery. Although Ling Yan was fighting a life-and-death battle, he always kept a ray of mind, listening to the sound of lightning falling, silently counting how many lightning bolts fell from the robbery cloud. The so-called 36 days of gang. Now that 36 lightning bolts have been struck, Ling Yun estimated. The second wave of thunder has also passed, and he is going to see what happened to Xiao Bai. Ling Yun and Tokugawa Wutua were two figures one after the other, rushing towards the small valley on the peak of the island, and they all flashed more than 100 meters. Ling Yun quickly came to the high place around the small valley, standing on a boulder, with a tall and upright figure, and with extreme eyesight, he looked towards Xiao Bai in the gossip formation in the small valley. Here is only 50 meters away from Xiao Bai, with Ling Yun's current vision. Using yin and yang eyes is no different from looking at Xiao Bai face to face. Just one glance, Ling Yun's eyes were splitting. In fact, even though Lu Xingyongzhen was blown up and shattered by Ling Yun's fire spirit talisman, he was nothing compared to the current Xiao Bai. 36 lightning flashes the thickness of a thigh. One after another, without giving any chance to react or heal at all, it just fell down with a clack, directly smashing Xiao Bai into a fox shape. How arrogant and domineering Lei Wei is. Even if Xiao Bai used the lightning protection talisman, his body was blessed with the Vajra talisman and defense talisman. Moreover, he continued to treat his body with the second-level clear healing talisman, and he couldn't bear so many lightning bolts with thick thighs. Little Bai only had the bones of a fox left. All the bones from head to toe were charred black, and almost all the flesh on her body was destroyed by lightning. She lay helplessly in the two innate gossip formations, front and back. Not moving, not knowing whether to live or die. Xianer. Ling Yun glanced at him. With blood-red eyes, he suddenly raised his head and glanced at Jieyun above, and found that Jieyun was accumulating strength, and his heart suddenly hated him. God thief. Even if you go against the sky, but now it's just a spirit beast trying to change shape, you can't afford to impose such a punishment, right? Ling Yun looked up at the sky, unleashed his divine dragon howl, raised his finger and pointed at the dark Jieyun above his head, and cursed loudly. However, Ling Yun was a little relieved. As long as Jieyun was still there, it meant that Xiao Bai was not dead. If she died, Jieyun would disappear in an instant. Whoop! The icy knife wind came to the back of his head. Ling Yun Mingxu, a demon sword, had already appeared on his left hand. He didn't even think about it. He rolled back 1,000 waves with one move, and slashed towards Tokugawa Wutua, who was rushing behind him. This is the first time for the two masters to face hard regret. No one was left behind. The two knives collided, and the Qi Jing slammed violently, and the infuriating wind brought up, blowing the rocks around the two of them and rolling them all over the place. Dang 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 dang. After the sound of a symphony of gold and iron, the two knives did not know how many times they slashed each other. One of them rushed forward, and the other flew back. Pfft! Ling Yun spat out another mouthful of blood. Tokugawa Wutua is not good either. He really can't figure out how this Chinese boy in front of him has so much strength. Ling Yun can only use brute force to force Tokugawa Wutua to raise his skill to the limit every time he makes a move, otherwise he will definitely be knocked flying. Ling Yun is a force to break through all methods. The Great Evolution Star Treasure Ju provided him with a strong defense, and ordinary swords could not hurt him at all. In the same way, the Juxing Treasure Art and the realm of the 6th level peak of physical training have made his strength unprecedentedly powerful, and he can beat the innate 3rd level peak master just by brute force. Coupled with his almost teleport-like movement speed, and two swords that cut gold and jade, and cut iron like mud, he can take advantage of it whether it is one-on-one or one-to-many. Tokugawa Wutua's arms were numb from the shock, and he could hardly hold the handle of the knife in his hand. He was terrified, but Ling Yun only used one hand, and he still turned his back to him, passively using the knife. Ling Yun calmly put away the underworld blood demon saber and took out the dragon-marked sword. After a hard shake just now, the over 80 genes of underworld blood demon saber was already very heavy for Ling Yun. He is extremely weak. Ling Yan raised his hand and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, secretly rejoicing in his heart. Fortunately there is only Tokugawa Wutua left, no matter what Xian'er is. He can at least stop Tokugawa Wutua, protect Xiaobai from other external injuries, and he can go through the calamity with all his strength. Ling Yun continued to use Shenlong Xiao, and shouted loudly with his back to Xiaobai, Xian'er, if you want to follow me to practice and fight side by side with me, stand up for me now. Use all your abilities to resist the third wave. Thunder Tribulation. Bai Xian'er's body, crawling in the innate gossip array, suddenly shook. Her head turned around with difficulty, so she saw Ling Yun's back in the sky. Bai Xian'er is on the verge of death, but she is a rare nine-tailed celestial fox in the world. With her cultivation of the ancient demon technique, Tianyuan Jiuxing Yaoshu, of course, won't die so easily. Her current situation can be described as precarious and miserable, but only she herself knows that her body is undergoing a bizarre, never experienced, reborn change. This is not an ordinary change, but a change from physical structure to ideology. Bai Xian'er knew that as long as this change was successfully completed, she would be reborn as an adult, a real person. Of course the change won't be so simple. Bai Xian'er can really feel it, her strength is soaring. At the time of Shenanjia, Xiaobai couldn't resist Tokugawa Takatsuka's casual slash at the innate realm. At that time, her cultivation base was only the 9th floor of the day after tomorrow. After returning from Shenanjia, until she came to Diaogui Island for so many days, after so long of training, Xiaobai has already reached the peak of the 2nd level innate, otherwise she would not be able to resist such a terrifying transformation. But from the end of the first wave of thunder tribulations, Xiaobai knew that his demon cultivation realm was madly improving. The things Ling Yun gave her, plus she finally successfully rushed into the 2 innate gossip formations, which made her survive under the madness of the 36 heavenly gangsters. The strength is soaring, and Bai Xian'er doesn't know what realm she has reached, but she knows that she is at least 3 times stronger than before the calamity. It's just that she was seriously injured, and her flesh was almost gone, and her body was undergoing changes that she didn't understand at all. Although the taste was painful, it was also indescribably wonderful. But just because you don't move doesn't mean you can't move. Bai Xian'er heard Ling Yun's voice. She first turned to look at Ling Yun, who was desperately defending against the enemy for her, with only her head and fox eyes left. She suddenly looked at Jia Yun above her head. There was a strong determination in Bai Xian'er's eyes, and the belief in her heart was extremely persistent. She exerted force all over her body, and countless crackling sounds flashed through the blackened bones of her body. She stood up suddenly, and raised her neck again. Bai Xian'er made a special sound, which seemed to be a fox's cry, and a woman's roar, showing her unyielding, as well as the perseverance and anger contained in her unyielding. I want to follow the master to practice, I want to fight side by side with him, and I want to succeed in transcending the calamity. This is the belief in Xiaobai's heart. Bai Xian'er opened her mouth abruptly, and a fiery red air flow spewed out from her mouth. This air flow instantly wrapped her severely injured body, and the fiery red rose and danced, like a wildly burning flame. This is the extreme fire of the 9-tailed celestial fox. If this fire is not extinguished, the 9-tailed celestial fox will not die. She will use her own extreme fire to fight against this 3rd and last wave of thunder. Tokugawa Wutua thought that Xiaobai was going to die, but when he saw Xiaobai, who was almost left with a fox frame, he stood up again, feeling incredible, and immediately shouted. His body shot violently, and shot towards the small valley. Of course Ling Yun couldn't let him get his wish. He snorted coldly, propped up his crumbling body, and once again flew to stop in front of Tokugawa Wutua. Lightning kill. Shadowless kill. Heartbreaker. Destroy the soul. Destroy the sky. Shocking death. No regrets to kill. Heavenly kill. Destroy God. Ultimate kill. 9 kill swordsmanship, but there are a total of 10 moves. For the first time, Lingyun unreservedly used his full strength, only attacking but not defending, and fought with Tokugawa Wutua with all his strength. After 10 strokes, the two staggered and separated suddenly. Lingyun had countless wounds on his body was blurred with blood, and his face was extremely pale. Good, terrifying, sword, law. The sword marks and stab wounds on Tokugawa Wutua's body were scattered everywhere, clearly visible. He pointed at the dragon-marked sword in Lingyun's hand with the only half of his left arm and muttered, "Pfft." Tokugawa Wutua took a last look in the direction of Shinongding, fell to the ground, and died. To be continued. To be continued. Guaranteed 2 updates will be sent. In order to thank the eldest brother Old Horse's Sky, the general leader of the Fairy Doctor, there will be another update, which will be updated around 1:30 in the morning, followed by the real. Lingyun also had 2 more stab wounds on his face, and blood was flowing. He stared coldly at Tokugawa Wutua, who fell to the ground, and then suddenly raised his head. Pfft. A large mouthful of blood was spat out. Just now, after the first hard shake with Tokugawa Wutua with the blood demon saber, Lingyun already had a pitiful 10% of the true energy left in his body, and he had already suffered a lot of internal injuries. But in order to protect Xiaobai's peace of mind from being disturbed, Lingyun tried his best to stop Dechuan Wutua this time, and directly used his 9-kill sword technique, which was only offensive but not defensive. 10 moves and 9 killing swords can be said to be sure to kill with swords and swords. Tokugawa Wutua only blocked his 3 moves, and he couldn't resist anymore, and was killed by Lingyun on the spot. However, when Tokugawa Wutua knew that he would definitely die, he also gave up his defense and used his strongest skill and most ruthless swordsmanship to kill Lingyun desperately. Both of them did not seek to protect themselves, but only wanted to hurt the enemy. However, although Lingyun did not use the Great Evolution Star Treasure Art to protect his body, he had already secretly used the Vajra Talisman and the Defense Talisman, which allowed him to protect himself very well. Pinshu Network. The dozen or so stab wounds on Lingyun's body, although the wounds are very deep and can be seen to the bones, but he did not hurt the vital point. After all, after Lingyun's 7 moves, Tokugawa Wutua's arm has been cut off by him. Lingyun's external injuries were not serious, but internal injuries were far more deadly. Tokugawa Wutua was still fighting, and he was going crazy. The two fought close to each other, punching and kicking, and he almost didn't bite Lingyun's teeth. He left more than a dozen innate chi in Lingyun's body, and now these chi are raging wildly in Lingyun's dry body, destroying Lingyun's meridians. Dang! A voice. The dragon-marked sword dropped to the ground. Lingyun fell to the ground with a pale face, bent over and gasped for breath. A large amount of healing talismans appeared in Lingyun's hands in an instant. He quickly taped his injured part over, and then shouted Lin. All the trauma recovered quickly. Lingyun tried to sit up cross-legged, forcibly controlling himself not to look at Xiaobai. He started to run a yin-yang art of qi silently. Bai Xian'er is changing and recovering. Lingyun is also recovering. Fortunately, the third wave of tribulation thunder is still brewing. Although the pressure of heaven and earth has become stronger, there is no lightning strike. Now there is no trace of true chi in his body, only Tokugawa Wutua's innate chi is raging. These Zhenqi have brought great damage to his meridians, and must be dealt with first. Lingyun's strange dantian did not disappoint him, and the strange dantian slowly rotated. The yin and yang chi regenerated and gradually grew stronger, and began to move towards Lingyun's 12 serious and extraordinary 8 pulses. The 2 chi of yin and yang run in Lingyun's meridians. As soon as they encounter those violent infuriating chi, they will be swallowed and transformed, and then they will continue to travel forward. The stronger the yin and yang chi in Lingyun's body, the faster it will devour and transform those raging qi. Under this situation, Lingyan quickly cleaned up the innate energy that was chaotic in his body, and turned the more than a dozen innate energy of Tokugawa Wutua into his own. This is the third major effect of the one qi yin and yang art. No matter any true qi enters the body, it can be swallowed and absorbed by Lingyan's yin and yang tu qi. Take it for your own use. Heaven and earth are divided into yin and yang, and the same is true of breath. No matter how ever-changing you are, you can't escape the word yin and yang. Lingyan's body has both pure yang qi and supreme yin qi, and they can stimulate each other. Of course, you can easily swallow other infuriating energy. The yin and yang qi roamed for a small week, and finally began to function normally, and Lingyan finally recovered a bit of strength. Although the internal injury was healed, Lingyan's body was still extremely weak. He exerted his strength to suckle, and with a move of his mind, he took out the magic gourd. There are still more than 2,000 caddies of dragon saliva in this magical gourd. Lingyan now has to hold it with both hands before he can move it. Gudong, gudong, gudong. After drinking 3 or 4 kilograms in one breath, the aura of dragon saliva entered the body and spread out from Lingyan's meridians in an instant, rushing towards Lingyan's dantian continuously. The magical dantian immediately gained the power of the dragon's saliva aura, and the rotation speed suddenly accelerated several times. At the same time, the dragon-shaped curve in the magical dantian became extraordinarily golden and dazzling. The dragon-shaped curve has grown a lot in an instant. The golden dragon head spreads towards Lingyan's tail vertebra, almost dyeing Lingyan's tail vertebra into pale gold. The yin and yang qi grew stronger again, and the true qi in Lingyan's body suddenly recovered by 50%. It seems, there is a chance to hit the 7th floor of body training. Lingyan's heart moved, and he felt that he might be entering the late stage of body training. It's purely a feeling, like being hungry or full, it's all natural. It is impossible for a person to think about it for a long time, make a judgment in his mind, and then know that he is hungry or full. That is a neuropathy. Lingyan put away the magic gourd. He temporarily stopped the work and directly picked up the dragon-marked sword, and suddenly stood up. 3 or 4 kilograms of dragon saliva aura was not enough for Lingyan to raise his qi to the limit that he could pass through, and now that Xiaobai was in the critical period of transcending the calamity, it was impossible for him to pass the stage at this time. He took out a clear water talisman and used it on the top of his head. A basketball-sized transparent water polo immediately appeared on top of his head. Call. Lingyan exhaled a long breath and looked up at Jiayun, who was getting lower and lower above his head. He clearly felt that the pressure of heaven and earth was rapidly increasing. Oh my God, don't you really want to let Xianer transform into a success? Lingyan twitched the corner of his mouth and cursed in his heart, then looked worried and looked at Xiaobai in the small valley with a solemn expression. That's... Lingyan saw Xiaobai, and even with his knowledge, he was stunned. I saw Xiaobai's scorched black bones, which had already turned into a crystal white color at this time. The white jade was flawless and exuded a crystal luster. The glow of the red flames, reflected by the rising and fluttering crimson flames around her, was like a fairy body. Xiaobai is still the body of a fox, with undeveloped fur, and is standing on all fours. He raised his head and raised his neck, spewing a stream of fiery red airflow from his mouth, refining a red bead above the incarnation. The bead was about the size of a walnut, and it was a real crimson red. Those fiery red airflow spurted out. It was slowly absorbed by this crimson bead, and the color was even more dazzling. Brilliant! Fire spirit orb? Lingyan muttered to himself in surprise, but in an instant he secretly laughed, and said in his heart that of course it wasn't a fire spirit orb. It turns out that Xianer has also kept a hand. With the Tianhu demon pill, plus the 2 innate gossip arrays, the chances of success in transcending the calamity are much greater. Ling Yun nodded in praise, still running the yin-yang art of qi. Let your inner qi return to its peak state as soon as possible to prevent all kinds of unexpected accidents later. This is a war between heaven and man, anything can happen. Boom rumble. A dull thunder sounded, as if announcing the third wave of thunder calamity, which will come soon. Ling Yan's figure moved, and he approached Xiaobai's direction for another 20 meters, he knew. This third wave of tribulation thunder, the attack area will not be very large, and will definitely not exceed the scope of the innate gossip array. As for Shenong Ding, now only Ling Yun and Xiaobai are left on the entire island, he is too lazy to put them away, just leave them there. It is still Xiaobai crossing the tribulation that matters. The robbery cloud that covered the entire island suddenly tumbled violently again, as if there were countless dragons stirring inside. Silver lightning with thick thighs was gathering and entangled, and the current sounded shi-shi. Ling Yan's whole body tightened, and his heart suddenly raised his throat, thinking how terrifying the lightning struck this time. But he didn't dare to use Shenlong Xiao anymore. Now is the most critical time for Xiaobai to cross the tribulation, so Ling Yan can't disturb her. Sinner, come on. This should be the last blow. Ling Yan clenched his fists, secretly cheering for Xiaobai. Seemingly sensing Ling Yan's heart, Bai Xian'er turned around, looked at Ling Yan resolutely, and nodded lightly. Ling Yan smiled and nodded lightly at her. At the same time, he raised his hand and shook his fist, expressing his full support. Suddenly, the pitch-black robbery cloud rolled turbulently, and countless lightning bolts flashed in the robbery cloud at the same time, almost tearing the sky. They finally condensed in one place, and merged with the thickest lightning formed in the robbery cloud just now. Just like a huge mountain with its tip facing downward, the roiling clouds of robbery suddenly sank down. Kacha! A deafening sound rang out, and a circular beam of light with a diameter of nearly 3 meters appeared between the heavens and the earth, and it fell instantly towards the place where Xiaobai was. I'm so stupid. Ling Yun couldn't help shouting when he saw this, his heart was finished. With such terrifying lightning, Ling Yun estimated that even when he was in the middle stage of qi training, he would be smashed on the outside and tender on the inside, not to mention the current Xiaobai. However, Xiaobai was not afraid, but her eyes were firmer than ever before, and the fiery red flames that enveloped her body instantly doubled in size. Soaring into the sky, there are dozens of meters. At the same time, the celestial fox demon pill in front of Xiaobai was shining brightly, the red was dazzling, and when Xiaobai spit it out with all his strength, it directly emitted a red light curtain with a diameter of 4 meters, forming a spherical fire-red mask, covering Xiaobai with all his strength. Wrapped in it. Against the trend of the sky, it is natural to have the ability to defy the sky. Boom! The 3-meter-thick circular lightning fell from the sky like a pistol, like a silver dragon looking at the sky and the earth, and instantly hit the fiery red mask formed by the heavenly fox demon pill. Crack! The fiery red mask was directly shattered by lightning, and the fiery red air currents rising from Xiaobai's body were instantly slashed. Xiaobai let out the most miserable roar and fell directly from the sky. Bang! Xiaobai's body fell heavily into the innate gossip array, the huge lightning disappeared, and the world was instantly pitch black. Ling Yun opened his eyes with all his might, and looked towards Xiaobai with extreme eyesight. Success! Xiaobai was split and fell, and her body hit the rock, but she stood up tenaciously. To be continued. To be continued. The 9-tailed celestial fox Xiaobai, the tall fox body was shaky, swaying from side to side, the crystal-like white jade bones were scorched black again, and the black charcoal slag fell with the swing of her body. But Xiaobai still stood there tenaciously, her eyes were red, staring at the black tribulation cloud above her head, showing the pride and unyielding belonging to the 9-tailed celestial fox. As the black slag on the bones continued to fall, the white bones of the little white crystal clear and jade-like were revealed again. The luster was softer and softer than before, and there was a faint hint of fiery red. Right under Ling Yun's eyelids, he witnessed the strange changes taking place in Xiao Bai's body skeletal structure, becoming more and more human. Wrong. Ling Yun looked up at the robbery cloud above his head. He found that the robbery cloud not only did not disappear, but became smaller in size. Of course, the robbery cloud was also thicker, as black as ink dyed. Isn't it over yet? Ling Yan's eyes showed shock. His expression finally became more solemn than ever before. His heart was once again tangled, and Xiao Bai secretly pinched a sweat. Xiao Bai is a calamity transcendence. She naturally knows that the thunder calamity is not over yet. Although she was severely injured again, she has no doubt gained countless benefits from the thunder calamity just now. Xiao Bai belongs to the fire nature, and likes pure yang energy. Those most yang and strong Tiangang Shenlei are destroying her body time and time again, and they are also tempering her body repeatedly. Otherwise, how can she transform into a human being? It is not only a cruel and ruthless destruction, but also a test of hard work. If you survive it, you will succeed in transcending the calamity. Boom. Xiao Bai's body finally stopped shaking, her three-bone tail swayed without wind, she stood proudly, her fiery red eyes stared at the sky, and the flames burst out of her body again, dancing wildly. This time, Xiao Bai swallowed the heavenly fox demon pill, and used his crazy strength again to prepare for the second thunderbolt. The size of Jieyun shrunk again, and it became denser. The pressure of heaven and earth seemed to be heavier than Mount Tai, pressing on the heads of Xiao Bai and Ling Yun, and even Ling Yun had to run the exercises frantically to fight. Not to mention the real robberies Xiao Bai. Rumbling rumble is another burst of thunder, and the lightning in the robbery cloud is condensed again. Crack is another thick lightning. It penetrated the pitch-black robbery cloud and fell towards Xiao Bai below. Ling Yun saw it very clearly. This dragon-shaped lightning is much thinner than the previous one, with a diameter of only 2 meters, but it is more solid, like a substance, and its power is at least twice as great as before. Xiao Bai still raised her head. She suddenly lifted her front legs off the ground and stood upright. The two claws draw a mysterious trajectory, and the flames rise above the two claws. Red flame burning heaven palm. Lightning carried the divine might of heaven and earth, slashing down wildly. The little white fox stood upright, and the flames on the two front paws rapidly enlarged, blocking her entire erect body instantly. Boom. There is no doubt that the flame on Xiao Bai's head was completely destroyed by Tiangang Shenlei again. Her body was directly submerged by the electric light 2 meters in diameter. Xianer Ling Yun was heartbroken and shouted frantically. Ling Yun can also see that Xiao Bai's strength is rapidly getting stronger. The strength she just showed has exceeded the current Ling Yun by too much, but even so, Ling Yun also knew that Xiao Bai couldn't stand the lightning. It's not a question of whether it hurts or not, it's a question of life and death. This thunder and lightning did not disappear in an instant. The dragon-shaped lightning that connected the heaven and the earth seemed to be stagnant. It lasted for half a minute, and the electric light was extremely dazzling. Ling Yun didn't dare to open his eyes at all, and he couldn't see whether Xiao Bai, who was shrouded in electric light, was alive or dead. However, in that dazzling electric light, a faint, fiery red light still appeared at this time. That fiery red light, compared to the thunder and lightning that stares at the world, although it is weak, it exists tenaciously, swearing to death, declaring that Xiao Bai is still alive, declaring her unyielding. Aura, what a huge aura! As the fiery red light became bigger and bigger, starting from where Xiao Bai was, it exuded a fierce and powerful aura. There are dragon auras that Ling Yun is most familiar with, as well as immortal auras from human Emperor Pen and Daiwanshu, as well as the heavenly fox aura unique to the nine-tailed celestial fox. Opportunity is a godsend. Although Ling Yun dare not open his eyes now, he already knows that Xiao Bai is not dead, so he is confident and bold to absorb these auras with all his strength. For Ling Yun, who is at the pinnacle of the 6th level of body training, this is definitely a supreme treasure. He drank 3 or 4 caddies of dragon saliva just now, but his true qi has only recovered by more than 50%, but when he began to absorb these dragon spirit qi, immortal spiritual qi, and Xiaobai's heavenly fox spiritual qi, the spiritual qi in the body is filled with overflowing almost very quickly. Can't hold it. However, with such an opportunity, Ling Yun didn't care whether he could hold it or not. With the help of these absorptions, he gained a huge amount of spiritual energy and began to frantically stimulate the great evolution and yin-yang art. Ling Yun's strange dantian spun at an unprecedented speed, quickly transforming the absorbed spiritual energy into his own yin and yang qi. The dragon spiritual qi and the heavenly fox spiritual qi rushed into Ling Yun's body, and a small part was directly mixed with the yang qi in Ling Yun's body, but the more part was absorbed by the golden dragon-shaped curve. The golden light in the magical dantian flourished again, and the dragon-shaped curved faucet spread toward Ling Yun's spine again, finally completely dyeing Ling Yun's tail vertebra into golden color. Only the immortal aura of the Human Emperor brush and the Earth Emperor book, after being absorbed into the body by Ling Yun, entered the sea of consciousness between the eyebrows and the mind, and entered the magical dantian. With the help of so many powerful spiritual qi, Ling Yun's great evolution and gathering star treasures has worked to the extreme, and his skin, muscles, bones, internal organs, and meridians have grown stronger again. Xiaobai over there still doesn't know what's going on, but Ling Yun has already taken the lead in breaking through. Boom! Ling Yun finally broke through the 13th small realm of the Great Evolution Star Treasure Art, and reached the 14th floor of the last small state of the second great state of the Great Evolution Star Treasure Art. Ling Yun only felt that his limbs and bones were more comfortable than ever before, the strength of his whole body was doubled, and the range of 5 senses and 6 senses expanded again, covering the surrounding area of nearly 200 meters. 200 meters is the distance that a peak innate third-layer expert can fully use his light energy to pass in one leap. With the successful breakthrough of the Dian Gathering Star Treasure, Ling Yun's meridians and dantian have also become stronger and stronger. He absorbed all the spiritual energy released by Xiaobai Dujiao, and only felt refreshed. The body is full of spiritual energy, the yin and yang tu qi are unprecedentedly strong and condensed, and the 3.6 million pores all over the body are comfortable. Unfortunately, it's only a little short to reach the 7th level of body training, and the spiritual energy is still a little short. It would be great if those immortal spiritual energy could be used. Ling Yun secretly screamed a pity, knowing that those immortal spiritual qi must have been corrupted by Ren Huangbi and Dai Wanshu. In addition to being excited and satisfied, Wei Wei had some regrets and felt that it was a fly in the ointment. Just like breaking through the 4th level of body training, the 7th level of body training is a major barrier. After breaking through the 7th level of body training, it means reaching the late stage of body training. Ling Yun estimated that he could be ecstatic. However, Ling Yun's current meridians and dantian are at least 100 times stronger than when they were at the peak of the 6th level of body training in the world of comprehension. Although it is majestic enough, it is still not enough for him to rush through. Ling Yun suddenly felt dark in front of him. He knew that the second lightning bolt had disappeared. He immediately opened his eyes, turned his yin-yang eyes directly, and looked in Xiaobai's direction. Puff! Ling Yun only glanced in Xiaobai's direction, and 2 nosebleeds spurted out of his nose. Just because Bai Xian'er is so beautiful, Xiaobai's transformation succeeded. In Ling Yun's sight, a perfect body with a height of at least 1.7 meters and a snow-white crystal was quietly lying on the rock. The dark, thick, gleaming long hair was scattered around Bai Xian'er's waist, covering her most of the body. 2 round buttocks are strong and sexy, exuding seductive charm, and then there are 2 peerless legs, straight, slender, round, snow-white, firm and attractive, exuding a crystal luster, seeming to no shyness, tightly clamped together, tightly stitched together, forming a straight line in the middle. The long black hair that is scattered, the delicate and smooth beautiful back, the slender waist that is really unbearable to hold, the sexy and attractive round buttocks full of elasticity, plus the two straight white legs. Although Baixianer was lying there, her face and chest were covered by thick long hair, but Ling Yan only saw Baixianer's devilish figure and knew how stunning Baixianer was. In Ling Yan's heart, she secretly compared Baixianer with all the stunning beauties she had seen. In the end, she could only sigh helplessly. Xianer had already defeated all those stunning beauties with this perfect and invincible devil figure. It is rude to say that Baixianer has already killed Xue Mining, Long Wu, Zhuang Meifeng, Xiao Mimi, Lin Menghan, etc., and even the fairy Qin Dongxue, just with her exposed figure. No wonder Tianjie is so terrifying and domineering. Baixianer successfully transformed, not to mention her ability, only her appearance, she is simply a stunning beauty that charms the world. It's really too beautiful, it's indescribable, it can't be decorated, it can only be said to be beautiful. This is a fox spirit. A real vixen and a vixen of vixen. However, Baixianer was always lying on the spot, motionless, as if she didn't even breathe, which made Ling Yan's heart twitch. It wouldn't be because the transformation was successful, but the person killed me, right? The jieyun above his head was still rolling, but Ling Yan couldn't care about anything. He raised his head slightly and glanced at jieyun, and he came to Baixianer's side in a flash. Master, you are not allowed to peek at people. Baixianer's perfectly still and unmoving body suddenly trembled slightly. She shrank her body slightly, and said extremely shyly. That voice was truly as beautiful as the sounds of nature, boundlessly charming, and instantly made Ling Yan's bones brittle. To be continued. This chapter is really difficult to write. It is more than 3,000 words, including ideas and descriptions. It takes a full 6 or 7 hours. But don't worry everyone, there are 3 more watched tonight, and I will code words all night long. There is no delay. Ling Yunjing was naked, squatting down lightly, staring straight at Baixianer's incomparably beautiful body, from head to toe, then from foot to head, admiring it dozens of times, without letting go of the slightest bit. Pass. Pinshu Network. There are no flaws can be picked out at all. Baixianer is just the back of A, already so beautiful that people can't describe it in words. The nine-tailed celestial fox is worthy of being a nine-tailed celestial fox, it's incomparable. Ling Yan's eyes were bold and direct. While admiring it, he couldn't help but secretly praised it in his heart. Ling Yan couldn't help but gently stretched out his right hand, wanting to touch Baixianer's flawless beautiful back, but he saw a trace of the enemy's blood on his hand, and immediately suppressed this urge. Such a beauty, such a perfect stunner, Ling Yan was unwilling to blaspheme her in any way. Ling Yan retracted his right hand and giggled. Xianer, I didn't take a peek, I have been admiring you boldly, my Xianer is so beautiful. Well, Ling Yan is directly defined as his Xianer, he doesn't allow anyone to take Baixianer away from him. Never allow it. Baixianer was still lying on the rock, her perfect body trembling slightly. She was too shy to raise her head, but she said coquettishly, does the master like this kind of Xianer? Ling Yan said in his heart that there is no need to ask. Xianer is so beautiful that it will bring disaster to the country and the people. If anyone doesn't like it, it is the number 1 idiot. He tickled the corner of his mouth lightly and smiled softly, I like it. If Xianer dares to raise her head to show me, I will like it even more. Baixianer turned her head slightly to Ling Yan's side, but immediately turned her head away shyly. Her beautiful black hair, which was charming in the world, was moved gently, and she let out a shy murmur. Just based on this action just now, this kind of natural and unpretentious moving and shy. Baixianer is already invincible, except for the fox spirit, no one else can do it. Xianer dare not, Xianer is afraid that she will not look good. The master doesn't like. This made Ling Yan feel anxious, he wished he could just hold Baixianer in his arms, and hold her pretty face. Zheng sees what she looks like, and then kisses Xianer 180 times without any hesitation. But that doesn't work. This would frighten Xianer, and Ling Yun had to coax her slowly. Cough cough, Xianer, this, no matter how good-looking you are or not, I will like it very much. I like Xianer the most. If Xianer doesn't let me see it again, then I will be angry? The pitch-black robbery clouds were still rolling and gathering above the two of them. Ling Yun and Baixianer seemed to have forgotten about this matter, and the two flirted with each other here. If God saw this, wouldn't they be mad? Ah, master, don't be angry, Xianer knows it's wrong. When Baixianer heard that Ling Yun was going to be angry, she panicked. She twisted her body suddenly, turned over from the ground and sat up, propped up on the ground with one hand, her body stretched out, and then slowly raised her head inch by inch. With just one look, Ling Yun's eyes went straight. His breathing stopped suddenly, his brain was madly congested, his ears were buzzing, and he couldn't even hear the sound of his own drooling. It's still indescribable, I can't describe it at all. Baixianer is so beautiful, that is, the best and most perfect parts of all the beauties are combined into one face. It can't compare to 1/10,000th of Baixianer's. Baixianer definitely does not belong to the world, but belongs to the sky, a real vixen. How beautiful is it? Let's just put it this way, Baixianer's beauty made Ling Yun feel for the first time that he really came to the right place when he traveled to this earth with depleted spiritual energy. If he didn't come, he would regret it. The eyebrows are like mountains in the distance, no need to trim, let alone draw. The Yao nose is very beautiful, and it is more delicate and beautiful than those carved by the best sculptors, and it is perfect. It makes Baixianer's entire face full of an indescribable and wonderful taste, and it will be abrupt if it is higher, a little lower will be a fly in the ointment, it is definitely just right. Cherry small mouth, red and delicate, red makes people want to take a bite, the lip line is clear, perfect and attractive, almost all expressions are on the corners of her lips, whether it is pouting and coquettish whether it's a smile or a smile, it's impossible to refuse. Baixianer's skin is even more snow-skinned and creamy, white and flawless, crystal clear like jade, faintly emitting a seductive luster of white and red, people can't help but want to pinch, but they are afraid of all of a sudden when I squeezed out the water, I was afraid of hurting the beauty, so I couldn't bear it. The most beautiful is Baixianer's big black eyes like black gems. The pair of pupils are dark, but they are as bright and dazzling as stars. Xian's long and narrow eyes suddenly became incomparably vivid, with a powerful aura, absolutely captivating, making people unforgettable as long as they took a look at it. These indescribably beautiful eyes, with 1 point of panic and confusion, 3 points of inexplicable shyness, 3 points of greedy charm, and 3 points of looming majesty, that is the majesty that belongs to the nine-tailed celestial fox, that's all his eyes rolled around, and he looked at Ling Yun shyly and timidly. His neat white teeth bit his delicate lower lip, and the tip of his tender red tongue was slightly exposed, full of temptations and amorous feelings. This is the fox spirit among the fox spirits, another body after the nine-tailed celestial fox's little albino shape, with the pure and shy girl's face, the beauty and charm of a mature woman, and the cool and proud majesty of the queen, all together. Her expression is shy, her demeanor is charming, she naturally exudes awe-inspiring and inviolable majesty, the three expressions are natural, and they are displayed on Baixianer's perfect face at the same time, but they only make people feel perfect shocked, and then sighed at the miracle of the Creator. Adjectives such as natural beauty, national beauty, and heavenly fragrance, alluring country and city, heavenly girl descending to the world, etc., are really weak and explosive to describe Baixianer, which is not suitable at all, and it is difficult to describe her beauty. It is estimated that in the whole world, the beauty that can make Ling Yun forget to look at her breasts just by seeing her face is the only one, Baixianer, the fox spirit. Ling Yun really forgot to look down, or was reluctant to look down. In fact, the scenery below is more beautiful and more attractive. More breathtaking. The snow-white slender neck, the delicate and charming collarbone, the warm and glittering fragrant shoulders, and the two towering groups that are so glamorous and glamorous. The shape was actually the most beautiful thing Ling Yun had ever seen, but he forgot to look in shock. There are two more charming. The pink and fragrant buds, along with Baixianer's movements, trembled gently in the sea breeze, matched with her slender waist that twisted gently, and the mysterious triangle area that was covered by her long hair, half covered and half exposed. Baixianer fully understands the shame of a woman. She rests on the ground with one hand, and the other hand subconsciously wants to cover the pair of twin peaks on her chest, but she is halfway there. She suddenly remembered that there were more important places to cover. Her slender hands that were as white as spring onions and crystal clear jade immediately went to cover her mysterious private parts, and a shy murmur came out of Tan's mouth. Baixianer's unconscious movements finally caught Ling Yun's attention. His eyes swept up and down with Baixianer's movements, and his mouth and nose almost spurted blood at the same time. Cough cough. Ling Yun was in a trance for a while. It took a long time for him to come back to his senses, and without hesitation, he took out a lot of women's clothes from the space ring. This was what Ling Yun had prepared before taking Xiaobai to escape the calamity. He knew that Xiaobai would definitely be naked when he changed shape, so he bought several sets of women's clothes according to Lin Minghan's body size. Waiting for this moment. Not to mention Baixianer's beauty, it is really beautiful, and the beauty is invincible, but Ling Yun didn't want to see it again, or did not dare to see it again. Anyway, Xianer couldn't run away, so she quickly returned with Xianer. Back at home and hugged on the bed, look how you want to look. What Ling Yun is thinking now is that Xianer must be put on quickly, otherwise, he will eat the vinegar of these mountains, the sea breeze, the heavens robbery. He is about to eat his own vinegar. No one is allowed to see such a beautiful fairy, only Ling Yun can see it. Xianer, put on your clothes first. By the way, do you know how to wear clothes? Ling Yun was dizzy at the shock of Xianer's peerless beauty, and he didn't know what to say for a while. Baixianer's face was shy, her big black eyes blinked and blinked, her eyelashes twitched slightly, she gave a small smile, and then nodded lightly. She lived with Zhuang Meifeng and Xiao Mimi for a while, and these two beauties were undoubtedly the best enlightenment teachers for Baixianer to become a woman. Zhuang Meifeng and Xiao Mimi bought so many clothes. When they were in the rental house, they would try on nice clothes and wait for Ling Yun to come back to see them. Inside. The nine-tailed celestial fox is one of the most powerful magical beasts in the world. If you want to talk about the speed of learning, it is far faster than ordinary people. It is natural to know how to dress. Baixianer bit her delicate lips lightly, her face was red and shy. For the first time in her life, she put on clothes, silk panties, pink bra, and white dress. Baixianer dressed one by one, and her movements were soft and natural, while Ling Yun admired it without blinking, unaware that the robbery clouds above her head had regathered, and they dared to be even darker and denser than before Xiaobai waxing. The coercion of the heavens and the earth increased again, and the boundless black cloud was about to fall to the island, rolling and rolling. The strange thing was that there was no sparkle in the black cloud. Master, Xianer is dressed. For the current Baixianer, there is no difference between spring, summer, cold and heat. 2 necessary underwear and 1 dress are enough. She quickly put on her clothes, stood there and twirled her body lightly, and then rejoiced again. She shyly smiled at Ling Yun. The corners of the skirt were flying, the beauty was smiling like a flower. Ling Yun smiled and nodded with satisfaction. Ling Yun was about to speak. Suddenly, without any warning, crack. A loud noise. A silver lightning with a thick arm pierced through the black as ink-stained Jiayun, and instantly smashed on top of Ling Yun's head. This time, Ling Yun was smashed to the outside, and his hair and cold hair all exploded and stood upright. My grass! Under the shock of Ling Yun, he suddenly looked up at the sky and roared. Did you go wrong? To be continued. To be continued. If there are any delays, this is the second chapter of the 2 guarantee chapters on July 2nd. It has been completed, please accept it. Since Baixianer has transformed into a human being, she has naturally passed the test of the calamity, and she has succeeded in transcending the calamity. Baixianer is a robbery transcender. The reason why she dared to talk and laugh with Ling Yun, act coquettish, and dress up just now was because she clearly felt that the pressure of heaven and earth that the black robbery cloud exerted on her had completely disappeared. The catastrophe has passed. Ling Yun's experience in transcending the tribulation is extremely rich. He has even experienced the terrifying heavenly tribulation in the transcendence period once. Of course, he knows that Baixianer has succeeded in transcending the calamity. Otherwise, he would not be able to rush over so recklessly. As for why the robbery cloud in the sky has not dissipated, just now Ling Yun was attracted by Xianer's invincible beauty. He didn't think deeply for a while, but instinctively thought that since it is not the same world, so the way of the robbery not the same. It's not just because it's not the same world, the way of the calamity is different. Every calamity transcends because of their different aptitudes, different cultivation techniques, different experiences of the way of heaven, their own past experiences, and their understanding of transcending calamities. Their obsessions and confidence are different, and the calamities they face will also be different. Although they are all embodied in the form of robbery clouds and lightning, the difference is huge. However, ever-changing is a test. This is absolutely the same. Ling Yun saw that a lightning bolt in the robbery cloud had struck him inexplicably, and his whole body was blown up by the blow, so how could he not be angry? This is Xiaobai's robbery cloud, okay, how did he get on his head? Is it because you have nothing to eat and are full? Ling Yun knew that of course it couldn't be a split, and he felt something was wrong in his heart. The robbery cloud above his head was still tumbling frantically. The lower he pressed down, of course no one would answer Ling Yun, only the second lightning bolt answered him. Crack! Another flash of silver, dazzling lightning emerged from the robbery cloud without warning. It smashed firmly on top of Ling Yun's head. Xianer dodge! Ling Yun was staggered by the lightning strike, and his body staggered forward. He hurriedly shouted to let Xiaobai dodge. Being struck by 2 lightning bolts one after another, how could Ling Yun not know that this thunder tribulation was aimed at him? He's going to be robbed. I'll wipe, isn't it? Lightning strikes at the 7th level of body refinement? Ling Yun screamed in horror, and his body shook. A phantom fish and dragon flew more than 200 meters away, and raised his hand at the same time. He took out a 1st-level lightning protection talisman and used it on himself. Gotcha! Another flash of lightning fell, but this time Ling Yun used the lightning protection talisman, and most of the lightning was removed by the lightning protection talisman, so Ling Yun didn't have anything to do with it. Yeah, did you make a mistake? I'm just about to hit the late stage of body training, okay, you've already come down from this tribulation thunder. And you're not letting people live? After the 3 lightning bolts, Ling Yun's body was pitch black. The clothes became flying ash and stuck on his body. Although he was not injured in the slightest, he was very embarrassed, and his hair stood upside down. Ling Yun is now at the pinnacle of the 6th level of body training. He has even touched the threshold of the 7th level of body training just now. There is only 1 layer of window paper in the middle, so he can easily break through to the later stage of body training. When comprehending the big world, Ling Yun began to transcend the tribulation from the foundation building period until the transcending tribulation period, a total of 11 major cultivation realms and 33 minor realms, exactly matching the number of the 33 heavens. He survived 32 calamities without any risk, but he never thought that he would be in the final calamity period. The body and spirit that was beaten were all destroyed, and only a trace of Yuanshan escaped. But when he came to Earth, let alone foundation building, he had just touched the threshold of the late stage of body training, and he had not even reached the period of qi training. He was annoyed and annoyed. In fact, he vaguely guessed what was going on. Ling Yun knew best that whether the calamity would come or not would not depend on your realm division, but on your true strength. That is to say, the set of realm divisions used by cultivators themselves can only be your own standards. Heavenly Tao brings down the thunder tribulation, but it has his own standards. It is true that Ling Yun will enter the late stage of body training, but the soul in his body is a powerful soul in the tribulation period. This soul is definitely not the same thing as the primordial spirit. He will not enhance your strength for you, but one thing is unavoidable, and that is the understanding of Tao. In such a place where spiritual energy was depleted, Ling Yun was able to go from a fat guy to the peak of mid-training in such a short time. If you have it in your mind, can you perform the Phantom Fish and Dragon Step? Is it possible to use the Tiangang Demon Fist? The Sky is Silent Palm? One Qi Yin-Yang art says that if you succeed in your cultivation, you will succeed in your cultivation? Absolutely impossible. Don't forget, although Ling Yun has all of this in his head and remembers it clearly, but having it in his head does not mean that he can perform it without any practice. This is different from your strong memory. As long as you remember all of them, you can recite all the texts. Any martial arts, you know it in your mind, it only means that you know what is going on, but if you want to perform, you still need to practice day and night, work hard, and practice makes perfect. But Ling Yun didn't practice it, whether it was the Phantom Fish Dragon Step, the Xiao Wuxiang swordsmanship, the Tiangang subduing magic fist, or the Sky Silence Palm, or even the terrifying Dian gathering star treasure art and the One Qi Yin-Yang art, he practiced it all. When the realm of the body is reached, it can be displayed immediately. The above martial arts are definitely not ordinary martial arts. They are the peerless powerhouses in the world of cultivation. They enter Tao with martial arts and cultivate to the later stage. They can use powerful force to fight against all kinds of Tao, Buddha, demon, and ghost cultivation. Martial arts, every kind of exercise, is the supreme secret book of a powerful sect, the secret that is not passed on. Otherwise, Ling Yun wouldn't be able to use the Heavenly Gang Awakening Fist or the Heavenly Silent Palm to directly seriously injure or kill others when his cultivation realm was 3 or 4 lower than that of the masters of the ancient Chinese martial arts family. Then, why is Ling Yun able to use such a powerful martial art directly without training? The answer is here, the soul of the tribulation period. He has a powerful soul in his mind who understands the Tao of heaven very deeply, even almost thoroughly. The soul of the transcendence period, coupled with the celestial physique that can absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, coupled with the various top martial arts in Ling Yun's mind, as well as the cultivation methods, have created such a person that everyone feels incredible. Ling Yun, whose cultivation realm is thousands of miles away. Originally, these were not enough to attract the coming of the calamity, but Ling Yun was more than that. He absorbed too much dragon aura, as well as the immortal aura instilled in him by the human sovereign brush and the earth sovereign book, as well as the Dian star treasure. For Ling Yun, martial arts is only a means of self-protection during the training period, just because he can't use spells. From the beginning of the Qi training period, once Ling Yun has real consciousness, talisman formation, alchemy refining, even flying in the sky, killing with the sword, after having these, he is too lazy to use martial arts and brute force to kill. In the later stage of body training, Ling Yun's brows and sea of consciousness will begin to loosen, and he will begin to prepare for the spirit of Qi refining during the training period. The most terrible thing is that Ling Yun is practicing I Qi Yin Yang Ju this time, which is a heaven-defying technique. It was the whole process, or the strange changes in the Dantian meridians. It was too shocking, too terrifying, and too heaven-defying. There is no need to compare with ordinary warriors, as long as Ling Yun is compared with himself in the same realm in the world of cultivation, he will know how terrifying his strength is. If you take out Ling Yun, who is at the peak of the 6th level of body training in the world of cultivation, and compare it with the current Ling Yun, the current Ling Yun can instantly kill himself at the same level. And if you compare it vertically, Ling Yun himself has also secretly calculated that his current strength is enough to kill himself at the 1st level of cultivation in the world of self-cultivation, without any effort. Ling Yun of the world of comprehension is already a genius among geniuses, and he is already defying the sky enough. Now Ling Yun can kill himself in the 1st level of Qi training at the peak of the 6th level of body training. This is simply a monster-like terror. Now Ling Yun can easily kill himself who was 4 realms higher than himself, not to mention Sun Tianbiao, Dechuan Wutua, and others. Not to mention that Ling Yun's strength increased by leaps and bounds after absorbing the huge spiritual energy released by Xiener's transformation. It is said that before that, when Ling Yun killed Tokugawa Wutua, who was on the 3rd floor of the innate, he already possessed the strength is equal to that of the innate 4th layer master, and even higher. At the peak of the 6th level of physical training, the strength is equivalent to that of a congenital 4th level master. When he confirmed that it was his own catastrophe, he already knew that this should actually be his own 4 or 9 small catastrophe. Oh, it's really not unreasonable to be struck by lightning. Ling Yun was speechless, and quickly asked Xiener to stay away from him, try to hide as far as possible, and don't get close to him. Ling Yun is very big. If he starts to suffer from the catastrophe from the late stage of training, then he will really suffer from it in the future. But he forgot one point, the level in front of him doesn't seem to be so easy. My aunt is very close, and my younger sister loves her very much, but why do I have to be struck by lightning from the sky? Oh. Ling Yun gave himself another lightning protection talisman, and in an instant, he deliberately activated the great evolution and convergence of star treasures. This kind of lightning strength was really painless to Ling Yun. At most it just changed his color, no big deal. The power of the 14th small realm's great evolution star treasure art, the effect of Ling Yun's 6 or 7 rebirths, was instantly manifested. The thunder and lightning with thick arms struck Ling Yun's body one after another, but he was fine. Like a child, the right to massage. However, of course, Ling Yun would not waste such a good opportunity. He secretly rejoiced in his heart. Every time a lightning strike fell on his body, he would use a yin and yang technique to absorb the power of lightning into his body. Those pure yang lei gang, turned into their own pure yang qi, as their own use. Let the lightning come more violently, with such a little power, are you tickling me? Ling Yun's body was completely red, and his charred and majestic body stood proudly on the top of a mountain, raised his fingers to the sky, and looked at the sky. To be continued. To be continued. This is the 3rd update on July 2nd. It is a 40 monthly ticket plus more. This chapter is written with great care. Although it is 5 in the morning, there is no sleepiness at all. Ling Yun's persistence, Xiener's follow, and self-discipline. I'm all touched. If you think it looks good, send a like and a monthly pass, thank you. Ling Yun's action, that momentum, that gaze, mighty, domineering, sturdy, arrogant. In the whole world, not only are you not afraid of the robbery, but also dare to raise your finger like this to challenge the robbery, and it is Ling Yun, the monster. Boom 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 boom. The lightning fell one after another, and there were 72 lightning bolts, all about the thickness of an arm. It only took less than 2 minutes for all of them to fall down. Ling Yun stood there motionless, using only his strong body to carry the first wave of thunder calamity, without any injuries on his body. Although Ling Yun was very proud, he did not dare to be careless. He knew that there were 4 waves of the 4-9 little heavenly tribulations, and this was only the first wave. While running the Dian Juxing treasure art to resist the thunder, he ran the yin-yang art of qi to absorb lightning, quickly tempering his body meridians and dantian, waiting for the second wave of thunder. As for the coercion of the heavens, although it is very powerful, for the soul of Ling Yun's tribulation period, he can easily withstand it. You must know that Ling Yun's primordial spirit escaped from the terrifying calamity of the Transcendence period, and all the previous calamities have been expelled, but he can't resist the purple god that destroys the sky and destroys the earth. Just thunder. For Ling Yun, the coercion of the heaven and earth of the 4-9 little heavenly tribulations was really nothing. The dull thunder sounded again. Kacha, a lightning bolt with a diameter of nearly half a meter, the light is blazing, like a silver dragon, it suddenly rushed out of the robbery cloud, and suddenly hit Ling Yun's body. Boom. Although Ling Yun was fully prepared psychologically, he still didn't expect it. Just the second wave of thunder tribulation was so terrifying, this lightning struck Ling Yun tens of meters away in one fell swoop. I mean, this Nima is the 49th small heavenly tribulation. Ling Yun's body flew horizontally, and he managed to stand firm. His eyes finally became serious, because he felt that something was wrong, and this was just the second wave. The lightning that fell was already half a meter thick, and he suffered trauma. How could he carry the next two waves? This is not a joke. Although Baixianer has no flesh and blood, she is a 9-tailed celestial fox, a spirit beast between heaven and earth. Naturally, there is a secret method to survive in that situation, because to transform, the fox's body must be destroyed and reunited in the thunder calamity, only in this way can it become a real person. Certainly. Baixianer's body is the 9-tailed celestial fox, and she can still restore the body of the 9-tailed celestial fox, which is the special feature of all demon cultivators. But if you want Ling Yun to turn into a skeleton and try him, even if he loses any part, he will become a real crippled. He is not a transfiguration. Ling Yun couldn't think about it at all, the second lightning struck him again, with a bang. Although Ling Yun was more fully prepared, he was once again smashed and flew more than 10 meters away. The flesh that was opened was instantly charred black, and it was really scorched. Your uncles. Ling Yun was a little angry, he grabbed a clear healing talisman and used it on himself instantly. Healed his body as soon as possible, and at the same time took out a lightning protection talisman, a diamond talisman and a defensive talisman, all of which were used on himself. Ling Yun had a premonition that this thunder calamity might not be as simple as the 4-9 small heavenly tribulations. Jiayun rolled over, almost pressing on top of Ling Yun's head, no longer giving Ling Yun any chance. The lightning became thicker and thicker, more and more condensed and real, like a substantial beam of light, madly slashing towards Ling Yun. Every lightning strike sent him flying dozens of meters away, and every time it split open the skin and flesh, which made Ling Yun's injuries worse and worse. Bundled, he has to save a little. However, even so, Ling Yun still did not give up running the yin-yang art of qi, constantly absorbing and dissolving the thunder gang in the lightning every second. This was a devastation to him and an opportunity. The dantian and meridians in Ling Yun's body, the pure yang qi transformed by Lei Gang became stronger and stronger, and it was enough for him to hit the 7th level. This pair of Ling Yun is definitely a big supplement baby, better than the dragon saliva aura, comparable to the immortal aura. The lightning that completely enveloped Ling Yun fell one after another. Ling Yun was really covered in bruises, and scorched black and blurred. In the midst of the more and more unbearable pain, his eyes became clearer and his expression became more and more determined and persistent. He thought about it seriously, took out a large amount of healing talismans, healed all his wounds, and then used the lightning protection talisman, the diamond talisman and the defensive talisman on himself. After doing this, Ling Yun took out the magic gourd again and poured the dragon saliva wildly, until he couldn't hold any more in his stomach, and then put the magic gourd back. He wants to rush through the thunder tribulation and hit the late stage of physical training, that is, the 7th level of physical training. Only in this way can he hope to face the next more powerful thunder tribulation. Otherwise, with his current strength, maybe the wave can survive until the end, but it will definitely not survive the fourth wave. Ling Yun pondered slightly, then took the Bodhi seed out of the space ring and pinched it in his hand. Although he used to be ruthless about throwing this thing away, of course Ling Yun was reluctant to throw it away, because every time he held the Bodhi seed in his hands, he would be sane, which would be of great help to his enlightenment. Ling Yun took a deep breath and calmed down. He sat down with his knees crossed, squeezed the Bodhi seeds in his hands, and then started to run the one Qi Yin Yang technique frantically, using the Yin and Yang Qi in his body, the newly absorbed power of thunder and lightning, and the dragon's saliva. Reiki, start rushing. At this time, the lightning had just finished 18 strikes, and there were still 18 strikes behind. These were the 36 Heavenly Gang Divine Lightning Strikes. The 19th strike had been transformed into a 2-meter thick beam of light, a dragon-like beam of light running through the heavens and the earth. Shrouded Ling Yun. Boom! This time, Ling Yun was blasted out nearly 100 meters away. But he has already entered a state of forgetting things and still maintaining a cross-legged posture, and began to rush to the level with all his strength. Fortunately, Ling Yun is still suffering from skin trauma. It's just that the lightning came one after another, and his clear healing talisman was too late to heal the body. Ling Yun's meridians and dantian were safe and sound. The Tai Chi Yin-Yang fish in the magical dantian spun wildly again, and the Yin-Yang Qi in Ling Yun's body soared, stimulated by the aura of the dragon's saliva. The dragon-shaped curve in Ling Yun dantian also shines with golden light. The entire softball-sized dantian is reflected, a piece of golden yellow. Badizi can indeed speed up his cultivation. Although it is in a thunder tribulation that is stronger than one, Ling Yun is not affected by any external influence at all, and he can concentrate on rushing to the test. He quickly returned to the state where he was on the verge of breaking through. Ling Yun knew that the critical moment had finally come, and he began to frantically stimulate the yin-yang art of Qi. Boom! The 27th lightning bolt, 3 meters in diameter, fell madly. Completely enveloped Ling Yun. This time, the effects of Ling Yun's lightning protection talisman, diamond talisman and defensive talisman also just disappeared, and this thunderbolt struck Ling Yun's body firmly. Ling Yun's body during the practice trembled violently, he was slashed dozens of meters above the ground, and fell to a distance of 100 meters, but he still maintained a cross-legged posture. As much as possible, absorb all the power of this thunder and lightning into the body. However, the energy contained in this thunderbolt was too terrifying. Ling Yun only absorbed a small part of it, so his body could no longer hold it. Because Ling Yun closed his eyes. So what he couldn't see was that the power of lightning that was extremely young and strong, the part that he couldn't absorb was actually absorbed by the Bodhi seeds in his hands. On the Bodhi seed, the Buddha, who is completely natural and intertwined with mysterious textures, seems to be alive. Like a real villain, faintly emitting a faint golden light. This was a very strange scene, but unfortunately Ling Yun couldn't see it. Ling Yun's trauma was extremely serious, but his infuriating energy was unprecedentedly full and powerful. With the help of the lightning energy that surpassed his own infuriating energy, Ling Yun suddenly pushed the yin-yang art of Qi to the limit. Forget both things and unite my mind and thoughts, and go through the barriers with all my strength. It's a pity that Ling Yun didn't open the gate between his eyebrows, nor did he break through that barrier until all the energy of the lightning he absorbed was exhausted. Ling Yun didn't care, this was the real big hurdle. It was even more difficult than hitting the 4th floor of the body training. It was extremely difficult to practice against the sky and ascend to the sky one step at a time. Ling Yun understood this truth better than anyone else, and he was not in a hurry. The 28th thunderbolt fell again, and Ling Yun also absorbed it again. He continued to rush through the barrier, turning back and forth, persevering and persevering. Ling Yun's eyebrows were still tightly locked, and he still failed. 29th. 32nd track. 35th track. After crossing the border 8 times, all of them came back in vain. Ling Yun's mind is still firm, he is indomitable, and he moves forward bravely. He failed again and again, and again and again, used the power of thunder and lightning transformed by the falling thunder gang to break through. He didn't care how many times he failed, and his belief was stronger than ever. Either don't do it, do it best, do it to the extreme. Don't leave yourself any reason to regret, this is Ling Yun's style. What Ling Yun didn't know was that when the thunder struck the 35th path, the lightning that fell was no longer silver-white, but a faint golden color. He also didn't know that when he absorbed the power of thunder and lightning from these heavenly gangs, all the remaining thunder gangs were absorbed by the Bodhi seeds in his hands. He didn't even know that at this time, his body was already riddled with holes, and it was almost more tragic than Lu Xingyongzhen, who was killed by him with the fire spirit talisman. Ling Yun didn't know yet that Bai Xian'er, who had just successfully transformed, would fly to a place less than 100 meters away from him without hesitation every time Ling Yun was struck by lightning. Ling Yun is within her leap. For the sake of Bai Xian'er, Ling Yun could complete the 100-person kill without hesitation. In the same way, for Ling Yun, Bai Xian'er, who still has lingering fears about the robbery, is chasing after his figure. Bai Xian'er forgot her fear, her own safety, and put her life and death aside. Once Ling Yun was smashed into the air, she would jump with her. Bai Xian'er looked at the tenacious boy who had an extremely determined face and silently rushed to the pass, and followed him in life and death. The affection of one person and one demon, the silent mountains and rocks can testify, the vast sea can testify, and the dark and rolling robbery clouds can testify. Bai Xian'er knew that Ling Yun couldn't see or hear, but she didn't care. Sometimes, the demon heart beats the heart. Boom, the 36th thunderbolt crashed down, to be continued. To be continued. This is the 4th chapter of July 2nd. It is for the 50,000 red sky of the leader of the old horse. I am really touched. Thank you, the leader of the old horse's sky, for your strong support of the overnight code word. Until now, Laobu is going to rest. Yes, the update on July 3rd, I started writing after waking up, and still guaranteed 2 updates, as promised. This is the last of the 36 heavenly gang divine thunders, and it is also the most violent and domineering lightning. This lightning bolt was not that thick, but it was able to wrap around Ling Yun's body as he was meditating cross-legged, but it was golden in color, condensed as if it were the substance, like a golden beam of light that opened up the sky and fell from the sky, hitting Ling Yun's body ruthlessly. There are thousands of golden rays of light, from the sky to the bottom of the sea, all of which are illuminated by this lightning. Even on the coast hundreds of nautical miles away, people who have not slept at night can clearly feel a golden ray of contempt. The sky is crumbling, the earth is shaking. Ling Yun's body was severely hit by this lightning bolt, and he rose directly from the ground, and was smashed and flew a few hundred meters away. With a pop sound, Ling Yun's long-worn body fell into the sea like a broken flock. However, even so, Ling Yun still maintained the posture of sitting cross-legged, holding the Bodhi seed tightly in his right hand, his eyes were tightly closed, and his face was extremely determined. He was in the calamity, and naturally knew that the attack of the tribulation thunder was getting stronger and stronger, because the power of the sky was getting bigger and bigger, and Ling Yun felt it clearly. Pressure related. To cross the calamity and cross the border, not only must we defeat ourselves, but also the coercion of heaven and earth. Ling Yun fell into the sea, more than 10 meters away from the sea surface, but at this time, his body was filled with infuriating energy, and it was flowing so fast that he could actually support his body to float on the sea surface. The 36 heavenly gangster thunderbolts were all split, and the second wave of thunder tribulations finally ended. Ling Yun was able to repair. Ling Yun's repair is to go all out. Not wanting to deal with his body that was riddled with holes and almost like mud, Ling Yun raised his hand and took out all his spirit-gathering talismans. These spirit-gathering talismans, before Bai Xian'er transcended the calamity, had already been absorbed by Ling Yun and filled with water aura. Now Ling Yun crushed them all, and his body was madly absorbing these water auras. 8 times in a row. All ended in failure, Ling Yun knew. This is related to the increasing severity of his injuries, the coercion of the heavens and the earth, and the excessive yang qi in his body. Whether it is when the little albino transforms into shape, the immortal aura, the dragon aura, the heavenly fox aura released. It was the ambergris aura he drank, and the power of thunder and lightning he absorbed, which were pure yang aura. Strong and domineering, but lacking in softness. The 10 bundles, totaling 1,000 pieces of spirit-gathering talisman, were used up by Ling Yun. He absorbed all the water aura into his body, tried his best to control the water aura, wrapped the pure yang energy, and attacked the sea of knowledge again. Sure enough, Ling Yun immediately felt a slight loosening in the sea of knowledge. He stepped up. Another point, Ling Yun didn't know that there was a pure golden lightning power in his body, which was obtained by transforming the last golden lightning. This lightning power undoubtedly played a vital role. Robbery. As long as you can get through it, everything you get is good except for the injury on your body. The way of heaven is always there, and there is never a free sacrifice. As long as you pay, you will be rewarded, and the same is true for transcending tribulation. Ling Yan's eyebrows were full of knowledge. Inside is a majestic fairy spirit, a pale golden fairy spirit. The golden power of thunder and lightning, driven by Ling Yan's madness, went all the way like a broken bamboo, and madly attacked his eyebrows, which made Ling Yan extremely painful, and his brows were furrowed, but there was no way, it was necessary. Fortunately, with the soft water aura wrapping it, Ling Yan was relieved of a lot of pain, otherwise he would definitely fail this time. Once, twice, 3 times. Boom. Ling Yan's sea of consciousness was finally broken by multiple auras in one fell swoop, and it has been lurking. The pale golden immortal aura that Ling Yan could not feel surged out and could be used by Ling Yun in an instant. Ling Yan's expression was shocked because at this moment, he possessed a powerful divine sense, and he also possessed a pale golden fairy aura available to him. The healing technique was the same as when he had just landed on the earth. Ling Yun used his powerful consciousness to instantly heal all the wounds on his body, and his body was completely restored, which was better than before. Ling Yun has learned to be smart this time. After he has a strong sense of consciousness, he immediately looks at himself. He wants to understand how his dantian has changed after he has cultivated into the yin-yang art of Wen Qi. God, this is Tai Chi yin-yang fish. The dividing line in the middle turns out to be a golden dragon-shaped curve. My dantian is so big, my tailbone has turned golden, what's the situation? The meridians have become so thick, this is terrifying. This, the fairy spirit in the eyebrows turned out to be pale golden. It was the first time that Ling Yun used his divine sense to look inside himself, and he could see clearly the condition of his body at once. It was only for a moment, the immortal spiritual energy of the sea of knowledge suddenly appeared in the eyebrows, but disappeared again, and it was silent again. Ling Yun only had time to heal and look inside, and he could no longer feel it. However, Ling Yun knew that the door leading to the sea of consciousness, between the eyebrows had been opened by him. Although the immortal spiritual energy was still unavailable, it was already connected to the dantian below. Boom. Ling Yun's rapidly spinning dantian suddenly grew bigger like an explosion, and the meridians all over his body also became bigger and thicker, and became stronger. Finally broke through the 7th level of body refining. Ling Yun let out a long sigh of relief. Although it was very difficult, the harvest was huge and super huge. He felt that he had a faint sense of consciousness. This sense of consciousness was very weak. Although it could not be used for other things, nor could it be used to look inside, but it was used to observe the situation around him, and he no longer needed to see it with his own eyes. For Ling Yun, this is already very satisfying. The seventh level of body refinement has divine consciousness. This is something that can make any cultivation genius envy and hate. The yin-yang eyes were unprecedentedly powerful. He smiled and opened his eyes, and swept in one direction. Xiaobai was standing on the sea 20 meters away from him. His beautiful face was a little stunned. The disguised worship and admiration, and the worried look on his face had no time to subside, and there were still tears on his face. Ling Yan looked down. The line of sight easily passed through by Xianer's translucent white gauze skirt, admiring her crystal white, exquisite embossed, sexy and seductive to the extreme hot body. Hey, this feels so good. The yin-yang eye has not yet been completed, but it already has a near perspective effect, although Ling Yan already knew it. However, there are still some surprises, and he is looking forward to the future. Ling Yan can only see through the gauze skirt now. A very thin object such as tissue paper has no other effect except to cause harm, but with the completion of yin-yang's eyes, his eyes can even penetrate human skin. Finding the lesion with the naked eye, removing the root of the disease with spiritual consciousness, clearing and healing for trauma, and 9 needles for internal diseases, this is the fairy doctor. Xianer, go back, I'm fine. Ling Yan felt Bai Xianer's worry. He smiled happily and let Bai Xianer stay away. As Ling Yan spoke, he stood up from the sea so naturally, stepped on the water, and walked back on the waves. He raised his eyes to the sky, looked at the black robbery cloud that was chasing him closely above his head, and heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. The robbery is still black. It shows that Lei Jia has not changed, because of his soaring strength, and he estimates that he can bear it. After reaching the 7th level of body training and entering the late stage of body training, Ling Yan's dantian was already about 12 centimeters in diameter, and the 8 extraordinary meridians were as thick as a thumb. He was baptized by the pale golden fairy aura just now, and the state of the whole person is at the peak, and he is full of confidence. Heavenly robbery? Then I will fight the sky. Ling Yan walked back to the shore. He spread out his palms, looked at the Bodhi seed that was still gray and black, and found that the Buddha's texture became clearer, and he couldn't help frowning slightly. Ling Yan rushed away from him, and Bai Xianer brought up a confident smile. The figure swayed 200 meters, and 3 ups and downs came to the top of a mountain. Brush. The blood demon sword was in hand. Ling Yan held the sword in his right hand, facing the air, and slashed 9 swords in a flash. Ling Yan's knife was so fast that it completely turned into a pitch-black curtain of swords. The shadows of the sword were heavy, causing afterimages one after another. Until Ling Yan pulled the sword and stopped, the curtain of swords was still there. Well, I took advantage of it this time. Ling Yan smiled, hee, only to feel that there was not much difference between a pair of chopsticks in his hand and the underworld blood demon knife. Fight with me, Ling Yan said, looking at the underworld blood demon sword, as if to say hello to an old friend. The ghost blood demon knife in his hand trembled slightly, making a kind of knife sound, very much like the unyielding roar of the 9 nether demon dragon. Boom rumble. The robbery cloud rolled, and the thunder was loud, and the coercion of the world increased several times. Kacha, a golden lightning ripped apart Jiayun again and fell towards Ling Yun. Ling Yun stands proudly on the top of the peak, with a tall and elegant figure. His eyes are firm and cold, and his whole body exudes an unprecedented fighting spirit. Fighting with the sky is endless fun. Every time Ling Yun crossed the calamity, he would be very excited. He pursed the corner of his mouth and made a move of slashing the universe with a knife. Click. The lightning struck the blade of the demon sword of underworld blood in an instant, and the golden light sank into the blade of the demon sword of underworld blood. Ling Yan's arm was numb from the shock, and he could barely hold the hilt. Ling Yan's hair was standing upright from the roots of the electricity. He didn't care. His eyes were fiercely looking up at the sky, and his eyes squinted. There are 17 more, come again. In fact, the power of this golden lightning is even more powerful and domineering than the last golden thunder of the second wave of thunder tribulation. It is said that even if Ling Yun reaches the 7th level of body refining, he will be smashed into the air, but the blood demon sword does not knowing what was going on. He actually helped him absorb 80% of the power of lightning, which made Ling Yun feel relieved. Boom 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 boom. In the robbery cloud, 11 golden thunders fell one after another, and Ling Yun also cut a total of 12 knives. In the end, he couldn't stand the domineering power of thunder and lightning, and was smashed by another 100 meters. However, Ling Yun was unscathed, his confidence greatly increased, and he flew to the top of the mountain again, fully meeting the last 6 lightning bolts of the third wave of catastrophe. Fight. Facing the thunder tribulation overhead, Ling Yun screamed in the sky to continue. To be continued. For the first update, please rest assured to cast a monthly ticket. No matter how late today, Laobu will complete at least 5 updates. The mountain where Ling Yun is located is not high, but the pitch-black Jiayun above his head is very low. The pitch-black robbery cloud tumbled violently, getting lower and lower as it pressed down, as if a terrifying peerless beast hung over Ling Yun's head and would swallow him at any time. Following Ling Yun's unyielding long howl, that Jiayun also seemed to be angry, and it suddenly sank down. The power of the heavenly Tao that was pressing on Ling Yun's body instantly soared 5 or 6 times, causing Ling Yun to bend over and stagger under his feet. Ling Yun felt as if thousands of kilograms of boulders were pressing on his shoulders, his face instantly flushed red, and the veins on his forehead burst out. I'm stupid, it's impossible. 49 little heavenly tribulation will never have such coercion from the heavens, this is going to kill me. Ling Yun thought to himself, he suddenly realized the seriousness of the problem. Heaven and earth are not benevolent, and all things are dogs. Xian'er's transformation into a catastrophe was a real test of doom, but Ling Yun now understood that what he was facing seemed to be more than just a calamity. Ling Yun bears an invisible force of 10,000 genes on his shoulders. He gritted his teeth, frowned, and narrowed his eyes. He worked hard to straighten his body, looking up at the sky in anger. I don't know how hundreds of billions of miles away from the world of self-cultivation, Lao Tzu is considered to be reincarnated and rehabilitated. Don't you want to let me go? It's not that easy to take my life. God doesn't want him to live, he has to fight for his life. Ling Yan's lips pursed tightly, his eyes staring coldly at the dense black clouds above his head. His eyes are clear and sharp, expressing his unyielding, his tenacity. Ling Yan pushed the great evolution juxtaposition to the limit, and at the same time, he used the thunder gangs that he constantly absorbed from the golden tribulation thunder in front of him, repeatedly tempering his body. He knows better than anyone that every time he is struck by lightning, the strength of his body will become stronger. As long as he can survive the last 2 waves of thunder without dying, his body will be tempered to a terrifying level. With the help of those most masculine thunderbolts, Ling Yan's magical dantian was also spinning faster and faster. The dragon-shaped curve in the dantian shone with golden light, dyeing the entire dantian into a dazzling gold. The gloomy and cold air that surged out of Ling Yun dantian, through his thicker and stronger meridians, it quickly poured into his arm holding the knife, and poured into the blood demon knife, continuously. The blood demon knife seemed to feel Ling Yan's anger and fighting intent, and it trembled happily, like the roar of the 9 nether demon dragon. Ling Yan frantically tempered the meridians and tempered the dantian, but the most important thing for him was to temper his own spiritual consciousness. It turned out to be pale gold, which undoubtedly has some similarities with the Golden Lei Gang. Boom! Just when Ling Yun began to slowly adapt to the sudden expansion of the heavenly pressure, the last 6 lightning bolts of the third wave of thunder tribulation finally fell. A golden lightning with the thickness of a water tank, condensed like a substance, more like a golden dragon rushing out of the robbery cloud. It hit Ling Yun with great precision. Break it for me. Ling Yun roared, under 10,000 pounds of pressure. He frantically swung the blood demon saber with his right hand, and slashed towards the golden lightning bolt. It certainly won't do much. But Ling Yun is showing a gesture, but also a state of mind. He does not give in. I'd rather die than give up. This time, he is not in the tribulation period, and he doesn't even have a primordial spirit. If he dies this time, he is really dead, and there will be no such good thing as rebirth. Boom. Ling Yun was submerged by the thick golden lightning in the water tank, except for a very thick golden lightning that could be seen from the outside. Can't see anything at all. This time Ling Yun didn't fly up, but he was smashed to death. Countless golden lightning snakes shrouded his body, making him look like a thunder god who came out of a golden sea of thunder. Although he almost fell to his knees after being hit by this golden robbery thunder, Ling Yun stiffly straightened his bent knees, and with a clenched teeth, he stood up straight again, standing up straight. Can't kneel. Ling Yun has experienced so many thunder tribulations and fought against so many powerhouses, but he has never kneeled once. Kneeling is not Ling Yun's style, even if the opponent is the ethereal void heaven Tao, even if there is a weight of 10,000 genes on his shoulders, even if Ling Yun kneels down, it will reduce a lot of pressure. He will not kneel. Ling Yun's waist was bent into a shrimp shape by the golden lightning strike, and then he gritted his teeth again, holding on to his trembling legs, struggling to stand up straight, once again staring at the sky. The golden lightning disappeared. Bai Xian'er, who was only 100 meters away from Ling Yun, saw the scene. She was moved to tears. Bai Xian'er clenched her pink fist tightly, and cheered Ling Yun silently in her heart. Human beings are affectionate, demons are righteous, but heaven is ruthless. Boom rumble. Kacha kacha. There were two loud noises in succession, and two thicker golden lightning bolts smashed onto Ling Yun's body almost in no particular order. Pfft. These two lightning bolts smashed Ling Yun's 7 orifices to bleed, and even more blood spurted from his nose and mouth. Although he fought hard, he couldn't hold it any longer. Like gold paper. These two flashes of lightning finally caused Ling Yun to suffer a serious internal injury. This was the demon sword of underworld blood in Ling Yun's hand, which helped him resist 80% of the Thunder Gang's power. Otherwise, Ling Yun's life and death would be unpredictable. If Ling Yun didn't break through the 7th level of body training, under these two lightning bolts, Ling Yun would definitely die. Huh, huh. Ling Yun gasped violently, leaning on the knife with one hand. He stood up again staggering, his body swayed, and he would fall again at any time, but there was a sneer in his eyes. Master. Seeing Ling Yun's miserable appearance, Xiaobai was so frightened that she panicked completely. Xian'er, go back, I'm fine. Ling Yun reluctantly lifted the skin to open the flesh, revealing the bones of his left hand, and waved at Xian'er, telling her not to come over. He looked up at the robbery cloud above his head, grinned, and said with a sneer, 2 golden lightning strikes together? It's a pity that you haven't killed me yet. If you have the ability, you can chop down the remaining 3 tribulation thunders together. Ling Yun knew that it was a matter of life and death, so he didn't dare to be careless. He took out the last Vajra talisman and defense talisman. He quickly covered his body and shouted to himself, Lin. These are all first-level talismans, and the 2nd-level talismans made by Ling Yun were all used by Bai Xian'er just now. Brush. Ling Yun's dragon-marked sword appeared on his left hand. Ling Yun held the knife in his right hand and the sword in his left hand, although his figure was shaking. But he still raised his sword and pointed at the sky, shouting arrogantly, Come on. The Jayan above can't speak. If you can speak, it is estimated that you need to say meet your requirements. The last 3 golden lightning bolts of the 3rd wave of tribulation thunder, as expected, drilled out from the clouds at the same time, in the shape of a character, from 3 directions, slashing towards Ling Yun on the mountain peak. The last 3 golden lightning bolts are not thick, each of them is only about the thickness of an adult's hug, but they are condensed like golden pillars. Just when it was about to fall on top of Ling Yan's head, the 3 golden lightning bolts seemed to be inexplicably attracted to each other. Very tacitly put together in one place. Crack! An unprecedented loud bang. The golden thunder gang formed by the combination of 3 golden lightnings emits hundreds of millions of golden lights, illuminating the entire range of hundreds of nautical miles into golden colors, penetrating the depths of the sea. In the distance, Baixianer felt the power of heaven and earth. She couldn't help covering her ears with her hands, and closed her eyes tightly in fright. Boom! This condensed golden lightning struck Ling Yan's body instantly. Ling Yan didn't have any fear. Right now, in his eyes, there is only unyielding and anger, and only arrogant fighting spirit. He ignores the last wave of thunder tribulation, and Ling Yan uses all his strength at once. Destroying the Heaven Sword Technique. 9 Killing Sword Technique. Ling Yan's left-handed dragon-marked sword directly used the strongest ultimate move, Ultimate Kill. The demon sword of the blood in the right hand displayed the killing the sky and destroying the earth in the sword technique of destroying the sky, raising both the sword, and slashing towards the ruthless golden lightning at the same time. This is the limit of Ling Yan's current force. Let's talk about surviving the 3rd wave of catastrophe. The blood demon sword and the dragon-marked sword slashed on the golden beam at the same time, and they made a sound of cutting metal, and the gold and iron chirped. The sword swung frantically, but the golden lightning did not encounter any obstacles, and still smashed Ling Yan fiercely. Crack-tick. Countless bones were broken, and the sound of how many joints were broken came from Ling Yan's body, making people horrified. Dang! Dang! The blood demon sword and the dragon-marked sword dropped to the ground at the same time. Ling Yan bleeds from the 7 orifices again, his skin was ripped open, and his bones were broken countlessly. Superior. After the golden lightning struck Ling Yan, it disappeared immediately, like a dragon seeing its head but not its tail. Owner. Baixianer couldn't care about anything at this moment. She didn't even look at the black robbery cloud that disappeared quickly in the sky. She came to Ling Yan's side in a flash, bent down suddenly, and held Ling Yan in her arms desperately. Baixianer burst into tears, and the tears on her cheeks instantly became a river. Xianer, don't be afraid, this dog-day catastrophe won't kill me, cough. Ling Yan coughed up blood, but inexplicable excitement and pride flashed in his eyes. Although he was seriously injured, he already knew that he could not die. The last 3 golden lightning bolts are undoubtedly extremely terrifying, and the 3 lightning bolts are combined together. Even if the Netherblood demon sword and the dragon-marked sword dissolve and absorb more than 80% of the Thunder Gang, Ling Yan is also seriously injured and dying. The reason why Ling Yan was excited was because he noticed that the robbery cloud above his head was rapidly fading and disappearing. Isn't there a 4th wave of tribulation thunder? There are supposed to be 9 heavenly thunders? Ling Yan secretly wondered in his heart, feeling inexplicable, and said in his heart, what kind of calamity did he cross? Cough cough. Ling Yan coughed up another mouthful of blood. With a thought, he took out the 2 bundles of the 2nd-level healing talisman, and said to Baixianer, Xianer, you put all these healing talismans on me. Recommend a book. Book title, I Come from the Demon Gate, ISBN, 280-5380, Introduction, Get the Inheritance of Demon Venerable, and start the legendary cultivation career of revitalizing demons and destroying Tao, to be continued. To be continued. Let's pass on the first 2 chapters of the guarantee of number 4. The 3 chapters owed from yesterday will be written tonight, but you don't have to wait. I will upload it as soon as possible tomorrow, everyone will rest obediently, and tomorrow we'll calculate the number of updates that should be added together. Renew. Finally reached the 51st place, Laobu hates this ranking, kill it, rush over. The robbery cloud quickly dissipated. The night sky is like a wash, deep and distant, the moon is like water, and the stars are all over the sky, blinking eyes in the sky. There is no wind and no waves on the sea is gentle and calm, reflecting the moon and stars in the sky, which is a charming night scene. If it wasn't for Baixianer's transformation into a human being, Ling Yun was seriously injured and dying. What the two of them experienced just now would be as if it had never happened. Baixianer is very gentle and well-behaved. She doesn't care that Ling Yun's skin is open and his body is covered in blood, and he doesn't care that Ling Yun's naked body is scorched black. She gently put a Zheng talisman on Ling Yun's body, not letting go even an inch. Ling Yun looked at Baixianer's tear-stained face and looked cautiously. He couldn't help but want to laugh, but as soon as he grinned, another mouthful of blood spurted out. Ling Yun's blood was dazzlingly red, but he had keenly noticed that his own blood had been dyed with a faint golden color. Ling Yun secretly rejoiced in his heart. He knew that in this thunder tribulation, he had obtained endless benefits, which was simply the best gift from God to him when he reached the late stage of body training. "Master, you're still laughing like this." Baixianer saw that Ling Yun was spouting blood again, and couldn't help but be anxious and jealous. Ling Yun was dazzled by the sight. Xianer was so beautiful. "Xianer, this is the second-level healing talisman. I don't need to post so many, ahem. Look, you wrapped me in a talisman." Ling Yun coughed up a mouthful of blood almost as soon as he said a word. The blood sprayed all over himself and Baixianer, but he was really happy. Eyes full of proud smiles. "Master, you are not allowed to speak, there is the last one." "Okay." Baixianer put all the 200 Qinghe talismans on Ling Yun's body, then her cherry lips lightly opened, and she shouted softly, "Lin." Ling Yun only felt cool, with broken bones and muscles all over his body. Muscles and skin recover in rapid healing. After only a while, the wounds all over his body had healed, and he was as good as ever, without a trace of scars. Ling Yun is at the peak of the third level of body training. The most rubbish clear healing talisman made can quickly heal sword wounds, not to mention the clear healing talisman he made in the middle of the 6th layer of body training. Although these clear healing talismans are second-level clearing and healing talismans, they are the top grades of the second-level clearing healing talismans, although they cannot produce bones. But for trauma, such as comminuted fractures, it can be healed instantly. "Huh. I finally escaped." It's too terrifying for him. Ling Yun let out a long sigh of relief. Only then did he feel that his life and death just now happened, and he couldn't help but secretly rejoice. He turned his head to look at Xianer. Looking at her pure white dress, her delicate skin was stained with his own blood, and he couldn't help frowning slightly. He raised his hand and took out a few second-level Qingshui talismans. Ling Yun's mouth twitched. Xianer smiled slightly, raised his hand and hit a few clear water talismans on her head and body, and then softly shouted, "Lin!" Crash! With a few sounds, several pure blue water balloons burst open on Baixianer's body, instantly drenching her body. At the same time, all the bloodstains were cleaned for her. Bloodstains are actually very difficult to wash off, but Ling Yun's second-level clear water talisman is naturally not as simple as condensing water balls. This water is extremely pure. The clear healing talisman is a combination of the dual effects of the clear water talisman and the healing talisman. It's just a healing talisman. Baixianer became extremely clean all of a sudden, but her dress was completely soaked, tightly clinging to her delicate and embossed body, showing her beautiful figure again, acting in Ling Yun's eyes powerful wet temptation. "The master is so nice." "Well, no, the master is good or bad." Baixianer was shy. She bit her delicate red lips, her head bowed slightly, but she took a pair of stunningly beautiful eyes to glance at Ling Yun. This scene made Ling Yun drool wildly, but now was not the time to tease Baixianer. Ling Yun took his eyes away from Xianer with difficulty, and then used a few clear water talismans on himself to rinse himself clean. After Ling Yun was washed clean, his sturdy and perfect male figure immediately showed in Baixianer's eyes. After he went to sea, he lived on the island for so long, and his weight had already dropped to less than 80 kilograms, and there was no trace of his body. The fat is really like a carved sculpture, showing a strong male sexiness. Baixianer suddenly saw Ling Yun's lower body, her face flushed with fright, and she hurriedly turned her head away. Ling Yun laughed loudly. He said to Baixianer, who was extremely shy and trembling, "Xianer, I have benefited greatly from this inexplicable thunder calamity, and now I need to practice immediately. Let's wait a while. Talk again." Baixianer didn't dare to look back. She turned her back to Ling Yun, nodded lightly and said, "Xianer protects the master." Ling Yun sighed and stopped talking. He picked up the ghost sword and the dragon-marked sword that had fallen on the ground. After a closer look, he found that the two weapons were unscathed in such a terrifying thunder calamity. In addition to being pleasantly surprised, Ling Yun couldn't help but muttered secretly, thinking that these two weapons are definitely not ordinary swords. They can help him fight against such a terrifying thunder calamity, and they can also absorb those golden thunder gangs. Just do it. These two weapons are not ordinary, they definitely have the secrets of the sky. Ling Yun muttered secretly, and put them into the space ring with a thought. Ling Yun sat cross-legged on the spot and began to cultivate and consolidate the endless benefits of this tribulation. He first ran a Qi Yin-Yang art, and found that both the magical Dantian and the meridians were at least 3 times stronger than when they just broke through the 7th level of body training. Although the Dantian did not grow again, and the meridians did not become thicker, but Ling Yun clearly felt that the speed of the magical Dantian, the speed of the Yin and Yang Qi in the eyes of Yin and Yang, was at least 3 times faster. And all of Ling Yun's meridians are stronger and more flexible than before. The strength, elasticity, and tension have been improved several times, which makes the Yin and Yang 2 Qi or spiritual Qi run in the meridians, which will speed up many, many times. These 2 points can provide Ling Yun with a powerful explosive force, that is, the amplitude of the combat power is enhanced. For example, if the original Ling Yun Dantian lifted his breath. If you can kill an innate first-level expert with 1 punch, then now he can kill a congenital second-level expert with 1 punch. In the same way, Ling Yun's Dantian and meridians are powerful, so that when he absorbs the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, he can not only absorb more, but also absorb faster. It's far more than that. Ling Yun's true Qi is generated faster and circulates faster in the body. This will make Ling Yun's movement speed several times faster. For example, when Ling Yun and Sun Tianbiao were fighting against the 3 great masters, he used the phantom fish and dragon steps to the limit, and he was able to perform shapeshifting and transforming into 3. Now, he can at least transform into 6 or more. This is what Ling Yun can feel, and what he doesn't know. Ling Yun's Dantian. It is now a spherical shape with a diameter of more than 10 centimeters. After he survived the thunder calamity, there are countless golden and silver electric snakes entangled on the inner wall of that Dantian. This is undoubtedly the power of thunder and lightning absorbed by Ling Yun. There are countless lightning snakes, and I don't know how many. Divided into 2 colors, gold and silver, around the entire Dantian wall, circling and winding, people instinctively think that when these electric flowers collide and shine, they will make a hissing sound of electric current. Not only the power of lightning of gold and silver on the Dantian wall, but also the countless meridians in Ling Yun's body. Countless golden and silver electric snakes are also entwined, and they keep shining in turn, as if countless wires are collectively leaking electricity. This is absolutely terrifying to the sky. Because, whether it is Dantian, meridian, or true Qi, they are actually invisible, especially Dantian and meridian. If you want to take a person to perform an autopsy on him, you just chop him up, can't find where the Dantian and meridians are. However, the Dantian and meridians in Ling Yun's body are attached to these powers of lightning, so it is different. The dantian is invisible and the meridians have no substance, but these golden and silver lightning powers are real electric flowers. If Lingyun's consciousness becomes stronger again, he can look inside, and he will immediately see that his dantian has turned into a ball of lightning and light that is surrounded by electric snakes, and the meridians are surrounded by countless electric snakes of the same gold and silver. At this point, Lingyun has another power in his body, the power of thunder and lightning from the tribulation of thunder, but he can't use it yet, and he doesn't know how to use it, let alone how it will affect his future cultivation. Of course, Lingyun didn't know about it at all at the moment. He ran the one qi yin and yang tactic, he felt comfortable all over his body, and the yin and yang two qi flowed rapidly in his body, running side by side without any obstacle, which made him very satisfied. Lingyun no longer deliberately operated the yin-yang art of one qi, but started to run the Great Evolution Star Treasure art frantically. It doesn't matter how this operation works, it surprised Lingyun all of a sudden. Moreover, not only Lingyun, but even Bai Xian'er felt the abnormality. She suddenly turned around her graceful body. The scene in Bai Xian'er's eyes made her small mouth open at once, and her eyes were extremely shocked. The surrounding area of dozens of nautical miles suddenly dimmed, because both moonlight and starlight were shining on one person at this time. Lingyun. Yuehua is no longer like water, but with the moon as its source and Lingyun as its target, like a hanging tianhe, like a waterfall, falling straight down hundreds of thousands of miles, madly pouring into Lingyun's body. That's scary enough, but not scary enough. With Bai Xian'er's current vision, she could even faintly see that the countless stars in the sky were perfectly connected to Lingyun's body through a very thin and light silk thread, like crystal silk. Through the Great Evolution Gathering Star Treasure art, the power of countless stars rushed violently towards Lingyun's body. The amount and speed of this absorption was simply astounding. Lingyun has now entered a very wonderful state, in a figurative way. It is the unity of man and nature, not only within the body, but also outside the body. Inside is like outside. The magical dantian in Lingyun's body is surrounded by electric light, and countless meridians are also surrounded by electric light. With the dantian as the center, all of Lingyun's light and dark acupuncture points are connected, forming a self-contained body. And outside Lingyun, with Lingyun himself as the center, he is connected with the moon in the sky and the stars all over the sky, as if he is the center of the entire universe. Master, he's amazing. Xiaobai watched for a long time and couldn't help muttering to himself. To be continued. To be continued. When she was in the world of comprehension, a saint had followed Lingyun for half a year. When she was about to break up, she pointed to the stars in the sky and asked Lingyun a question. The saint's eyes were full of resentment. Lingyun, you thief, you dare to tell me, do the stars in the sky have a heart? Lingyun didn't dare to look into the eyes of the saintly resentment. He replied at the time, the stars should have a heart, otherwise, why would they hide in the sky and blink at you for thousands of years? So the saintess' eyes became even more resentful. Her bright and unparalleled face changed for a while, and she stomped her feet and left. Lingyun doesn't know if the stars have hearts, but he knows that each of the billions of stars has its own power of stars. They are burning themselves, illuminating the dark and cold universe, and using their lives to become the best of the endlessly dark universe. A dazzling embellishment. Lingyun is now cultivating the great essence gathering star treasure art, and what he is absorbing is the power of these billions of stars. The treasure formula is still the original treasure formula, but after Lingyun survived the thunder tribulation and endured the almost destructive test of the heavenly tribulation, he used the power of thunder and lightning to temper his body repeatedly. The level of terror. Every acupoint on Lingyun's body seemed to have turned into a bottomless, gigantic vortex that kept spinning. These acupoints were the most important storage places for all kinds of spiritual qi in Lingyun's body, and they were also the yin and yang qi. A must-pass place when circulating in the meridians. Whenever Lingyun runs the Great Evolution Star Gathering Treasures, these acupoints are also the fastest and most places to absorb the energy of the great sun, the essence of the lunar yin, and the power of billions of stars. Now, Lingyun's dantian and meridians are wrapped with countless lightning snakes, which makes Lingyun's body's inner world, his and the outer world of the entire universe, very beautiful and natural. Even the real harmony between man and nature is not as terrifying as Lingyun's current state. Of course, if it is mortal. If it was in the city, when Lingyun was cultivating the great expansion gathering star treasure art, they still could not see the threads of the power of the stars. Only when Lingyun reached the fifth realm of the great evolution gathering star treasure art would it be possible. It can be seen that he has not broken through the third realm yet. But Baixianer is not a mortal, she is a nine-tailed fox who has successfully transformed into a fox. She is the most powerful spirit beast in the world, and this is a lonely island above the vast sea, and it has hardly suffered any pollution. Therefore, she saw or felt it, this miraculous and amazing scene. Lingyun only practiced for a while and reached the peak of the 14th small realm of the Great Evolution Congregation Star Treasure Art, and he stopped cultivating contentedly. Lingyun clearly felt that his divine consciousness was stronger. Although the scope of his divine consciousness had not expanded much, it was the divine consciousness that had been baptized by the power of golden thunder and lightning and the pale golden immortal aura. He has been condensed countless times at once, his powerful consciousness is comparable to a sharp gaze, and all the scenes within 20 meters in front of and behind his head are clearly reflected in his mind, and there is nothing to hide. Lingyun tried it carefully, he felt that he would be able to perform inner vision soon, and he would only need to break through the 8th level of body training at the latest. With the strength of dantian and meridians, the yin and yang in the body is more pure and concise, and the speed of circulation is also faster. In addition, it has reached the peak of the 14th floor of the Great Evolution Congregation Star Treasure Art. Lingyun feels his yin and yang eyes, and goes a step further. He bowed his head at will, exerting his yin and yang eyes to the extreme. With the powerful consciousness, he looked at his arm, and the blood vessels and muscles under the skin could be roughly seen, but his eyes couldn't penetrate the muscles and couldn't see the bones. Less than 1 centimeter. Lingyun made a secret judgment in his heart. Lingyun looked away from his arms and looked up at Baixianer's dress, without any surprises. Lingyun's yin and yang eyes instantly penetrated Baixianer's thin dress. Under his gaze, Baixianer is like an egg that has been peeled off its shell. Pfft! Lingyun swept up and down, and saw Baixianer's flawless twin peaks, the 2 blushing buds on top of the snow-white towering heights, and the jet-black hair on the mysterious private parts. He almost spit blood from his nose and mouth. "Master, what's wrong with you?" Baixianer didn't know what was going on. She thought that Lingyun had gone wrong in his practice, so she quickly leaned over and gently supported Lingyun. Her face was full of tension and concern. Cough cough. Lingyun was so frightened that he quickly put away his yin and yang eyes. He shook his head violently to cover up the embarrassment of his lower body, and coughed twice. "Nothing, nothing." Baixianer's eyes swept to Lingyun's lower body, she blushed and asked shyly, "Master, do you want to put on clothes first?" It was impossible for Xianer not to be shy. Lingyun's little brother was already tense at this time, Xianer's heart was beating wildly with fright, and his body was numb as electric shock, almost even sadder than when Hua Xingjie suffered lightning. "Must have to." At the same time as Lingyun said, he already had an extra set of clothes in his hand. Under Baixianer's gentle service, he hurriedly put on his clothes, and his underwear almost turned upside down. Lingyun put on his night clothes and recited the secret art of purification a dozen times in his heart before suppressing the evil fire in his heart. He felt that the temptation of a Baixianer could withstand the power of 7 or 8 Lin Menghan. Everything in his body returned to normal, he couldn't help smiling brightly, looking up at the sky, and using all his strength to use the dragon's howl. A long howl broke through the air, and it spread out for more than 10 nautical miles. With the blessing of divine sense, xuanhuan is the real xuanhuan. If an ordinary person is shouted by Lingyun like this, they will definitely see gold stars, and they will not be able to find the south, east, north and west in an instant, and they will be dizzy for a long time. Not only xuanhuan, Lingyun is now confident that he can crack the voice transmission of other innate masters. This wave of inexplicable heavenly tribulations has brought Lingyun too many benefits, too many to count. Lingyun let out a long roar, contented with pride. He was just about to bring Baixianer back to his cave, but at this moment, he clearly felt a trace of heaven's pressure. Lingyun's heart sank in an instant. Mummy, isn't it over yet? Lingyun felt the real bad. He raised his eyes to the sky. My grass. My God, what a beautiful cloud! Baixianer suddenly pointed at an orange cloud in the distance, and said dazzled. Yeah, there are even green ones glowing green. Yeah, purple clouds, so pretty. Red. Blue. Yellow. Baixianer hugged Lingyun's arm excitedly. She pointed to another direction and cheered, there is cyan over there. Baixianer was stunned by the spectacle between the heavens and the earth. The 7 colored clouds appeared out of nowhere, and there were more and more clouds. Come. Colorful tribulation cloud, this is colorful tribulation cloud. Lingyun didn't hear what Baixianer was saying at all. In his eyes, there was an inexplicable look of terror that he had never seen before. Lingyun felt horrified. However, before Lingyun's voice fell, 2 more colors of clouds appeared above his head, black and white. Nima. 9-colored robbery cloud. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue and purple, plus black and white, clouds of 9 colors of light appeared in the sky like bamboo shoots after a rain, more and more. The pressure of heaven and earth gradually increased. Lingyun felt very clearly, but only he could feel it. Those clouds are not only the color itself, but also emit the same light, as if there are countless neon lights flashing inside each cloud, and the night sky that illuminates is gorgeous and extremely colorful. Brilliant auroras, beyond the North Pole. Lingyun has seen the 5-colored robbery cloud and the 7-colored robbery cloud, but he has never seen the 9-colored robbery cloud, let alone seeing it. He has never even heard of it. Baixianer, walk fast and go back to our cave. This is Jaeyun. My calamity is not over yet. Lingyun thought that he had finished the inexplicable catastrophe, but he did not expect the real disaster, and now it has just arrived. Before he could say Kacha, Lingyun was overwhelmed by the increasingly fierce heavenly Tao, and he fell directly to the ground. The huge rock under his butt was smashed into pieces by him. Master Jaeyun is Jaeyun. Baixianer was stunned when she saw Lingyun's appearance. The 9-colored robbery clouds had not yet been condensed, but Lingyun was pushed down by the pressure of heaven. How could she resist this? Baixianer is obedient. Hurry back to our cave. You must not come out before these clouds disappear. Do you hear? Lingyun almost exhausted all his strength to talk to Baixianer. He was about to be overwhelmed by the terrifying pressure of heaven, and he couldn't move at all. However, Baixianer didn't leave. She glanced at the countless colorful robbery clouds in the sky, then stared straight at Lingyun and asked affectionately, Master, can you withstand this thunder robbery? Can you bear it? Just kidding. When Lingyun was in the tribulation period, he was beaten by the colorful tribulation clouds, and his body and spirit were all destroyed, okay? Lingyun now knew that he was going to die this time, but he didn't want to implicate Baixianer, so he reluctantly showed his face, grinned and panted, I should be able to bear it. Baixianer, hurry up and go back to the cave. The deeper you hide, the better. Lingyun used all his strength, and after saying the last sentence, he could no longer speak. His internal organs were under 10,000 genes of pressure, and it was difficult to even breathe and heartbeat. Baixianer is not stupid, she suddenly smiled, Master, Baixianer will carry it with you. Lingyun was furious, his eyes were splitting at once, his eyes were blood red, he wanted to kick Baixianer away, but he couldn't say a word. Master, Xian'er sees it out, you can't handle this wave of thunderstorms at all. Although Xian'er can't do anything for you, but Xian'er can die with you. Xian'er stared at Ling Yun with deep eyes, tears streaming down her face, and said quietly. To be continued. To be continued.